The esteemed alchemist Feng Tianxing, having failed her tribulation, opened her eyes to find herself reborn as the legitimate daughter of a marquis' household. However, from the moment of her birth, she was cunningly discarded and rendered mute by poison, only regaining the ability to return home at the age of 3. Mother, I am your biological child, exchanged at birth. The son you have been raising is actually my second aunt's child. When he matures, he will send you to a temple to become a nun. Foolishly filial father, your stepmother longs for your demise. Everything you possess will be seized by your uncle's family, and your end will be most tragic, for they covet your idol. Elder brother, your broken leg was orchestrated by our uncle's machinations. Second brother, your frail health is the result of our grandmother's schemes. The maid in your room feeds you slow-acting poison daily, and in 5 years, you shall perish. Upon hearing her thoughts, the family united in an outburst. Chapter 1. Entering the manor. In the Wuhan Marquis, Madame Song Xuqing, adorned in a delicate azure gown, sat at the table calculating with an abacus. Upon hearing the commotion, she lifted her gaze to her curious maid, whose heart-shaped face was alight with intrigue. Given your temperament, when will you learn to be more composed? Song Xuqing sighed, shaking her head at the maid's inquisitiveness, which, despite its frivolity, proved beneficial. In managing the household, Madam, Cui Xiang exclaimed, stamping her foot and clutching her handkerchief, adopting a playful tone. You just mentioned that little girl has come again. How many days has it been now? Song Xuqing paused her calculations, gently furrowing her brow as she inquired. On the 5th day, you instructed Lu Posey at the second gate to provide her with a bowl of rice daily, which has led her to linger, coming every day. Cui Xiang was not disdainful of the little beggar, but rather intrigued. A 3-year-old girl, without an adult or any companions, surprisingly managed to solicit alms daily at the gates of the Ho residence, without falling prey to kidnappers or deceit. One would assume that the prestigious Wuhan Ho residence would deter ordinary beggars, yet this little girl came persistently. Come, take me to see her. As the matriarch, Song Xuqing, occupied with end-of-month duties, had not stepped outside for several days. She led Cui Xiang to the entrance, where they beheld a filthy little child sitting at the edge of the stone steps. Indeed, she appeared to be around 3 years of age, looking somewhat lethargic, with a tattered bowl before her. Perched upon her shoulder was a small black bird, diligently pecking at her tangled hair. Song Xuqing gracefully approached the child, her heart swelling with compassion as she observed the dirt masking the girl's features and her frail frame. Little one, why are you alone? Song Xuqing knelt before the girl, empathy flooding her heart. How could such a small child be without parents, out begging for sustenance? How had she survived thus far? The child remained silent, merely gazing intently at Song Xuqing, each assessing the other. I shall purchase your service to the household as a maid. Would that be agreeable? A wave of compassion surged within Song Xuqing, for the Ho residence lacked not for food to spare a 3-year-old, and she deemed it an act of kindness, a means to bestow blessing. GS upon her own sons. Wow, is this truly my mother? So beautiful. I have finally awaited your appearance. Mother, I am your biological child, but I was swapped at birth. The child you have raised is Aunt Air's son. When he grows up, he will send you to the temple to become a nun. A celestial child's voice emanated from the little girl before her, piercing straight into her soul, even though the girl did not utter a word. Song Xuqing's body trembled suddenly, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. She could hear the child's thoughts, and the revelation left her utterly speechless. This was her child? How could that be possible? Even Feng Tianxing, who continuously nodded in disbelief, seemed transfixed, gazing blankly at the child. Cui Xiang gently nudged her. Those round, glistening eyes were filled with yearning, staring intently at her. Would you like to come with me to the manor? After much effort in regaining her composure, Song Xuqing inquired. It was not a matter of purchasing her into the household, but rather inviting her to accompany her. Feng Tianxing joyfully nodded, his smile illuminating his eyes. At last, I can enter the manor. My 5 days of pretending to be a beggar have not been in vain. Another voice echoed in her mind, and at that moment, Song Xuqing felt as if struck by lightning. Her cherished third son was not her child. This little one before her was. The realization was terrifying. The old matriarch favored the third son above all, and the eldest was understandable, yet she had never once seen her embrace the second son since his birth. Whenever the second younger brother encountered the third son, he would play with him for a while the husband, as the biological father, did not exhibit such indulgence. Reflecting on the third son's appearance, he bore no resemblance to either of them as a couple. She must not think. She had always believed that the relationship between the first and second households was particularly harmonious. Was it merely an illusion? Song Shuqing took the initiative to grasp Feng Tianxing's hand, unconcerned by the dirtiness of her small hand, and they ambled towards the manor in a daze. Cui Xiang watched in astonishment. The lady is truly kind-hearted. Yet such a benevolent lady suffers misfortune. The eldest son has a broken leg, and the second son is perpetually unwell, a clear indication of a short-lived fate. Song Shuqing led Feng Tianxing directly into her own residence, the Luexia courtyard. Cui Xiang, please have the kitchen prepare some hot water. Song Shuqing's voice quivered slightly. She had yet to recover from the shocking information she had just received. The water was soon prepared and brought in. Cui Xiang summoned Cui Ping, intending to wash the little beggar together. Go fetch a set of clothes suitable for her. I will wash her myself, Song Shuqing commanded, suppressing her astonishment with a calm demeanor. Madam, it would be better if I handled it, Cui Xiang protested, unwilling to let her mistress exert herself. How could such a filthy child not soil her hands? I insist on doing it myself. Song Shuqing's voice rose suddenly, startling the two young maids. What has come over the lady? Reluctantly, they stepped out of the washing room. One went to retrieve the clothes while the other headed to the kitchen to request another pot of boiling water. The child, being small, only needed to be bathed in a large wooden tub. It was now early May, with a temperate climate, neither too cold nor too warm. Feng Tianxing's clothes were caked with mud, rendering the original color indiscernible, though it was evident they were made of coarse cloth and bore patches. What hardships had she endured? Song Shuqing, undeterred by the dirt, gently loosened the ties of the garments. As she washed, she tenderly inquired, her voice soft and soothing. Little girl, what is your name? Feng Tianxing remained silent, merely shaking her head as tears streamed down her cheeks, evoking profound sympathy. Are you unable to speak? Song Shuqing was taken aback. At 3 years old, how could she still be mute? Feng Tianxing nodded and pointed to her throat, indicating a problem with it. Mother, I have been rendered mute by poison since childhood. What? The child has endured such immense suffering? The handkerchief in Song Shuqing's grasp fell into the water as she stood in stunned silence. After a moment, she retrieved the handkerchief once more. Child, do not cry, do not cry. I shall summon a physician for you, you shall surely be healed. Song Shuqing gently comforted, her own eyes glistening with tears. Do not worry, mother, I shall be well in time. Were it not for this frail body, which requires nurturing, I would only need a single elixir to restore my health. To feign a 3-year-old while being over 200 years old is truly exhausting, yet it is a necessity. Upon hearing this, Song Shuqing felt a slight sense of relief. How did you come to the Duke's residence? Song Shuqing found it difficult to believe that a 3-year-old could traverse to the capital alone and locate the Duke's manor. Feng Tianxing pointed to the sky and then to the black bird perched on the windowsill. A delicate, ethereal voice resonated once more, imbued with sweetness. Did a celestial being from above guide you here? Song Shuqing suppressed her astonishment, intentionally framing it as such to create an excuse for future explanations. As the daughter of a censor, with considerable knowledge, she quickly pieced everything together within that brief moment. Feng Tianxing nodded vigorously. Mother, you are truly clever. After changing the water twice, the young girl was finally cleaned and dressed in a boy's outfit. Song Shuqing gazed intently at the little girl before her. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. Chapter 2. The marquis suffers grave injuries. This child bore at least a 6-point resemblance to herself. Her round little face, though thin, still reflected her own features, and those almond-shaped eyes truly seemed to be reved from the same mold. There were echoes of her husband as well, particularly in that small chin which resembled his so closely. Could this truly be her child? Unable to contain her emotions, Song Shuqing embraced Feng Tianxing, showering her with kisses upon her cheeks. Child, would you be my daughter? Song Shuqing had unequivocally decided that this was indeed her child. No evidence was required, the resemblance was enough to confirm it. Moreover, This child must possess some extraordinary quality that she was yet unaware of. Feng Tianxing nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming as she looked at Song Xuqing. I am indeed my mother's child. Blood ties are undeniable, and my adoptive mother only knows how to strike me. Feng Tianxing then planted a hearty kiss on Song Xuqing's face, breaking into a radiant smile. Upon hearing Feng Tianxing mention her adoptive mother striking her, Song Xuqing nearly shed tears. She carried Feng Tianxing out of the washroom. What? What has happened? The grip of Song Xuqing's arms around Feng Tianxing suddenly tightened, nearly causing her to lose her balance. What? Song Xuqing gasped, feeling herself sway toward the ground. Two maidservants rushed to support her. Where is the marquis now? Song Xuqing steadied her mind and inquired. Bring in the young servant. I wish to question him personally, Song Xuqing commanded. The young servant was already waiting at the second gate. Upon listening, Song Xuqing swayed slightly once more. In her embrace, Feng Tianxing attentively absorbed the scene. A group of soldiers bore a stretcher, upon which lay a bloodied figure, none other than Marquis Wuan, Feng Zuan. His complexion was pallid, his brows furrowed in distress, yet he remained conscious. His garments were torn in several places, stained crimson with blood, and most grievously, a dagger was deeply embedded in his chest. Following closely were the imperial physician and Feng Zuwu, the younger brother of Feng Zuan, born of his stepmother. Elder sister-in-law, upon hearing of my brother's injury, I immediately summoned Physician Hong. Feng Zuwu stepped forward, addressing Song Xuqing with urgency. Having received the news at the office, he had promptly called upon the esteemed Physician Hong, often consulted by the Duke of Zheng's household. Hurry, carry him into the bedroom, he commanded, disregarding all formalities, as the soldiers carefully transported the injured man into the chamber where the couple usually rested. Assisting him onto the bed, Song Xuqing entrusted Feng Tianxing to Xuexiang and approached the bedside. My husband, how are you? Please do not frighten me. Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Physician, quickly, treat my brother, Feng Zuwu urged anxiously. Physician Hong stepped forward to cleanse and dress the wounds across Feng Zuan's body, leaving only the dagger lodged in his chest. He then took the pulse. At that moment, Feng Zuan could no longer withstand the pain and succumbed to unconsciousness. Feng Yuanhao and Feng Yuanhan, the two brothers, had also received the news and arrived. Yuanhao, your father has been wounded by bandits, Feng Zuwu stated somberly, casting a sorrowful glance at the brothers. Physician, how is he? Song Xuqing inquired urgently, observing as Physician Hong concluded his examination. Madam, this old man is powerless. I dare not remove the dagger from Lord Ho's chest, for it is positioned directly over the heart. If I were to forcefully extract it, the blood would pour forth uncontrollably, with dire consequences. Dr. Hong's words were unambiguous. Once removed, death would be imminent. Yet it is impossible to leave it in place. Thus, it is a matter of choosing one's demise. To remove it means a swift end, to leave it means to linger for a few more days. Dr. Hong is presenting the master of the house with a choice. Feng Tianxing stood in the corner, observing the scene unfold. She indeed noticed a number manifesting on Feng Zuan's forehead. 5. This indicated that Feng Zuan had merely 5 days left to live. She possessed a unique ability, allowing her to see a number on the foreheads of those destined to die within a 4. Tonight the number signified the days remaining until their demise. Having heard the physician's words, and with Feng Tianxing's silent thoughts resonating in Song Xuqing's ears, she could no longer contain herself. Her body swayed, and she fainted. Mother! Both brothers exclaimed in unison. They had also heard a child's voice, ethereal and delicate. Before they could ponder its origin, they witnessed their mother collapse. Dr. Hong was compelled to initiate another round of resuscitation. Song Xuqing gradually regained consciousness, breaking into heart-wrenching sobs. My husband! Oh, my husband! She cried, leaning over Feng Zuan's bedside, weeping inconsolably. The two brothers, too, were engulfed in their own suppressed grief. What are we to do? Feng Yuanhao pounded his legs in frustration, while Feng Yuanhan could no longer stifle the tickle in his throat and erupted into a fit of coughs. She was Feng Zuan's stepmother, Feng Zuwu's biological mother, and she was only 41 years old. Song Xuqing's tears flowed uncontrollably. What? Wan Ruoying was equally taken aback. Steward, please summon Dr. Zhang from Kangguantang, Feng Yuanhao called out, stifling his sobs. Dr. Zhang is a renowned surgeon in the community. I shall go at once, Chen Shiming replied, hastily departing. When the seasoned Dr. Zhang, now in his 50s, arrived after being urged along, it was already half an hour later. He approached, took the pulse, and examined the wound, arriving at a similar conclusion. Madam, if the bleeding can be halted, there remains a glimmer of hope. It ultimately depends on the marquis's fate, Dr. Zhang solemnly stated. Dr. Zhang, what are the chances of survival? Song Shuqing managed to ask with great difficulty. 10%. What? Only 10%? Song Shuqing could scarcely bear this news, nearly fainting again. Chapter 3. Final words. Qing, given the circumstances, the dagger must be withdrawn, Wan Ruoying said, glancing at Feng Zuan, who lay upon the bed, her voice heavy with sorrow. Her face was etched with grief, though only she knew the turmoil within her heart. She exchanged a glance with Feng Zhu. Big sister-in-law, the dagger cannot remain in the body for long, Feng Zhu urged. Yuanhao, Song Shuqing turned her gaze to her eldest son. Withdraw it even with a mere 10% chance. We must take the risk, Feng Yuanhao replied, his voice pained. Feng Yuanhao nodded in agreement. Dr. Hong, is it possible to awaken Zuan? There are matters that must be arranged, in case he does not awaken again. Wan Ruoying hesitated, speaking softly. Song Shuqing did not comprehend her meaning, but Feng Yuanhao understood. If the father were to pass away, the title of the marquis would inevitably require a new heir. How could a paralyzed man uphold the honor of the Vofu? His younger brother, still ailing, was not the ideal candidate either. Thus, only the second uncle and the third brother remain. As options. He closed his eyes in anguish. Dr. Hong, I implore you to administer acupuncture to awaken my father. A tear fell from Feng Yuanhao's eye. As the eldest son, he was the only one who could make decisions when his father collapsed. Dr. Hong performed the acupuncture. Feng Tianxing understood his grandmother's intent. This was to allow his father to impart his final words. Feng Zuan gradually regained consciousness. Feng Yuanhao wheeled himself to his father's bedside, tears in his eyes as he explained the situation to Feng Zuan. The old man weakly turned his head to gaze at his wife and children. Song Shuqing's face was streaked with tears. Feng Zuan struggled to lift his right hand to caress her face, his voice feeble. My dear, it seems I must depart before you. I leave our children in your care. However, I shall strive to survive. Even a fraction of hope is still hope. Zuan, do you consent to the amputation? Wan Ruoying stepped forward to inquire. Feng Zuan lifted his gaze to his stepmother and younger brother. Proceed, he managed to utter, granting his agreement. Zuan, given the circumstances, who do you wish to pass the title to for the future of the Ofu? Wan Ruoying's face bore sorrow, and a few tears escaped her eyes. There was no need for her to conceal her true intentions any longer. Her motives were laid bare. Feng Tianxing observed the expression on Wan Ruoying's face and the slight smirk on Feng Zhu's lips, feeling a surge of resentment within. Father, please do not speak recklessly. You shall not perish. I can save you, and by tomorrow, you will be brimming with vitality. Nevertheless, let him say what he will as long as he remains alive. His words hold no weight. Feng Tianxing stood in the corner, internally lamenting and grappling with conflicting emotions. Upon hearing this ethereal utterance, the others in the spacious room were momentarily taken aback in unison. Song Shuqing discerned that it was Feng Tianxing's innermost thoughts. Realizing that her husband might have a chance at survival, she cast aside her apprehensions and quickly regained her composure. Darling, this matter is beyond our purview. It would be prudent for the emperor to make the final decision. To avoid drawing attention to any abnormality, Song Shuqing immediately leaned towards Feng Zuan's bedside, directing him with fervent glances. The others were turned away, oblivious to her subtle gestures. Equally attuned to Feng Tianxing's silent plea, Feng Zuan, amidst his astonishment, caught his wife's signal and understood that something was amiss. He naturally acquiesced to her suggestion. Mother, this matter, indeed, requires the emperor's judgment. He was exceedingly frail, speaking with great difficulty, and his clarity was somewhat compromised. Wan Ruoying pondered for a moment and concurred. Moreover, the emperor would not permit Yuanhao and Yuanhan to inherit. It was evident that the two brothers were incapable of shouldering such a burden. Whether it pertained to Zhuwu or Yuanji, the responsibility lay with their second household. Thus, she resolved not to dwell on it further. Physician Hong and Dr. Zhang collaborated swiftly to extract the dagger, promptly applying hemostatic medicine and binding it tightly with bandages, issuing prescriptions and instructions before taking their leave. Throughout the entire ordeal, Feng Tianxing remained conscious, for he yearned for life. His youngest son was still so very small, and he had yet to fully comprehend that childhood void. See, he had just heard. The matters have been settled, and all unrelated individuals have departed. Song Xuqing sent away the servants, instructing them to keep their distance, and personally closed the door. Her third son was taken away by Wan Ruoying, who claimed that Song Xuqing would undoubtedly lack the inclination to attend to matters this evening. Within the room, it was just the five of them. At last, Song Xuqing embraced Feng Tianxing, who had been standing quietly in the corner, and seated her before the bed. "Husband Yuanhan, do take a look at this child," Song Xuqing urged them to observe Feng Tianxing's visage. Previously preoccupied with Feng Tianxing's injury, she had scarcely attended to Feng Tianxing, who had been remarkably well-behaved, standing silently in the corner, unnoticed by the others. "Mother, why does this child resemble you so closely?" Feng Yuanhao was the first to respond. "Whom do you think Yuanji resembles?" Song Xuqing inquired, casting a glance at them. "It seems she resembles neither mother nor father," Feng Yuanhao pondered earnestly. "My husband, this child has been begging at the door for 5 consecutive days. Today, upon bringing her inside and cleaning her up, I realized how strikingly similar she is to me. Thus, I have decided to adopt her as my daughter. Mother, I am your biological daughter. That one named Yuanji is my uncle's child." She longed to convey that she was just like her 2 elder brothers. The 2 brothers gazed in astonishment at the incessantly chirping Feng Tianxing, their mouths agape in disbelief. "Madam," Feng Tianxing, lying on the bed, weakly called out. Upon observing the expressions of the individuals present, Song Xuqing discerned that they too could perceive the child's innermost thoughts, prompting her to signal them to remain silent. It would be detrimental for the child to realize that they could hear her heart's whispers. No one desires their innermost musings to be laid bare before others. Such exposure obliterates any sense of self. Years ago, upon awakening from her stupor, she learned that her younger brother and sister-in-law had given birth to a stillborn child, and she consoled them for quite some time. "What?" Feng Tianxing inquired with feigned astonishment. "I thought as much. Yuanji bears a striking resemblance to the second aunt," Feng Yuanhan pretended to speculate, albeit with an element of truth. "Indeed, it appears that the second branch orchestrated the child's substitution back then," Feng Yuanhao asserted, his tone unequivocal rather than interrogative. "The elder brother is astute. Your broken leg was also a scheme of the second branch. The second brother is not ill, but rather poisoned. They covet the title. If the patriarch cannot attain it, they will have their son do so." The family was engulfed in profound shock. "Despicable, utterly despicable. I have been blind," Feng Tianxing lamented, shutting his eyes in anguish. The physical wounds he bore paled in comparison to the agony within his heart. Isn't it true that father has been blind? Did he truly believe his stepmother's affections were genuine? Initially, as she had yet to solidify her position in the marquis, she would naturally show kindness towards you and the eldest aunt. However, once she gained her wings, her allegiance would undoubtedly shift to her own offspring. Foolish filial piety, dear father, your stepmother eagerly awaits your demise. Everything you hold dear will be seized by the second uncle's family, leaving you to meet a grim fate. For they have set their sights on your title. Feng Tianxing critiqued.
Chapter 4. The Elixir of Life. Upon hearing those words, Feng Tianxing felt an overwhelming sense of shame. For so many years, he had been oblivious to the ambitions harbored by the second household, all the while maintaining a facade of maternal affection and fraternal harmony. Feng Tianxing slipped gracefully from Song Xuqing's embrace, crawled to the bedside, and gently poked Feng Tianxing with a small hand. As Feng Tianxing opened his eyes and gazed at the child before him, he couldn't help but notice how increasingly reminiscent of his wife the child appeared. "My dear child, if your father survives, I shall cherish you alone henceforth. Would that be agreeable?" Feng Tianxing laboriously lifted his hand to gently stroke Feng Tianxing's head, tears glistening in his eyes. Feng Tianxing nodded repeatedly. This was indeed kinship. It was the profound familial love that drew her to choose this family for her rebirth. Then, she extended her hand, palm open, revealing a pill the size of an adult's thumb. Unlike the common black pills, this one was crystal clear and remarkably beautiful. A rich aroma of medicine wafted from it, invigorating anyone who caught a whiff. Feng Tianxing pinched the pill, struggling to feed it to Feng Zuan. Yet her short arms could not reach. She had no choice but to exert herself to jump a little higher, but still fell short. Observing this, Song Shuqing immediately lifted her higher. Without hesitation, Feng Zuan swallowed the unknown pill. It dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, and before he could savor its taste, it was gone. A miraculous sensation soon enveloped him, as if something were cleansing his body, a warm current flowing through him. A tingling sensation spread throughout his being, and the wounds on his body began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, no one noticed. What Feng Tianxing had offered him was a supreme restoration pill, an elixir from the realm of cultivation. For Feng Zuan, it was akin to a divine remedy, undoubtedly effective in healing his injuries. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Zuan felt increasingly at ease and spirited. Suddenly, he flipped upright. Appearing no different from an ordinary person, he let out a hearty laugh, then stifled it as a thought crossed his mind. He pulled Feng Tianxing into his embrace, exclaiming, "My dear daughter." A resounding kiss landed on Feng Tianxing's cheek. Song Shuqing exclaimed, "My husband," while the two brothers called out, "Father, I am ready," with an unprecedented spirit. Truly, your younger sister is a celestial being sent from the heavens, and that medicine is indeed a miraculous elixir. Henceforth, you two shall dote on her, elevating her to the heavens. Remember this. Feng Zuan is filled with unparalleled joy. This child is a harbinger of fortune, undoubtedly the Feng family's beacon of good luck. Feng Tianxing also smiles with delight, observing everyone. This is what it means to be family, true family. The two brothers nod in agreement, their faces brightening as they cast aside previous shadows of gloom. Now, I must continue feigning illness. You all appear with such mournful expressions. Tomorrow, the Emperor will surely send someone to inquire after me. Remain vigilant, and do not reveal any flaws. Damn it, that scoundrel is truly treacherous, attempting to bring about our mutual destruction. Fortunately, my sword is long, and I pierced his heart with a single strike. Yet I did not anticipate that he had concealed a dagger within his sleeve, catching me off guard and leading to my injury. Child, call me father, Feng Zuan implores, gazing at the child in his arms. My dear husband, this child has undoubtedly endured immense suffering. He cannot speak, likely due to an issue with his throat. We should summon a royal physician to examine him, Song Shuqing hastily explains. What? Feng Zuan was taken aback, his eyes wide as he gazed at Feng Tianxing. Oh, my dear child, when I was cast aside by my step-grandmother, I was rescued by unknown individuals who rendered me mute and handed over to a hunter for upbringing. My foster parents were cruel, always beating me and never allowing me a proper meal. At merely 3 years old, I was burdened with numerous chores, feeding chickens, tending to pigs, and sweeping the floor. I am still too small and powerless. You must help me seek vengeance. Feng Tianxing looked at Feng Zuan with a pitiful expression. The four present felt a profound sorrow in their hearts. Child, now that you are in the marquis' residence, no one shall dare to bully you again. You are the esteemed young lady of this household. Your father and 2 elder brothers will protect you from now on. In a few days, I shall find a physician to attend to your needs, Feng Zuan declared with resolute strength. Feng Tianxing felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, nodding eagerly. Husband, let us bestow a name upon the child, Song Shuqing said as she took Feng Tianxing into her arms. Father, my name is Tianxing. I am called Tianxing. Feng Tianxing exclaimed in her heart, unwilling to abandon the name she had cherished for 2 centuries. Then let it be Feng Tianxing, shining like the stars in the sky. And may her future be as brilliant as the starlight, Feng Zuan echoed, aligning with Feng Tianxing's innermost thoughts. Is father truly in sync with my sentiments? His thoughts mirror those of my father in my previous life, she mused. As the atmosphere lightened, Feng Tianxing began to observe her family more closely. Her father had a striking square face, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, a valiant figure with a lean and powerful physique, undoubtedly charming. No wonder her mother adored him so. Looking at her elder brother, she noted that despite having lived for over 2 years without independence, his spirit remained unbroken. He bore a resemblance to their father, especially with those captivating peach blossom eyes. The second brother, however, bore a closer resemblance to their mother, with a round face, though he too was excessively thin. His high cheekbones a testament to the torment he had endured, leaving him with a somewhat lifeless demeanor. Both brothers endeared themselves to Feng Tianxing, and as she drifted in thought, she sensed a strong familial bond among them, something she had longed for in her previous life. Elder brother, your injury was orchestrated by our second uncle, but fret not. I can help you stand once more. The 2 brothers, upon hearing Feng Tianxing's heartfelt words, were left speechless. their eyes gleaming with hope as they gazed at their sister cradled in their mother's arms, akin to dogs eyeing a delectable bone. From this day forth, the fate of the Feng family would embark upon a wholly different path. With the crisis averted and nightfall approaching, Song Shuqing took Feng Tianxing out to arrange for their meal, leaving the three men in the bedroom. "Father, is my sister a divine spirit reborn into our family?" Upon witnessing Feng Tianxing being taken away, Feng Yuanhan eagerly inquired, wishing to ascertain whether his father shared the same understanding. "Indeed. It is imperative that you keep this a secret and safeguard our younger sister." To my astonishment, the second branch harbors such ambition. It appears that the stepmother is a schemer. I had once believed her to be virtuous. She was merely 17 when she entered our household. Just 2 years older than your aunt. However, upon your second uncle's success in the imperial examinations and his subsequent rise to office, her ambition became insatiable. Feng Zuan let out a deep sigh. "My daughter speaks the truth. He is foolish. We must ensure our sister's protection," the two brothers declared in unison. The following morning, after arranging the household affairs, Song Shuqing accompanied Feng Tianxing to Rinshou courtyard to pay their respects to Wan Ruing, as tradition dictates. In retrospect, it becomes apparent that the old matriarch, out of concern for her grandson, allowed her to complete her tasks before departing. Upon entering, they found the second sister-in-law, Zheng Lian, and the second sister, Feng Ruyue, present. After exchanging greetings, they asked, "Aching, what is the current situation with Zuan?" Wan Ruoying inquired with genuine concern. In truth, she had been constantly sending people to gather information. "Thank you for your concern, mother. My husband had a fever throughout the night, and we took turns wiping his body with water until dawn when it finally subsided. The bleeding has also stopped. Dr. Zhang's medicine proved to be quite effective." Song Shuqing's eyes were bloodshot, and dark circles adorned her eyes, a result of the makeup she had applied, as witnessed by Feng Tianxing. He silently praised her mother's cleverness. Regardless, she appeared utterly haggard. "That is good. That is good." Wan Ruing's smile slightly faltered, yet she concealed it adeptly. "Oh, sister-in-law, whose child are you holding?" Dressed in a resplendent pink attire, Feng Riyue gazed at Feng Tianxing and inquired. It was then that Wan Ruoying and Zheng Lian directed their attention towards Feng Tianxing, nestled in Song Shuqing's embrace. Upon beholding Feng Tianxing's appearance, the two were taken aback in astonishment. Chapter 5. Is mother truly such a great actress? At this moment, Feng Tianxing had donned a dress for young girls, purchased early that morning, which rendered her appearance entirely different from when she had been begging at the gate. Her round face, though lacking in plumpness, bore a pair of exceptionally bright eyes. It was these very eyes that made others perceive a striking resemblance to Song Shuqing, who held her close. "Big sister, why have you brought this little beggar to our mother?" Feng Ruyue remarked with evident disdain, as if confronted with something filthy. "This child and I share a bond. I intend to adopt her," Song Shuqing replied with a calm demeanor. "Mother, I believe this child is a harbinger of good fortune. My husband suffered grave injuries yesterday, and yet he still clings to life. Perhaps my decision to adopt this child is the reason for this blessing," Song Shuqing asserted, exhibiting a rare firmness. "Well done, mother. One must be resolute when the time calls for it." Upon hearing Song Shuqing label her as a harbinger of good fortune, Feng Tianxing was utterly delighted, her round eyes scanning the room, observing the varied expressions of those present. Song Shuqing too took note of their reactions. Seeing no signs of shock on their faces reassured her that they could not hear Feng Tianxing's inner thoughts, allowing her to relax. Wan Ring scrutinized her usually amiable and filial daughter-in-law for a few moments, then shifted her gaze to Feng Tianxing, suppressing the doubts swirling in her mind. After exchanging pleasantries, Song Shuqing intended to take her leave, feeling a sense of unease at the presence of the second branch of the family. However, before she could voice her farewell, hurried footsteps approached from outside. "Madam, there are visitors from the palace," Cui Ping announced, rushing in without formalities. Visitors from the palace were no trivial matter. Although the Marquis of Wuhan held a title, Feng Zuan himself was of modest rank, serving merely as a deputy general within the Imperial Guards, a third-grade position. The Imperial Guards were tasked with protecting the entire royal city. A case of stolen tribute should have been managed by the Court of Judicial Review. However, due to the audacity of the thieves, they requested assistance from the Imperial Guards. Feng Zuan had accepted this mission, resulting in his injury. Feng Yuanhao, seated in a wheelchair, engaged in small talk. "Your Excellency, I appreciate your efforts," Song Shuqing promptly greeted, recognizing the visitor as one of the emperor's attendants. She graciously accepted the gifts bestowed by the emperor. The attendant said little, proceeding to check on the marquis. At this moment, Song Zuan lay in a state of unconsciousness. To enhance the illusion, he had consumed a tranquilizer and had fallen into a deep slumber. His face, adorned by Song Shuqing's careful makeup, appeared pale and ghostly, a clear indication of excessive blood loss. "Madam Marquis, how's the marquis faring?" The attendant observed Feng Zuan's seemingly lifeless state with a sigh of sympathy. Tears welled in Song Shuqing's eyes, and Feng Yuanhao was not in a much better condition. "Madam Marquis, please take good care of the marquis. The emperor has granted him 3 months for recuperation. He is to return to duty only after he has regained his health," the attendant conveyed the emperor's decree. "Thank you for the emperor's benevolence," Song Shuqing responded with a respectful bow. The emperor is also quite concerned about the young master's legs. "Shall we continue to seek medical assistance?" The attendant glanced at Feng Yuanhao's legs, probing for answers. This was, in fact, a form of testing. If the prognosis were grim, the young master's position would be at stake. Given the marquis's serious injury, Imperial physician Hong had already reported the situation to the emperor. Should the worst occur, the title of the marquis would need to be reassigned. As the attendant departed to fulfill his duties, another visitor arrived at the marquis's residence, none other than Xue Jingwen and his wife. Xue Jingwen, the deputy minister of works, held a third-grade position. Although he was of the same rank as the marquis, the distinctions between civil and military officials were vast. A civil official's third-grade authority was substantial, while a military officer's of the same grade was comparatively diminished. In times of peace, military officers in the capital often existed in a state of retirement unless deployed to the borders. However, the Feng family possessed a higher standing than the Xue family due to their status as a marquisate. Song Shuqing felt a surge of joy. Her daughter, Xue Yiru, was already betrothed to Yuan Hao, making them prospective in-laws. The two children were 17 and 16, respectively, the perfect age for marriage. Their prompt visit to inquire about the marquis demonstrated their investment in this union. The fact that they had not suggested breaking the engagement, despite Feng Yuanhao's 2-year paralysis, deeply moved Song Shuqing. "Minister Xue, Madam Xue," Song Shuqing warmly greeted, her hand firmly holding Feng Tianxing. Feng Yuanhao also stepped forward to pay his respects, though his physical limitations confined him to verbal greetings. They were then led to the main hall where servants brought tea before departing. Song Shuqing held Feng Tianxing in her lap. "Madam Feng, we heard that the marquis was gravely injured yesterday, and we came to offer our condolences," Madam Xue, Qin Huanqiao remarked, casting a fleeting glance at Feng Yuanhao's legs resting beneath the wheelchair. This glance did not go unnoticed by anyone in the room, and Feng Tianxing's eyes followed suit. Recalling that this family was the one to which her elder brother was betrothed, Feng Yuanhao instinctively adjusted his garments to cover himself. "Thank you, Madam Xue, for your concern. The marquis indeed faced peril yesterday," Song Shuqing continued, her tears flowing freely. "Mother, you truly excel at this act." Feng Tianxing gazed up at Song Shuqing, raising her hand to wipe her tears. This statement nearly caused Song Shuqing to falter in her performance, almost revealing the ruse. She quickly grasped Feng Tianxing's hand, using a handkerchief to dab her eyes, concealing her face. Xue Jingwen and his wife exchanged glances, with Qin Huanqiao giving a subtle nod. "Madam Feng, let us first check on the marquis," Xue Jingwen suggested, still seeking confirmation. The group proceeded to the bedroom, where they found Feng Zuan lying lifelessly on the bed, surrounded by blood-stained bandages, a shocking sight. It appeared that the marquis faced a formidable challenge ahead. Should he fail to pull through, the future of the marquisate was bleak. He had served in his official capacity for over a decade and had observed the second branch of the family closely. Their lack of ambition was evident. How could it be otherwise? Why else would he marry the granddaughter of the Duke of Zheng, if not for the sake of status, a notion that Feng Zuan, as a military man, could not grasp? "Madam Feng, our children are of an age where they should be wed. Yet, my daughter faces ridicule whenever she ventures out. It has been over 6 months since she last left the house. As parents, we are pained by this," Qin Huanqiao lamented, dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief, expressing the sorrow of a mother deeply concerned for her child. Song Shuqing felt overwhelmed by the emotional disparity. Feng Yuanhao's eyes widened as he regarded his future in-laws. "Madam Xue, what do you mean?" Song Shuqing asked, her disbelief evident as she gazed at Qin Huanqiao. Chapter 6. A future beyond your reach. The two individuals maintained a cordial and polite demeanor during their usual encounters. So what could have prompted such a sudden change in sentiment? It was the grave injury of the marquis, which may lead to his imminent departure from this world. Should the marquis pass away, Yuan Hao would be obliged to observe a 3-year mourning period, and the title would certainly not be conferred upon him. Despite his current status as heir apparent, the emperor would never agree to bestow a title upon a paralytic. Consequently, their daughter's marriage to him would yield no benefits. Why marry at all? If the marquis remained healthy, a child from such a union could inherit the title, providing hope for the future. Even if Yuan Hao were to be deprived of it later. Alas, when the walls crumble, all push against them. Even the emperor has sent eunuch Rin to inquire about Yuan Hao's leg. Lady Feng, as fellow parents, I trust you can empathize. Moreover, even without a marriage alliance, our families can remain friends. It is merely that Yaru's behavior has been rather troublesome. The kindness shown by the late marquis to our family will always be remembered. And should any assistance be required in the future, the Xue family will certainly do their utmost to help. Qin Huanqiu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet for the sake of her daughter, she felt compelled to act. She had long contemplated withdrawing from the engagement. However, her husband consistently opposed the idea, encouraging her by asserting that a daughter could still give birth to a son who would inherit the title. The late marquis had merely formed a bond with Xue Jin when years ago during a royal autumn hunt, saving him from a potential fall. At that time, Feng Yuanhao was merely 12, spirited and full of youthful vigor, and many families with daughters viewed him favorably. In truth, it was they who had sought the connection. Utilizing this bond, the two families frequently mingled, becoming friends, which ultimately led to the betrothal of their children. Sharing in prosperity is acceptable, but sharing in adversity is not. Such people, to withdraw now, you shall find yourselves beyond their reach in the future. Feng Tianxing felt a surge of discomfort at this. Pouting slightly. Alas, such is the nature of humanity. Song Shuqing glanced at the pouting Feng Tianxing and then at her eldest son. Were it not for the insights she gained from her daughter's heartfelt words and witnessing the miraculous elixir she presented last night, she would be loath to let go of this alliance. If Yuan Hao were to remain incapacitated, finding a suitable match would be an insurmountable challenge. Yet now, her mindset had shifted. She had met the Xue family's daughter a few times and found her aspirations somewhat lofty, lacking the gentle temperament she envisioned for a daughter-in-law. Since they found her unappealing, why retain the connection? But, Yuan Hao, what say you? The opinions of the children hold great significance. Uncle Xue, have you truly given it sufficient thought? Perhaps in not too distant a future, I may find a miraculous physician capable of healing my leg. Feng Yuan Hao, cherishing the past ties, was willing to grant another chance. His reluctance to part ways with the young lady stemmed not from affection, but rather the difficulty of finding a better match after having withdrawn from an engagement. He had only encountered the young woman twice, with little interaction to speak of. Thus emotions could not be claimed. He was a man of integrity. After all, they had been betrothed for 5 years and deserved some respect. Dear nephew, you are indeed a commendable young man. It is our Yaru who lacks the fortune. I shall also inquire about a skilled physician, hoping for your swift recovery. Xue Jingwen had long contemplated that it would be best to dissolve the engagement. After all, one's own daughter is paramount. Who would wager their life on an uncertain gamble? Very well, since Uncle Xue has made a decision, we of the Feng family shall not linger further. Mother, let us withdraw. We do not wish to delay Miss Xue in seeking a more suitable match. Feng Yuanhao spoke with an air of sudden arrogance. Well done, big brother. It is wise to sever ties with such a family. They will surely regret their decision in the future. Feng Tianxing praised her elder brother's decisive manner, giving him a thumbs up. In this capital, there are plenty of fine young ladies, of that she is certain. In time, she will find the best bride for her elder brother. Feng Yuanhao cast a glance at Feng Tianxing, a smile gracing his lips. He never forced anyone, after all. Marriage is a significant matter in life, and a forcibly bent gourd is seldom sweet. Should he regain his strength, let them lament their choices. Those who have endured hardship truly comprehend the essence of life. Your decision is wise. Song Shuqing agreed readily. Her eldest son, standing tall, was indeed a dragon among men. How could a mere Xue family be worthy of him? Though Xue Jingwen held a third-rank official position, the Xue family lacked substantial lineage, being merely the offspring of humble scholars. Song Shuqing did not seek Feng Zuang's opinion, instead retrieving the marriage contract and the accompanying letter from the Xue family. Qin Huanqiu produced her copy as well. Having achieved their desired outcome, they did not linger and departed with haste. In the Rinshou courtyard. Why does that child resemble a Qing so closely? She recalled that upon the child's exchange, she had instructed Green Tea to immediately strangle it and dispose of it in the mountains to feed the beasts. Madame Zhao, one Roing called out. This Madame Zhao was the stewardess of her courtyard, a loyal servant brought from her maternal home, privy to many of her secrets. Here, my lady. Today, you must have seen the little beggar in a Qing's arms. What are your thoughts? Madam, I believe that child bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Do you also see the likeness? Ruan Ruoying felt as though she alone perceived it. Indeed. However, that child was indeed cast out of the city. Yet, this matter must remain confidential, known only to her. Shall we summon her for an inquiry? Madame Zhao hesitated, uncertain. Green Tea was the old lady's personal maid, chosen from her family's estate. She was unlikely to betray her. Bring her here. Ruan Ruoying was determined to uncover the truth. Madame Zhao took it upon herself to seek out Green Tea. In light of this matter, Ruan Ring had arranged for Green Tea to marry the son of a steward from her estate, a gesture of appreciation, serving as a reward for her assistance. As night fell, Madame Zhao led Green Tea through the back entrance of the estate unnoticed by anyone. Yet, a small black bird had witnessed their arrival. Madam. Green Tea knelt respectfully before Ruan Ruoying. Rise. Ruan Ruoying had already dismissed the maids attending her, leaving only Madame Zhao by her side. Trembling, Green Tea stood. I ask you, did you strangle the infant that was cast away to the mountains? Ruan Ruoying's voice turned icy, causing Green Tea to shudder and kneel once more. Madam, I did strangle it, truly. Green Tea spoke in a flurry of anxiety. She had indeed done the deed, but whether the child had perished, she could not say for certain. In her haste, she had merely tossed the child into the thickets and fled. At the tender age of 17, it was her first encounter with such a grim act. Even a mere infant filled her with dread, contrasting sharply with her usual composure. Relate the events of that day in detail, Madame Zhao interjected. So you never verified if the child was truly dead before abandoning it? Ruan Ruoying seethed with indignation, hurling a teacup in frustration. Chapter 7. The seeds of doubt in the past. When this Green Tea was by my side, it acted with such composure, yet now, at a critical moment, it has faltered. Alas, I should have entrusted this matter to the second son. After all, it is a man's duty to handle such affairs. Regret is futile now. Zhao Momo, summon the second couple, Ruan Ruoying commanded. Madam, what is the matter? Feng Zuwu, upon observing his wife's demeanor, sensed that something significant had transpired. Is it that elder brother is unwell? Elder brother is still alive, but whether he will survive remains uncertain. His life is truly miraculous. Even with a dagger plunged into his heart, he still breathes. What sort of physician is Hong to allow such negligence? Why did he not take measures? Zhang Lian expressed her frustration. That Hong physician is indeed someone bought by the Zhang family, tasked with attending to the favored concubine Zhang He. In the presence of Dr. Zhang, he could hardly take action. Perhaps elder brother will not weather this storm. I heard he had a fever all night. And with the emperor's emissaries arriving today, he remains unresponsive. Husband, I must share another matter with you, Zhang Lian whispered, lowering her voice. What matter? Feng Zuwu inquired earnestly. What you say is astonishing. Feng Zuwu exclaimed, taken aback. I have never seen such a child, but even if I did, a beggar's appearance would hardly be telling. Today, both my mother and I saw the child, and we found the resemblance striking, Zhang Lian confirmed. Let us go to my mother. The couple hastened towards the door, only to be met by Zhao Momo, who entered in a hurry. Second master, second mistress, the old madam requests your presence. The two hastened to Rinshou courtyard. Upon entering, they found the Green Tea kneeling on the ground. Ruan Ring instructed Zhao Momo to close the door and recounted the Green Tea's words succinctly. Hearing this, Feng Zuwu's anger flared, and he kicked the Green Tea aside. Yet, this did not alleviate his ire. Second master, what shall we do now? We cannot ascertain whether that little beggar is indeed the child, but we must be cautious, Ruan Ruoying admitted, equally at a loss. Mother. It may just be a coincidence that they resemble each other. I shall visit my father-in-law. Feng Zuwu had no better ideas, often seeking counsel from his father-in-law, Zhang Zigang, the heir of the Duke of Zhang. His eldest daughter is a favored concubine in the palace, second only to the empress and favored even more by the emperor. Thus, he relied heavily on the duke's household, effectively binding himself to the Zhang family. Go then. Just as Feng Zuwu exited he encountered a servant dispatched from the Duke of Zhang's residence, who was searching for him. Unexpectedly, his father-in-law also intended to see him. Upon arriving at the duke's estate, Zhang Zigang awaited him in the study. Though nearing 50, Zhang Zigang held the position of a fifth-rank official in the Ministry of War, but his daughter's favor with the emperor afforded him significant clout. Had the duke not been alive, his rank would surely have been higher. Greetings, father-in-law. Feng Zhiwu bowed upon seeing Zheng Zigong. "Please, take a seat," Zheng Zigong gestured. Despite his many grievances towards this son-in-law, he could not oppose his daughter's wishes. Thus, he was compelled to assist him. At least the son-in-law could read and had passed the imperial examinations, else he would have found it difficult to offer any aid. Currently, Feng Zhiwu held the position of a fifth-rank official, akin to his father-in-law, thanks to the influence of the favored concubine. He dutifully sat down and poured tea for Zheng Zigong. "How fares your elder brother?" Zheng Zigong inquired directly. "Father-in-law, he is still alive. But how long he can endure is uncertain. I just arrived home and have not yet had the chance to visit him before coming to see you," Feng Zhiwu replied. "Ah, should he pass, with a little effort, the title could very well be yours. If he survives, we shall simply have to wait," Zheng Zigong lamented. "What does father-in-law imply?" Feng Zhiwu was uncertain of Zheng Zigong's intentions. "What are your thoughts?" Zheng Zigong wished to hear this young man's perspective. Feng Zhiwu naturally hoped for Feng Zhiwen's demise, a swift resolution that would eliminate further complications. However, he grappled with the moral weight of such an act against his own flesh and blood, especially since Feng Zhiwen was his half-brother, an honorable man, straightforward and loyal to the emperor, steadfast in his principles, showing no inclination to support the second prince merely because he had married the granddaughter of the Duke of Zheng. He often advised Feng Zhiwu to keep his distance from the duke's faction. "My dear father-in-law, I naturally wish for a favorable outcome. Yet I find myself unable to take such drastic measures," Feng Zhiwu confessed, still clinging to his last vestige of conscience. "Oh, it seems the Marquis of Wuhan has genuine concern for your brother. Let us allow events to unfold naturally. His absence bears no weight on us. Furthermore, given his severe injuries, he will likely be of little use in the future, possibly plagued by illness and a short lifespan," Zheng Zigong stated. Though his true thoughts remained concealed, at times he found this son-in-law somewhat indecisive, which compelled him to take on more worry. Hearing Zheng Zigong's words, Feng Zhiwu's shoulders relaxed slightly. Observing this response, Zheng Zigong sighed inwardly. "Father-in-law, there is something I must discuss with you." Zheng Zigong lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, signaling for him to continue. "My elder sister has adopted a beggar child who bears a striking resemblance to her. My mother suspects he may be the child from years ago," Feng Zhiwu revealed. "What did you say?" Zheng Zigong exclaimed, nearly dropping his teacup. His hand trembling as tea spilled forth. Being a scion of the duke's household, he had little interest in the affairs of a mere beggar. Thus he had paid no attention to the matter of Feng Tianxing begging outside the father-in-law. Feng Zhiwu looked at Zheng Zigong, perplexed. "I summoned you tonight to discuss a matter, but did not anticipate it would come to this. I had no idea that child had entered the years ago. He was abandoned in the grass, but he did not perish. Fortunately, I had someone track the maid who handled the situation. I later considered that he might be kept for future use, a potential leverage against your elder brother in a time of need. However, not long ago, that child suddenly vanished. The family that adopted him was arranged by me. They searched extensively but could not find him before notifying me. Just today, I received word. And now you tell me your elder sister has taken in a beggar child." Zheng Zigong had kept this matter secret from his daughter and son-in-law, wishing to spare them worry. Yet unforeseen complications had arisen. "Father-in-law, you should have informed us." Feng Zhiwu struggled to accept the revelation. He had made such significant sacrifices, only to realize that his child might still be at risk of exposure. Chapter 8. Eavesdropping. It had been years since she had savored such exquisite ingredients. However, witnessing the boy across from her relishing the meal with such delight stirred an unsettling feeling within her. How should she deal with this child? Although Feng Tianxing did not wish to quarrel with a mere child, she herself was still a child at heart, despite her psychological age being 203. Once a revered alchemist in the realm of cultivation, she possessed a formidable spiritual herb space. She had reached the tribulation stage, but tragically perished during the process. Her soul was struck by a fierce bolt of lightning and cast into this mortal world known as the Qian Kingdom. For 20 years, she drifted in the heavens. Witnessing the harrowing fate of this family, the third child, barely born, was strangled and discarded by his stepmother. The eldest son was crippled, and the second son had died young. Feng Zhiwen was slain in battle, all orchestrated by the second branch of the family. Ultimately, the title was inherited by the third son, who was, in truth, a child of the second branch. Song Shuqin was sent to a nunnery, while the eldest son was expelled from the household. She also observed the various tribulations in the Qian Kingdom. Feng Tianxing was astonished to find that the mortal realm was rife with fierce conflicts. The deep familial bonds of the main branch filled her with longing, as she had never experienced such affection. In her past life, her parents were absorbed in their cultivation, rarely attending to her. She was raised by servants, and the spirit of the space taught her the ways of cultivation. Ultimately, she faced a tragic fate of being discarded, yet by some stroke of fortune. She was not killed, but instead taken in by a hunter after being rendered mute and poisoned. This sequence of events hinted at a conspiracy layered upon a conspiracy. However, her spiritual herb space was no longer accessible, and she endured abuse in her adoptive family until she turned 3, at which point she managed to activate her space, allowing a portion of her companion Xiaohong's powers to recover, thus enabling her escape in search of her biological parents. Xiaohong, her soul contract beast, a black phoenix, fortunately accompanied her. Feng Tianxing finally set down her spoon after indulging to her heart's content, while Feng Yuanji across the table occasionally required assistance, though the child was innocent. Feng Tianxing sensed that he would not grow into a virtuous adult. A typical ingrate, he had even sent his mother to a nunnery. Should she render him incapable? It was inconceivable to return him to the second branch. As long as Feng Tianxing was present, the second branch would not be able to produce any more children. Suddenly, a voice rang in her mind. Master, the woman who once strangled you and discarded you in the grass is in the old lady's chamber. What? She was still alive? Feng Tianxing had thought she had been dealt with. Glancing outside, she noted that night had fallen. Under the cover of darkness, it was the perfect time to act. Keep an eye on her. When she leaves, I will instruct father to seize her. Feng Tianxing looked at Song Shuqing, who was wiping her mouth, and smiled sweetly. How wonderful it was to have a mother. After wiping her mouth, she proceeded to wipe her hands. This was a mother's love. Feng Tianxing slipped down from the table, pointed towards Feng Zuin's bedroom, and scurried off. Mother, I am off to find father to handle something. Although she could not speak, her heart always echoed with the words she wished to express. Song Shuqing watched the small figure dart away with a gentle smile. The child was too thin. She resolved to prepare more delicious meals to help her grow plump. Feng Tianxing arrived at the bedside just as Feng Zuin was setting down his bowl, still wrapped in blood-stained bandages. Yet, Feng Tianxing knew he was no different from an ordinary person at that moment. She picked up the clothing from the bedside and with great effort handed it to Feng Zuin, signaling him to wear it. Father, quickly put on the clothes. Help me catch the person who once strangled me and discarded me. Feng Tianxing was in a frenzy, raising the garment high. Hearing the child's heartfelt plea, Feng Zuin was taken aback, quickly donning the clothes. However, he paused, removed the garment, and rummaged through the wardrobe for a black outfit. He then took another black piece to wrap around Feng Tianxing, suddenly realizing he could not let the child discover he could hear her thoughts. Feng Zuin crouched down, asking, What does Tianxing want father to do? Feng Tianxing pointed outside, tugging at his hand to lead him out. Feng Zuin lifted her in his arms and stealthily exited the Luoxia courtyard. Meanwhile, Song Shuqing, observing the father and daughter depart, pretended not to notice. Once outside the Luoxia courtyard, Feng Tianxing insisted on getting down, guiding Feng Zuin to evade the household servants as they quietly made their way to the Rinshou courtyard. Upon reaching the back wall outside the old lady's bedroom, they overheard her voice. Zhao Mama, sell off the entire green tea family, the further the better. Yes, old lady. Please spare the servants' family. I absolutely will not disclose that matter, I swear. Green tea was continuously bowing and begging for mercy. Outside the wall, Feng Zuin hoisted Feng Tianxing up, leaping onto the roof, gently lifting a tile to look down. Feng Tianxing leaned forward, and indeed, it was the woman who had almost strangled her all those years ago. Despite her poor vision at the time, she had been close enough to recognize 7 or 8 parts of her face. Silence her, drag her away. Be cautious not to raise any alarm. It would be best to remove her tonight and deal with it by morning without fail, Ruan Ruing coldly commanded. Rest assured, old lady, I will handle this matter well. After descending from the roof, Feng Tianxing began to gesture. She knelt and bowed her head, mimicking a strangulation, and performed the action of discarding something. Father, the woman who just knelt is the maid who tried to strangle me and left me in the grass outside the city. Quickly, help me capture her. Observing the child's earnest attempts to communicate, Feng Zuin understood her thoughts, yet Feng Tianxing continued to gesture fervently. Finally, he scooped her up and moved a safe distance before setting her down. Daughter, are you saying that green tea is the one who discarded you? Feng Zuin guessed, masking his own thoughts. Feng Tianxing nodded vigorously. Father, you are as clever as mother, she beamed. She then mimicked the action of binding someone. If we capture her, we can uncover the truth from back then. You want father to capture her? Another nod. Daughter, let us play the long game. We will catch them all in one net at the right moment. Since Zhao Mama intends to sell them, I will purchase the entire family and hide them away quietly. Shall we? Feng Zuan proposed a more astute plan. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing joyfully gave a thumbs up. The father and daughter stealthily made their way to Honghao courtyard, where Feng Yuanhao was just settling into bed after a day of emotional upheaval, processing the information he had acquired. He intended to retire early that night. As the servant closed the door, a tall figure slipped in through the back window. Fearing Feng Yuanhao might make a sound, Feng Zuan immediately announced, "It's me, father." Feng Zuan took a seat on a chair without lighting a lamp. Eldest, use the pretext of having business to summon Yu Changfang to your chamber, Feng Zuan said, cradling Feng Tianxing on his lap, adjusting her position to ensure her comfort before continuing. Chapter 9. Grandfather's Wisdom Now. Feng Zuan must reassess who among the household are his trusted allies. His loyal attendant, Yu Changfang, has been by his side since the age of 7, accompanying him through life and death situations, making him the most reliable confidant. Feng Yuanhao did not question the reasons behind this. Feng Zuan concealed himself and Feng Tianxing behind the bed, shielded by a curtain. "Come in," Feng Yuanhao called out loudly. Wang Jiang, the young servant who had just stepped away to wash up, rushed in upon hearing the call. "Young master, what is it?" he inquired anxiously. Serving Feng Yuanhao for 9 years, he had followed him since the age of 10. Despite their master-servant relationship, they were close in age and had developed a strong bond, even training in martial arts together. "I suddenly recalled something and need to ask Uncle Yu a few questions. Please fetch him for me," Feng Yuanhao instructed. "Certainly," Wang Jiang replied thoughtfully, lighting a lamp before departing. Upon hearing that the young master sought him, Yu Changfang hurried over. Having witnessed the Lord's injury the previous day, he felt a deep sense of guilt, as he had been present at the scene but was overpowered by the assailant before he could assist. Consequently, the Lord sustained grave injuries while he only suffered minor wounds. Today, he had attempted to visit the Lord several times, only to be thwarted by the lady. The young master's call provided him an opportunity to inquire about the Lord's condition. "Young master," Yu Changfang greeted Feng Yuanhao with a respectful bow. "Wang Jiang, stand guard outside and ensure no one approaches. I have important matters to discuss with Uncle Yu," Feng Yuanhao instructed, dismissing Wang Jiang. Wang Jiang complied, closing the door and keeping his distance outside. "Uncle Yu, please assist me in sitting up in the wheelchair," Feng Yuanhao requested. Yu Changfang stepped forward and gently lifted the frail figure of Feng Yuanhao, placing him in the wheelchair by the bedside. Upon looking up, he was taken aback. "My lord, I thought you were gravely injured and unconscious?" After rubbing his eyes and taking a closer look, he confirmed it was indeed the Lord, who was cradling a small girl. "Yes, Changfang, it is I," Feng Yuanhao replied. "You are well? This is wonderful news. I was so worried about you that I hardly ate a bite today," Yu Changfang exclaimed, his eyes reddening with emotion. The shock of seeing his long-serving master, who had been so close to death the day before, standing before him was overwhelming. "This Uncle Yu is loyal. He later took a fatal blow for my father, dying in his presence. But now that I am here, no one shall perish. Watch how I defy fate." Feng Tianxing reflected as she observed Yu Changfang on the verge of tears. Feng Zuan tightened his embrace around Feng Tianxing, drawing her closer, prompting her to glance up at him before he relaxed his hold. Upon receiving this news, Feng Zuan felt a tightness in his throat, struggling to find his voice. After a considerable pause, he reached out to pat Yu Changfang on the shoulder. "Changfang, I am fine. The lady procured a miraculous herb for me, akin to an elixir, and after consuming it, I have nearly recovered. However, this matter must remain confidential for now, so I shall appear to be nursing my injuries for the time being," Feng Zuan explained, offering a blend of truth and deception. "That is a relief," Yu Changfang said, finally feeling at ease. "I summoned you to attend to a task," Feng Zuan continued. "Please, my lord, instruct me. There was a maid named Lu Cha in the old lady's courtyard, whom you may recall. Investigate whom she married. That family is to be sold off by Granny Zhao tomorrow. Find a way to purchase them and keep them safe until I require their assistance," he ordered. "Understood," Yu Changfang replied, though he was uncertain of the Lord's motives. "Changfang, this child is destined to become the esteemed lady of our house. I will not conceal any truths from you. She is my biological daughter. Yuanji belongs to the second branch, and they conspired to swap children, causing my true daughter to be abandoned for 3 years. It was that very Lu Cha who took her out of the city and discarded her." At this revelation, Feng Zuan felt a surge of sorrow, lamenting his absence during the lady's childbirth, which had allowed the second branch to exploit the situation. What? Yu Changfang gasped, scrutinizing Feng Tianxing in his arms and recognizing the resemblance to both the lady and the lord, noting she resembled the lady more. Feng Zuan nodded affirmatively, confirming Yu Changfang's suspicions. With a long sigh, Yu Changfang realized the implications, understanding the underlying reasons. The third son was 3 years old. The young master had broken his leg 2.5 years ago, and the second son had fallen ill shortly after the third son's birth. His gaze shifted to the young master in the wheelchair, filled with pity. This is the child I have watched grow up. I wonder if he will ever walk again. Now you understand the ambitions of the second branch. Therefore, I have secretly trained some individuals. Select 10 to be placed in the main courtyard in various residences for precautionary measures, Feng Zuan instructed. While he had other personnel at his disposal, they were remnants left by his late father, and he felt a sense of attachment to them, making it inappropriate to involve them in this matter. Isn't 10 a bit too few? I have trained 30, Yu Changfang replied. That is sufficient. I fear that a larger number might attract the attention of the second branch. Our secret guards also require sustenance, Feng Zuan explained, asserting the necessity of self-preservation for the house. The late lord had left behind older guards, and it was only natural to cultivate younger ones. Although Feng Zuan's brother was unaware of this, their father had indeed left behind a few protectors upon his passing. After all, the Feng family had built their reputation on martial prowess, with Feng Zuan's grandfather having defended the southern borders against the Water Dragon Kingdom, thus earning the title of Marquis of Martial Stability, a title that could be passed down for 6 generations. Feng Zuan was the 3rd generation of the Marquis of Martial Stability. How shall we arrange this? Yu Changfang inquired. This may prove challenging. As the second branch is quite astute, Feng Zuan replied. Do you recall the maid who climbed into my bed 5 years ago? He asked enigmatically. Her name was Z1. She was later reassigned by the lady to the guest courtyard for cleaning duties, Yu Changfang recalled. Tomorrow, instruct the steward to concoct an excuse to sell her far away. We will claim she harbors resentment, alleging she was the one who abandoned the child. The lady gave birth to twins, Feng Zuan stated, reflecting on the second branch's treachery, no longer recognizing any fraternal bonds. Wow, father is truly clever. We can incapacitate that boy or simply devise a reason to send him away from the estate, ensuring the second branch never sees him again. Feng Tianxing thought, greatly admiring Feng Zuan's cunning. It seems the minds of mortals are far more resourceful. In the realm of cultivation, one is preoccupied solely with training, engaging in conflicts, seizing resources, and enhancing strength, where the strong reign supreme. Yet, intelligence is futile if one cannot prevail in battle. Yu Changfang took his leave, accepting his orders. Feng Yuanhao remained quietly listening, not interjecting a single word. Feng Tianxing descended from Feng Zuan's embrace, approaching Feng Yuanhao, standing just a tad taller than his legs. She reached out and gently touched his leg. Big brother, tonight I shall heal your leg, she declared, gesturing towards the bed and nudging Feng Yuanhao. Her intention unmistakable, urging him to lie down. Chapter 10. Rescuing Big Brother. Feng Zuan, filled with excitement, stepped forward and gently placed Feng Yuanhao on the bed. Feng Tianxing, with her little legs, attempted to climb onto the bed as well. Feng Zuan lifted her onto the bed, where she extended her small hands to unfasten Feng Yuanhao's clothing. However, at merely 3 years of age, her coordination was inadequate, and she struggled with the task. Observing her intent, Feng Zuan swiftly removed Feng Yuanhao's upper garment. Father is so strong, Feng Tianxing exclaimed. She searched the bed for a cloth, but finding none, she resorted to pulling Feng Yuanhao's pillowcase, disregarding its cleanliness. Not understanding what his sister intended to do with his pillowcase, Feng Yuanhao obediently raised his head. Little Black, come in, Feng Tianxing summoned her spirit companion with her mind. Bound by a soul contract, as long as they were not too far apart, Little Black would respond to her call. Feng Yuanhao's leg injury had persisted for some time, affecting the bone and possibly injuring his spinal nerves. The use of medicinal pills would cause considerable pain during the healing process, necessitating Little Black's assistance. The window was ajar, and soon, Little Black flapped his wings and flew in. Position yourself on Big Brother's chest. Shortly, use your spiritual energy to help him clear his meridians. This would expedite the process and alleviate some of the suffering. After 2 years of minimal exercise, Feng Yuanhao's physique had weakened significantly compared to the robust Feng Zuan, who could better endure the effects of the medicine. With a single thought, Feng Tianxing conjured a pill in her hand, a vibrant green, and exceptionally beautiful. The pills she crafted were remarkably pure, each one a masterpiece of color. This particular pill was a bone-cleansing pill, a 6th-tier superior elixir, with efficacy surpassing that of the one given to Feng Zuan. Upon seeing the pill, Feng Zuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, even more so than Feng Yuanhao's, as he had experienced its effects firsthand. Feng Tianxing placed the pill in Feng Yuanhao's mouth, observing as he swallowed it. She quickly stuffed the well-used pillowcase into his mouth, though her small strength seemed insufficient. Understanding her intent, Feng Zuan promptly assisted in pushing it further in. A burning sensation spread from Feng Yuanhao's chest, while Little Black's energy flowed into his body, helping to dissolve the medicinal effects and clear his meridians. Gradually, a tearing pain radiated from his spine to his limbs, especially in his thighs. Soft groans escaped Feng Yuanhao's lips as he bit down on the pillowcase, his forehead and body soon glistening with sweat. Feng Zuan immediately lifted Feng Tianxing from the bed, then stepped onto the bed, firmly holding Feng Yuanhao down to prevent him from moving in response to the pain. "Big brother is the bravest, the mightiest, the most formidable," Feng Tianxing exclaimed, desperately conjuring words of encouragement while clapping her hands, as if keeping time. Her soft, childlike voice wafted over Feng Yuanhao's spirit like a gentle spring breeze. He endured, knowing that if he could withstand this, he would rise again. After a full half-hour, the pain began to subside. Feng Yuanhao, truly resilient, managed to keep his groans quiet. When all returned to calm, he opened his eyes, his expression radiant as never before. He felt astonishingly light, his mind exceptionally clear, experiencing a freshness he had never known. "Tianxing," he exclaimed, joyfully lifting his sister from the edge of the bed and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. "Ugh, how stinky." Feng Tianxing recoiled, tilting her head back and flailing her small hands. Feng Yuanhao glanced down at himself, covered in a layer of grimy filth. He promptly set Feng Tianxing down and grabbed the pillowcase to wipe himself off, unable to endure the foul odor. Laughter bubbled from Feng Tianxing, her joy infectious, even if her voice was somewhat grating to the ears. Feng Yuanhao scrubbed at himself, but a small pillowcase could hardly suffice, so he resorted to using his discarded clothing. He cautiously lifted his leg, finding it surprisingly easy to do so. Standing up, he stomped his feet and raised his legs in place, discovering he was as nimble as before his fall. Ha ha ha. The sound of youthful laughter filled the air, though he kept it subdued, mindful of the servants outside. "Yuanhao," Feng Zuan called out, elated by his son's reaction. Feng Yuanhao quickly changed into a fresh set of clothes. Then, he scooped up Feng Tianxing, lifting her high and spinning her around, eliciting peals of laughter from her. "My dear sister, my lucky star. From now on, Big brother will take you anywhere you wish to go," Feng Yuanhao promised. Feng Tianxing nodded eagerly. That night marked a turning point in Feng Yuanhao's fate. Feng Zuan, unable to tolerate the lingering odor, took Feng Tianxing and quietly left after exchanging a few words. Feng Yuanhao returned to his wheelchair, pushing himself to the door and calling out, "Wang Jiang. Young master, what are your commands?" Wang Jiang rushed in, a hint of confusion on his face, having heard the young master's laughter moments ago. Wasn't he alone in the room? The sudden exuberance from Feng Yuanhao caught him off guard. "Prepare a bath for me." "A bath? But didn't you just bathe before dark?" Wang Jiang scratched his head, wondering if he had misheard. "Are you not going quickly?" Feng Yuanhao could no longer endure, having driven his sister away with the stench. "Yes, my lord." Wang Jiang, puzzled, turned and dashed off. Fortunately, someone was on duty in the kitchen. Water was heated, and he assisted Feng Yuanhao into the bathing tub, attending to him as usual. Feng Yuanhao knew it was not yet time to stand, so he pretended to be as he had been before, allowing Wang Jiang to handle everything. Meanwhile, Feng Zuan and Feng Tianxing quietly returned to their chamber. Song Shuqing still had the lamp lit, waiting for them. "Madam, you have not yet retired?" Feng Zuan inquired softly. "The next room over still has Feng Yuanji asleep, and the maid on duty is still present. She must remain vigilant," came the response. Thankfully, since Feng Zuan's injury yesterday, she had personally attended to him, keeping the servants at bay. Thus, they were unaware that Feng Zuan had slipped out to attend to matters. Feng Zuan placed Feng Tianxing in the middle of their bed, while he unceremoniously removed his outer robe and lay on the outer side. Feng Tianxing's eyes sparkled with delight at this unexpected privilege of sleeping with her parents. In her previous life, she had never shared a bed with them, making this their first true family reunion. Gazing from left to right at her father and mother, she beamed with an incredible smile. "Father, I am over 200 years old. How can you still squeeze in with me? How embarrassing." Yet Feng Tianxing felt no aversion. This was genuine paternal love. Then, Feng Zuan wrapped his arms around her, allowing her to rest her head upon his arm. Chapter 11. The Prodigy of Fisticuffs. The following morning, as the sun began to rise, Feng Tianxing awoke to find her father feigning illness, while her mother had already busied herself with the day's tasks. Mischievously, she poked Feng Zuan's face with her tiny fingers. In an instant, her hand was captured. With a sudden twist, little Tianxing found herself sprawled atop her father's belly. As the cherished daughter of her father, she planted a resounding kiss on her small face, the bristle of his unshaven cheeks causing delightful tingles. Giggling with joy, she reveled in the moment. "Be cautious, dear husband. Your beard may prick the child," came the gentle voice of Song Shuqing from the doorway. Both turned to see her smiling warmly at the father-daughter duo, her tender expression illuminating their hearts like the sun's rays. With a flourish, Feng Zuan lifted his hands, raising Feng Tianxing high, swaying her playfully as if she were riding a stallion, filling her with wonder and delight. Bursting with laughter, she savored the experience. Song Shuqing approached slowly, cradling her down, dressing her with care and combing her hair. With her locks too short for elaborate styles, she fashioned two petite pigtails. Next, she rummaged through a chest and unearthed a small box, from which she extracted a pair of tiny bells to adorn her daughter. Charming and original, they brought an involuntary kiss to Song Shuqing's lips. Having regained her precious child, she yearned to make up for the 3 years lost in a single embrace. "Dear husband, I have sent an invitation to Physician He to examine Tianxing's throat. He should be arriving shortly." "Indeed, Physician He is skilled in pediatrics. Let us hasten to ensure our beloved daughter has her breakfast. She must not go hungry." Just as Tianxing set down her spoon, Physician He arrived, carrying his medical box. A young physician, no older than 30, he came alone, without an apprentice. Not wanting to disappoint her mother's good intentions, Tianxing obediently allowed him to examine her, opening her mouth for inspection and allowing him to take her pulse. After a quarter of an hour, Physician He shook his head with resignation. "What is it?" Song Shuqing inquired, disappointment washing over her, as she had hoped it was merely a mild ailment, unaware of the severity of the situation. The child had been so small at the time, yet had survived. Truly, it was a blessing from above. Tears welled in Song Shuqing's eyes. "Mother, do not worry. I have a plan. I am simply too small now to withstand the potency of the medicinal pills. In a year, when I am stronger, I shall recover. Just ensure you prepare delicious meals to help me gain weight," Tianxing reassured, wiping her nose and patting her mother's hand. "Thank you for your efforts, Physician He," Song Shuqing said. "Not at all. Would you like to check on Lord Feng?" Physician He asked, though he had little interaction with Feng Zuan. He admired the nobleman's character and wished to build a rapport. "Thank you, Physician He, but my husband is still asleep. Then I shall take my leave." Understanding the situation, he departed gracefully. No sooner had Physician He left than Feng Zuo arrived. "Indeed, he bears a striking resemblance," he remarked. "Why would the eminent physician He be summoned to attend to my elder brother? He is not here for your brother. I invited him to examine this child." Song Shuqing clarified, adjusting Tianxing's collar. "So this is the little beggar my sister-in-law has taken in? She seems to share quite a resemblance," Feng Zuo mused. Squinting at Tianxing, Tianxing scrutinized him in return. This second uncle harbors ambition, willing to part with his own flesh and blood. What a pity, she thought, formulating a mischievous plan. "Let us go see your brother. He may have awakened by now," Feng Zuo suggested, entering the bedroom. Feng Zuan lay there, having mastered the art of feigning illness, with more gasps than breaths, his pallor ghostly, eyelids heavy with effort. "Father is quite the performer," Tianxing chuckled inwardly. "Brother," Feng Zuo called softly, tears brimming in his eyes as he grasped Feng Zuan's hand. "Why is your hand so warm? Shouldn't he be icy?" "Perhaps he has just emerged from beneath the covers," Feng Zuan replied. "You must bear more responsibility for this family moving forward." This was the first time he had seen Feng Zuo since regaining consciousness, and fearing he may not have another opportunity, he hastened to impart his wishes. "Brother, you will recover. We shall find a better physician," Feng Zuo assured. Merely surviving has ruined my health," Feng Zuan lamented. "Not at all." Tianxing was beginning to tire of the theatrics. She wriggled free, and Song Shuqing let her down, allowing her to dash outside. In the courtyard, Feng Yuanji, of similar age, was playing with a wooden horse, a gift from Feng Zuo. Likely, their mother would discard it and purchase a new one. On a whim, Tianxing desired to join in the fun and reached for a rattan ball. "That's mine. That's mine," Feng Yuanji exclaimed, truly a 3-year-old, acting purely on instinct. He leaped from the wooden horse and dashed over, pushing Tianxing to the ground. Unwilling to be bested, she retaliated, rising quickly and shoving him back. Though only 3 herself, she was far more agile, having frequently engaged in such activities with her adoptive mother. Feng Yuanji fell, wailing loudly. Tianxing climbed atop him, delivering playful punches as he cried out. Hearing the commotion, Feng Ziwu and Song Shuqing rushed outside, Feng Ziwu reaching his knees first. Enough, he exclaimed, lifting Tianxing and tossing her aside before cradling Feng Yuanji, treating him as if he were a precious gem. Tianxing, landing heavily on the ground, pretended to cry, though her voice was strained due to her throat's condition. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, managing to produce some tears. Do not cry, Tianxing, Song Shuqing soothed, gathering her into her arms, her heart aching for the child. Second brother, how could you treat a 3-year-old so harshly? She scolded, angered. Did you not see that little beggar assaulting Yuanji? Such an uncouth child should be discarded. We cannot afford to tarnish our family's reputation, Feng Ziwu replied, fuming. Pa, the wild child is the one in your arms. I am my mother's daughter. Tianxing glared at Feng Ziwu, who was preoccupied soothing Feng Yuanji. Song Shuqing closed her eyes, realizing how blind she had been to the second household's motives in their treatment of Yuanji. Both are my children. You may return to your affairs, she stated firmly, dismissing him. Chapter 12. Aspiring to be the top scholar's sister, Feng Ziwu observed his sister-in-law's displeasure and refrained from further argument. In this era, the respect for elder sisters was paramount, and he was unwilling to tarnish his reputation. After soothing Feng Yuanji, he reluctantly took his leave, having taken a brief respite from his duties to visit his elder brother. Yet, contemplating his brother's troubled demeanor brought him some solace. Perhaps his brother truly could not withstand this trial. As Feng Ziwu departed, Feng Yuanhao, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed by Wang Jiang into the luminous sunset courtyard. Little sister. Upon seeing Feng Tianxing, a radiant smile lit up Feng Yuanhao's face. Feng Tianxing dashed to him, and he enveloped her in a warm embrace. Big brother. Feng Yuanji followed closely behind, but Feng Yuanhao merely acknowledged him with a curt nod, leaving the little boy crestfallen and perplexed. Little sister, would you like to join your big brother in the study to learn to read? Feng Yuanhao inquired with a gentle smile. Having consumed elixirs the previous night, he had regained his former vitality. Such miraculous medicine was indeed rare. His sister, it seemed, was an otherworldly being. Since her voice was temporarily lost, he resolved to teach her reading, so she could write and communicate even before her voice returned in a year's time. Upon hearing her brother's suggestion, Feng Tianxing eagerly nodded in agreement. Big brother is so clever. This way, I can express my thoughts in writing and communicate with our family without waiting for my voice to return, she beamed, following Feng Yuanhao with joy. Meanwhile, Feng Yuanji stood alone, ignored, and eventually had to seek out their grandmother with the help of the nurse. Children possess an innate perception. They understand who treats them well. Feng Yuanhao led his sister to his study. Since his leg injury, he had seldom ventured out, preferring solitude and immersing himself in books. Feng Tianxing was astonished by the multitude of tomes lining the shelves. As she surveyed the study, her admiration was palpable. Suddenly, Feng Yuanhao's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Does my sister wish to be the top scholar's sister? Then I shall take the exams. His father had embraced their ancestors' legacy of martial prowess, while his grandfather, having faltered in the art of war, had devoted himself to nurturing his father. However, when it came to Feng Yuanhao, his grandfather favored his second uncle's scholarly pursuits, investing in him rather than demanding the same of Feng Yuanhao. At just 6 years his junior and of similar age to his younger aunt, Feng Yuanhao had followed his father into martial training from the age of 5. Alas, at 14, during a hunting expedition with friends, he fell from his horse and broke his leg, forever severing his path in martial arts. Now he recognized it as a conspiracy. Feng Yuanhao instructed Wang Jiang to fetch elementary literacy for children from Feng Yuanhan's study and began to read aloud to Feng Tianxing, articulating each character with care. Though she was indeed literate, she feigned concentration to maintain the charade, nodding occasionally to signify her understanding. Each nod elicited a bright smile from Feng Yuanhao. That day, several relatives visited the marquis' residence to inquire about Feng Zuan. Song Shuqing, preoccupied with her duties, nonetheless managed to bring lunch for the siblings, knowing well that her little daughter required nourishment. Upon hearing a cough, the siblings understood their brother had arrived. Little sister, Feng Yuanhan called out as he reached the door, eager to embrace her. However, his frail state nearly caused him to stumble, saved only by the timely assistance of the young servant, Wang Hong, who was Wang Zhang's brother and now 15 years old. Here, Wang Hong, there's no need for you to attend to me. You may step outside, Feng Yuanhao instructed, allowing the three siblings to converse freely. Without any outsiders, Feng Yuanhao stood from his wheelchair, taking a few steps to showcase his progress to his brother. Elder brother Yu. Feng Yuanhan was taken aback, then turned his gaze to his sister, knowing without a doubt that it was their miraculous sister who had provided the elixir. My sister gave me medicine last night, Feng Yuanhao proudly declared, basking in his sister's approval. Dear sister. His eager eyes spoke volumes. Feng Tianxing instantly understood. Second brother. If you give me a kiss, I'll grant you a wish. Before she could finish her thought, Feng Yuanhao leaned in and kissed her, causing her to erupt in joyous laughter. As Feng Tianxing prepared to offer him medicine, voices echoed from outside. It was the stewardess, Grandma He, from their mother's courtyard. Are both young masters here? She inquired of Wang Hong. In the air study. Please inform the young masters and mistress that dinner is ready. We cannot let the young lady go hungry. Grandma He was puzzled by their mother's affection for the foundling, who, despite her striking resemblance to her, was still not a blood relation, and noted how she seemed to dote on her more than on her own son. Visiting 5 times in one day to check on her. Feng Yuanhao quickly returned to his wheelchair, moving with agility that left Feng Yuanhan in awe. How enviable. The 3 siblings made their way to the main room. Upon seeing Feng Tianxing, Song Shuqing immediately rushed over, scooping her up for a kiss. As if they had been apart for an eternity. After a warm family dinner, neither brother made a move to leave. Instead, they instinctively approached their father's bedside. The 3 exchanged silent glances, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air until Song Shuqing, having settled Feng Yuanji into the room, broke the silence. Why are the 2 of you still here? She asked, slightly bemused, knowing their father was well enough that they need not keep vigil. Father, I intend to participate in the imperial examinations, Feng Yuanhao declared unexpectedly. What? The examinations? Are you suited for that? Feng Zuan was unaware of his son's capabilities. Father, you are too unconcerned. For the past 2 years, I have been diligently studying. I began as a child scholar. If I succeed, within a year, I can ascend from child scholar to Xiuzai and then to Jiren, qualifying for the palace examination in the spring of the following year. Are the examinations as simple as buying radishes or cabbages? Feng Zuan was skeptical. As the heir of the marquis, mastering martial arts would secure a place in the military, where proficiency would lead to rapid advancement. My sister wishes to be the top scholar's sister. Feng Yuanhao played his trump card. What? Feng Zuan's gaze shifted to Feng Tianxing, still nestled in her elder brother's embrace. Feng Tianxing, too, was puzzled, wondering when she had ever voiced such a desire. Big brother is quite the opportunist. Using me as an excuse, she mused. But being the top scholar's sister must be quite impressive. If you have confidence, then by all means, pursue it. Feng Zuan's demeanor shifted unexpectedly, leaving Feng Tianxing in disbelief. Father, you are so indulgent with me. Big brother is merely using me as a pretext. Little sister. Feng Yuanhan gazed at Feng Tianxing with fervor, his voice filled with emotion. Chapter 13. Saving second brother. The group stared at Feng Yuanhan with a mix of confusion and anticipation. Feng Tianxing, noticing the earnest gaze of Feng Yuanhan, couldn't help but smile mischievously, thinking, second brother, you must endure. Feng Yuanhan, upon hearing this, shivered slightly. With a swift motion, he opened his palm, revealing a familiar pill nestled in his hand. This was the well-known antidote, simple and effective against common poisons, requiring no advanced elixirs. It was something Feng Tianxing had practiced long ago. Cautiously, Feng Yuanhan accepted the pill and swallowed it with warm water. 15 minutes passed without any reaction. Everyone's eyes turned expectantly towards Feng Tianxing. Suddenly, an unexpected and resounding sound erupted from the bedroom, followed by a series of similar noises. The expression on Feng Yuanhan's face transformed into one of despair, his legs tightly pressed together, exuding an aura of vulnerability mixed with disbelief and embarrassment. To everyone's surprise, it was Feng Zuan, the father, who burst into laughter first. Before his laughter could subside, Feng Yuanhan darted away, not out of the room, but into the adjacent washroom. The sound of a deluge followed, prompting Song Shuqing, the mother, to join in the laughter, with the other 3 unable to contain themselves. Let it out, let it out. Just keep going until it's over. Feng Tianxing exclaimed joyfully. For a full hour, Feng Yuanhan made 10 trips to the restroom, feeling increasingly relieved with each visit. By the end, he had not coughed once and felt an unprecedented sense of vitality. Feng Tianxing then offered him a nourishing pill, further revitalizing him. Father, mother, I am completely well now, Feng Yuan announced, hopping on the ground to demonstrate his health. He then turned to Feng Tianxing and bowed deeply. Thank you, dear sister, for the medicine. From now on, should you require anything, you may always seek me, your second brother, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. Feng Tianxing smiled and nodded repeatedly, cherishing this familial bond. Father, my second brother and I cannot recover so abruptly. We must protect our sister's reputation. She should not be exposed at such a tender age. This was the reason Feng Yuanhao remained in his wheelchair today. You are correct, Feng Zuan acknowledged. Already pondering the matter. Shall I send your father to fetch a doctor from afar? Suggested Song Shuqing. Mother, just yesterday I informed Lord Ren that father had already found a renowned healer. Uncle, you can handle this, fulfilling my promise, Feng Yuanhao proposed. Very well, let Changfang go. He should travel far enough to find someone trustworthy. Eldest, you shall arrange this. Feng Zuan instructed, knowing he must feign illness for the next month and avoid public appearances. Understood, father, Feng Yuanhao responded promptly. Feng Tianxing looked at her two brothers, both appearing frail as willow branches, and felt a pang of sympathy. Though only 3 days had passed, she had already sensed the warmth of familial affection. Just because I resemble our mother, I have received the family's acceptance. Since I possess the ability to aid them, why should I withhold my resources? She pondered. If I present them with 3 pills, they will readily accept them, surely. They would also embrace other offerings. It is essential that my family possesses the means for self-defense, allowing me to rest easy. As a girl, I often remain at home with our mother, while our father and brothers, being men, must venture out frequently. They must rely on their own strength. Resolute in her decision, Feng Tianxing flipped her hand, revealing a book. She placed it directly into Feng Yuanhao's hands. He examined the title, The 18 Forms of Hunyuan. The name alone exuded a commanding aura. As he opened it, he found explanations accompanied by illustrations, though the techniques differed vastly from what he had previously practiced, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Feng Tianxing eagerly leaped off Feng Yuanhao's lap and rummaged through their mother's sewing basket for a needle. With determination, she pricked Feng Yuanhao's fingertip. Elder brother, let a drop of your blood fall on the cover of the book. She demonstrated the action. Feng Yuanhao complied. Suddenly, a golden light penetrated his brow, startling everyone. Do not disturb elder brother, Feng Tianxing instructed, raising a tiny finger to signal silence. Meanwhile, Feng Yuanhao closed his eyes, envisioning a celestial master clad in white, demonstrating the martial techniques of the 18 forms of Hunyuan. When he finally opened his eyes, they sparkled with newfound brilliance, and his smile widened. He approached Feng Tianxing. Practice diligently, and ensure you eat well like Tianxing, he encouraged, gazing at his sister with warmth. Feng Yuanhan, observing his elder brother's expression, understood that this book was indeed remarkable. He looked longingly at the sister nestled in his brother's embrace. Sister, second brother desires one too. Feng Tianxing, ever generous, flipped her hand again to produce another book. Feng Yuanan took it, reading the title, The 18 Palms of Jiuyang. It sounded equally formidable. Following his brother's lead, he let a drop of blood touch the cover. A crimson light shot from the book, merging with his brow. As he closed his eyes, he beheld a celestial figure executing each move, culminating in a fierce strike that unleashed a roaring tiger. The sheer force astonished Feng Yuanhan, leaving his mouth agape. After a quarter of an hour, he opened his eyes. How is it? Feng Zuan inquired eagerly, his own passion for martial arts evident. Father, this technique is astonishing. It can cleave a mountain with a single palm, Feng Yuanhan exclaimed in disbelief. Although he was still young and struggled to grasp certain aspects, he had witnessed the celestial figure shatter a towering mountain into dust, understanding its immense power. Feng Zuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. What kind of martial art is this? How can such a formidable technique exist in this world? He turned to his eldest son. And what about you, Yuanhao? Mine is a dragon. The final strike manifests as a colossal dragon, invincible and capable of splitting mountains and parting seas, Feng Yuanhao replied, his eyes filled with reverence for the power he had witnessed. In truth, these 2 books contained the most fundamental martial arts Feng Tianxing possessed. Yet they surpassed the might of the strongest techniques known in the mortal realm by immeasurable degrees. However, they required spiritual energy to unleash their full potential. And since both brothers were mere mortals without such energy, they could only utilize the inner strength available to them. Nevertheless, should they master even a fraction of the techniques, they would be unparalleled in this world. Dear daughter, what about me? Feng Zuan implored, casting a hopeful glance at Feng Tianxing. For no martial artist could resist the allure of martial arts. Chapter 14. Mischief, does father want it too? Feng Tianxing tilted her head, her endearing expression deceptively innocent, reminiscent of a mere 3-year-old child. She nearly succumbed to the urge to nod vigorously but restrained herself, opting instead for a fervent gaze. Delving into her spatial realm with her divine consciousness, she rummaged until she unearthed an appropriate book for her ancestor, Feng Xuanmen. Given his advanced age and lesser adaptability compared to her 2 older brothers, she sought something gentler. Within the cavern of her spatial domain, Feng Tianxing had amassed a plethora of items, some purchased, while the majority were exchanged for her elixirs by others. A few were, of course, seized from those who dared to slight her. She couldn't bear to meet her father's gaze, feeling akin to a plump dumpling. After a brief moment, she flipped her small hand, revealing another book, which she promptly offered. Feng Xuanmen caught it hastily, glancing at the cover, Xuanmen contemplation. What kind of technique is this? It hardly resembles martial arts. Yet, since it was a gift from his daughter, it must possess merit. Mimicking his 2 sons, he pricked his finger and let a droplet of blood fall onto the book's cover. A beam of azure light surged into his brow. Suddenly, an image of a monk appeared in his mind, seated in tranquil meditation. The monk's age was indiscernible. He appeared both 30 and 50. Is this it? A hint of disappointment flickered within him. He chose to wait. Sure enough, soon the monk rose, gracefully unfolding his movements. Each gesture flowed seamlessly, neither rushed nor sluggish. Ultimately, he summoned a gust of energy, unleashing a formidable force akin to a tempest. What tremendous power! Ha ha ha, splendid! Feng Xuanmen exclaimed thrice in approval. Everyone watched him with amusement, clearly pleased with his reaction. Yuan Hao and Yuan Han, this martial technique is too powerful to practice at home. Henceforth, we shall venture to Jiyuan Mountain every other evening to train. The implication was clear. They would ascend the mountain to practice. Indeed, the brothers concurred. Father, I lack the aptitude for scholarly pursuits. Henceforth, I shall devote myself to martial arts. There is a martial examination next year, and I shall partake. Little sister aspires to be the top scholar, while elder brother aims for literary honors, and I shall seek martial distinction. A decisive resolution from Feng Yuan Han. Excellent. Such ambition. Feng Xuanmen could not have been more delighted. He longed for both of his children to achieve greatness. Feng Xuwu, holding a mere 5th-rank official title, bore a pride that eclipsed even that of his elder brother. His ambition swelled as a result. Feng Xuanmen intended to place Feng Tianxing in the center of the bed, yet she adamantly refused, persistently gesturing toward the adjoining room, indicating her desire to sleep alone. I wish to sleep independently. If I am in the middle, neither father nor mother can cuddle me. Perhaps I might even have another sibling. Feng Tianxing accepted that she could sleep there for a night, but not indefinitely. After all, she was not truly an oblivious 3-year-old. Upon hearing her unguarded thoughts, the couple's faces flushed crimson. They had nearly forgotten that their child had reincarnated with memories intact, fully aware of everything. Song Shuqing had no choice but to prepare a small bed for her in the next room. To the left was Feng Yuanji, and to the right was Feng Tianxing, ensuring that any disturbances would be attended to by both parents, with a night watch maid present. Feng Yuanji had a wet nurse, while Song Shuqing summoned Suaping to guard Feng Tianxing's side. The night watch maid was not to remain awake all night. Rather, she would rest on a nearby couch, readily available should her masters require her assistance. If she were to tend to the couple, she would sleep in the outer chamber. At midnight, as tranquility enveloped the night, Feng Tianxing suddenly awoke. She had an important task yet to fulfill. Glancing at Suaping, who was sound asleep, she concentrated her will and vanished from her small bed. She entered her spiritual herb space, a vast realm filled with numerous spiritual medicines. She made her way directly to a cave nestled beneath a small mountain at the center, her second home. Here, she stored various treasures from her previous life, alongside the elixirs she had concocted. Regrettably, they were of no use at present. After rummaging through a row of cabinets, she finally discovered a porcelain vial. This contained a potion she had brewed many years ago when she first began her alchemical studies. Indeed, it was a potion. A mere mortal alchemist could only concoct liquid remedies. Fortunately, her space retained its potency, preserving it indefinitely. Even a mundane potion was considered extraordinary in this world. Little Black, I need you to assist me with a task tonight, Feng Tianxing said, grinning mischievously. Master, your expression is rather dubious. It surely cannot be anything virtuous. Yet I find it enjoyable. Pray, what is it? Little Black, a spirited and carefree creature, was unafraid of mischief. Within the confines of the space, Little Black spoke freely. A privilege not afforded outside. This vial contains something remarkable. It can invigorate a person for 3 days and nights without fatigue. Feng Tianxing's grin grew even more mischievous, though such a countenance appeared incongruous on a 3-year-old. Goodness, master, you are quite wicked. Let us not forget that I am a proud phoenix. How could you reveal such a function of this potion to me? Little Black flapped its wings excitedly. I am not finished. After 3 months, it will render him impotent, and he shall be unable to father any more children. Master, you are truly cruel. Who has wronged you so grievously? Little Black inquired, its tone tinged with both apprehension and excitement. Of course, it is my troublesome second uncle. You need only place this vial near his nostrils for him to inhale it for a quarter of an hour. He is but a mortal and cannot consume it. To cause his demise would be rather dull. I assure you, I am quite benevolent. After all, he already has 1 child. I wouldn't deprive him of heirs entirely. Feng Tianxing innocently conversed with Little Black, emphasizing her own benevolence. Very well, leave this matter to me. Little Black exclaimed, soaring with exuberance, reveling in the task at hand. One could only wonder how it had developed such a mischievous disposition. Feng Tianxing shook her head in resignation, recognizing the need to keep a closer watch on Little Black to prevent future calamities. Little Black flew to the courtyard of Feng Zuwu and his wife, the elegant abode. A window stood ajar, allowing easy entry for Little Black. Even if it had been closed, it could not have hindered its passage, for it was no ordinary bird. The night watch maid had long since succumbed to slumber. Little Black effortlessly slipped into the inner chamber, perching upon the couple's bed, where the young pair lay entwined in peaceful slumber. Little Black stood atop the blanket, deftly using its wings and beak to open the porcelain vial and place it near Feng Zuo's nostrils. Once the deed was done, it swiftly departed, but not before alighting on the roof directly above, curiously lifting a tile to observe the unfolding scene. A quintessential troublemaker, it reveled in the chaos. Chapter 15. The magical efficacy of medicine. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Feng Zuo stirred. Without even opening his eyes, he embraced Zheng Lian and rolled over to commence his activities. The enchanting sounds resonated, making Xiao He wish to cover his ears, yet he hesitated, as he needed to report the events of the night to his master the following day. The maid on night duty in the outer room was roused from her slumber, and the distinct noises persisted until dawn. Once awakened, the young maid could not return to sleep. The volume was simply too overwhelming, leaving her utterly embarrassed. The poor girl, merely 13 years of age, had endured such an assault on her ears for a full 3 hours. Despite the second madam's countless pleas for mercy, they proved futile. As the first light of dawn approached, Feng Zuo gazed despondently at his wife, who lay utterly overwhelmed, feeling a profound sense of guilt. Observing his unconscious wife, he yearned for further encounters, his youthful vigor unabated. However, Zhang Lian maintained a strict hold over him until she bore a second child. He was forbidden from touching any other woman, leaving him without even a concubine. To marry into a noble family comes with certain realizations. The Duke's residence indeed holds a higher status than that of the marquis. Nevertheless, he had reaped considerable rewards, having ascended to the position of a 5th-rank official in the Ministry of Revenue by the tender age of 23. While Feng Zuwen served as a deputy general in the Imperial Guards, a 3rd-rank position, the ranks of military and civil officials are not equivalent. Thus, his authority paled in comparison to that of Feng Zuo's 5th-rank office. The brothers' names are quite intriguing, with Zuo derived from martial prowess and Zuwen from literary finesse. One wonders what thoughts the old marquis harbored at the time, perhaps hoping for the eldest to excel in letters and the younger in arms. Suppressing his urges, Feng Zuo rose to take a cold shower before heading to court. The Kingdom of Qian mandates that officials of 5th rank and above residing in the capital must attend morning court, with a designated day of rest every 7 days. Fortunately, the schedule is quite humane, beginning at dawn. Afterward, the officials can partake in breakfast at their respective offices before embarking on their daily duties. Lord Feng, did you not sleep well last night? Why do you have such dark circles under your eyes? Did you perhaps visit the flower house to seek a lady of the night? A colleague, who shared a relatively amicable relationship with Feng Zuo, jested. This individual was a department official named Zhu Qingshan, of the same rank, yet nearly a decade older than Feng Zuo. Upon hearing these words, Feng Zuo's face flushed crimson. He was acutely aware of his own circumstances, desperately suppressing his body's reactions. His younger brother always seemed to contradict him, refusing to relent. Even when others remarked on his dark circles, he felt no fatigue. Lord Zhu, do not speak carelessly. We are in the Imperial Palace. Feng Zuo replied with a slight bow, hastily moving ahead to avoid further conversation, lest Zhu utter something even more outrageous. Hey, Look closely, something seems off with Lord Feng. Another official observed, pointing out Feng Ziwu's peculiar state, prompting his companions to exchange sly glances. The group watched as Feng Ziwu fled in embarrassment, stifling their laughter. What insatiable desires he harbors! It would be prudent to have a few concubines. At this moment, Zheng Lian had yet to rise. Without a word, Feng Ziwu engaged in vigorous activity until noon. Zheng Lian once again fainted, only to be roused by further exertions. It continued until both were utterly drained of strength. Yet, that lingering heat within Feng Ziwu remained unquenched. Zheng Lian, utterly exhausted, lay on the bed like a lifeless fish. "Husband, what on earth is wrong with you?" After some time, Zheng Lian finally mustered the strength to speak. "I am at a loss. Ever since last night, I have felt this way," Feng Ziwu replied, bewildered. The couple had only shared dinner since the previous night, consuming nothing else. If someone had drugged him, why had his wife shown no signs of being affected? Moreover, who would dare to do such a thing? Physically, he felt no discomfort aside from this, while it was Zheng Lian who could not withstand his vigor, collapsing several times. Zheng Lian was utterly immobile. Feng Ziwu had the maid deliver food to the inner chamber and instructed them to leave afterward. He hastily finished his meal, then fed Zheng Lian, continuing this routine until evening. The following day, Feng Ziwu continued to feign illness. It was only after 3 days that he gradually returned to normal, albeit with considerable swelling. Zheng Lian mirrored his condition. Both refrained from summoning a physician, deeming it too embarrassing, and discreetly applied some ointment. Fortunately, as days passed, their condition slowly improved. Feng Ziwu eventually ventured to an external clinic to have his pulse checked, as he dared not consult the household doctor, let alone the imperial physician. The diagnosis revealed no issues apart from excessive indulgence. "Youth, do take care of your health. One must not overindulge, if it injures your lineage. You will have ample cause for regret," the elderly doctor advised sagely. When Xiao He recounted these days of surveillance to Feng Tianxing, he was met with uproarious laughter. A child and a bird indeed share a profound bond, though Song Shuqing could not comprehend. Feng Tianxing's laughter transformed from quiet amusement to open joy. "Tianxing, what brings such mirth?" Feng Tianxing pointed towards Xiao He, indicating that the little creature was amusing. Xiao He, ever cooperative, flitted about the room in a display of antics, darting up and down. "Hey, from now on, second uncle shall be unable to father children. Let's see how they will worry in the future." Upon hearing this thought, Song Shuqing paused, astonished. What had Tianxing done to render the second brother incapable of procreation? Yet, why did it feel so gratifying? This news must be shared with her husband tonight to lift his spirits. However, was it too cruel for such a young child to harbor such thoughts? She resolved to guide him carefully, ensuring he did not stray from the right path. Regrettably, Feng Tianxing was reincarnated with memories from a past life, making it impossible for him to alter his worldview. In the realm of cultivation, meritocracy reigns supreme. Who cares for the principles of right and wrong? Nonetheless, as an alchemist, Feng Tianxing had not encountered many who dared to challenge her. Alchemists are sought after everywhere, forming one of the wealthiest groups. "Tianxing, come here. Mother has made you a new outfit to try on. Do you like it?" Song Shuqing had spent 3 days crafting a complete set for Feng Tianxing. Since assuming the role of head of the household, her time had significantly dwindled, making it rare for her to personally sew garments. "Mother is so kind." Feng Tianxing eagerly allowed Song Shuqing to change her clothes. In her previous life, her mother had never made her any clothing. It was always the servants who attended to her. Her parents were preoccupied with their cultivation, focused solely on longevity. Once dressed, she stood in the center of the room, adorned in a light pink cross-collared ankle-length dress with a delicate blue translucent outer garment. A sheer ribbon cinched at her waist revealed her fair neck, while the fabric flowed like the serene light of the moon against snow. "Ah, truly beautiful, though perhaps a tad too slender," Song Shuqing mused, satisfied. Feng Tianxing too was pleased with the warm attire. "Mother, I am off to find my elder brother," Feng Tianxing declared, darting towards the door to show off her new outfit, proud of her mother's handiwork. Xiao He promptly followed. However, just as they dashed out of the second gate, they collided headlong with the hurried steward entering. Chapter 16. The foster parents arrive. Feng Tianxing immediately halted. "Miss, please come with me to meet the madam," Chen Shiming urged, grasping her hand and leading her inside. An elderly steward, nearly 50, was drenched in sweat, clearly anxious about the unfolding situation. Feng Tianxing had little time to seek out her elder brother. It was evident that this matter pertained to her, or else the steward would not have sought her out. "Madam, A servant at the gate reports that two individuals claiming to be the young lady's parents wish to see you, Xuanmen announced upon encountering Song Shuqing. He had observed how much the madam favored the young lady in recent days. Though she was not particularly talkative, her resemblance to the madam was striking, and he found her endearing. She was also far more obedient and amiable than the third young master, always wearing a smile when around others. What? Song Shuqing was momentarily taken aback, yet the situation was not entirely unexpected. Bring them to the outer courtyard's main hall. Have a servant push Yuanhao's wheelchair inside, and ask the marquis to join us as well, she instructed. It was an opportune moment to confront them, and why should they hold back? Xuanmen was puzzled. The young lady's biological parents had arrived, yet the madam seemed remarkably self-assured. Was she planning to forcibly reclaim their daughter? The marquis is coming too? He suddenly realized. Madam, is the marquis allowed to go out now? Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. Yes, having been cooped up for several days. It is time for him to breathe some fresh air, Song Shuqing replied. Days passed, and Feng Tianxing regained consciousness. Seizing the chance to get some fresh air and reassure the second household that the marquis would soon recover. Wonderful. Thank heaven. Xuanmen clasped his hands in gratitude. Xuanmen promptly attended to his duties. Feng Tianxing looked pitifully at Song Shuqing. Tianxing, do not worry. Your mother would never hand you over to them. You are my daughter, the esteemed young lady of the marquis residence. Now, drink this bowl of milk to help you grow strong, Song Shuqing encouraged. Knowing that Tianxing needed to maintain her health to recover her voice, she had the kitchen procure nourishing food suitable for children. Having refrained from letting her drink earlier, as it was still too hot. Mother is the best. Feng Tianxing beamed with delight. When the wheelchair arrived, Song Shuqing, along with Feng Tianxing, made their way to the front courtyard. Upon entering, Feng Tianxing squinted her eyes. Indeed, it was that couple. Her eyes seemed to blaze with fury, but she was calmed by Song Shuqing's gentle pat on her back. The fact that they had managed to find the marquis residence suggested their identities were not trivial. How could mere mountain hunters locate the marquis residence in less than half a month? Song Shuqing observed a couple in their 20s. The woman carrying a child of about 1 year on her back. Although their clothing was plain, it was not tattered. The man appeared robust, with a dark complexion, while the woman resembled a rural housewife. Feng Tianxing noted the calloused hand of the man resting by his side. A practitioner of martial arts? Xiao Qiao. Indeed, it is Xiao Qiao. The woman exclaimed upon spotting Feng Tianxing. Do not create a scene. This is the marquis residence, the man quickly admonished her. He then pulled the woman down to kneel and bow. Commoner Zhang Erju greets the marquis and madam. This is my wife, Wang Shi. We are villagers from Liuhe village at the foot of Jiyuan Mountain. Our daughter went missing over 10 days ago, and we heard from the villagers that she was abducted. Heading towards the capital. We have been searching throughout the capital and finally learned that the marquis residence has adopted a child, a mute. We suspect it may be our daughter and have come to confirm. Zhang Erju spoke clearly and without hesitation. Feng Tianxing silently observed the couple, withholding his words. Song Shuqing felt compelled to speak first. Are you certain this child is yours? Absolutely. She gently placed Feng Tianxing on the ground, stroking her shoulders and asking tenderly, Tianxing, are these your parents? Feng Tianxing vigorously shook her head, making incoherent sounds. They are not my parents. Wang Shi, I am your mother. The moment Wang Shi saw Feng Tianxing shake her head, she became agitated, stepping forward to grab her roughly. Child, you have only enjoyed a few days of luxury and already forgotten your birth mother. Do you not fear that the marquis residence may one day discard you? Song Shuqing was momentarily caught off guard, allowing Wang Shi to seize the opportunity. You, woman, how could you treat a child this way? She is only 3 years old, and you handle her so roughly. Are you even fit to be a mother? Song Shuqing, incensed, advanced to wrest Feng Tianxing from Wang Shi's grasp. Madam, you do not understand. This child has a fierce temperament due to her muteness. If she is not properly disciplined, how will she find a suitor in the future? Wang Shi retorted, her demeanor quite brazen. Feng Tianxing, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger. She broke free from Song Shuqing and swung her small fists at Wang Shi. Humph, I am not your child. The one on your back is your own. When I was just 2 years old, you made me sweep the floor and feed the chickens. After your son was born, you even made me look after him while you slept. Whenever I displeased you, you would hit me, pinch me, and not feed me. The leftovers from your child were never shared with me but were instead swallowed by you. Feng Tianxing vented her grievances with each strike, leaving Feng's family deeply saddened by the realization of the hardships their daughter, sister, had endured at such a tender age. Yet, being only 3 years old. Her strength was minimal, her blows rather feeble. Wan Shi, witnessing the increasingly troubled expressions of the three members of the Feng family, did not dare to push her away. In her own home, she could act as she pleased, but here in the marquis residence, she felt restrained. Feng Tianxing continued to express her frustrations until her small hands grew weary, but Wang Shi seemed impervious to the blows. Infuriated, she lamented her own frailty. Just wait. When I grow up, I will deal with this unscrupulous couple. Oh dear, madam, you reside in this grand estate and do not comprehend the hardships of our rural lives. My husband must hunt daily, constantly filled with dread. I am at home tending to 2 children, farming, raising livestock, and managing our household. There is simply not enough time for everything. This child is the eldest, so of course, she must help with some chores, and yet she complains. If I do not discipline her for 3 days, she will think she can run amok. Wang Shi exclaimed, pounding her thigh in frustration. What caused this child to become mute? Feng Zuan suddenly interjected, uninterested in the woman's theatrics. Marquis, my daughter was born with a deficiency. She has been mute since birth. Zhang Erju quickly added in defense. Oh, typically, a mute child would be nearly deaf, yet she can clearly hear our conversation, Feng Zuan remarked coldly, fixing a piercing gaze on Zhang Erju. Zhang Erju was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Is this child truly your biological daughter? Feng Yuanhao inquired, his expression equally stern. Chapter 17. The daughter of the marquis' residence. Zhang Erju was taken aback. This is something I found while hunting. After many years of marriage with my wife and having no children, we decided to raise it. I never anticipated it would be mute. As a commoner, I truly do not know how she became mute. Unable to find an appropriate excuse, Zhang Erju resorted to honesty. Found her? Are you certain? Feng Yuanhao inquired once more. This man had previously assured him that the child was his own flesh and blood. I am certain. Zhang Erju affirmed with a nod. We found her, and she is our child whom we have painstakingly raised for 3 years. Wang Shi tugged at Zhang Erju. My husband is right. Even if she is not our biological child, she is still the child we have nurtured for 3 years. We hope the marquis can return her to us. Her mother has been so worried that she can hardly eat. We searched the capital for half a month before finally finding her. Zhang Erju gazed at Feng Zuan with pleading eyes. This child has a connection to my marquis. Since you found her, I shall purchase her from you, Feng Zuan proposed. Zhang Erju hesitated. My dear, how can we sell a child we have raised through thick and thin for 3 years? If we marry her off, we would gain more kin, and our son would have support. Suddenly, Wang Shi's mind became sharp. Indeed, Marquis, we cannot sell her. The couple harmonized perfectly in their performance. Growing up in the marquis, she could still be considered kin, Song Shuqing added. How can that be the same? Only those we have raised can truly be regarded as our own. If she becomes accustomed to the wealth of the marquis, she will forget her poor relatives. Wang Shi argued cogently. 100 taels. Feng Yuanhao, uninterested in the couple's bickering, stated a figure. 100 taels was a considerable fortune for a farmer. The couple exchanged glances. This is not merely a matter of money. We cannot bear to part with the child we have raised for 3 years. Zhang Erju surprisingly resisted the temptation. 200 taels. Feng Yuanhao raised the offer. Young master, we cannot sell the child, Zhang Erju insisted, remaining steadfast in his resolve. Ah, indeed. One is not swayed by monetary temptation, Feng Zuan remarked. I must inform you. This child is my biological daughter. A revelation that stunned Zhang Erju and his wife. When my wife gave birth, she had twins, but a maid stole one and discarded her. I suspect that maid intended to strangle the child, resulting in her muteness. But you found her, Feng Zuan explained with a somber tone. The couple stood in shock, realizing that the marquis had long been prepared with a reason to keep the child. Marquis, why did that maid steal the child? Zhang Erju inquired, determined not to relent easily. A few years ago, that maid attempted to seduce my wife and was caught, punished severely, and thus harbored resentment for revenge. Feng Zuan generously elucidated, providing reasonable justification. But why steal a girl rather than a boy? This does not seem logical. Zhang Erju remained skeptical. My first 2 are sons. Naturally, she wished for a daughter. A daughter would wound my wife's heart even more, Feng Zuan replied, leaving Zhang Erju momentarily speechless. Is that maid still in the residence? Zhang Erju asked after a brief pause. Such a woman cannot be kept. She was sold long ago. Marquis, this is merely your assertion. We cannot trust it. This child is one we have genuinely raised for 3 years. The implication was clear. The marquis could not simply fabricate a reason to take their child. Is this not an abuse of power? How can this adoptive father be so astute? Why had I not noticed it before? Surely, this family is arranged. This was the first time Feng Tianxing witnessed Zhang Erju articulate so well. Previously, he spent his days hunting while mostly being under Wang Shi's control. Feng Zuwen glanced at his daughter, having already discerned that Zhang Erju was not as simple as he seemed. However, he could not directly reveal this to his daughter, feeling a pang of sorrow as he observed her furrowed brow. If you do not believe me, we shall resort to a blood test for paternity, Feng Zuwen declared decisively. Zhang Erju was left speechless, unable to contest. His current status was that of a humble commoner. Engaging in such a lengthy debate with the marquis was already beyond his limit. On the spot, Feng Zuwen commanded the steward to fetch a bowl filled with clear water. The steward skillfully rinsed the bowl in front of Zhang Erju. Throughout the process, he listened intently, growing increasingly alarmed. He had not anticipated that this little beggar was the young lady of the estate. The twins' wife bore? How was he unaware of this? But now was not the time for such thoughts. The maid who had attempted to seduce him had just been sold. So that was it. Cui Xiang, who had also listened to the entire exchange, was rendered speechless by the revelation. Feng Tianxing nodded. Soon, 3 drops of blood were added to the bowl, with Song Shuqing pricking her finger as well. The result was undeniable. They were a match. Zhang Erju and his wife could only remain silent in the face of this outcome. As events unfolded, Zhang Erju felt helpless. He had botched the matter. He was uncertain what punishment awaited him. My dear, Wang Shi gently tugged at Zhang Erju, calling out softly. Truly the daughter of the marquis. Congratulations, marquis. Zhang Erju could only utter this. Well then, since it has been confirmed, do you still wish to take the child with you? Feng Zuwen regarded Zhang Erju with a playful glint in his eye. We do not wish to take her. The daughter of the marquis being found by a commoner is indeed a stroke of fortune for us. Zhang Erju's tone suddenly became much more submissive. Steward, give them 50 taels of silver as compensation for the child's upbringing over these 3 years. Feng Zuwen made a show of generosity. The couple, feeling dejected, accepted the silver and departed. Feng Zuwen embraced Feng Tianxing and had a servant push her to his study in the outer courtyard. Once the door was shut, with a snap of his fingers, 2 men in black appeared in the study. Master, they knelt in greeting. Feng Yi, Feng Er. Follow those 2 and find out where they reside. Feng Yi, stay a few more days to observe that Zhang Erju and his associates, Feng Zuwen commanded. Yes, Master, the 2 men acknowledged before leaving. Father is truly clever. Feng Tianxing silently praised Feng Zuwen in her heart. Feng Zuwen, filled with affection, kissed her. Today's blood test had further solidified his conviction regarding Feng Tianxing's identity. He had never doubted it. This child was indeed his daughter. From the very first day he heard her thoughts, his belief remained unshaken. Only the 4 of them in the household could hear the child's voice, which served as the most compelling evidence. Thankfully, he had made prior arrangements. The couple's visit had indeed been unforeseen. He had initially thought that a common hunter had adopted the child. Yet, upon seeing the thick calluses on the man's hands, he began to harbor doubts. There must be some secrets from that year that he still did not know. They had slipped away. A mere family of hunters had managed to elude 2 shadow guards. Chapter 18. The Midnight Assassination. How did we lose track of them? Feng Zuwen inquired. The family of 3 had entered a restaurant. The woman excused herself to the restroom, claiming she needed to tend to the child, and shortly after, the man followed suit, stating he urgently needed to relieve himself. After that, they vanished without a trace. Feng Yi explained, Father, that family must be hiding something. Feng Tianxing had not anticipated such a turn of events. In her previous life, she had witnessed the moment of her own demise at the hands of a manipulative woman shortly after her birth, leading to her abandonment, and thus, she was wholly unaware of her adoptive parents' true identities. Being so young, she had lived under the watchful eye of her adoptive mother, discovering nothing. I believe in you, Father. The trust in her daughter's eyes brought solace to Feng Zuwen. The second house will no longer have it easy. He found himself resenting his own blindness. He recalled what his wife had told him a few days prior. Tianxing had retaliated against her second uncle, stirring a mix of emotions within him. The news of Tianxing's adoptive parents visiting spread swiftly throughout the estate, an act Feng Zuwen had intentionally orchestrated. Upon learning that they had performed a blood test for verification on the spot, Wan Ruoying shattered an exquisite teacup, reducing his set of 8 to 7. Oh dear. Mother, what shall we do? Zhang Lian had not expected events to unfold this way and was filled with sorrow. Truly, A case of failing to catch the hen and losing the rice. The main house had managed to find a perfect justification to solidify Yuan Ji's claim. The main house must have been aware of the child exchange that occurred years ago. What is there to panic about? Yuan Ji is still in the estate. You see him every day. Isn't it better that he remains in the main house? Those two cannot bear the responsibilities. And the title of the marquis will ultimately belong to Yuan Ji. Wan Ruoying, feeling distressed, could only use this reasoning to comfort her daughter-in-law and herself. If even a 3-year-old child cannot be kept safe, she mentally berated the scheming woman, a wretched creature, more likely to ruin than to succeed. Regret washed over her for not having allowed the second son to handle matters personally. One misstep led to another. Yet, there was no choice but to accept the situation as it stood. What infuriated her further was that her elder brother seemed to grow healthier each day. He was not on the verge of death, after all. Such a resilient life he possessed. In the Luanxia courtyard, Madam, is the young lady truly your biological daughter? Cui Xiang still found it hard to believe. Did you not see? Why ask? Song Shuqing felt a sweetness in her heart, although she had doubted at times. She had no evidence to support her suspicions, relying solely on the child's heartfelt words. Now, with their blood intertwined, it was a fact beyond dispute. Indeed, Madam. Cui Xiang joyfully departed. Just as things were looking up, her husband had been sequestered in the study for an entire afternoon, seemingly unbothered by the risk of others detecting any discrepancies. Once the family gathered in the dining hall, Song Shuqing dismissed the servants. The 3 men, now alone, suddenly appeared invigorated. Those who had previously sat in wheelchairs stood upright, and those who had been coughing were able to lift Feng Tianxing high into the air. Feng Yuanji was fed in his room by the wet nurse and did not partake in the family gathering. Feng Tianxing observed the previously feeble acting of her family dissipate. Ah, how they laughed. Father and brother are such talented actors. The family enjoyed their dinner with merriment. As midnight approached, the sound of steady breathing filled the air, with even the snores not disturbing anyone. It was at this moment that 10 shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the marquis' estate, their target clear, the Luanxia courtyard. However, they were swiftly discovered by hidden guards stationed there. Yet, no action was taken. They awaited the intruders to disperse a sleeping gas into each room. 2 of them crept into the chamber where Feng Zuan slept. With a swift motion, they lifted the curtain and swung their knives, only to have their blades intercepted by a sword. With a shove, they were pushed back, the bed covers lifting to envelop the sleeping Song Shuqing more securely. As soon as the assassins entered the courtyard, Feng Zuan received a warning from his guards. You're unscathed? The surviving assassin exclaimed, astonished by the unexpected skill displayed. Upon finishing his words, he made an immediate attempt to escape through the window. However, just as he reached the opening, a sword pierced in from outside. The 8 intruders were engaged in a fierce struggle with the marquis' hidden guards, the sounds of clashing weapons and muffled groans filling the air, yet no one shouted. Feng Zuan emerged from his room, gripping a bloodied sword, determined to leave 2 alive. He joined the fray, though the guard's skills remained somewhat lacking, as they were self-trained and the martial arts of the Marquis of Wuan were not particularly advanced, having only 3 generations of accumulation. And Song Zuan's father had little interest in martial training. Over the past few days, Feng Zuan had been contemplating the martial techniques imparted by Feng Tianxing, which were indeed profound. Even a mere brush against their surface had proven immensely beneficial. Before long, Feng Yuanhao arrived with 2 of his own guards, their numbers now even. Like Feng Zuan, Feng Yuanhao had been studying the martial arts techniques provided by Feng Tianxing, and the skills of both father and son had far surpassed those of the assassins. In less than a quarter of an hour, all 10 were subdued, leaving 2 alive. Feng Yi dislocated the jaw of one to prevent any chance of suicide. Just as he finished his task, Feng Tianxing unexpectedly appeared. Tianxing, did we wake you? How come you weren't affected by the sleeping gas? Feng Zuan had deliberately waited for the assassins to disperse the gas before taking action to avoid endangering the women of the household. Feng Tianxing had not been affected by the gas because she had been in her space, where the air was imbued with spiritual energy, benefiting her health. She wished to speak sooner and knew she needed to strengthen her body to endure the effects of the drug. I was hiding in my space. How could I possibly be affected by the gas? Feng Zuan paused, surprised by his daughter's mention of a treasure. What was this space? However, he dared not inquire further. Unfazed by the corpses, Feng Tianxing approached the 2 surviving assassins. Father, you've left 2 alive? Are you planning to interrogate them about who sent them? Feng Zuan knew his daughter would be intrigued. Feng Tianxing nodded eagerly. Feng Yi, dispose of these bodies and ensure the courtyard is clean. We wouldn't want to frighten the ladies. Feng Zuan cradled Feng Tianxing and headed outside, leaving a directive. Feng Yuanhao personally dragged one of the captives, while Feng Er followed closely behind, leading the other. In a secluded room against the courtyard wall, Feng Yuanhao pressed on a protrusion, causing a stone slab in the corner to lift slightly. Together, Feng Er and Feng Yuanhao heaved it aside, revealing the entrance to an underground passage. Feng Zuan carried Feng Tianxing down the stone steps, lighting the oil lamps along the way. After walking approximately 10 paces, they arrived at a basement roughly the size of a bedroom. Feng Tianxing's eyes widened as she surveyed the space. 4 wooden racks stood under the dim light, each marked with deep brown stains, evidence of dried blood, the origins of which remained a mystery. To her astonishment, the marquis' estate harbored such a concealed place. The 2 assassins, barely clinging to life, bore fatal wounds. One had a sword wound to his lower abdomen, while the other had been slashed across the chest. If not treated swiftly, they would soon perish. Feng Er procured ropes to securely bind the 2 to the racks. Both captives glared fiercely at the 4 individuals present. Feng Yuanhao produced 2 packets of medicine from his pocket and administered them to the captives. Chapter 19. Interrogation. Feng Tianxing, upon detecting the scent, recognized it as a debilitating drug known colloquially as the soft muscle powder. After a quarter of an hour, the drug took effect, and Feng Er aligned the jaws of both captives. To his astonishment, even the esteemed marquis feigned illness. The leaner of the 2 glared at Feng Zuan with seething resentment, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "You are mistaken. I am indeed gravely injured, yet my life is not destined to be extinguished, for I possess a potent antidote. Now, tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? If you confess readily, your death shall be swifter." Feng Zuan replied coldly, but neither of them uttered a word. Feng Er stepped forward, seizing the man's hand and executing a bone-crushing technique. A piercing scream reverberated throughout the basement, beads of sweat quickly forming on the man's face. Yet he remained silent. "Not speaking?" Feng Er inquired, while Feng Zuan instructed him to apply the same method to the slightly plumper individual. Another scream ensued. "Will you speak? If not, the torment continues," Feng Yuanhao queried coldly, approaching the man. After a pause, Feng Yuanhao, mimicking Feng Er, grasped the other hand, employing the same technique. A heart-wrenching scream echoed once more. Each time, Feng Zuan shielded Feng Tianxing's eyes with his hand, yet she displayed no fear. On the 3rd occasion, Feng Tianxing forcefully pushed Feng Zuan's hand aside. "Father, I am unafraid. I have witnessed much worse. I'll talk. The plumper man gasped. "We seek vengeance for our master." "Your master? Who is he?" Feng Yuanhao pressed. "He is the thief who perished under the marquis' sword," the man replied. "Jiao Lu, you coward. Our master has treated us with such kindness, and yet you confess." The leaner one bellowed in agony. "Brother Chung, our master is already dead, and we are soon to follow. What difference does it make whether we speak or not?" "Marquis, grant us a swift end," Jiao Lu whimpered, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, struggling to breathe. Feng Zuan, clutching Feng Tianxing with one arm, stepped forward and struck the man's crown with his palm. The man's body slumped, devoid of life. Feng Zuan then approached the only surviving captive. "I do not entirely believe your words. Will you speak the truth or endure further suffering?" Feng Yuanhao broke one of his hands, but he remained silent. He subsequently shattered the man's leg bones, yet still, no useful information emerged. Could they truly be accomplices of that thief? Feng Zuan found it hard to believe. Alas, this individual is too feeble. Had he not been injured, I could have employed my pill to assist him. Feng Tianxing lamented that had he been unscathed, she could have used the illusion pill to compel him to reveal the truth. However, as he was already gravely injured, he could not withstand the potency of her elixirs. All present were mere mortals. Her potions, crafted in her previous life, were exceptionally potent, which was why she herself dared not consume them. If only I had the ability to concoct elixirs now, I could prepare some low-grade tinctures or pills. Eventually, the man breathed his last without divulging any valuable information, only revealing that they came for revenge. Feng Zuan was not surprised by this outcome. These assassins were evidently determined to die, making it difficult to extract useful information. The families capable of training such death warriors could be counted on one's fingers in the capital. Thus, Feng Zuan was able to deduce a substantial amount, though lacking concrete evidence. At the Duke Zheng's residence, Zhang Zigong paced in his study. He had exerted every effort for his third son-in-law, and if that lad proved disobedient, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. It was already early morning, yet no news had arrived. Bing Feng, Zheng Zigong called out. A shadow descended from the beams. Master, I will investigate to ensure that all is well. Yes, the shadow swiftly vanished into the night. Zhang Zigong silently prayed. May the strike be precise. The intelligence provided by his son-in-law indicated that the marquis's household had not trained many personnel, and those present were not particularly formidable. The former marquis's retainers had been divided into two factions, one half assigned to Feng Zuan and the other to Feng Zuo. The guards within the marquis's residence were merely ordinary soldiers, lacking significant martial strength, which was why he had dispatched 10 men. Master, I observed from afar that in the main courtyard of the marquis's estate, several individuals were cleaning the ground. I suspect they may have suffered total annihilation. They are cleaning up the bloodstains, Bing Feng reported, kneeling without emotion. What did you say? Zhang Zigong exclaimed in disbelief. The 10 men he had dispatched, though not the pinnacle of his trained warriors, were still capable fighters. How could there be not a single survivor? Bing Feng remained silent. He was but a shadow guard, tasked to follow orders. He had been too reckless, failing to conduct a thorough investigation before acting hastily. He had already startled the snake in the grass. Nevertheless, he had confidence in the personnel cultivated by the Duke Zheng's residence. They would never betray or confess. That night, Zheng Zigong could not find rest. Following this ordeal, the Feng father and son became increasingly eager to enhance their martial prowess. Feng Zuan organized a schedule whereby one of the family would remain at home each night, while the other two ventured outside to practice martial arts, particularly urging the two brothers to achieve mastery swiftly. As Feng Zuan had duties to fulfill, he might have less time, yet fortunately, the techniques imparted by Feng Tianxing could also be practiced in meditation, requiring only occasional outings for practical training. The following morning, Song Shuqing awoke, noticing a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. However, she paid it little mind and proceeded with her usual household chores. For each meal, she personally arranged for the kitchen to prepare dishes exclusively for Feng Tianxing. After everything was set, she realized that Feng Tianxing had not awakened at her usual time, and even her husband was enjoying a leisurely slumber. Yet, it was rare for both father and daughter to sleep so soundly, she chose not to disturb them, allowing them to rest fully. However, this wait extended beyond breakfast time, and Feng Yuanji had already risen and eaten, while the two remained asleep. Reluctantly, she took Feng Yuanji to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Now, knowing the sincere intentions of the second household, Song Shuqing no longer approached these visits with the same mindset as before. Upon entering the Rinshou courtyard, Granny Zhao readily took Feng Yuanji into her arms and placed him in Ruan Ruiying's embrace. My dear grandson, what did you eat this morning? Ruan Ruiying beamed upon seeing her chubby grandson, filled with joy and an urge to devour Song Shuqing whole. Aching, how's the eldest doing? Feng Zuan's injury is to his chest. His leg remains unscathed. That is good. Ruan Ruiying tightened her grip on the child. What a fortunate life. Sister-in-law, next month, the Princess of Qing will host a Lotus Appreciation Poetry Gathering, inviting talented youths and young ladies from across the capital. I wonder if Yuan Hao and Yuan Han have received their invitations? Questioned Feng Ruyue, who stood behind Ruan Ruiying. Chapter 20. The arrival of the divine physician recently. Due to the injury of the marquis, I have not been paying much attention to the two children. I shall inquire about them shortly. Feng Ruyue posed her inquiry with the intent of showcasing her knowledge. Her two nephews, one paralyzed and the other ill, have seldom made appearances in the high society of the capital over the past 2 years. Among the younger generation of the marquis's family, she remains the most active. At 17, Feng Ruyue bears a resemblance to Ruan Ruiying, with an oval face and a fair complexion. However, upon closer inspection, her eyes exude a sense of arrogance and self-importance. As the youngest child of the old marquis, she has been spoiled by her family, leading her to be somewhat oblivious to the realities of life. She believes herself to be a celestial being descended from the heavens, and thus far has been dissatisfied with her marriage prospects, resulting in her remaining unbetrothed. She never misses various social gatherings, often accompanying Ruan Ring to myriad gatherings among the ladies, where many suitors have approached her, only to be rejected by her own hand. With lofty aspirations of marrying a prince and becoming a royal consort, she has yet to fulfill her desires. Upon settling down, Song Shuqing was eager to excuse herself. But before she could, Cui Ping hurried in with news that the Dr. Yu Changfang had gone to Feng Tianxing to fetch had arrived. Ah Qing, which physician? Ruan Ruiying inquired curiously. A month ago, the Marquis learned of a renowned physician in Feng Tianxing. A few days prior, as he began to recover slightly, He sent Changfang to invite this doctor to examine Yuan Hao and Yuan Han. Hoping to cure their chronic ailments, Song Shuqing responded, her face radiating a hopeful glow. Wan Ruoying raised an eyebrow, her expression momentarily troubled before she concealed it. Alas, the two brothers have consulted countless physicians. Let us hope this one can indeed heal them. For as their grandmother, I too wish for peace of mind. She adopted a tender demeanor befitting a loving grandmother. Forgive my mother's worry. I shall take my leave. Song Shuqing said as she cradled Feng Yuanji to depart. Ruan Ruiying wished to keep Feng Yuanji with her, but Song Shuqing acted swiftly. Resolved to minimize Feng Yuanji's interactions with the second branch of the family to prevent him from becoming, as Feng Tianxing had once lamented, a thankless wretch. She intended to treat this adopted son with utmost care, providing him with whatever he desired. In the study of the outer courtyard, Yu Changfang was reporting the details of the visit. My lord, the physician I have summoned from Feng Tianxing is named Zhou Ankong. Aged 45, Yu Changfang reported respectfully. Can this man be trusted? Feng Zuan questioned, as he intended for the physician to play a significant role. Rest assured, my lord. I hold a debt of gratitude towards him, Yu Changfang replied. Do elaborate, Feng Zuan urged. When I approached him, I found him amidst a group of debt collectors dragging his family away to sell them, as they were unable to repay their debts. His son-in-law had already been imprisoned due to a theft charge. I immediately paid off their debts and rescued them, though we have yet to finalize any contracts. I await your decision, my lord. Uncle Yu knows how to handle matters well. Is my father planning on employing someone as a divine physician? Feng Tianxing, nestled in her father's embrace, listened intently to their conversation. Feng Zuan glanced down at his clever daughter, who had discerned his intentions with remarkable acuity. Bring him in. I wish to see him, he commanded. Yu Changfang swiftly returned with a middle-aged man of modest stature, his hair graying but neatly groomed. His complexion was poor, perhaps a reflection of the troubles stemming from his son-in-law's misfortune. Greetings, Marquis Wang, Zhou Ankong said, kneeling respectfully before Feng Zuan. Please rise, Dr. Zhu. Yu Changfang has briefed me on your situation. What are your intentions? Feng Zuan inquired, demonstrating respect for the physician's perspective. Believing that only with mutual consent could matters be effectively managed. Your family has shown great kindness towards mine, and I shall heed your commands without hesitation. I only request that my daughter and grandson not fall into servitude, Zhou Ankong replied, bowing once more. Ah, loyalty and righteousness are virtues I hold dear. Your daughter and grandson shall reside in the marquis' residence. How old is your grandson? Feng Zuan asked. He is 7 years old. 7 years old? I can arrange for him to attend school in the capital. He may choose to pursue the imperial examinations or follow in your footsteps as a physician, Feng Zuan stated. Thank you, Marquis, for your graciousness, Zhou Ankong expressed, deeply moved by this unexpected fortune in his time of need. Yu Changfang, please have the household arrangements made for Dr. Zhou's family. I wish to discuss some private matters with him, Feng Zuan instructed, dismissing Yu Changfang. However, Feng Tianxing remained in his embrace. In the study, Feng Zuan and Zhou Ankong signed a contract of servitude on the spot, and their conversation extended for over an hour. Song Shuqing, upon seeing the mother and son duo brought by Yu Changfang, felt a surge of sympathy for their plight. The woman was named Zhou Ling, and the child was Zhou Ji. She summoned the steward to arrange accommodations for them in the inner courtyard, close to the main residence. Upon entering, the father, brother, and sister were gathered, along with an unfamiliar gentleman. In the presence of others, Feng Yuanhan feigned a lack of strength, coughing lightly. Yet he managed to smile sweetly at his sister and wink before bowing to his father. Yuanhan, I have invited a divine physician for you. Come sit down and allow Dr. Zhou to examine you, Feng Zuan beckoned. Obediently, Feng Yuanhan seated himself at the table. I am Zhou Ankong. Please place your right hand upon the pulse pillow, the physician instructed courteously. However, just as Feng Yuanhan positioned his hand, Feng Zuwu, who had just completed his shift, entered the room. Oh, a divine physician? From where does this physician hail? Feng Zuwu questioned skeptically. Over the past 2 years, numerous physicians had been summoned, and none had proven effective. Yu Changfang had traveled nearly 1,000 miles to fetch Dr. Zhou. Upon learning of the distance, Feng Zuwu scrutinized Zhou Ankong closely, but found nothing particularly remarkable about him. Zhou Ankong merely rose to pay his respects, undeterred, and began to take Feng Yuanhan's pulse. After a quarter of an hour, he instructed him to switch hands. My lord, your second son is poisoned, Zhou Ankong announced. In truth, upon examining Feng Yuanhan, he found nothing amiss. The boy was merely underweight and would benefit from a nourishing diet. What did you say? Both Feng Zuwen and Feng Yuanhao exclaimed in unison, their astonishment evident. Father and big brother certainly know how to put on a show, Feng Tianxing thought to herself, stifling a laugh. Chapter 21. The true divine doctor, what I say can be guaranteed, assured Zhou Kong. We must investigate thoroughly to uncover the truth, said Feng Zuwen, visibly agitated. Doctor? What kind of poison is it? Feng Yuanhao inquired, attempting to suppress his emotions. This requires further research. The poison is not particularly potent, merely causing a gradual decline leading to death. If it is discontinued and combined with my unique antidote, recovery is possible, Zhou Kong explained meticulously. Excellent, brother. You shall no longer suffer from lingering ailments. Feng Yuanhao expressed his joy for his younger brother. However, upon hearing this, Feng Zuwu narrowed his eyes, observing the three with uncontainable glee. I must congratulate you, elder brother, and you too, Yuanhan. Feng Zuwu sincerely offered his felicitations. Thank you, second uncle. Dr. Zhou, could you also examine my sister? She has a throat issue that prevents her from speaking. Feng Yuanhan, though not foolish, had not prearranged this act. Yet he understood the unspoken implications of the doctor's words. My second brother is quite the performer as well. Upon hearing Feng Yuanhan's request, Feng Tianxing eagerly descended from Feng Zuwen's arms and approached Zhou Kong, opening her mouth wide in an act of cooperation. As a skilled physician, Zhou Kong quickly discerned that Feng Tianxing's throat had been damaged by poison. Who could be so cruel as to render such a young child mute with such a vicious method? Zhou Kong's words were heartfelt. As a healer, compassion is inherent. Saving lives is ingrained in his very being. Furthermore, he has a young grandson whom he cherishes dearly. Ah, Dr. Zhou, this is a family matter. Let us not dwell on it. Can it be treated? Feng Zuwen inquired helplessly. This is somewhat troublesome, yet there is a method. Zhou Kong pondered before continuing. I must conduct thorough research. Perhaps an ancestral technique will prove useful. Thank you, Dr. Zhou. I must trouble you to examine my eldest as well. His leg was broken over 2 years ago, and despite numerous visits to the imperial physicians, there has been no remedy, Feng Zuwen said, glancing at Feng Yuanhao. Zhou Kong looked compassionately at Feng Tianxing, took her pulse, and then approached Feng Yuanhao. Feng Yuanhao, seated in a wheelchair, had his legs hanging down, feet resting on the footrests. Zhou Kong carefully rolled up his pant leg and meticulously examined his legs inch by inch, occasionally pausing to press down repeatedly. After a quarter of an hour, he had examined both legs and taken his pulse. How is it? Feng Zuwen asked impatiently. The young master's leg was likely set correctly at the time, but nerve damage may be the reason he cannot stand. Is there hope for treatment? Feng Zuwen's face was filled with anticipation. I have a set of acupuncture techniques that may be worth a try. What are the chances of success? About 70%. But the young master must also put in the effort to practice walking. Miracles favor those who strive. Haha. Excellent, excellent. Yuanhao, heed the divine doctor's advice. Feng Zuwen laughed heartily. Yes, father. I will diligently practice walking and not waste the resources you have invested in hiring this divine physician. Feng Yuanhao pledged resolutely. Throughout Zhou Kong's examination, he found no issues with any of the 3 children, save for the little girl, who was the only one truly afflicted. Regrettably, he had no means to assist her, but he complied with the marquis' instructions. I didn't expect Dr. Zhou to be a performer as well. Feng Tianxing observed the first time meeting with Zhou Kong, assessing him. What an interesting fellow. How could he have chosen such a son-in-law for his daughter? Little did Feng Tianxing know, those who marry into families are often the least favored sons. Men of dignity would never voluntarily take on such a role. Feng Zuwen, hearing his daughter's praise, scrutinized Zhou Kong with hope. May this Zhou Kong be one who understands gratitude. Feng Zuwen was indeed taking a gamble. He was eager for his 2 sons to recover quickly, for it was challenging to bear the burden of the marquis alone, especially with malevolent individuals lurking within the family. Witnessing the entire exchange, Feng Zuwu felt a mix of emotions. I never imagined elder brother would truly find a divine physician. He had no choice but to congratulate him. Elder brother, this is indeed a joyous occasion. You have invited a divine physician, and both nephews have hope for recovery. Indeed, second brother. It is a moment of great delight. Let us stay in the main house tonight and raise a glass to celebrate, Feng Zuwen replied. However, having learned from Song Shuqing about his daughter's mischief, he understood the situation with his second son. Aside from seeking vengeance, he felt his second brother deserved it. In the past, he had been too foolish, treating his stepmother as his own and considering half-brothers as full blood. Yet, he did not mention this to Zhou Kong. hoping no issues would arise. Feng Zuwen glanced at Feng Tianxing. Rest assured, Father, Dr. Zhu will not discern anything. After all, those are elixirs from the realm of cultivation, and a mere mortal physician could never perceive them. Feng Tianxing, hearing Feng Zuwu's request, carelessly scratched Feng Zuwen's palm and patted his hand to convey a message. Dr. Zhou, I must trouble you to examine my second brother as well. Feng Zuwen, understanding Feng Tianxing's thoughts, graciously consented. Zhou Ankang took a pulse pillow and sat beside Feng Zuwu, gesturing for him to present his wrist. Feng Zuwu had not intended to be examined, but was curious to determine whether this Dr. Zhou truly possessed skill. Therefore, he offered himself as a test subject. Unafraid of revealing his own condition, he likely thought that several days had passed and that his body had already recovered. Zhou Ankang diligently examined Feng Zuwu's wrist, noting its frailness and lack of vitality, indicating significant kidney deficiency. How is it? Feng Zuwu asked eagerly. Second master, even in your youth, you must not neglect your health. You still have decades ahead of you, Zhou Ankang firmly stated, pinpointing the problem. Feng Zuwu's face flushed with embarrassment as he could no longer bear to stay there and fled in disgrace, not wanting Zhou Ankang to prescribe medicine for him. Truly remarkable. The first to laugh was Feng Tianxing, her joyous demeanor eliciting laughter from everyone in the room. Dr. Zhou, your medical skills truly merit the title of divine physician. Feng Zuwen praised. You flatter me, Marquis, Zhou Ankang humbly replied. And what of my second brother? Though Feng Zuwen was aware, he still sought the doctor's opinion. The second master has overindulged, resulting in kidney damage. However, with proper care, it will not affect his lifespan, Zhou Ankang stated candidly. As for future progeny, I cannot be certain. The three men exchanged knowing glances before simultaneously looking at Feng Tianxing. Feng Tianxing buried her head in Feng Zuwen's embrace. How strange. Why are father and my brothers looking at me? Do they know it was me? How could they? Little Black handled this matter late at night. Feng Tianxing pondered. Perplexed. Chapter 22. Finally stepping out, the three of them, father and sons, felt an immense sense of relief. From that day forth, Zhou Ankang made his residence within the marquis. The steward had thoughtfully arranged for him to occupy a small courtyard containing 3 rooms, which also facilitated the establishment of a modest apothecary in the quiet northwest corner of the outer courtyard. Zhou Ankang was quite fond of it. Word spread swiftly throughout the marquis about the miraculous physician summoned to aid the heir, the second son, and the young lady, all of whom were soon to recover. The main household buzzed with joy, and the servants engaged in animated discussions about the matter. The more they spoke, the more convinced they became of its veracity. Even the young lady, being the true daughter of the lady of the house, drew the affection of the household staff, who, despite her silence, yearned to converse with her. The mere nod or shake of her head brought them delight. In the Rinzhou courtyard, Wan Ruoying and Feng Zuwu sat quietly, having dismissed the servants. Are you certain that this renowned Zhou physician can truly heal those 2 brothers? Wan Ruoying questioned, incredulously. Over a dozen imperial physicians have hesitated to claim such a feat. While he possesses some skill, whether he can succeed remains uncertain. However, he himself asserts it is possible, even for that little mute, Feng Zuwu replied, still feeling embarrassed about the events of the afternoon. My dear, what shall we do? Has Yuanji not been given away in vain? That child was carried for 10 months in my womb. Zheng Lian, as a mother, was preoccupied with thoughts of her child. Years prior, the suggestion to exchange children had come from her father, a notion wholeheartedly embraced by her mother-in-law, who orchestrated the entire affair. Contemplating the prospect of her son's elevated status in the marquis, she had reluctantly acquiesced. Oh, if only I had given birth to a daughter. We would not be entangled in this matter. The circumstances had unfolded fortuitously. She had delivered 2 hours earlier than her sister-in-law. Had the roles been reversed, her mother-in-law would have found a way to facilitate the exchange. Both she and her sister-in-law lay in slumber, entirely at the mercy of her mother-in-law's decisions. Alas! The firstborn had been cunningly designed to be twins, both brought forth by her sister-in-law. Let us devise a plan to send that Dr. Zhou away, Wan Ruing suggested. The couple's eyes brightened. Indeed, if we can drive him off, the main household would be left without recourse, thus resolving the dilemma. But how shall we accomplish that? The 3 conferred late into the night before dispersing, and naturally, this news reached the main household. Feng Zuwen had long suspected that the second household's inaction was indeed unusual. Nevertheless, he resolved to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. This plan was fortuitously overheard by the little black creature that had recently emerged from the spatial realm, who dutifully relayed every detail to its young master, Feng Tianxing. Unfazed by the tidings, Feng Tianxing continued with her life. After a few peaceful days, Zhou Kong commenced the treatment of Feng Yuanhao and Feng Yuanan. Any medicinal herbs he required were promptly supplied by the household, and even Song Shuqing contributed some of her dowry to procure precious ingredients. On one occasion, Feng Yuanhao expressed a desire to venture out to procure books. Determined to prepare for the imperial examinations with earnest dedication, Song Shuqing's father, Song Wenba, held the esteemed position of supervisory censor, responsible for scrutinizing officials of all ranks, even those of the highest order. It was a unique role, and achieving the status of a third-rank official indicated a strong allegiance to the emperor. Feng Zuan's marriage to Song Shuqing was a testament to his commendable character, which had won the favor of his father-in-law. When her elder brother announced his departure, Feng Tianxing could hardly contain herself. She insisted on accompanying him. "I want to go. I want to go." She animatedly gestured, her intent clear. Feng Yuanhao understood her desire. After all, she had never explored the capital and had previously lived in seclusion. It was perilous for a 3-year-old to roam alone in the outside world. In recent days, Feng Yuanhao had often carried his sister to teach her literacy, though she had yet to practice writing. He hoped to procure suitable writing instruments for her once they received their parents' consent, and with that, she joyfully followed him out. Song Shuqing was thrilled that her son was venturing outside. She generously presented them with 200 taels of silver as pocket money. After 2 years of limited outings, the scent of the outside world felt invigorating, imbued with a sense of freedom. Feng Yuanhao inhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Wang Jiang pushed the wheelchair outside, assisting Feng Yuanhao onto the carriage while securing the wheelchair behind. Feng Tianxing nestled in her brother's arms, gazing out the window at the bustling streets. The capital was indeed a realm of splendor, with shops lining both sides, each offering diverse wares. As a vendor passed by, balancing a vibrant red cart, Feng Tianxing tugged at her brother's sleeve. Elder brother, she exclaimed, her little finger pointing eagerly at the enticing cart, her eyes wide with anticipation. Understanding her excitement, Feng Yuanhao leaned forward to see. The coachman, hearing his master's command, halted the carriage immediately. Wang Jiang, perceptively anticipating the request, hurried to purchase a string of candied hawthorns. Feng Tianxing gleefully accepted the treat, her eyes sparkling with delight as she eagerly licked it. How sweet! Even in the realm of cultivation, ordinary people existed. In her childhood, around 6 or 7 years of age, she had spotted vendors selling candied hawthorns, yearning to taste them, but was thwarted by the servants, who deemed such fare beneath her. Watching other children relish the treat had left her with a lingering sense of regret. Now, she found herself savoring the experience she had longed for. The little one licked the treat repeatedly before finally taking a bite of the topmost piece, her tiny mouth unable to contain it, prompting her to spit it out into her other hand. She savored the first morsel before continuing with the one in her grasp. Feng Yuanhao observed his sister's delight, a smile gracing his face as she consumed 3 pieces before realizing he had been watching her intently. "Elder brother, you must try some too," she exclaimed, raising the candied hawthorn to his lips. He had outgrown such treats, though he had never actually tasted one himself. Such delicacies were the indulgences of common folk, and the young masters of the marquis had an abundance of snacks at their disposal, rendering such simple pleasures mundane. "Be cautious, dear sister. Overeating may lead to discomfort," Feng Yuanhao advised. Feng Tianxing, undeterred, continued to enjoy the sweet morsels. With a string of 8, she finished them long before they reached their destination. Upon disembarking, Wang Jiang pushed the wheelchair slowly along the pedestrian street, where carriages were prohibited. They passed a vendor selling cherries, ripe and sweet. A man in his 50s, bearing a burden on his shoulder, walked alongside them. Feng Tianxing's eyes sparkled with desire. She was drawn to every edible sight. Since her previous life, where she had abstained from food following her ability to avoid grains, she had seldom indulged. Now, free from such constraints, she was determined to seize the opportunity. "Elder brother," she pointed excitedly at the mouth-watering fruits. "Good sir, our cherries were freshly picked this morning. Would you care to buy some?" The old man inquired warmly. "Let us take 2 Jin," Feng Yuanhao replied, eager to fulfill his sister's wishes as they continued on their way. Wang Jiang pushed the wheelchair with Feng Tianxing nestled in her brother's embrace. This unusual sight captured the attention of passers-by. Feng Yuanhao had changed significantly over the past 2 years. At 14 and now 17, the difference was stark, and he had lost considerable weight. Only those intimately familiar with him could recognize him at a glance. Disregarding the various gazes from onlookers, Feng Yuanhao had shed his previous insecurities about being ridiculed in public, His mindset had transformed, bringing about a notable change in his demeanor. Wang Jiang. I recall seeing a bookstore named Mobazai. Is it still in operation? Feng Yuanhao asked, recalling a previous outing when he had noticed it but had never entered, as he had not been fond of books at the time. Yes, young master, it is still open, Wang Jiang replied. Then let us pay a visit, Feng Yuanhao decided. Very well, came the response. Wang Jiang pushed the individual to the entrance of Mo Baozhai. Upon seeing a young gentleman in a wheelchair at the door, the shopkeeper promptly summoned a server to assist in bringing the person inside. Thank you, shopkeeper, Feng Yuanhao expressed his gratitude as he entered. The shopkeeper demonstrated keen insight. He was indeed a remarkable talent. Esteemed gentleman, what books do you desire? The server inquired enthusiastically, eager to assist. I am seeking books pertinent to the imperial examination. Regardless of the level, Feng Yuanhao replied with a smile. Certainly, please hold on for a moment, the server responded, immediately beginning his search. In no time, he returned with a substantial stack of books and placed them upon the table. Feng Yuanhao gestured for Wang Jiang to position him at the table in the center of the bookstore, where he began to leisurely peruse the volumes. At that moment, 3 young gentlemen passed by the entrance, with one glancing casually into the bookstore. Chapter 23 Encounter with an acquaintance. To his surprise, he spotted a man in a wheelchair casually flipping through a book, cradling an infant in his arms. Curiosity piqued, he gazed a moment longer. Hey, what are you looking at? Inquired a companion beside him. Brother Jiang, is that not the esteemed young master Feng? The speaker was none other than Wu Wuqin, the 15-year-old grandson of the prime minister. He often invited fellow young nobles from the capital to indulge in merriment. With his aunt being the current empress, he enjoyed considerable favor. Supported by his elder brother, he had gained notoriety as a dandy, preferring martial pursuits over scholarship. The marquis of Wuan's household had risen through martial prowess. Thus it was only natural for him to seek the company of Feng Yuanhao, requesting lessons in combat. The limited skills he possessed were imparted by Feng Yuanhao, and thus they had forged a friendship. Wu Wuqin was not the typical debaucherous scion. Rather, he was simply unlearned. His grandfather had indulged his whims. The individual referred to as Brother Jiang was Jiang Tingxian, the third younger brother of the princess consort, age 17, and a contemporary of Feng Yuanhao. He was the youngest son of Jiang Yuhai, the minister of rites, and shared a similar disdain for academia. Accompanying them was Zhang Cheng, the 18-year-old grandson of Duke Zhang, hailing from the family of his uncle, Zhang Lian. He enjoyed a good rapport with Jiang Tingxian, who in turn was friendly with Wu Wuqin, leading them to congregate together today. All 3 were strikingly handsome and brimming with youthful vigor, though they exuded a certain dandyish air, evident from their ostentatious attire. Despite their splendid garments, the overly bright colors gave them the appearance of flamboyant young masters. All 3 craned their necks to peer into the shop. Indeed, it was him. Let us go greet him. This lad has seldom ventured out since his affliction. It is a rare occasion. Wu Wuqin swaggered into the bookstore. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen, the shopkeeper promptly greeted them. He could instantly discern that they were scions of noble families. One's vision sharpens in the business of the capital. Alas, his warm welcome met with a cold reception. Do not block the way. Wu Wuqin brusquely pushed the shopkeeper aside. Brother Yuanhao, it truly is you. It has been nearly 2 years since our last encounter. What compels you to venture out today? Wu Wuqin approached Feng Yuanhao without a hint of awkwardness, playfully patting him on the shoulder. When did you develop an affinity for this drudgery of books? You have no intention of taking the imperial exams, do you? Wu Wuqin rambled on. Why would I lie idle in bed if not to read? Feng Yuanhao shot him a sidelong glance. During the time when Feng Yuanhao had first suffered his injury, Wu Wuqin often visited him, even going so far as to invite a reputed physician from afar to treat him. However, the prognosis mirrored that of the imperial physicians, indicating a difficult recovery. My father has engaged a renowned healer to enter our household. There is now hope, Feng Yuanhao remarked, glancing at the infant in his arms. Whose child is this? She appears quite delightful, albeit a tad frail. Brother Yuanhao, could this be your child? I have heard no news of your marriage, and she cannot possibly be of that age. Is she perhaps your illegitimate daughter? Wu Wuqin exclaimed, taken aback. This provoked Feng Yuanhao to deliver a playful punch to his waist. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my sister, he retorted. Where did you acquire a sister? You only have a younger brother of similar age. I distinctly remember attending your younger brother's full-month celebration, where you proudly showcased him before me. How has he transformed into a sister? Can one even change genders midway? Wu Wuqin questioned, bemused. What absurdity! UNG is still in the residence. You are not suggesting that my family has arranged a child bride for me, are you? Wu Yueqin mused whimsically. It was no secret that a man in Feng Yuanhao's condition might find it difficult to wed. Perhaps raising a girl as a companion was not entirely implausible. Rumor had it that he had recently faced a broken engagement. Are you seeking a beating? Feng Yuanhao threatened, raising his fist. I am not. Wu Yueqin quickly dodged. No means no. You are so adamant. I shall take your word for it. Little sister, may I hold you? Wu Yueqin, in his familiar manner, reached out to embrace Feng Tianxing. Don't. You're naughty. The child nestled deeper into Feng Yuanhao's embrace, ignoring the playful fool. Yuanhao, it has been ages. Jiang Tingxian and Zheng Chong, having observed their banter, approached to extend their greetings. Indeed, it has been a long time. Feng Tianxing raised her head, scrutinizing the two newcomers. She cast several inquisitive glances at Zheng Chong. Isn't this the person who caused my elder brother to fall from his horse? I distinctly witnessed him secretly shoot a silver needle at my brother's steed, and soon after, the horse went mad. Feng Yuanhao stiffened, following his sister's gaze to Zheng Chong. So it was. His uncle had cunningly exploited their familial ties to ruin him. How clever. He struggled to suppress the shock and anger swelling within. It is of no consequence, Feng Yuanhao replied coolly, averting his gaze. Yueqin, do come to my residence sometime for a chat, Feng Yuanhao invited, as he felt closest to Wu Yueqin. Certainly. It is rare for you to leave your home. I would be delighted. Although your leg may be compromised, your mind remains sharp. You can still instruct me in my martial arts, Wu Yueqin replied, his words tumbling forth without much thought, revealing his simplicity. Such a person, lacking in guile, was easy to befriend. Since we have fortuitously encountered one another, allow me to host a meal at Kaiyuan restaurant. What say you, Yuanhao? Wu Yueqin suggested heartily. Delicious food, chimed in Feng Tianxing, who, unbidden, eagerly nodded her head. Seeing his sister so animated, Feng Yuanhao could only acquiesce. Ah, little sister, your enthusiasm is commendable. Come, let me carry you, so that your elder brother may follow behind. Wu Yueqin extended his arms, unbothered by whether Feng Tianxing consented, and lifted her into his embrace. This marked the first time in his life he had held such a small child. Unsure of how to position her, he resorted to the method he had observed from fathers in the streets, resting the child upon his shoulders. With such elevation, Feng Tianxing was elated, remaining unfazed by being carried by a stranger. Feng Yuanhao gathered a few selected books and instructed Wang Jiang to settle the bill before accompanying the trio to Kaiyuan restaurant. It was lunchtime, and the main hall was bustling with patrons. Feng Yuanhao was assisted up to an elegant chamber on the second floor. After ordering dishes and awaiting their arrival, Jiang Tingxian inquired, Yuanhao, have you received the invitation from the princess consort? I have, he replied. Will you attend? Jiang Tingxian had only a few companions he could truly enjoy, and although his bond with Feng Yuanhao was not as profound as with Wu Yueqin, he appreciated Feng Yuanhao's forthrightness. Of course, I shall attend. One must honor the princess consort's invitation. My sister loves accompanying me to witness the festivities. Feng Yuanhao remarked, glancing at the bewildered Feng Tianxing beside him. When did I ever say that? She thought, puzzled. Feng Yuanhao was intent on gradually integrating himself into society, beginning with various gatherings. I do not wish to go, yet my mother insists, Jiang Tingxian complained. Ah, freedom is a splendid thing. What troubles you? Afraid of being noticed by young ladies? After all, it is your own sister hosting the event, Wu Yueqin interjected. Are you not concerned? Women are truly vexatious, always crying and wailing. My elder sister must have been influenced by my mother to organize this poetry gathering. Jiang Tingxian lamented, laying his head despondently on the table. Then why not attend in a wheelchair? Surely no maiden would take notice of you, Wu Yueqin jested, unafraid of provoking Feng Yuanhao's ire. This was an obvious implication that his wheelchair would deter any romantic interest. Chapter 24. A promise to go together. Feng Tianxing glared furiously at Wu Yueqin, who was speaking thoughtlessly about the friends her older brother had. If he stands up, I will definitely teach him a lesson that leaves him utterly helpless. The intensity of her gaze made Wu Yueqin hesitate, realizing that his words had displeased the little girl. I apologize, little sister. I meant no offense. It is my fault for my clumsiness with words. Wu Yueqin, taken aback by Feng Tianxing's fierce expression, resembling a small beast in anger, felt a twinge of embarrassment. It was astonishing that such a young child could comprehend his words, causing a bead of cold sweat to form on his brow. By the way, Yuanhao, which sister is this? Wu Yueqin asked, still puzzled. Oh, she truly is your biological sister. Feng Yuanhao affectionately ruffled Feng Tianxing's hair, his expression one of indulgence that astonished the other young men present. Was this the demeanor expected of a mere 17-year-old? Yuanhao, aren't you being a bit too doting on your sister? You're not a lord. It feels as if you're treating her like a daughter, Wu Yueqin remarked, fearlessly voicing his thoughts. Speak carelessly again, and I'll make sure to retaliate if anyone bullies my sister or stands idly by while she is harmed. Feng Yuanhao's resolute tone brooked no argument. All right, from now on, she shall be considered my own sister as well. He turned to the others, commanding them to treat her as a true sister. The other two nodded in agreement, though Zheng Cheng's gaze toward Feng Tianxing held an ambiguous meaning. After a brief moment of playful banter, the dishes soon arrived, and they chatted as they ate. Feng Yuanhao made sure to serve all of Feng Tianxing's favorite foods first, even carefully removing the bones from the fish for her. Zheng Qing, are you attending the poetry gathering? Jiang Tingxian inquired. I shall not be attending, as I am already engaged. It was quite normal for a young man of 18, especially one from a prominent family, to secure an engagement early on. Many young women would gladly accept. Wu Yueqin and Jiang Tingxian, however, remained carefree, unrestrained by family obligations. You must come. Who else will keep me company? What kind of friendship would it be if you're not there? Wu Yueqin insisted, determined to drag his friends along. Meanwhile, at the adjacent table, a similar discussion was unfolding, their voices carrying over. I'm not going. It would be inappropriate to leave right after breaking off an engagement. A gentle voice interjected. Yaring, what is wrong with that? You're 16. It's high time to find a suitable match. Waiting for your mother to arrange it is hardly ideal. Another voice chimed in, vibrant and clear. Yuxuan, keep your voice down, Shui Yaring admonished, her face clouded with melancholy. She was hesitant to venture out, aware that her peers mocked her for her past engagement with a disabled suitor. Fei Yuxuan, the eldest daughter of the Minister of Works, was well aware of the familial expectations placed upon her. Just tell me if you wish to go, she encouraged, understanding Yaring well. I, of course, want to go. But my mother will never agree. It would be so awkward if I encountered the Feng heir there. What does it matter? You've both broken off your engagements. It's entirely normal for everyone to move on, Fei Yuxuan reassured her, adding, besides, I heard that both unmarried princes and the crown prince will be attending. This revelation piqued Shui Yaring's interest. In the capital, which maiden wouldn't dream of marrying a prince, despite being the sons of the late emperor? The current throne had been stable for 15 years, unlikely to suppress younger siblings. Are you serious? Shui Yaring's heart raced at the thought. Fei Yuxuan, with conviction, replied, to deceive you would be a fool's errand. Their carefree conversation, however, drew the attention of the men at the adjacent table, who cast curious looks at Feng Yuanhao. Yet he remained calm, sipping his tea. What are you all staring at? Is it not natural for people to aspire for higher positions? Besides, since the engagement is off, it has nothing to do with me, he stated dismissively. Indeed, it's fortunate it ended. Enough about that. We must not let my sister go hungry, Feng Yuanhao declared, unwilling to dwell on the topic from the next table. Feng Tianxing, however, was quite displeased upon overhearing the conversation. The notion that such a woman had once been betrothed to her brother left her feeling that he had been sullied. If I ever cross paths with that woman, I shall ensure she regrets it. I will find the best girl for my brother to serve as my sister-in-law. Feng Tianxing was well aware of the distinguished families in the capital. Feng Yuanhao was momentarily taken aback. He hoped his sister would not contemplate any mischievous deeds. Boys cannot feast without wine, Jiang Tingxian suggested. Indeed, it's rare for us to gather. You must indulge in a few more drinks, Zheng Qing added, attempting to fit in despite feeling somewhat intimidated by Feng Yuanhao. I need to look after my sister. I can't drink too much. If you all take her away. I want to even know, Feng Yuanhao replied earnestly. Who would take your sister? She isn't even related to me, Wu Yueqin retorted, though secretly he wished she were. Throughout the meal, Feng Yuanhao devoted most of his time to feeding the 3-year-old, selecting foods suitable for her, which left the other young men astonished. Had they not known he was unmarried, they might have suspected she was his daughter. No man cared for a child so meticulously. Feng Tianxing relished the delectable dishes, savoring each bite of the exquisite cuisine she had long been deprived of. They all agreed to meet again on the day of the poetry gathering. Feng Yuanhao promptly signaled Wang Jiang to escort him to the inner courtyard. In the main courtyard, 2 maids were mercilessly beating a young servant girl tied to a stool. The girl lay face down, her identity obscured, but blood had begun to seep through her clothes. Her mouth was gagged, muffled cries escaping her lips as the wooden board struck down repeatedly. Feng Yuanhao, fearing his sister would be traumatized by the sight of such brutality, sought to have a maid take the girl away, but Feng Tianxing insisted on witnessing the spectacle. They approached Song Shuqing, who was watching the punishment with the FA Chapter 25, the true culprit of poisoning. This is the maid Hongye who serves in your second brother's courtyard. Upon seeing her son, Song Shuqing could no longer hold back her tears. She had listened to her daughter's heartfelt words and realized that someone in her second son's courtyard had poisoned him, leading to his frail health. However, for the past 2 years, the house doctor had made numerous visits and even summoned the imperial physician, yet none had detected the underlying issue. Hongye had utilized bitter almonds, infusing them into the tea, which imparted a certain bitterness, effectively masking the flavor of the almonds. The 11-year-old Feng Yuanhan, oblivious to the deception, believed that this was the natural taste of the tea she prepared, and over time, he had grown accustomed to it. In recent days, Feng Zuan had arranged for 2 hidden guards to be stationed in Feng Yuanhan's courtyard. To their astonishment, they discovered that Hongye had been secretly adding a certain powder to the tea during her brewing. When she was absent from the room, the guards searched her quarters and found a packet of medicinal powder, which they brought to Dr. Zhou for examination, only to learn that it was indeed bitter almonds. Consumed in small amounts, it posed no threat and was considered a remedy for thirst, yet misused, it could be lethal. Hongye had exploited this loophole, administering just enough to keep Feng Yuan perpetually unwell. Subsequently, they apprehended her for interrogation, yet she revealed nothing of significance. Hongye merely claimed that she harbored resentment due to an overly harsh punishment from the second young master, which motivated her desire for revenge. However, even the simplest mind could discern the absurdity of her statement. The punishment had merely entailed kneeling for 2 hours for breaking a beloved inkstone of Feng Yuanhan's. Could such a minor infraction truly incite a desire for murder? From Tianxing's insight, it was known that her second son would succumb to illness 5 years hence. The thought of this pierced Song Shuqing's heart with anguish. Unable to contain herself any longer, the usually lenient Song Shuqing resolved to discipline the maid sternly for the first time, intending only to provide a lesson that might coax the truth from her. After administering 50 strikes, Hongye was left barely clinging to life. Although Song Shuqing had instructed her handmaidens not to strike too forcefully, the severity of the punishment was evident. "Will you speak or not, Mama?" he inquired, crouching beside Hongye and removing the cloth that had gagged her. She was a loyal old servant of Song Shuqing, in charge of the falling sunset courtyard, now 50 years of age. I do not know what to say." Hongye's feeble voice remained obstinately unyielding. "Mother, we will get nowhere with this line of questioning. Perhaps we should investigate her family?" Feng Yuanhao suggested. Song Shuqing ordered Suaping to promptly seek out Steward Chen. Upon hearing that the lady required him, Chen Shiming hurried in. A man approaching 50, he managed to arrive swiftly, though slightly breathless from his exertion. "Steward Chen, do you have a list of Hongye's family and their whereabouts?" Song Shuqing inquired. "Madam, Hongye's background is somewhat peculiar. She is a maid born in our household. Her biological father, Lu Dai, was sent to the estate by the old matriarch, as he was reputed to be adept at managing it. What became of them later is unknown, as that was the old matriarch's dowry estate. When Hongye was 4, her parents adopted her out to the Zhang family. As the Zhang matron was unable to bear children, Chen Shiming reported diligently, detailing all he knew, having served in the Feng Yuanhan courtyard for several years. Hongye's circumstances had nearly slipped Song Shuqing's mind until Chen's mention revived her memory. Was she treated well by the Zhangs? Feng Yuanhao inquired. Not particularly. She faced frequent beatings and scoldings in her youth. She often ran away to her biological mother. It was only after she grew older and took on responsibilities that things improved somewhat, Chen Shiming replied. Feng Yuanhao pondered this information, forming a rough hypothesis. He set aside Feng Tianxing and wheeled himself closer to Hongye. No, you mustn't." Hongye struggled to lift her head. Terror etched across her face as she gazed at Feng Yuanhao. Her adoptive parents had treated her poorly, prompting her to seek solace with her biological mother, who, burdened with 5 children, could barely care for her and had given her away. "If you wish to protect your family, you would do well to divulge the truth," Feng Yuanhao declared sternly. Devoid of sympathy for a servant who dared to poison her master, she was courting death. Hongye began to weep softly. She too was in despair. Had she not acted, her family would have faced dire consequences. The old matriarch had leveraged her biological parents as a means of coercion. She was frightened, terrified of her current household. Moreover, Zhao Mama had assured her that the poison would not take a life, but merely weaken the second young master's health. Yet, if she remained silent, the air would still shatter her dreams. Will you not speak? Feng Yuanhao pressed again. Hongya was lost in her tears. Madam, the old matriarch has arrived. Sui Xiang rushed to inform Song Shuqing. News travels swiftly, Feng Yuanhao scoffed. Aching, what has transpired here? Wan Ruoying inquired upon entering. You have always been magnanimous. Why the harshness today? Wan Ruoying swiftly approached the center of the courtyard, glancing at the near-lifeless Hongya. Old matriarch, save me. Hongya cried out, indicating that she was not yet at death's door. Mother, Hongya has been discovered to have poisoned Yuan Han's tea. This maid, who sought to harm her master, ought to be punished severely. However, as your daughter-in-law, I have shown her mercy due to her youth, granting her the chance to live if she reveals who instigated her. Song Shuqing explained. Has she confessed? Ruan Ruoying inquired, her expression growing cold. Not yet. Then continue to strike her until she does. Aching, you are too soft-hearted. Ruan Ruoying admonished, patting Song Shuqing's hand. Huang Mama, Su Mama, you two continue the punishment until she confesses. Ruan Ruoying, assuming authority, commanded the two robust maidservants she had brought with her. The moment they received the old matriarch's directive, they wasted no time. Seizing the previously used rods and resuming their harsh strikes, the sounds of agony echoing through the air. A chill enveloped Song Shuqing as she witnessed the scene. Feng Yuanhao immediately exchanged glances with Wang Jiang. Wang Jiang stepped forward to seize the rods from the two maidservants, but they deftly evaded him, delivering several more strikes in the process. At last, Hongya succumbed to unconsciousness. Mother, what is the meaning of this? Song Shuqing's countenance turned icy, her patience for the charade of familial harmony evaporating. This maid will not confess unless faced with severe punishment. You are too lenient. I have warned you repeatedly against such compassion. You have only managed the household for a little over a year. Your authority is still insufficient. Mother is teaching you how to discipline the servants. Otherwise, they will grow too bold. Ruan Ruoying spoke as an elder imparting wisdom. Indeed, Mother speaks the truth. Song Shuqing conceded. What of this maid's biological parents? I heard they were sent to the estate that belongs to you. Could we not ask Mother to have them brought to justice? What biological parents? Wan Ruoying feigned ignorance. Shen Shiming stepped forward to clarify. Oh, I recall something. It seems the Liu Dai family ran afoul of the law a few years back and was sold off. It is likely that they have become impossible to locate. What? Do you suspect that her biological parents instigated her? What motive would they have to harm Yuan Han? Wan Ruoying questioned, bewildered, for no one would suspect her. Chapter 26. Death and Departure. Song Shuqing found herself at a loss for words. The truth of whether she had been sold was now impossible to verify. The contracts of the servants in the entire were not all in her possession. The old matriarch, along with Song Shuqing and Zheng Mian, held their own dowries, while the servants who attended to each household were managed independently by their respective masters. The steward possessed some of the servant contracts, which were under the direct supervision of the marquis, along with the household guards and stewards of the outer court. Song Shuqing only had a few servants from the children's quarters and her own courtyard. If she needed assistance, she would have to request it from the steward. Currently, the servants had been rendered unconscious by Ruan Ruoying, making inquiries impossible. At that moment, Feng Tianxing tugged at Song Shuqing's hand and pointed towards Hongya. Being small in stature, Feng Tianxing was in a position to see the upper part of Hongya's nose as she lay over the bench. Azuro appeared on Hongya's forehead. She was dying. Ruan Ruoying's intentions were all too clear. She aimed to kill the maid, preventing her mother from extracting any useful information. Old madam, splash water on her to wake her up and continue the questioning, Ruan Ruoying commanded coldly, glancing at the motionless Hongya. Yes, soon. A basin of water was splashed onto Hongya, yet she remained unresponsive. Use salt water. Mother, let her be. She is but a 15-year-old girl, Song Shuqing pleaded. She was not foolish. It was evident that Wan Ruoying wanted Hongya dead. Aching, today I shall teach you how to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. Otherwise, the other maids will follow suit. Wan Ruoying insisted unwaveringly. Grandmother, are you worried about what Mother might uncover? Feng Yuanhao interjected. Do you take everyone for fools? He intends to tear away the facade. How dare you speak to grandmother like that? You doubt her intentions when she means well? Humph. Wan Ruoying, in a fit of anger, departed swiftly, no longer bothering with salt water. Feng Tianxing watched intently at the center of Hongya's brows. Suddenly, the zero vanished. She ran over to tug at Feng Yuanhao's sleeve. She has died. She gestured for him to check Hongya's breath. Feng Yuanhao complied, pausing as he felt no breath. Mother, She is dead. Wang Jiang stepped forward, checking Hong Ye's nostrils and placing a hand on her neck to feel for a pulse. Madam, she is indeed dead. He withdrew his hand. Mother, it seems your heart is too soft. She spoke the truth. Such leniency cannot continue, Feng Yuanhao remarked pointedly. Feng Zuan had no concubines. Within the inner courtyard, Song Shuqing had indeed endured little distress over the years. Ruan Ruiying, as a stepmother, was remarkably successful. She would certainly not burden her stepson's household with concubines, especially considering her only 4-year age difference with Feng Zuan. When Feng Zuan married, Feng Zuwu was merely 3 years old. By the time the children matured, she had harbored ambitions. Ruan Ruiying initially believed that without concubines, there would be fewer offspring. Little did she realize that the absence of concubines allowed Song Shuqing to bear 3 children, with the first 2 being sons. Sighing, Song Shuqing felt a profound sense of melancholy. As soon as Feng Yuanhao's words fell, Feng Tianxing immediately pulled at him, writing a single word in his palm: save. Big brother, can I save her? Should I bring her back to life? Feng Yuanhao was taken aback. Can one truly revive the dead? He gazed into Feng Tianxing's eyes, incredulous. She nodded affirmatively. Yes, your grace. Chen Shiming acknowledged the command, seeking 2 young servants to remove the body. Wait, Uncle Chen. Take her to the woodshed first. Do not notify Zhang Shang. Simply inform him that the old matriarch has killed her. Understood. Although Chen Shiming was puzzled by the young lord's intentions, he asked no further questions and instructed 2 maids to clean the area. Mother, I shall take my sister to the study to learn characters. As soon as Feng Yuanhao saw the body being taken away, he promptly excused himself. Upon reaching the study, Feng Yuanhao snapped his fingers, summoning a hidden guard from the rafters. Feng Wu, take Hong Ye's body to the basement, he commanded. Yes, Feng Wu. One of the recently assigned guards for Feng Yuanhao's protection was arranged after Feng Zuan had overheard Feng Tianxing's silent plea. Previously, he had assumed it was peaceful, only arranging guards when the children ventured outside, and with the presence of young servants. Yet 2 children had fallen victim to a hidden plot. Now, he sought to rectify his oversight. No longer reliant on a wheelchair, Feng Yuanhao led Feng Tianxing through the estate, avoiding the servants, until they reached the basement where Hong Ye's body lay on the floor. A recently deceased individual still possessed their spirit, and if revival occurred within half an hour, there was still hope, but only for Feng Tianxing. Descending from Feng Yuanhao's embrace, she revealed a thumb-sized, deep green pill. Approaching Hong Ye, she attempted to administer it, yet the small girl's mouth would not open. Feng Yuanhao stepped forward, tilting Hong Ye's head to facilitate the pill's entry. After it slipped down her throat, it swiftly settled in her stomach. After a quarter of an hour, a faint rise began in Hong Ye's chest, followed by a low groan escaping her lips. Feng Wu's eyes widened. Such miraculous medicine existed. Feng Wu, you saw nothing, Feng Yuanhao instructed calmly. Yes, master, Feng Wu replied earnestly. The hidden guards were procured from a young age, their lives firmly in the hands of their master. Unlike other noble families that employed an elimination system, where the inadequate were slain during training, the Feng household nurtured their hidden guards without resorting to death, only reallocating those deemed unsuitable. Thus, the Feng guards, while categorized as protectors, surpassed ordinary guards in prowess. This humane approach fostered profound loyalty, as they retained their own thoughts and were not subjected to brainwashing. Hong Ye gradually opened her eyes to the dim light. As her gaze turned, she recognized 2 men and a child. Your Grace? Hong Ye identified Feng Yuanhao. Do you understand your current situation? Feng Yuanhao inquired, crouching beside her. I am still alive, Hong Ye responded, somewhat bewildered, but the searing pain coursing through her reminded her of the punishment she had endured. Indeed, you are alive. I saved you with a miraculous medicine. My mother struck you merely to extract a confession, whereas the old matriarch sought your life. Feng Yuanhao coldly laid out the reality. It was indeed an opportune moment for matchmaking. His mother would surely find her a suitable match rather than leaving her to be randomly paired with a young servant. Although the fate of a maid's marriage rested in her master's hands, it was often a matter of familial approval that determined the arrangements. Now tell me, who instructed you to poison Yuan Han? If you can speak the truth, I may spare your life, Feng Yuanhao questioned directly. Chapter 27. Mischief. Again, the young master observed Hong Ye's hesitation and spoke to her about her current predicament, assuring her that she need not be concerned about the old matriarch. But, my lord, they are my parents, Hong Ye replied, still clinging to the remnants of familial affection. To be frank, Your biological parents have been sold by the old matriarch. Do you truly believe you will ever see them again? Feng Yuanhao uttered these words without a moment's pause. And though he was aware of his sister's thoughts and knew that it was indeed their step-grandmother's doing, the confirmation of such a betrayal weighed heavily on his heart. The past had been a web of deceit. Ruan Ruiying excelled at social niceties. She treated their family with great kindness and never caused Song Shuqing distress, particularly showing special favor to Feng Yuanji, which endeared her to the main branch of the family. Yet, what was the outcome? Was it not the old matriarch who orchestrated the poisoning of Yuanhan? Yes, and she also promised me a splendid marriage. Hongye realized that whether she spoke or remained silent, her fate was sealed. With her parents gone, what could possibly compel her to keep secrets? The old matriarch had no intention of allowing her to survive, and thus her hesitation evaporated. Do you wish to live? Feng Yuanhao squinted and inquired. Hongye was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him. Can I really live? She asked, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Who does not desire to live? Even the lowly insect strives for survival, let alone a human being. This young master can grant you life, but if one day I require you to testify against the old matriarch, you must speak the truth. Feng Yuanhao contemplated ending her life then and there, but decided it prudent to keep her around, for she might prove useful in the future. I wish to live, even if it means undertaking more responsibilities, Hongye immediately declared. Feng Wu, hand her over to Uncle Yu and have him make arrangements, Feng Yuanhao commanded. Understood. Feng Wu easily lifted Hongye and discreetly escorted her away. Hongye was gravely injured and required urgent medical attention, otherwise she would perish. Though only a brief time had passed, Feng Yuanhao's martial prowess had already surpassed his former self, allowing him to deftly navigate through the crowd with Feng Tianxing by his side. Seeing the melancholy expression on Feng Yuanhao's face, Feng Tianxing nestled against him, extending her small arms to embrace him. However, her arms were too short, and she could not reach his back. Big brother, do not be sad. Tianxing is very capable. In the future, our family will remain safe. Who would dare bully us? I have plenty of ways to deal with them, she reassured him. Feng Yuanhao affectionately ruffled her hair. Come, today big brother will teach you how to write. The siblings found solace in their shared time in the study. In the Rinshou courtyard, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law sat in silence, having dismissed all the servants. Ruan Ruoying, having consumed 3 cups of tea, could not quell the rising panic within her. Upon receiving the news that Song Shuqing had punished Hongye for poisoning Yuanhan, she felt restless and hastily summoned 2 burly women from her own courtyard to go to the Luoxia courtyard. She instructed them to heed her commands. Fortunately, the 2 women proved efficient, swiftly dispatching the task. However, this action left evidence behind. No one was a fool, and her actions would undoubtedly arouse suspicion from the main branch of the family. Mother, my sister-in-law will certainly harbor doubts. Zheng Lian expressed her unease. In such an urgent situation, I had no choice but to resort to this drastic measure, Wan Ruiying retorted. What shall we do from here? And what about that miraculous doctor? If he truly cures Yuanhao and Yuanhan, what will become of our Yuanji? Zheng Lian fretted. Enough. Tomorrow I shall feign illness and request his visit, claiming I was frightened by Hongye's death and have not slept well, resulting in a cold. We shall proceed as planned. But what if it fails? Zheng Lian worried that the plan was not flawless. Then what brilliant idea do you propose? Ruan Ruoying shot her a glare. How could a legitimate daughter raised in the Zheng Guogong mansion possess such timidity? Zheng Lian, unable to conceive a better plan, would have been infuriated had she known Wan Ruoying's true thoughts. As the 3rd daughter in her family, with an elder sister and brother ahead of her, she had been pampered and raised without much hardship, focused solely on studying the etiquette expected of a young lady, leaving the weighty responsibilities to her elder siblings. Thus, until her marriage, she had not experienced much at all. Her mother had instructed her to grow up joyfully, shielding her from many matters. It was this sheltered nature that made her so easily swayed by Feng Zuwu's flowery words. The next day, before dawn, Feng Zuwen arose to prepare his disguise and quietly left. The 3-month leave granted by the emperor was most agreeable to him. Feng Tianxing also woke early, drinking the warm milk prepared by her mother, dutifully following Song Shuqing as she organized household affairs. Having never engaged in such mundane tasks, Feng Tianxing found the experience novel. She had never lacked for money, as many were willing to exchange spirit stones for elixirs. Madame Gua increased this month's kitchen expenses by 20 taels to provide more of the eldest lady's favorite dishes from my private funds, Song Shuqing instructed. Madame Gua, the kitchen steward and daughter-in-law of Granny He, was a middle-aged woman in her 30s. She had only been promoted after Song Shuqing took over the household management. Yes, my lady, Madame Guo acknowledged, taking her leave to attend to her duties. At this moment, Sui Xiang hurried in. Madam, I just overheard a young maid from the old matriarch's courtyard say that the old matriarch seems a bit unwell, claiming she was frightened by Hong Ye's death yesterday. Sui Xiang spoke without a trace of sorrow, her expression rather gleeful. Song Shuqing felt a sense of relief. It would be best if she fell ill. It seems trouble is brewing. She too felt a surge of excitement. Upon hearing this, Song Shuqing paused for a moment, pondering the nature of the trouble. Little He, where are you playing? The master has business to attend to. Feng Tianxing tugged at Song Shuqing's sleeve and pointed outside. Mother, I am going to the courtyard to play with Yuanji. Sui Xiang, take the young lady to the courtyard to play. I will be busy for a while longer. Song Shuqing said, not overly concerned since her daughter was merely going to play nearby. Feng Tianxing bounded into the courtyard. Finding Feng Yuanji playing on a new wooden rocking horse under the watchful eye of his nurse. The old one had disappeared. As soon as Feng Tianxing arrived, little He flew to her shoulder and settled there. Feng Tianxing approached Feng Yuanji, placing little He on his shoulder. He was delighted. He adored little He, having cried for it several times, yet the bird had ignored him. Now, with Feng Tianxing's gesture, little He perched obediently on him, and he found it incredibly fascinating. He reached out to grasp little He, but it flitted to the ground nearby. Encouraged, Feng Yuanji dashed forward to catch it. Thus, little He guided him toward the Rinshou courtyard, with Feng Tianxing following closely behind. Chapter 28. The disruption of good intentions in an attempt to ensure that Feng Yuanji complied. Feng Tianxing compelled Xiao He to accompany him. Xiao He was decidedly displeased, for he harbored a profound aversion to children. Thus, the two youngsters, under Xiao He's coaxing, made their way to the old lady's courtyard. The nursemaid and Shui Xiang, trailing behind, noticed that the children had entered the Rinshou courtyard and chose not to follow, opting instead to wait outside. Feng Tianxing grasped Feng Yuanji's hand and, placing his little finger to his lips in a gesture of silence, elicited a playful imitation from Feng Yuanji. Holding Feng Yuanji's small hand, Feng Tianxing surveyed their surroundings and led them along the wall, away from prying eyes. At that moment, Xiao He leapt ahead, bounding into the old lady's room. Feng Yuanji attempted to call out, but Feng Tianxing swiftly covered his mouth and pointed to Xiao He. Seizing the opportunity to slip inside while a maidservant tending to Wan Ruiying momentarily stepped out to fetch water, they quietly concealed themselves behind Wan Ruiying's bed, where Xiao He had also found refuge. To prevent Feng Yuanji from making any noise, Xiao He obediently allowed himself to be played with, while Feng Tianxing incessantly signaled for silence, warning that Xiao He would take flight if he spoke. Meanwhile, Wan Ruiying, lying in bed, was entirely oblivious to the unfolding events. Shielded by a curtain, to engage with Xiao He, the little one earnestly placed him in the palm of his hand, sitting on the floor and subjecting Xiao He to playful torment. How is Lu Yi? What news of the old lady? Asked Zhao Mama. She just had a bit of porridge and lay down, claiming to feel dizzy, replied the maidservant named Lu Yi respectfully. Very well. Go to the kitchen and inform them that the old lady wishes to have lotus seed soup prepared for lunch. In light of the day's scheme, Zhao Mama had contrived excuses to send away the two maidservants usually stationed at the door. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult for Feng Tianxing to sneak Feng Yuanji in without detection. Dr. Zhou, I beg your pardon, please. Zhao Mama ushered Zhou Ankang into the inner chamber. Technically, he shouldn't have entered, yet the old lady was ill in bed, and he felt compelled to attend. Moreover, with an elderly servant present, he could hardly refuse to enter. A physician's compassion knows no gender. As long as propriety is observed, no one would raise an objection. Old lady, Dr. Zhou has arrived, Zhao Mama called gently. Wan Ruiying wearily opened her eyes. Zhao Mama stepped forward, taking one of Wan Ruiying's hands from beneath the quilt and covering it with a handkerchief. Zhou Ankang, unperturbed, began to take her pulse. It was not uncommon for women of the inner chambers, who seldom exercised, to experience minor ailments. Though he identified some minor issues, none were of grave concern. Zhao Mama quietly exited the inner chamber, leaving only the doctor and the patient within. Unbeknownst to Zhou Ankang, who had his back turned, the situation was about to take a turn. Old lady, please open your mouth so I may examine you, Zhou Ankang spoke gently. However, seated upright, and with Wan Ruiying reclining, he could not see her mouth. Consequently, he stood, leaning slightly forward. At that precise moment, Wan Ruiying suddenly seized the opportunity and forcefully pulled him down. Caught off guard, Zhou Ankang lost his balance and fell onto the bed, inadvertently pinning Wan Ruoying beneath him. Feng Tianxing, having calculated the timing perfectly, yanked Feng Yuanji upright and lifted the bed curtain, revealing their startled faces to the two bewildered adults. Feng Tianxing pinched Feng Yuanji, who cried out in surprise. Just then, Xiaohei darted over Wan Ruoying's head and vanished from sight. However, the strength of a man was not something a woman could withstand. Zhao Mama collapsed to the ground. Zhou Kong, realizing the chaos, swiftly made his escape. Zhao Mama had intended to catch the two in the act but was caught off guard by the child's cries, prompting her to enter prematurely. Amidst the ensuing confusion, Feng Tianxing too slipped away, leaving behind the still wailing Feng Yuanji. "I want the little bird. I want the little bird," cried Feng Yuanji, his distress unabated. "Yuanji, when did you come in?" Wan Ruiying exclaimed in frustration, her grand scheme thwarted by two little rascals. Her plan hinged on leveraging her reputation as the old marquis' wife to prevent scandal, ensuring that Dr. Zhou would have to leave. Once he departed, Feng Zhuowu could arrange for his handling. Despite her anger, she could not vent her frustrations on her beloved grandson. Feng Tianxing had cleverly exploited this weakness to wreak havoc. As he exited the Rinshou courtyard, he felt an overwhelming sense of glee. It was so effortlessly accomplished. "Xiaohei, you have worked hard," he said. "Master, I have sacrificed my appearance. You must comfort me," Xiaohei replied. "What kind of consolation do you seek?" "I desire a nirvana pill." "You are merely at the 6th level of the mortal realm. Is it not too greedy to ask for a nirvana pill?" Ultimately, Feng Tianxing rewarded Xiaohei with a vial of beginner's spiritual liquid. "Greedy creature," Xiaohei grumbled, though with no recourse, for he was bound to his master. Even in anger, he must forgive. He was certain that his master envied his ability to cultivate in the space, while she currently could not. Xiaohei felt quite disheartened, as his cultivation had suffered a significant setback for his master's sake. Once at the 5th level of the holy realm, he had fallen to the mortal realm, limited by his master's own strength, leaving him at a mere 6th level now. He wondered when his master would regain her ability to cultivate so he could rise alongside her. "Second brother, this plan has failed. We must devise another," Wan Ruoying lamented. Earlier that morning, she had felt the urge to chastise Feng Yuanji but had restrained herself. After all, what could a 3-year-old child possibly understand? Yet she was perplexed by how that little beggar had managed to escape. Was this truly a mere 3-year-old child? She could not fathom a reason for it. She had not even uncovered how that little beggar had come to beg at the marquis' door, as if he inherently knew it was his home. But how could that be? "Mother, perhaps we were too hasty. Let me ponder a while longer. It is best to strike decisively." Today's approach was rather beneath consideration. This plan had been concocted solely by Wan Ruiying herself. The next day, Song Shuqing, having finished her household chores, brought the two children to pay their respects to Wan Ruiying and inquired about her health. Wan Ruiying had once again summoned the house doctor, feigning that she had taken a dose of medicine and was now well. "Mother, some days ago, I received an invitation from the Princess of Qin. In half a month, she will host a lotus appreciation poetry gathering in the Lotus Garden outside the city, inviting young gentlemen from various households. However, my clothes are all worn out. Could you ask sister-in-law to make me a proper dress? I wish to attend," Feng Rumun proposed once the pleasantries had concluded. Chapter 29. The young aunt demands a new dress, yet is denied a visage bearing a striking resemblance to Wan Ruoying. Infused with a touch of arrogance and the indulgence of a young girl, graced the presence of the Duchess. The Duchess was the consort of the late Emperor's 5th son, Yin Hongqian, who was none other than the current Emperor's younger brother. Presently, there remained 2 sons of the late Emperor yet to wed. At that tender age, they were certainly not involved in the political strife, allowing them to grow up in peace. "My daughter must be adorned splendidly," Wan Ruoying commanded. "Aching, craft a dress for Ruyue that she fancies." "Mother, last month, for the Dragon Boat Festival, we had 2 new garments made. I estimate that my younger sister has worn them but once. Furthermore, our household has a predetermined quota for garments each year. If we make something for her now, we will be unable to do so again by the Mid-Autumn Festival," Song Shuqing stated with unwavering resolve. "Sister-in-law, when did you become so miserly? Surely our marquis has not fallen into such dire straits." Feng Ruyue retorted loudly, showing no restraint. "I am your sister-in-law. How can you be so impolite?" Song Shuqing would no longer indulge the family's caprices. Upon taking over the stewardship from her mother-in-law, the household had little in terms of assets. It was likely that some had been hidden away. She had only been in charge for a little over a year and had not managed to effect any significant change. "Mother, look at my sister-in-law. Feng Riyue whined as she threw herself in front of Wan Ruoying, seeking sympathy. Aching, at present, our marquis has but one young lady. What harm is there in making a few more dresses? If she does not adorn herself attractively, how will she find a suitable husband? Wan Ruoying replied, unfazed. Why must it always fall to Song Shuqing to fashion the garments? Mother, I calculated yesterday that my sister-in-law's expenditures surpass even that of the marquis. It would be a laughingstock if it were to be known. Song Shuqing stood her ground. Wan Ruoying narrowed her eyes at Song Shuqing, clearly vexed. Her daughter could be spoiled as much as necessary. The marquis was not her son. Sister-in-law, I am to attend the poetry gathering hosted by the Duchess of Chuang. The attendees are all esteemed ladies and gentlemen. Do you not wish for me to secure a favorable match? Feng Riyue did not spare Song Shuqing any consideration. While the statement seemed reasonable, upon reflection, it cornered Song Shuqing. To deny her the garments implied a lack of desire for her to secure a good marriage. It was a harsh blow. It appeared that the young aunt had once been treated too well, resulting in her lack of respect in front of her. Very well, I shall have the dress made for you. But there will be no allowance for the next 2 months, Song Shuqing declared resolutely. How can that be? Without an allowance? How am I to manage the servants or purchase items I desire? Moreover, the allowance is but a mere 10 taels of silver each month. Do you intend for me to wear a dress costing 20 taels to attend the poetry gathering? Are you not concerned I might disgrace the marquis? I am, after all, the legitimate daughter of the marquis. Feng Riyue pressed on, disregarding the decorum expected of a lady. Infuriated, Song Shuqing nearly turned to leave. Make it, make it, make it. A childish voice interjected. It was none other than Feng Yuanji. Humph, even a 3-year-old knows the importance of having dresses made. Feng Riyue scooped up Feng Yuanji and planted a kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, Yuanji, you are such a good boy. Riyue, do you know how much our marquis earns each month and how much is spent? Song Shuqing asked coldly. When I took over the stewardship from my mother 2 years ago, the ledger showed only 5,000 taels of silver. The marquis owns 2 estates. And aside from providing food and vegetables for the household, it generates merely 1,000 taels annually, with 8 shops, each earning about 200 taels monthly. Our total annual income, including your brother's salary, is less than 20,000 taels. Your second brother's salary has never been handed over since I took charge. To support such a large family, tell me, how can I afford to make you dresses? Song Shuqing was resolute in her refusal. What? Feng Riyue stared incredulously at Song Shuqing. Such a substantial marquis, yet it only earns over 10,000 taels a year? That is preposterously poor. How can it sustain such a large family? A decent set of headwear and jewelry costs over 1,000 taels. But you have a dowry, do you not? Feng Riyue muttered under her breath, though everyone heard her. I have a dowry, as does my mother, and your second sister-in-law is a lady of the duke's household, with an even larger dowry. Should we then confiscate all? Song Shuqing replied coldly, casting a glance at both women. In this era, a woman's dowry is considered her personal property. Any family that demands a wife to surrender her dowry would be ridiculed, and officials could face censure. Sister-in-law, what has come over you today? I merely requested a dress. You have not treated me this way before. Feng Riyue's voice diminished significantly, realizing her position. Mother is formidable. One must not indulge such behavior. Feng Tianxing silently applauded Song Shuqing in her heart. Upon hearing this, Song Shuqing's expression shifted. It seems this gathering may lead to connections with the 9th prince. I must find a way to attend, Feng Tianxing recalled, her small face contorted with distress. Sister, my second sister-in-law has some fine fabric. Come to my courtyard later, and you may choose some you like to make a dress. Zhang Lian stepped forward to play the peacemaker. While she had little affection for this young aunt, she felt compelled to assist her husband's sister. Second sister-in-law is the best. Feng Riyue immediately clung to Zhang Lian's arm, seeking comfort. Problem resolved. Feng Yuanji, having enjoyed enough affection from Wan Ruoying, scampered over and clung to Song Shuqing's leg. Mother hug. His innocent face radiated innocence. Song Shuqing knelt to set Feng Tianxing down. Yuanji is now a big boy. You must walk on your own and not always rely on mother to carry you. Conflicted emotions surged within Song Shuqing. While Tianxing was her biological daughter, Yuanji had been raised by her for 3 years. It was difficult to suddenly regard him as inconsequential. No, I want mother to hold me. Feng Yuanji began to wail. Yuanji, come to your second aunt. Your mother has just held your sister and must be tired, Zhang Lian promptly consoled. Without hesitation, Feng Yuanji leaped into Zhang Lian's embrace. Children naturally gravitate towards those who nurture them, Zheng Lian took every opportunity to bond with Feng Yuanji, preparing him treats, sewing him clothes, and playing with him, even more devoted than Song Shuqing herself. Previously, Song Shuqing believed she had lost her child and had poured her affection into Yuanji. Now, witnessing Zheng Lian's attentiveness, her heart ached to the point of numbness. Enough. Disperse. Yuanji will stay here, Wan Ruoying declared. Mother, I shall take Yuanji. He needs a change of clothes as he has gotten dirty, Song Shuqing asserted as she reclaimed Feng Yuanji from Zheng Lian's arms and prepared to take her leave. She had resolved to keep Yuanji at a distance from the second branch of the family as much as possible. As she exited the Rinshou courtyard, Suaping rushed over, clearly eager to relay some urgent news. Chapter 30. The scholars visit Madam. Just now, Steward Chun reported that the esteemed scholar, invited by Lord Song, has arrived to see the young master. Really? Let us go and take a look. Song Shuqing felt immense joy at the prospect of Feng Yuanhao shifting his focus from martial to scholarly pursuits, for the path of a civil servant is far broader and, most importantly, less worrisome. Her father was a civil official, and the dangers associated with military generals are a common concern among women, who universally wish to shield their loved ones from peril. The recent injury of Feng Zuan serves as a poignant example of such fears. Leading her two children into the outer hall, Song Shuqing was immediately greeted by a familiar figure. Father, she exclaimed, her heart swelling with joy upon seeing her closest relative. Song Wenba replied, stroking the small patch of beard on his chin with a serious demeanor, a testament to the authority he had cultivated during his lengthy tenure as an inspector. Yuanji, quickly greet your grandfather. Tianxing, this is your grandfather, Song Shuqing said, ushering her children forward. Feng Yuanji beamed with delight at the sight of his grandfather and sweetly called out to him. Having recently met, he felt quite at ease. Moreover, as one ages, there is often a fondness for children, and every time Song Wenba saw his third grandson, he would take him to his study for a little playtime. With only one daughter, his cherished eldest, he showered her with affection, often neglecting the three grandsons who came later. Feng Tianxing, ever the sociable child, eagerly leapt into Song Wenba's arms, scrambling onto his lap. Grandfather, she exclaimed, extending her tiny arms, without concern for the dirt on her shoes. He welcomed her onto his legs. Grandfather is a good official. In my past life, to prevent the emperor from appointing the second prince as the crown prince, he bravely advised against it in the court and was met with severe punishment, ultimately leading to his untimely demise. This time, you must not be so foolish. Let your father and uncles take the lead, and Tianxing can assist as well, she said, her little hands gently touching Song Wenba's face as she pondered her words. The three members of the Feng family were taken aback by her candid revelations, nearly losing their composure. Fortunately, it was all in the past, and they resolved to guide her more carefully in the future. Having heard Feng Tianxing's thoughts on multiple occasions, they had grown adept at quickly regaining their composure and controlling their reactions. Song Wenba, oblivious to the deeper implications, felt a sense of joy seeing his granddaughter so affectionate towards him, a privilege not often extended by his other grandchildren. Qinger, have you introduced me to your Uncle Gu? Song Wenba inquired, adjusting Feng Tianxing in his embrace. Gu Qi, an old friend of Song Wenba, had recently retired due to health issues, but was now in good spirits, having recovered through the devoted care of his children. Having ranked among the top 10 in the imperial examinations years ago, he possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience. Yuanhao, since you wish to pursue scholarly studies, you should learn diligently under Mr. Gu. Song Wenba encouraged his eldest grandson. Feng Yuanhao, turning his wheelchair slightly, respectfully addressed Gu Qi. Sir, my legs are still recovering. Once I am fully healed, I shall certainly pay my respects. Indeed, I shall await your recovery, Gu Qi replied, his demeanor youthful despite his 60 years. Having already engaged in conversation with Song Shuqing prior to her arrival, Gu Qi was pleased with his assessment of Feng Yuanhao, believing that an older student would learn quickly. Feng Tianxing, having freed herself from Song Wenba's embrace, dashed to Gu Qi, extending her arms for another hug. Great-grandfather, hug me. The innocence of her 3-year-old gaze revealed her charm, and Gu Qi could not resist, lifting her onto his lap. From that moment on, Gu Qi made the Duke's residence his home, not only teaching Feng Yuanhao but also eagerly inviting Feng Tianxing to learn to read during his leisure hours. He found it remarkable that even though she could not yet speak, she mastered new words with just a couple of lessons, filling him with a sense of accomplishment. He often contrasted her progress with that of Feng Yuanhao, who, unbeknownst to him, carried the memories of a past life, leaving him to ponder the peculiarities of existence. Days passed in tranquil succession, yet subtle changes were quietly unfolding. During morning greetings, Song Shuqing no longer waited to attend to matters before departing. She now arrived early, often without her children, claiming they were still waking. Zhang Lian, eager to bond with Feng Yuanji, found herself evaded by Song Shuqing's various excuses. A man like Feng Zuwu could not frequently visit his sister-in-law as quarters. Song Shuqing meticulously arranged Feng Tianxing's meals to ensure balanced nutrition. While Feng Yuanji's diet was a different matter entirely, he could indulge freely, with no limits imposed, leading him down a path of plumpness. 10 days passed. Under Feng Yuanhao's guidance, Feng Tianxing had begun to write her first, albeit crooked, characters. This news soon reached Wan Ruiying's ears. One morning, as Song Shuqing offered her customary greetings, Wan Ruiying, maintaining her gentle demeanor, inquired, "Aching, Yuanji has turned 3. Isn't it time for him to begin his education?" Everyone understood the unspoken implications. Yet none dared to address the matter directly. Mother says that at 3, it is indeed time to start learning. Once the Lord is well enough to venture out, we shall inquire at the clan school, Song Shuqing replied, not wishing to hinder the conversation. Let us invite a teacher to our household, Wan Ruiying suggested. Reluctant to send her own grandson to the clan school, where a multitude of children would make individual attention unlikely. However, with Song Shuqing now managing the household, all decisions required her approval. Her 2 elder brothers had attended the clan school, and thus Yuanji could not be afforded any special treatment. Moreover, for enlightenment, a teacher need not be highly learned, merely capable of imparting literacy. How could it be the same? A good teacher can profoundly influence a child's development. If you are concerned about expenses, I can contribute from my own private funds, Wan Ruiying countered. This is not merely a matter of money. It is about my child, and I must ensure equality. Even Yuan Han remains enrolled in the clan school, Song Shuqing firmly asserted, leaving no room for negotiation. Did you not invite a teacher for Yuan Han to the residence? Wan Ruiying retorted, grasping at any argument she could find. As Yuanji was Song Shuqing's child, this fact constrained the second household's ability to intervene. Yuan Hao had already left the clan school. Had he pursued his studies earlier, he might have already gained admission to the Imperial Academy. Now, due to his mobility issues, he required a tutor at home. Yuan Han would not need to attend the clan school past the age of 14, as the Feng Family S institution only allowed enrollment until that age. Those wishing to continue had to sit for examinations to enter academies or the Imperial Academy. Yet, Mr. Gu had taken on the role of a tutor for Tianxing. Wan Ruiying remained undeterred, her ire still simmering at the thought of that little beggar, yet she could not express her frustration openly. Chapter 31. The unquenchable fire. Tianxing was quite favored by Mr. Gu, who took the initiative to offer her teachings, while her daughter-in-law had never made any demands. Whenever Song Shuqing thought of how her daughter skillfully won the affection of the elderly gentleman, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Well, do as you see fit. As a grandmother, I merely offer a gentle reminder, Wan Ruiying said helplessly. That evening, the family gathered together, sending the servants away, and Song Shuqing broached the subject. At the very least, she should not be illiterate. Even if we are to raise her without purpose, it shouldn't be too conspicuous. With both sons now well, their fate surely cannot be as dire as Tianxing suggested. Are you suggesting we send her away? Song Shuqing pondered, delaying the decision. Send her, came the reply. Once she begins school, she will have even less contact with the second household. I will inform the teacher. However he chooses to instruct her is of no concern to me. The implication was a desire for the teacher to allow her to learn freely. A good student is not merely a product of casual learning. It requires a myriad of intrinsic and extrinsic factors. For instance, a child raised in poverty often emerges as a filial son, while heroes arise from chaotic times. How many children nurtured in a lap of luxury can truly amount to something? This was the perspective of Feng Zuan. Yes, indeed, we shall raise her without purpose. Feng Tianxing clapped her small hands. The others, observing her sudden enthusiasm, softened their gazes. Then we shall raise her without purpose, as our daughter wishes. In truth, Song Shuqing was already following this course of action. Very well, we shall send her off in a few days. The first household consisted of kind-hearted individuals, but they were not foolishly benevolent. Feng Tianxing cherished such family members, filled with warmth and humanity. This experience was genuinely delightful. Feng Tianxing disregarded the minor Feng Yuanji entirely. With her presence in the house, no one would dare to cause mischief. As the night wore on, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. In the dead of night, 2 shadowy figures stealthily entered the courtyard where Zhou Kong resided. Their skilled movements indicated they were martial arts experts, unnoticed by anyone. They doused the area in oil, igniting a fire before swiftly departing. At that moment, Xiaohei happened to be in the spatial realm and did not witness the event. As flames erupted, the night guards on duty quickly discovered the blaze and rushed to pursue the assailants, but their speed was far too swift to catch. They could only shout that the water was gone. Feng Zuan and Feng Tianxing were roused by the commotion and hastily got up. By the time Feng Zuan arrived at the scene, the fire had already grown large, engulfing the entire house. The oil-fed flames spread too rapidly. The awakened servants and night guards began frantically attempting to extinguish the fire. Feng Zuan assessed the situation. If they did not act quickly to rescue those inside, they would surely perish in the flames. Zhoushani, Feng Zuan signaled the guard to shout. Zhou, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the heat, gasping for breath. As he opened his eyes and beheld the towering flames, he was taken aback. Just as he donned his clothing to figure out an escape, he heard someone calling out to him from outside. "I am here," he quickly responded, relieved that he had not lost consciousness. The night guards of the Feng residence were somewhat lacking in capability, prompting Feng Zuan to reflect on this. Among those present, only Feng Zuan possessed the highest martial arts skills. Thus, the responsibility of rescuing others fell solely upon him. Without further delay, Feng Zuan rushed to a nearby guest room, grabbed a quilt, soaked it, and wrapped it around himself. He steeled himself and plunged into the fiery chaos. Feng Tianxing and Song Shuqing arrived just in time to witness this scene, causing Song Shuqing to faint in fear. Feng Tianxing felt rage ignite within her. Fortunately, after a brief moment, Feng Zuan emerged once more, and several night guards promptly doused him with 2 buckets of water. As he unfurled the quilt, Zhou was indeed found within, terrified and trembling. Seeing him rescued, Feng Tianxing finally felt her heart lighten. "Xiaohei, set fire to Feng Zuo's courtyard for me," she commanded coldly in her heart. She was not one to be easily trifled with. Grievances should not linger. Initially intending to incinerate the old lady's courtyard as well, she reconsidered, knowing it was the main residence and too precious to burn. However, Feng Zuo's quarters were merely a side wing, so burning it would be of little consequence. "All right," Xiaohei replied enthusiastically, rushing out from the spatial realm, unnoticed by anyone. Xiaohei was a phoenix, capable of expelling flames from its small mouth, and water could not extinguish its fire. From a distance, he witnessed Feng Zuan emerging from the inferno. "Big brother, are you all right?" Feng Zuo approached with concern. His gaze towards Feng Zuan was laden with complexity. He had not anticipated such a severe injury could heal so swiftly, allowing him to rescue someone from the flames. "I'm fine. Fortunately, I arrived in time to save Zhoushani. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unthinkable," Feng Zuan replied, shaken. Deep down, he was acutely aware of who was behind this act. Feng Zuan cast a cold glance at Feng Zuo for a moment. His younger brother's heart was as hard as stone. Over the years, he had done nothing to wrong him and had fulfilled his duties as an elder brother without neglect. While the fire had yet to be extinguished, onlookers witnessed flames erupting from the east wing of the courtyard. The Wuanhou residence was a grand estate with 4 courtyards, including 2 side wings. The first household occupied the second and third courtyards, while the second household and the old lady resided in the 4th courtyard plus a side wing. The first courtyard served as the guest quarters. Upon reaching his own courtyard, the maidservants and matrons were in a frenzy, and his wife, with disheveled hair and signs of having been burned, emerged. Feng Zuo stepped outside, and she too awakened, hastily donning clothing to investigate the situation. Remembering the silver notes she had placed, she dashed inside to retrieve them. However, before she could reach the bedside, the flames engulfed her path, forcing her to retreat, though a few strands of her hair were singed. Fortunately, a maid acted swiftly, grabbing a pair of scissors to trim the burned ends. Otherwise, she would have lost all her hair. Feng Zuo immediately organized a fire brigade, but the flames were peculiar. A bucket of water made no discernible difference. As Feng Zuo and his team extinguished the fire in the front courtyard, they found the flames in the inner courtyard showing no signs of being subdued. Rather, they grew increasingly fierce. Observing this, he began to formulate a suspicion. Feng Tianxing, following closely behind, came to witness the spectacle. "Let it burn, let it burn. Is it not enjoyable to see a fire? This is what one calls excitement. I just wonder if mother will scold me," she mused, feeling a twinge of guilt about being reprimanded by Song Shuqing. "But mother will surely not know that it was my command that prompted Xiaohei's actions," she thought gleefully. Watching the flames soar, Feng Zuo, hearing her thoughts, felt a mix of exasperation and admiration. Such capable children also brought concern. It seemed he needed to guide her properly, lest she stray from the right path. Yet, in his heart, he felt a sense of satisfaction. How could he explain this? That night, the Wuanhou residence was destined for unrest. The fire raged until dawn, only extinguishing itself once there was nothing left to burn. This incident captured the attention of the city guards and spread to the prominent families of the capital, eventually reaching the emperor's ears. What was most peculiar was that it could not be extinguished. Chapter 32. The shortcomings of the marquis in the modest courtyard where Xuanmen resided. There was little of value, in stark contrast to the abode of Feng Zuwu and his wife. The vast wealth of the second household had been reduced to ashes, with the most precious being Zheng Lian's dowry, which included banknotes worth at least tens of thousands of taels, antiques, paintings, furniture, textiles, and books, all consumed by the flames. Zheng Lian wept uncontrollably, fainting and regaining consciousness only to continue her sorrowful lament. Fortunately, there were no casualties when the fire broke out in Xuanmen's courtyard. Everyone was awakened and rushed out to witness the spectacle. Wan Ruoying was furious and demanded a thorough investigation into the cause of the fire. However, no one could provide clarity. Each maid claimed ignorance, having fled outside to observe the blaze. The fire had ignited in the couple's quarters. Zhang Lian herself could not articulate what had transpired, only suggesting that a candlestick had toppled. Yet, even if that were the case, it seemed implausible for such a small incident to escalate so rapidly. The flames surged uncontrollably, swiftly engulfing the entire room. She had barely enough time to salvage the banknotes hidden beneath her vanity box, suffering singed hair in the process. What perplexed everyone the most was the fire's ferocity. It seemed indomitable. Wan Ruoying, being of a certain age, had her suspicions, though Feng Zuwu had not directly informed her. She surmised that her son must have instigated this calamity with the Zheng family. Was this retribution for some misdeed? As the head matriarch, Song Shuqing busily arranged the aftermath. Steward Qin summoned the household servants to clear the debris, hoping to salvage any fire-resistant valuables. When they discovered that even silver had been reduced to molten clumps on the ground, a wave of dread washed over them. How could the fire be so relentless? This enigma remained unanswered, save for Feng Zuwen. It was not until afternoon that the cleanup was completed, yielding no treasures. Only a few stone pillars, once supportive beams, lay desolately on the ground. Song Shuqing felt fortunate that the fire had only consumed the second household's quarters and had not spread elsewhere. Had the entire marquis been reduced to cinders, where would the family reside? Little He, a master of fire control, would never allow such a disaster to occur. If even the young master had nowhere to sleep, his fur would surely suffer. Each time he misbehaved, his owner would pluck his fur as a form of punishment, for his coat was exceedingly precious. With the second household rendered homeless, Song Shuqing reluctantly prepared a side chamber, originally intended as Feng Zuwu's study, for the couple to reside in. Rebuilding would not be an endeavor completed in a day or two. By the time everything was settled, night had fallen. Song Shuqing instructed the kitchen to deliver meals punctually to each quarter. The first household typically dined together, especially for dinner, with all present at home gathering around the table. After the meal, Song Shuqing sent Feng Yunji's nurse to soothe the children to sleep and dismiss the attending servants. The family exchanged glances, each bearing a distinct expression. Yet none spoke. Feng Zuwen's gaze frequently drifted towards Feng Tianxing, prompting the others to follow his line of sight. Tianxing, come to father. Feng Zuwen broke the silence. Aware of her wrongdoing, Feng Tianxing approached her father slowly, feeling guilty, and melted into his embrace. Was it you who caused the fire last night? Though phrased as a question, Feng Zuwen's tone resonated with certainty. At that moment, only he had heard Feng Tianxing's silent confession. The others were not nearby. What? You say it was my sister who started the fire? Feng Yuanhan exclaimed in astonishment. Why? Certainly, the fire in Dr. Zhou's courtyard was not ignited by your sister. It was instigated by two assassins. The dark guards failed to pursue them, yet the culprit is all too evident. Feng Zuwen quickly clarified, determined not to wrong his beloved daughter. Feng Tianxing lowered her head, taking Feng Zuwen's hand to inscribe two characters in his palm. It was me. But I did nothing wrong. The fire in Dr. Zhou's courtyard was undoubtedly caused by my second uncle. I sought retribution, wishing him to feel the sting of flames. Such a young child, yet so capable, her father felt a sense of helplessness. This precious daughter should have thrived under his protection, yet here she was, burdened with the responsibility of an entire family at the tender age of 3. Feng Zuan embraced her tighter. Good child, do not be so reckless in the future. If there is trouble, let father handle it. You should simply enjoy your meals, drink your milk, and grow tall. Father does not blame you. I only feel inadequate that my daughter carries such worries. Feng Zuan struggled to impart further wisdom, recognizing that the child acted out of concern for the family. Yet, her methods were far too extreme, and now they must bear the cost of repairs. Well done, sister, Feng Yuanhan remarked upon hearing Feng Zuan's words. Realizing it was indeed the sister who had taken action, fully supporting her cause. At only 13, his thoughts were undoubtedly radical. Second brother, are you seeking a beating? Feng Zuan refrained from scolding his daughter while dismissing the boy's concerns. Feng Zuan fell silent, deeply disappointed by the repeated transgressions of the second household. The bond of blood would eventually be drained dry. Reflecting on childhood memories, he recalled how Feng Zuo had sweetly called him brother while running to him. Seeking solace after being reprimanded by their father, the sentimental Feng Zuan was pained. When had his second brother's heart strayed? Indeed, it was after he passed the imperial examinations. Had he been of no merit, reliant on his elder brother for survival, how could ambition have taken root? Father, while my sister's actions were indeed extreme, I believe her approach is commendable. We should no longer endure in silence. An eye for an eye is the way forward, Feng Yuanhao concurred. Ah, your mother will have her hands full now, Feng Zuan sighed. But our courtyard was not burned. Why should mother be concerned? Feng Yuanhan innocently queried. Does a house, burned, not require funds for reconstruction? Song Shuqing shot a disapproving glare at her second son. Children who do not manage the household remain unaware of the value of grain and oil. Hearing this, Feng Yuanhan could not help but chuckle. So it is a matter of finances. Our marquis is not wealthy. The family legacy spans merely 3 generations, with only a few shops and 2 estates. The annual interest barely suffices for the family's expenses. This marquis was bestowed upon us by the emperor. Your great-grandfather did not purchase it, and your grandfather lacked business acumen. Even though the marquis appears prosperous, its financial standing remains tenuous. As Song Shuqing concluded, she hesitated, noting the expressions on the faces of the father and sons. Realizing it was best not to delve further, the 3 men lowered their heads in silence, acknowledging the truth of the marquis's limitations. Without a single merchant in the family, accumulating wealth proved to be a formidable challenge. However, one favorable aspect of the 3 generations of the marquis was that none of the men had taken concubines, ensuring that all children were born of the same mother, fostering unity. Yet, with the father of Feng Zuan after his wife bore him, she sustained injuries that rendered her unable to bear more children and suffered from chronic illness. When Feng Zuan was 13, she passed away. At that time, the old marquis was only 34. Amidst a critical succession struggle, some had set their sights on his inner courtyard. To avoid complications, the old marquis proactively took a 6th-rank official's daughter, Ruan Ruoying, as a secondary wife. Little did he know that this decision would invite so many troubles. Mother, I can earn a great deal of money. One of my elixirs could deplete an entire household's fortune. Feng Tianxing thought fervently, unable to contain herself. With a flick of her small hand, a pill appeared in her palm. Chapter 33, The Splendor of Attire in the Hands of Feng Zuan. 2 characters were inscribed. Sell for money. Sell for money? Feng Zuan murmured involuntarily. Both husband and wife wiped their foreheads simultaneously, while the 2 brothers' eyes sparkled with excitement. Daughter, quickly put these treasures away. If others discover them, they will covet them, and your father currently lacks the ability to protect you. Once your father and your brothers have honed their martial skills, we shall proceed cautiously. Given Feng Zuan's age and extensive experience in officialdom, he understood the adage that wealth should not be flaunted, and that secrecy leads to success. Though his daughter possessed memories of her past life, she remained unaware of her previous living conditions. The nuances of this world's social dynamics required gradual teaching. Seeing his father's cautious demeanor, Feng Tianxing complied and stored away the medicinal herbs. Simultaneously, she recognized that this was the mortal realm, which operated under its own survival principles. After a moment's contemplation, she took Feng Zuan's hand and wrote, "Plant medicinal herbs, open a pharmacy. Find me some seeds. Father, please procure some precious medicinal herb seeds for me. I can cultivate them and establish a pharmacy, allowing Dr. Zhou to manage it. Is my daughter capable of such a feat? Not only a harbinger of fortune but also a deity of wealth." The group exchanged glances, finding the idea feasible. "Good daughter. Tomorrow I shall have Uncle you take care of it." Feng Zuan readily agreed, knowing that opening a pharmacy would be much simpler. "My dear, Since our daughter wishes to open a pharmacy, this is indeed a viable plan. I must trouble you for the time being to use your dowry to purchase a shop in her name. It shall count as her dowry in the future. We shall have Zhou Ankong serve as the shopkeeper and doctor, but we must not disclose that it belongs to the Ho residence. We shall say it is established by Dr. Zhou. The contract he signed with us shall remain unregistered for now. Feng Zuan contemplated further. Very well. I shall enlist my mother's assistance, so it does not pass through my hands. Song Shuqing wished to keep the second house unaware, lest they assume it was an asset of the Ho residence. A recent fire had significantly impacted the Ho family, but for the people of the capital, it was merely a topic for casual conversation. Days passed, and almost a month had elapsed since Feng Zuan's injury. He had regained his mobility. Meanwhile, with the treatment from Dr. Zhou and the capture of the assailant, Feng Yuanhao no longer suffered from coughing, improving daily. Feng Yuanhao's legs were treated with acupuncture by Dr. Zhou, and sensation was gradually returning to his lower limbs, promising a swift recovery. Song Shuqing continued her daily visits. Yet maintaining the facade of a compassionate mother became increasingly difficult. Previously, she had entered with a smile, but now her expression was often devoid of emotion. Furthermore, she frequently visited without bringing Feng Yuanji along. Just the other day, Feng Yuanji had fulfilled the wishes of the second house by starting his education at the clan academy. Though the Feng family had only been ennobled for 3 generations, their lineage in the capital was substantial, albeit with few officials among them. A family devoid of cultural depth could find it exceedingly challenging to rise through scholarly pursuits. Only a handful of men had entered the military, and they occupied the lowest ranks. Only the main branch of the Ho family had produced officials. The clan academy was funded by the Ho family, and the teachers were also salaried by them. However, Feng Zuan's father was an only son, and his other 2 siblings were daughters. By the time of Feng Zuan, the direct line had 4 children, and he had an older sister who had been married for many years. Their numbers were not particularly thriving. Today, Feng Tianxing awoke early, intending to accompany Song Shuqing to the Rinshou courtyard. Generally, only the children of their generation and grandchildren over the age of 7 would pay respects, as younger ones were not allowed to disrupt their growth by rising too early. Upon entering Rinshou courtyard, they were greeted by laughter from within. The 4 seamstresses in the embroidery room had been working tirelessly, crafting garments for Feng Riyue. As the embroidery was intricate, the process had been slow, and each day Feng Riyue would check in to urge them along, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to don her new attire. The style had been jointly determined by her and her sister-in-law. This morning, the garments were finally completed and delivered to Feng Riyue's chamber. She immediately tried them on, admiring her reflection in the mirror with great satisfaction. Miss, if the young gentlemen of the capital see you, they will surely compete to send matchmakers your way. Ziqing chimed in, eager not to be left behind. The 2 maidservants lavished praise upon their mistress, elevating Feng Riyue's spirits to celestial heights. Is that so? Come, let us visit Mother's courtyard. I must showcase this to her. She intended to flaunt before her sister-in-law, scoffing at the thought of not being adorned, as if she were not entitled to such finery. As the trio stepped outside, they strolled leisurely toward Rinshou courtyard. On their way, they caught the astonished gazes of maidservants and wives. Dressed in a pale green gown that flowed gracefully with her movements, the skirt was adorned with exquisite embroidery, resembling a flowing landscape painting. The neckline and sleeves were embellished with silver trim, enhancing her noble elegance. A slender waist belt accentuated her delicate figure, while a pearl hairpiece and matching earrings added a touch of opulence. Wow, is that the 4th miss? She is stunning. The 4th miss was already beautiful, but this attire elevated her above many young ladies in the capital. As she absorbed the praises from the servants, Feng Riyue lifted her chin higher. She was determined to captivate Prince Yi at the poetry gathering. Yun Hongyi, the 9th son of the late emperor, was 18 and still unmarried. Countless unmarried maidens yearned to wed him. He was the son of the late emperor's beloved consort and the brother of the current emperor. With striking good looks and a gentle demeanor, he eschewed the haughty airs typically associated with nobility, making him an ideal match. The trio entered Rinshou courtyard, where Ruan Ruiying beheld her daughter's beauty, dispelling the recent gloom that had hung over her. Just then, Song Shuqing arrived. Big sister, you've come. Feng Riyue greeted her with warmth, her spirits clearly high. This attire is quite lovely, made of Yanyun satin, a fabric only found in the palace. Song Shuqing recognized its quality. Indeed, it was gifted by the noble consort to my sister-in-law, who is always so generous to me. Feng Riyue. thoughtlessly praising her sister-in-law in front of Song Shuqing, failed to realize the implications. Your sister-in-law hails from a marquis family, her dowry substantial, and the noble consort is her own sister. Meanwhile, I am merely the daughter of a censor-s family, lacking the benefits of royal favor, Song Shuqing reflected, feeling slightly disheartened. Noticing that Song Shuqing did not take offense at her words, Feng Ruyue found the conversation less engaging. Ruyue, how many days remain until the poetry gathering? Wan Ruoying inquired with a smile. Mother, there are still 3 days left. Have you forgotten? Perhaps you have been too worried lately? Feng Ruyue replied, casting a glance at Song Shuqing and the child she held, clearly implying that the child's presence displeased her mother, along with the recent fire incident. 10 days have passed, yet I have not seen my sister-in-law arrange for the rebuilding of the house. Oh, it is merely that I had a restless night last evening and am a bit forgetful. You should express your gratitude for your sister-in-law's generosity in providing you with such splendid garments, Wan Ruoying admonished. Thank you, sister-in-law, Feng Ruyue said, bowing respectfully before Zheng Lian. No need for thanks. I am simply pleased that you like it. Should you desire anything else in the future? Zheng Lian hesitated, realizing that she currently lacked the means to be generous due to her own dowry situation. Feng Tianxing silently observed the exchange. No matter how exquisite the garments, they cannot conceal your sycophantic nature. Sigh, it is unbearable to witness. What is to be done? She rolled her eyes at the ceiling, suddenly struck by an idea. Chapter 34. A disturbance. Song Shuqing gently patted Feng Tianxing's back, attempting to comfort her daughter. The child often worried her with her reckless actions. For instance, she had previously hidden Yuanji behind the old lady's bed, a move that was audacious beyond measure. What if the old lady had an outburst? As her mother, she was not there to intervene. And then there was that fire, ignited without hesitation, a source of great alarm. Lu Yue, you must conduct yourself well at the poetry gathering. Do not allow the princess consort to underestimate you. The outside world is far different from home. Temper your demeanor. A lady must embody grace and gentleness. Wan Ruoying instructed earnestly. Mother, I understand, Feng Liyue replied, playfully dismissing her mother's admonitions. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Wuhan, she was accustomed to being courted by many. After departing from Rinshou Courtyard, Song Shuqing found the air considerably sweeter. If only they could separate households. She would no longer have to endure the disdainful expressions of that family. The second branch was indeed ruthless towards the first, yet she never wished for anyone's demise, especially since they were blood relatives of Feng Zuan. That night, Feng Tianxing nestled in her small bed, falling asleep early. In the latter half of the night, she awoke and entered her spatial realm. Xiaohei, I am feeling quite discontented again, Feng Tianxing lamented, casting a troubled glance at Xiaohei. Who has wronged you? Speak, and I shall exact vengeance on your behalf. Who dares to offend the master of Black Phoenix? It is my little aunt. She bullied my mother over a piece of clothing, flaunting her new attire before her. The sight was unbearable. I do not wish for her to show off at the poetry gathering, Feng Tianxing complained. Is that all? I shall simply incinerate that garment. With a flick of its tongue, Xiaohei could unleash an indomitable flame. Let us not resort to violence. Just sully the dress. That way, she cannot wear it. After all, it can be washed. It is still a valuable piece of clothing, and the Marquis' estate is not affluent at present. However, her spatial realm lacked silver. Such currency was unnecessary for her. She possessed only spiritual stones. Though silver existed in the cultivation world, it was merely a tool of the mundane, seldom used by cultivators. The laws of heaven dictated that one should not indiscriminately harm mortals, lest they incur divine retribution. Severe consequences could lead to the loss of all cultivation, reducing one to a mere mortal. Consider it a trivial matter. I shall ensure your satisfaction, but do not skimp on the reward, Xiaohei declared grandly. Feng Tianxing grinned mischievously and, with a wave of her hand, cast Xiaohei out of the spatial realm. Master, Feng Tianxing called out in her heart. Before long, a celestial elder appeared, floating gracefully. His hands were folded, one holding a dust whisk that fell naturally. With a benevolent smile and flowing white beard that danced in the breeze, he was Feng Tianxing's master in the cultivation realm and the spirit of the spatial realm. This spiritual plant space was a creation of the heavens, and by a stroke of fortune, Feng Tianxing had recognized it as her own. It afforded her the opportunity to practice alchemy, while the spirit guided her in martial arts. The elder swept his whisk, lightly brushing Feng Tianxing's face. A tender gesture akin to a familial caress. Master, my relatives in this life treat me exceptionally well. May I utilize this space to amass wealth? Feng Tianxing inquired. her eyes sparkling with hope as she sought her master's approval. Their communication transcended words, connecting through spiritual consciousness. You are a grateful child. Your parents' ability to nurture you is indeed a blessing for them. Master, do you consent? The spirit nodded. Master, I wish to cultivate valuable herbs from the mortal realm on a piece of land. Is that permissible? The spirit nodded once more. Splendid. Thank you, Master. Please assist me in caring for it, Feng Tianxing said playfully, winking. The elder affectionately ruffled her hair. In the cultivation realm, she was known for her kindness. She never harmed others unless provoked. Whenever she encountered someone in need, she would lend a hand, as long as they were not irredeemably wicked. Such virtuous qualities were rare in the cultivation world, which was why the spirit chose to coexist with her. On June 28th, the day of the poetry gathering organized by the princess consort, Feng Liyue rose early to prepare her appearance, determined to attend the event in her most beautiful guise. She paid little heed to her poetic prowess, for very few women could compose poetry well. Most attended with the ulterior motive of securing a wealthy husband. She instructed her maid, Zishu, to style her hair into an elegant updo, light and graceful, showcasing her delicate neckline, an irresistible allure. Complemented by exquisite adornments, she appeared stunning. At 17, she embodied the essence of youth and vitality. Quickly, bring me my new dress, but be careful not to soil it. However, the moment she spoke, her image was marred. Zishu dashed to the wardrobe, retrieving the garment, only to be met with an unpleasant odor. Frowning, she approached Feng Liyue, who was assisted by Ziqin in unfolding the dress. The stench intensified. What is that foul smell? Feng Liyue waved her hand, attempting to disperse the discomfort. But to no avail. Miss, there seems to be a large stain on this dress. Ziqin exclaimed, drawing attention to the unsightly blemish. Let me see. Zishu turned to examine it closely. The stench was overwhelming, nearly inducing her to retch. A stain the size of a bowl marred the chest area. Holding her nose, Zishu leaned in for a closer look, but the odor was unbearable. Yet, she finally discerned its nature. Miss, it appears to be dog feces. She managed to utter, recalling her childhood experiences on the farm. What did you say? Feng Liyue could hardly believe her ears. She rushed forward to inspect, and upon seeing the light gray substance and smelling the horrid odor, she dashed to the washroom to vomit violently. Never before had she encountered such a thing up close, and it took her a considerable time to recover. Ziqin offered her tea, and after downing 3 cups, Feng Liyue managed to quell her nausea. Both maids trembled with fear. Immediately kneeling in apology. Miss, we had no idea. It was stored after you wore it that day and has not been touched since, Zishu explained anxiously. She felt aggrieved. She had personally put it away in perfect condition. Yet, the evidence before them was indisputable. Find out who is responsible for this. I will have their skin. Feng Liyue seethed with fury. Miss, only the second madam has visited us recently. No one else has come, and only we and Ziqin have access to this room. Zishu recounted the recent events. Could it be my second sister-in-law? That seems unlikely. If it were her, she would have no reason to return it to me. Yet, who else could it be? The 3 of them were left bewildered. Miss, time is of the essence, Ziqin reminded her. Chapter 35. The most embarrassing moment in Bird's life. Feng Liyue let out a long, piercing scream, attempting to release some of her pent-up anger. However, the dress was certainly unwearable now. The poetry gathering was today, and there was no time to create a new one. With a sweep of her arms, she sent several teacups and a teapot crashing to the floor, producing a sharp clatter. Still not satisfied, she lifted a stool and hurled it down as well. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself. Yue, have you finished your preparations? At that moment, Ruan Ruoying's voice echoed from the courtyard. Zishu promptly stepped outside to usher the matriarch in. What has happened here? Ruan Ruoying inquired, noticing the scattered porcelain shards on the ground. Feng Liyue, stepping gingerly on the broken pieces, flung herself into her mother's embrace. Mother, someone doesn't want me to wear a beautiful dress to the poetry gathering, Feng Liyue sobbed, her heart heavy with sorrow. That dress had been her most cherished attire. The marquis would never procure such fine fabric. Now, with her sister-in-law's dowry having been completely destroyed in a fire, the prospect of replacing it seemed utterly impossible. The more she thought, the more her sadness deepened. Zishu immediately recounted the events. Ruan Ruoying, without hesitation, inferred that it must be the doing of the first family, though there was no concrete evidence. Who in the first family would stoop so low? Song Shuqing, being the eldest sister-in-law and significantly older than Liyue, seemed an improbable culprit. The two grandsons? Boys were even less likely to engage in such mischief. This clearly bore the marks of a child's prank. The only one left was the 3-year-old Feng Tianxing. But how could such a young child comprehend such a deed? Pondering over the members of the first family yielded no satisfactory conclusions. Yet, she was certain it had to be their doing. Wah, mother, what am I to do now? Feng Riyue cried, breathless from her weeping. My dear daughter, I will surely uncover who is responsible and take vengeance for you, Wan Ruoying assured her. Time could not be wasted. Feng Riyue resigned herself to reality. She must attend the poetry gathering. Many esteemed young nobles would be present, as it was a matchmaking event arranged by the princess consort for her brother, and also a poetry gathering that the empress had requested the two princes to attend. If their mothers consented, a marriage could ensue, and it would be splendid if the princess consort's brother took a liking to her. Two maids swiftly helped her change clothes and reapply her makeup. When she finally stepped outside, she noticed two carriages waiting at the marquis's entrance. Just as she was about to board, Feng Yuanhao emerged from the other side, being pushed by Feng Yuanhan, with Wang Jiang and Wang Hong trailing behind. In Feng Yuanhao's arms sat Feng Tianxing, who was adorned in the new attire that Song Shuqing had crafted for her. Today, she was eager to show it off before her elder brothers, delightedly bubbling with joy. She caught sight of Feng Riyue and, noticing her absence of the splendid dress from before, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What have you done to Aunt's dress? I can see her face is as dark as a pot bottom, she mused to her companion, Xiaohe, who was currently dozing in the space. I won't tell you, Xiaohe replied, having committed the most embarrassing act of its life to fulfill its owner's request, feeling somewhat ashamed to confess. Come on, share it with me, and I'll reward you, Feng Tianxing coaxed. I smeared it with bird droppings, Xiaohe finally divulged, unable to resist the temptation. Your droppings? Feng Tianxing laughed heartily, finding the idea splendid. A mere smear of droppings was enough to make Feng Riyue disdainful. It seemed almost too easy. What are you talking about? It was the excrement of a large yellow dog from Aunt Lu's house on the back street, Xiaohe retorted irritably, recalling the monumental effort it had taken to remove that lump of waste. It had found a cloth, pinched it with its wings, and nudged it along, enduring a horrendous stench. Thankfully, it had the ability to hold its breath. Otherwise, it would have never managed. Ha ha! Feng Tianxing burst into laughter. The two brothers looked at her, puzzled by her sudden outburst. Surely, she must have done something amusing. Feng Yuanhan continued to push the wheelchair towards the carriage. Aunt, the two greeted in unison. What? Are you both heading to the poetry gathering as well? Feng Riyue asked coldly, her expression revealing her displeasure, and upon closer inspection, her lashes were still damp with tears. She did not wish for Feng Yuanhao to appear at the same event as her. Worry not. I will be in the gentleman's section. I shan't embarrass you, Feng Yuanhao responded politely, speaking in a gentle tone, hoping to avoid an unpleasant scene even before they had left. With a huff, Feng Riyue entered her carriage and departed in a flurry. The brothers climbed into their own carriage, with Wang Jiang taking the reins. The poetry gathering was to be held not far outside the capital, in a quaint estate. Though referred to as an estate, it was, in fact, a royal garden, frequently utilized by officials and noble families for grand events. Whenever needed, one simply had to apply through the Ministry of Internal Affairs. It took approximately half an hour to reach their destination. The carriages were required to park in a designated area and were not allowed to enter. Upon disembarking, Feng Tianxing noticed several large characters standing tall by the roadside. A good 10 paces from the entrance, Liuguang Heiyuan. Each character was mounted on a stone pedestal, crafted from wood and painted a vibrant crimson, truly distinctive. As they approached, a reception awaited them. There were soft sedan chairs at the entrance for those who wished to ride, while others could choose to walk inside. Feng Yuanhao was wheeled to the front, where the 4 characters adorned a plaque above the doorway, written in a bold, elegant script that clearly bore the mark of a master calligrapher. Stop here, Feng Yuanhao instructed Feng Yuanhan, as he wished to wait for his companions. He scanned the area, seeking his friends, but failed to spot Wu Yueqin among the crowd. Unperturbed by the curious gazes of onlookers, Feng Yuanhao maintained his composure, greeting those he recognized and nodding to those he did not, deliberately positioning himself for an opportunity to engage. Feng Tianxing, equally curious, observed the throng of people. In her previous ethereal state, she could only grasp a vague sense of the surroundings, primarily focusing on the Feng family. It was impossible to take in the entirety of the capital's populace. At that moment, a cloud of dust billowed from the distance, and several fast horses surged forward, halting only as they reached the group. Feng Tianxing squinted, suddenly recalling who was at the forefront of this approaching entourage. This individual left a profound impression upon her. Having accomplished a remarkable feat. Chapter 36. The arrival of the rebels. Isn't this person the emperor's adopted son? He later rebelled, ultimately becoming the second prince. The second prince is not a virtuous individual. He possesses ambition but lacks compassion. Such a person should not ascend to the throne, for he ultimately brought ruin upon the entire flaming empire. Alas, when I am able to speak, I must inform my father and brothers, urging them to do everything in their power to prevent this. We cannot allow the esteemed Feng family to be destroyed by the second prince's ambition. Feng Yuanhao and his brother were greatly alarmed upon hearing this. The flaming empire had actually met its demise. As they approached, the figure became increasingly distinct. In his 20s, he exuded confidence, his square jaw adorned with arrogance. He wielded a long whip and carried a large sword at his waist, clad in black attire. Seemingly unbothered by the June heat, adorned with a jade crown, his long hair cascaded over his shoulders. His muscular physique was evident even through his clothing. As he approached Feng Yuanhao, he exclaimed, "Ah, is this not young Master Feng? Finally decided to venture outside. Is your leg improving? Thank you for your concern, Prince Liu. I have sought the aid of a renowned physician and have hopes for recovery." Feng Yuanhao replied respectfully with a bow. "Why not come inside? I am waiting for a friend to join me." "Please, Your Highness, go ahead," he added. Noticing Feng Yuanhao's courtesy, the man did not linger and strode confidently into the glimmering lotus garden. This individual was named Yunxing Liu, a distant relative of the royal family, who had earned great merit in a previous mission to protect the emperor. Consequently, he was adopted by the current emperor, granted the title of Duke Liu, and awarded a residence, enjoying the privileges of a prince. He commanded more respect than the two princes left by the former emperor. Yunxing Liu was renowned for his martial prowess, the best among all royal descendants. He had summoned 10 martial arts instructors to his home and frequently sought sparring partners, leading to his unparalleled skills. His reputation as an invincible warrior was well-deserved. He had no rivals in the capital. On one occasion, the emperor, disguised in plain clothes, was accompanied by him on an outing. They encountered a pack of wolves while traversing a forest. The guards struggled to fend off the attack, yet Yunxing Liu remained steadfastly at the emperor's side. However, misfortune struck when the lead wolf, aware of his protective nature, lunged at the emperor, sending him tumbling down a cliff. Without hesitation, Yunxing Liu followed suit, using his whip to secure the emperor's waist and suspending him from a gnarled tree on the cliffside. Once the wolves dispersed, he utilized a dagger wedged in a crevice to carefully hoist the emperor back to safety. Deeply moved by such bravery, the emperor, being of royal lineage, adopted him as a son and bestowed upon him the title of duke when he was merely 16. As a result, he gained military authority, commanding a garrison of 5,000 outside the city. Now at 21, he remained unmarried. The emperor had once arranged a marriage for him, but the bride tragically died within 6 months. The cause was unexpected yet understandable. Duke Liu's vigorous nature required him to indulge with 2 women nightly, and his delicate bride could not withstand such demands. Consequently, no noblewoman dared to marry him, which is why he attended such gatherings today. However, Feng Tianxing was aware of his unsavory reputation. Damn it, how's it that such a person has not perished sooner? All he does is bring misfortune to women. Once I gain power, I shall deal with him. Or perhaps I should send Xiaohe to confront him. Yet, he bears no grudge against me. Ultimately, he met his end at the hands of the second prince. What a predicament. Ah, I shall leave it for another time. As Feng Tianxing watched Duke Liu's diminishing figure, her thoughts were filled with curses, leaving Feng Yuanhao and his brother trembling with fear. Sister is too violent, always wanting to confront others. Eager to extract more information about how he rebelled, she noticed her brother's gaze fixed on her, yet no further words were exchanged. Ah, what I've heard thus far is already quite sufficient. There will be future opportunities. Noble ladies and gentlemen arrived in succession. Some Feng Tianxing recognized, while others were strangers. Bored, she took Feng Yuanhao's hand and inscribed 2 characters in his palm. Introduce. Big brother, please introduce me to those you know. Feng Yuanhao adjusted his position slightly, allowing Feng Yuanhan to push him aside, and began introducing the individuals he recognized, mostly men, with only a few women among them. At that moment, several gentlemen approached. One was the grandson of the current Grand Tutor, Dong Zhi, who was nicknamed Dong Xiong or Dong Fei. His elder brother excelled academically, achieving the title of Jinshi before turning 20. All the intelligence seemed to reside with the elder sibling, while Dong Zhi often found himself on the receiving end of beatings. struggling to recite the three-character classic even at 7 years old. Ultimately, the Grand Tutor conceded that Dong Zhi was ill-suited for academic pursuits and ceased to oversee him, allowing him to become a quintessential second-generation heir. His bear-like appearance made marriage a daunting challenge, and at 19, he remained unbetrothed, hoping to strike fortune at today's poetry gathering. Once Dong Zhi entered, Feng Yuanhao's companions Wu Wuqin finally arrived. Upon noticing the group waiting at the entrance, Wu Wuqin hastened over. Feng Tianxing once again found herself atop a man's shoulders. They exchanged a few words before Jiang Tingxian and Zheng Qing joined them, and the group entered the glimmering lotus garden together. The garden was expansive, covering at least 20 acres, enclosed by walls and managed by appointed personnel. Usage required payment. Countless pavilions and corridors adorned the area, with babbling brooks and misty landscapes creating a breathtaking scene. The centerpiece was a lotus pond, shaped like a symbol of good fortune, with long walkways offering picturesque views every few steps, serving as a delightful recreational space. Feng Tianxing's eyes were captivated by the beauty surrounding her. Feeling it surpassed even her own realm, the group strolled leisurely towards the gathering for the poetry event, guided by the attendants. At that moment, several individuals approached from another path, coinciding with Feng Tianxing's party. Leading the group were 3 individuals, accompanied by several attendants. Upon spotting them, Wu Wuqin gently set Feng Tianxing down and stepped forward to greet them. Cousin, the first prince; younger brother, the 4th prince, your highness. The 2nd prince, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you here. These 3 were none other than the current emperor's sons, the 1st Prince Yunranzheng, the 2nd Prince Yunransheng, and the 4th Prince Yunranking. The 1st and 4th princes were born of Empress Wu Miaozhen, while the 2nd prince was the offspring of the consort Zhanghe. The 1st prince was 16, the 2nd prince 15, and the 4th prince appeared to be around 7 or 8. Among these 3, Feng Tianxing recognized only 2, the 1st and 2nd princes. Both possessed strikingly handsome features that captured attention wherever they went. The 1st prince appeared gentle and refined, while the 2nd prince exuded a somewhat effeminate aura, yet bore an air of inscrutability. As for the 4th prince, she had never encountered him before and knew little about him. Even his fate remained a mystery to her. At that moment, the 4th prince donned a fox mask, which sparked her curiosity, though she could not quite pinpoint what was peculiar about him. Master, we have a situation, suddenly echoed Xiao Hei's voice in Feng Tianxing's mind. Chapter 37. The Peculiar Princes. What is happening? Feng Tianxing exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Hei hovered nearby, nestled within the branches of a tree, maintaining a careful distance. On a day like this, she certainly required Xiao Hei's constant vigilance, both as a protector and a sentinel for her brothers. Despite its diminutive size, Xiao Hei possessed the formidable prowess of a 6th-level mortal, rendering it invincible in this earthly realm. However, Feng Tianxing would not permit it to act out of line unless absolutely necessary. The 2nd prince is actually a soul that has usurped another's body, Xiao Hei discerned immediately, noting the unusual aura surrounding Yunranxing. Oh, are you certain? Absolutely. No wonder. In my previous life, I observed his unyielding ambition, a relentless desire for dominion over the world, devoid of any compassion for the common folk. It turns out he is not the original. Can you identify the nature of his soul? It appears to be from a future era, as his essence is entirely different from that of the people here. Oh, I see. Master, the 4th prince is also quite strange. He seems to be missing a soul and a spirit. Ordinary individuals should be unable to see his face. Can you? Xiao Hei's bewilderment grew as it marveled at the presence of 2 abnormal beings on this day. What? Missing a soul and spirit? In places unmasked by a mask, I can see. While she observed, her 2 brothers had already completed their greetings. Young Master Feng, you have finally decided to venture out. I heard from my cousin about your situation and intended to assist you in finding a superior physician. However, by the time I sought help, your residents had already summoned the entire Imperial Medical Bureau. I later inquired about other renowned doctors, but to no avail. The 1st prince, Yunran, spoke gently. Yunranxing was the beloved nephew of the family's 2nd aunt. One could deduce the general circumstances at home from this connection. The events unfolding were undoubtedly linked to this 2nd prince. Suddenly, Feng Tianxing descended from Feng Yuanhao's embrace and walked up to the 4th prince, Yunranking, extending her hands, requesting to be held. Remarkably, Yunranking displayed no reluctance and lifted her into his arms with a steady grip. Without hesitation, Feng Tianxing reached for his mask, intent on removing it. Sister, The two brothers gasped at her audacity. Feng Yuan moved to intervene, yet Yun Ranking voluntarily took off his mask for Feng Tianxing to see. The previous day, the first prince had visited his palace, inviting him to join in a poetry gathering. Typically, he would decline such invitations, but the night before, he had dreamed of a little girl, innocent and delightful, who delighted in chasing after him, calling out, "Brother Qing, I will be waiting for you at the poetry gathering. You must come, or I shall be upset." At that moment, seeing the little girl before him, he recognized her as the very one from his dream. An inexplicable sense of intimacy surged within him. All present were astonished by the fourth prince's actions. A visage of breathtaking beauty appeared before Feng Tianxing's eyes. His porcelain-like skin resembled that of a freshly peeled egg, while his large, expressive eyes sparkled like two radiant stars, exuding a clarity and determination. His high nose imparted an air of elegance and nobility. Though he bore a subtle smile, Feng Tianxing could distinctly sense his profound solitude. "Wow, what a handsome face. Master, when I eventually transform, I shall use this lad as my benchmark. I adore him," Xiaohe exclaimed dramatically upon glimpsing Yun Ranking's visage. "Little sister, can you see my face?" Yun Ranking inquired softly, fearful of a negative response. Feng Tianxing nodded and reached out to touch his face. "Really?" His voice suddenly rose in pitch. She nodded once more. "At last, someone can see my face. I am not a monster. I am not a monster." Tears of joy welled up in Yun Ranking's eyes. From the moment of his birth, no one had ever seen his face, and he had been labeled an omen. His father rarely laid eyes on him, with only his mother and the first prince treating him with kindness and care. Upon gaining awareness, he learned of his differences. Even when he gazed into a mirror, his reflection eluded him. Consequently, he confined himself to the palace, rarely emerging, and when he did, he donned a mask. Yet even with the mask, others could only perceive his face as a mist. Yun Ran embraced his brother tightly, offering comfort, with Feng Tianxing caught in their heartfelt embrace. Onlookers silently observed the emotional reunion of the two brothers. Everyone knew that from the moment of his birth, no one had been able to behold the fourth prince's face, and he had been labeled a monster by malicious tongues, leading to the near downfall of the empress. Had it not been for her innocence and the opposition of the court, as well as the fact that the empress had already given birth to the first prince, the legitimate heir, she would likely have faced dire consequences. Furthermore, the empress was the daughter of the chancellor, which had spared her from being deposed. Yet as a result, the emperor's affection for her diminished thereafter. Today, the revelation that someone could see the fourth prince's face sparked curiosity among all present, particularly those gazing at Feng Tianxing, who found herself ensconced between the two brothers. After a prolonged moment, the siblings finally released one another. "Little sister, what does the fourth prince look like?" Yun Ranjing asked, wiping his eyes, brimming with excitement. "Extremely handsome, like a celestial being. I have never seen anyone so beautiful," Feng Tianxing exclaimed, her small mouth agape in admiration. The two brothers exchanged incredulous glances, their heads filled with crows. "Young Master Feng?" Yun Ranjing questioned, perplexed, as he looked at Feng Yuanhao. "I apologize. My sister's voice has faltered and she cannot speak," Feng Yuanhao replied apologetically. "However, I can pose questions for her to nod or shake her head in response." "Excellent, excellent. Please ask." Yun Ranjing could hardly contain his eagerness. "Sister, is the fourth prince exceptionally handsome?" Feng Yuanhao began, addressing the assembly. She nodded vigorously. "Does he resemble a celestial youth from the heavens?" She nodded again, her smile radiant. "Could it be that the fourth prince is a reincarnation of a heavenly being?" She nodded once more, her smile broader than ever. "So, we mere mortals are unworthy of gazing upon his face?" Feng Tianxing pondered before nodding emphatically. She shared the same belief. Otherwise, it was indeed curious that mortals could not see his visage while she could. After all, she too was akin to a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Although she had not yet reached that stage, the possibility loomed. Unbeknownst to her, the elder brother's intelligence was astonishing. "Elder brother? I. Yun Ranking stammered, overwhelmed with emotion. Yun Ranjing was equally elated, realizing the truth, that the fourth prince was a celestial being undergoing tribulation in the mortal realm. For mortals, the arrival of a deity to experience tribulations was a significant event. Meanwhile, Yun Ranxing, standing quietly off to the side, scoffed internally. "I am a traveler from a future era. Who among you can compare to me? I possess knowledge spanning 5,000 years of culture." Chapter 38. The formal beginning. He had never regarded the two princes born of the queen with any measure of respect. When he first arrived in this body, he was merely 8 years old. After 7 years of meticulous planning, many affairs were unfolding according to his design. Yun Ransheng cast a cryptic glance at Feng Yuanhao, pondering the boy's intentions. How could he support Yun Wanqing so fervently, seemingly favoring the queen's faction? 3 years ago, he could have met his demise. Zheng Cheng had indeed lacked the ruthlessness required. He berated himself for being merely a mechanical scholar, had he pursued chemistry instead. His aspirations would have been realized more swiftly. His greatest historical idol was the first emperor, with the experiences and knowledge from his past life. He too could ascend to greatness akin to that of the first emperor. Over the years, he had been diligently striving and making preparations, yearning for that day to arrive sooner. To possess an empire and to be surrounded by beauty is a joy beyond compare. Congratulations, fourth brother, at last. Someone has come to appreciate your presence. Yun Ransheng broke the excited atmosphere. Thank you, second royal brother, Yun Wanqing replied, elated. Feng Tianxing attempted to escape his embrace. Yet Yun Wanqing held him even tighter. At merely 8 years old, he felt no fatigue. Thus, Feng Tianxing found himself with a companion who was eager to serve as her attendant. Moreover, Yun Wanqing discarded his mask, casting it far away. Come, let us pay our respects to the Prince of Qin. Yun Ransheng led the way. After walking a few steps, noticing that fourth brother was still struggling to hold Feng Tianxing, he proactively took her into his arms. Feng Tianxing was taken aback by the first prince's amiable nature. As anticipated, he was indeed a paragon of virtue, never hasty in his actions, benevolent and compassionate towards the populace. First prince brother, do maintain your persona. I shall assist you. The second prince knows only how to dominate the world, devoid of any compassion. The commoners of the Qian kingdom are suffering. Yet he harbors thoughts of conquest. I do not wish for my family to live in insecurity, nor for my homeland to be unsettled. Once more. The brothers Feng Yuanhao heard Feng Tianxing assert that the second prince lacked benevolence. Feng Tianxing then draped one arm over Yun Ranjing's shoulder. Yun Ranjing's posture while carrying her was quite proper, indicating that he had often held his younger siblings. The group, animated with laughter and chatter, arrived at a quaint courtyard. The princess of Qin had long awaited their arrival. Prince Yun Hongqing, the younger brother of the current emperor, was 10 years junior to him, at 26 years of age. The princess, Jiang Lingyin, was 24 and the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Rites, Jiang Haoran. At the age of 16, she was celebrated as a talented woman of the capital, skilled in poetry and music, and was designated by the Empress Dowager to wed her youngest son. The prince also held significant favor with the emperor, managing the imperial treasury and undertaking various tasks on behalf of the emperor, such as inspections that the emperor could not personally attend. The three princes approached to pay their respects. The princess of Qin smiled gently, raising her hand lightly. You all have come? Oh, today Wanqing is here too. It seems I, your royal aunt, hold considerable sway, she said with a brighter smile. It is rare for you to leave the palace. Let us enjoy ourselves today. Thank you, royal aunt. Yun Wanqing replied cheerfully, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Jiang Lingyin couldn't help but glance at him more closely, but found it still shrouded in mystery. The absence of his mask surprised her. Elder sister, at that moment. Jiang Tingxian stepped forward. You rascal, it's fortunate you came. Treat your friends well, and later, observe whether the poems the ladies compose are superior to yours. Upon seeing her younger brother, Jiang Lingyin's expression changed. She felt a mix of frustration and disappointment. At 17, he had yet to be betrothed. Most young men from respectable families had long been engaged, preparing for weddings by the age of 18. Thus, she felt it imperative to introduce him to a suitable girl today, a task entrusted to her by their mother. Of course, the poetry gathering served multiple purposes, including facilitating potential matches. This was an unspoken truth. Various gatherings often served as matchmaking events. In the capital, marriages among families of officials and aristocrats were typically arranged at such social gatherings, where connections were made and relationships flourished. The role of matchmakers had significantly diminished in importance. The gender restrictions in the Qian kingdom were not overly stringent, as long as interactions occurred in public spaces with others present. Mingling between men and women was not frowned upon. Jiang Tingxian, mindful of the gathering, granted his sister due respect. Indeed, I shall. Observing his brother's distracted demeanor, Jiang Lingyin felt exasperated. The Feng siblings also approached to pay their respects. Only then did Jiang Lingyin turn her attention to Feng Yuanhao. Young Master Feng, you have come as well. What a rare occurrence. Is your leg feeling better? Jiang Lingyin remembered meeting Feng Yuanhao before his fall. It was unexpected to see him at today's poetry gathering. Thank you for your concern, princess. It is much improved. I have come to join the festivities. Feng Yuanhao replied politely. Whose child is this? How adorable. Zhang Lingyin's eyes lit up upon seeing Feng Tianxing. Having given birth to 2 sons, she cherished the sight of a little girl. This is my younger sister. Feng Tianxing chimed in with a few enthusiastic sounds. What is the matter with this child? Zhang Lingyin immediately sensed something was amiss. My younger sister has injured her throat and cannot speak. Poor thing, Zhang Lingyin lamented, taking a fragrant cake from a nearby tray to offer to Feng Tianxing. Today, Annie has not prepared a gift for our meeting, but I shall make it up to you next time. Having not anticipated encountering such a young child, she had come unprepared. Feng Tianxing graciously accepted and began to eat. Just as they finished their greetings, 2 dashing young men entered, each with his own charm. They were the 2 unmarried princes of the late emperor, Yun Hongyi and Yun Hongqi, aged 18 and 17, respectively, both of whom held princely titles. Greetings, 5th royal sister, the 2 offered a respectful nod. Ah, everyone has arrived. It seems we are nearly ready to commence. The young ladies are eagerly awaiting to witness your poetic talents, Jiang Lingyin announced, leading the way out of the courtyard to a spacious area that had been prepared in advance. Many young ladies had already gathered in small groups, engaged in conversation. While a short distance away, the young men discussed topics of little interest to the ladies. Upon noticing the arrival of the Princess of Qin, they all ceased their chatter. A stage had been erected, and a troupe was scheduled to perform shortly. Those who enjoyed theater could indulge, while others could stroll through the gardens. Most attendees were familiar with the venue, so Jiang Lingyin had organized this to keep the atmosphere lively. The poetry gathering was merely a pretext for bringing people together. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to revel in merriment. I have not invited your elders. This gathering is for the youth. So let us relax and enjoy ourselves. Since it is a poetry gathering, I encourage everyone to showcase their finest work. The tables have been set with ink and brushes. Each of you may select a sheet and compose your poem, which will then be hung on the line over there. Each paper has been numbered, so remember your assigned number. We shall hold a vote. Each person may cast 3 votes for 3 different entries. The top 3 will receive rewards. The first prize is a piece of calligraphy from the emperor. The second prize is a painting by Master Zhang. And the third prize is a pair of jade rui. At the mention of the rewards, excitement surged among the attendees, particularly for the first and second prizes. Meanwhile, Feng Tianxing, with nothing to occupy her, scanned the crowd, eager to spot familiar faces she had once taken note of. Chapter 39. A playful adventure. Feng Tianxing cast several glances at the young lady, her mind swirling with possibilities. This girl would make a splendid elder sister-in-law. Once Jiang Lingyin announced the event, the young ladies and gentlemen began composing poetry, with the theme set as the lotus flower. Everyone understood that the main attraction of the day was not merely the poetry but the opportunity for the youth to revel and interact. After completing their verses, they hung them on a line. The writing was not obligatory. Nevertheless, most chose to participate. Approximately 50 young ladies and gentlemen were present, a respectable gathering of offspring from noble families and high officials. They would spend the day in the garden, enjoying a leisurely lunch, with ample time to cast their votes at their convenience, revealing the results later in the afternoon. This casual approach created a delightful atmosphere. Feng Yuanhao, eager to showcase his literary prowess, seized the opportunity to impress. After pondering for a moment, he penned, "Little boat gliding through lotus blooms on both banks. The east wind blushes at dawn's hues. As if the Yaoqi banquet has just concluded, beauty's intoxicated visage glows like powdered elegance." Feng Yuanhan, after reading the lines, gave his elder brother a thumbs up and rushed to hang it up. At merely 13, he was quite adept at assessing the quality of poetry. However, Feng Tianxing found herself utterly bewildered. At that moment, the 4th prince, Yun Ranking, approached. "Sister Tianxing, let us play." Among the crowd, they were the youngest, making their companionship perfectly fitting. Feng Yuanhan, also just 13, quickly joined them, leaving Feng Yuanhao behind in a flurry. Feng Tianxing, with her short legs, ran unsteadily and stumbled dramatically. Feng Yuanhan swiftly lifted her up and carried her on his back, causing Feng Yuanhao to chuckle and shake his head in amusement. Wang Jiang stepped forward, guiding them towards the lotus pond, followed closely by Wu Yuqin. Upon noticing, Jiang Tingxian disregarded his sister's instructions and joined in. Zheng Qing, however, felt awkward due to his less-than-close relationship with Wu Yuqin and sensed Feng Yuanhao's unfriendly gaze upon him, leading him to question if Feng Yuanhao knew something he shouldn't. The young ladies and gentlemen had long prepared their poetic verses, and before long, they returned to their companions for merriment. The garden itself required half a day to explore leisurely, leaving little time for poetry. Jiang Lingyin had also arranged numerous games favored by the youth, such as horse riding, archery, tossing pots, martial arts, and playing musical instruments, ensuring everyone could find something to enjoy. If all else failed, they could always listen to a performance. Under the guidance of the two boys, Feng Tianxing boarded a small boat as they ventured among the lotus flowers in search of excitement. Yun Ranking, delighted to finally encounter someone who could see his face, felt his previous loneliness dissipate, radiating joyfulness, though Feng Yuanhan remained oblivious to this change. Master, I have made a discovery, a voice echoed in Feng Tianxing's mind. What is it? She inquired. The fourth prince possesses spiritual roots. Is that true? I believe I am not mistaken. Could he, like me, come from the realm of cultivation? No wonder. But why do I lack spiritual roots? Feng Tianxing felt a surge of indignation towards the heavens for this perceived injustice. With this newfound information, her thoughts began to shift. However, she felt no urgency to address it just yet, as future opportunities would present themselves. Feng Tianxing was lifted onto the boat by Feng Yuanhan, who insisted that no attendants accompany them. The two boys, lacking skill, paddled haphazardly, yet the little boat miraculously moved forward. Feng Tianxing had never experienced such play and was filled with joy, eager to try her hand at rowing. She snatched the paddle from Yun Ranking and mimicked Feng Yuanhan's backward strokes. However, her small stature rendered her efforts feeble. Sister Tianxing, come, let us row together. Yun Ranking grasped her hand, and together they maneuvered the paddle backward. In no time, they found themselves enveloped by the lotus leaves, hidden from view. Ah, look, fish! Feng Tianxing exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the water. Her cries startled several fish, causing them to dart away. Second brother, fish, fish. Understanding her excitement, Yun Ranking replied, Sister Tianxing, allow me to catch one for you. He picked up a fishing net that was already on board, a simple tool with a round handle and netting. The 8-year-old boy gazed intently at the water. Feng Yuanhan ceased moving to avoid scaring the fish. Seizing the opportunity, Yun Ranking scooped up a palm-sized little carp, prompting Feng Yuanhan's envy. Yun Ranking attempted several more times, but was unsuccessful. Feng Yuanhan maneuvered the boat further away, taking the net, and, with precision, caught several fish in quick succession. Wow, second brother, how impressive. You caught 3 at once. Feng Tianxing clapped her hands in applause. Feng Yuanhan, skilled in martial arts and diligent in his practice, was determined to avenge his sister in the future. Yun Ranking, enviously observing Feng Yuanhan's success, resolved to learn martial arts from him. The trio frolicked in the lotus pond, with the two boys plucking several lotus flowers for Feng Tianxing, using large leaves for shade. Suddenly, Feng Tianxing recalled something significant. Her aunt. Her aunt might catch the eye of Prince Yi at this poetry gathering and marry him as a concubine. Almost forgetting such an important matter in the throes of play, she exclaimed, Second brother, we must hurry to the shore. I must find my aunt. I cannot allow her to become entangled with Prince Yi. Feng Tianxing's demeanor shifted abruptly as she pointed towards the shore, frantically mimicking rowing motions and making sounds of urgency. Sister Tianxing, what is the matter? Yun Ranking was startled. Feng Yuanhan, equally surprised, contemplated his sister's concerns, realizing that she believed their aunt should not marry Prince Yi. They paddled quickly towards the shore, but with increasing confusion, their direction was lost, and they began to spin in circles on the water, exasperating Feng Tianxing. Frustrated, she snatched the paddle from Yun Ranking, allowing only Feng Yuanhan to steer, finally giving them a sense of direction. Upon reaching the shore, Feng Yuanhan instructed Wang Hong, who awaited them, to deliver the fish to the kitchen for a soup intended for his sister's lunch. Then he hoisted her onto his back, and they stumbled about like headless flies. The three had been playing in the water for nearly an hour, unaware of where the other young ladies and gentlemen had gone. Second brother, let us circle the lotus pond first, Feng Tianxing suggested, mimicking a circular motion with her hand. With a newfound direction, Feng Yuanhan quickened his pace, leaving Yun Ranking struggling to keep up, further solidifying his resolve to learn martial arts. For the first time in 8 years, besides his elder brother, he had someone to play with, and it was a sister who could see his face. He felt happier today than on any day in the past 8 years and decided to cultivate a good relationship with them, starting with learning martial arts from the Feng family. As they moved, Feng Yuanhan inquired of passers-by if they had seen his aunt, but none had. Do not worry. Second brother, we will find her, Feng Tianxing reassured him. Ah, little black. How foolish I am to rush and lose my wits, she chided herself, stopping Feng Yuanhan from running further. Chapter 40. Facilitating one man and two women. Upon hearing those words, Feng Yuanhan ceased his retreat, pausing to catch his breath. Feng Tianxing requested to descend, sending Xiaohe away. She merely needed to await the outcome. Shortly thereafter, Xiaohe returned with news. Feng Ramun was still engaged in a game of throwing arrows with her friends. Indeed, it was still early, not yet time for lunch. And the afternoon stretched ahead. Since no action had commenced, there was no need to rush. She instructed Xiaohe to keep an eye on her aunt and report back at any moment. Feng Tianxing inscribed a few characters in Feng Yuanhan's palm, and with that, he relaxed. Let us seek out our elder brother, he proposed. Feng Tianxing nodded, wishing to also find the girl she had spotted earlier. The trio strolled leisurely along the lotus pond's edge, where picturesque scenery surrounded them. Occasionally, they would glimpse 2 or 3 young ladies engaged in conversation and admiring the view. The pond was vast, and the shore extended long. After a brief walk, Feng Tianxing recognized 2 young women from a distance, one of whom was none other than her elder brother's former fiancée, Shui Yara. She had overheard recently that Shui would be present today. Having not seen her at the poetry gathering, it seemed she had shied away from the crowd, but now that the throng had dispersed, she had emerged. What better place to chance upon someone than by the lotus pond? The companion beside her was undoubtedly the other young lady who had accompanied her that day. Both were of a disposition inclined to ascend the social ladder. After the Shui family had called off the engagement, it appeared she had been married off outside the capital, never to be heard of again. Feng Tianxing promptly gestured for Feng Yuanhan and Yun Ranqing to hide. The 3 concealed themselves among the trees lining the path, waiting for the 2 young women to pass by. Who would have thought the young Master Feng would truly come today? Fortunately, we hid quickly and avoided being seen, Shui Yara remarked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Yara, you have already annulled the engagement. You should carry yourself with grace. What is there to shy away from? Will you forever avoid him? The aristocracy of the capital is limited. How could you not encounter him? If you marry well, he might even have to pay his respects to you in the future, Fei Yuxuan urged, exasperation evident as she grappled with her friend's tendency to overthink. What you say is true, yet marrying well is no simple feat. I have broken an engagement, and many families are wary of that. Were it not for my stubborn insistence to come out today, my mother would have forbade me from leaving the house altogether. She is currently seeking a matchmaker, hoping to marry me off beyond the capital, far from my family, Shui Yara lamented, her heart heavy. Though she was no longer bound to a paralyzed man, she faced the prospect of being distanced from her parents. At that moment, she harbored resentment towards Feng Yuanhao, feeling he had squandered her youth and altered her life's path. Today presents an opportunity. After lunch, let us meander towards areas where there are more gentlemen. Perhaps you might encounter your fated one, Fei Yuxuan jested, attempting to lift her spirits. You certainly have a plethora of ideas, Shui Yara teased, playfully pretending to swat at Fei Yuxuan. Yet hope began to bloom within her. The allure of the capital was undeniable. Who would willingly depart from their home and family? The 2 continued their leisurely stroll, discussing matters of young ladies, unencumbered by the absence of others. Thank goodness the engagement was called off. A person like that would surely bring discord into our household, Feng Yuanhan exclaimed, relieved that his brother had severed the engagement. The trio ventured off the main path, winding through the woods. Not far into their walk, Feng Yuanhan spotted an individual sauntering leisurely along the pond's edge. It was none other than the future rebel, Lu Wang, whom Feng Tianxing had spoken of. He was accompanied by only a single attendant. Is he out hunting for beauty? This fellow is in dire need of women. His family often purchases maids, Feng Tianxing mused. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she grasped Feng Yuanhan's arm, halting him. The voice of their master startled Xiaohe, nearly causing him to tumble from his perch on a branch, yet he swiftly flew to Feng Tianxing's side. Master, is there some delightful news afoot? He inquired. Feng Tianxing sighed, noting Xiaohe's increasingly dark demeanor. Just then, Yin Xinglu passed directly in front of their hiding spot. Feng Tianxing pointed at him, urging the 2 boys to stealthily follow. Unbeknownst to them, Yin Xinglu, a martial arts expert, had already noticed their presence but chose to disregard the children, continuing his stroll. He had come with purpose today, unlike the usual frivolities. Just as he was about to quicken his pace to engage with the young women, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The 2 ladies lost their balance, teetering sideways before plunging into the water with a resounding splash, at least 3 feet from the shore. The 2 maidens, old acquaintances, were deep in conversation, glancing at their mistress only occasionally. They were startled by the sudden splash. The water, while not deep, posed a danger for the two young ladies who could not swim, submerging them completely upon entry. In their panic, they gulped down several mouthfuls of water before surfacing to cry for help. The two astonished maids quickly reacted, rushing forward to rescue their mistress. "Miss, extend your hand to us. Quickly, move closer," they urged, desperation evident in their voices, but their hands could not reach her. "Let us call for help," one maid suggested, her voice trembling. "Agreed." As they prepared to cry out for assistance, another splash interrupted them. Someone had jumped into the water to rescue the drowning ladies. Yunxinglu, being astute, did not dive in immediately, but waited until the two maidens were nearly exhausted before entering the water. In mere moments, he had grasped one maiden under each arm and hoisted them to safety. Deliberately, he squeezed their arms slightly as he lifted them, gauging their physique. Quite satisfactory," he mused. The two terrified young ladies were in no position to resist. Once ashore, upon recognizing their rescuer as the Lu Wang, their hearts sank. This was a grave matter indeed. Their mistress had been embraced by a man, and such an act often led to marriage. Fortunately, no one was around, and if he could depart swiftly, perhaps the incident would be forgotten. However, at that moment, Feng Tianxing appeared with the two boys in tow. "Brother Lu, the hero saving the damsels in distress. Congratulations," she exclaimed, leaving Yun Ranxing with no doubt as to what was transpiring. Yet he needed only to follow the unfolding events, reveling in the spectacle, as today was a day of joy for him. After all, he had taken a liking to the Feng siblings. The two maids, seeing someone approach, felt their fate sealed. After a fit of coughing, Shui Yaru and Fei Yuxuan finally discerned the identity of their rescuer. Upon realization, they both fainted simultaneously. "Miss," the two maids cried out in alarm. Chapter 41, An Irrevocable Conclusion. Isn't it what you desired, to ascend the social ladder? It seems your wish has indeed been fulfilled. Little Black has performed splendidly. In her heart, Feng Tianxing felt an overwhelming joy. "Little Black, the nirvana pill you desired has been rewarded to you in advance. However, you must preserve it until the time of your rebirth. Is that true? How wonderful. Is there anything else I can assist with?" "I am at your service." Little Black fluttered her wings, circling joyfully in the air. She was elated. With merely a gentle puff of air, those two women were effortlessly blown into the lotus pond. Observing this, Feng Yuanhan glanced at Little Black, still soaring above. Truly a divine bird. He resolved to treat her with the same affection as his sister from now on. Perhaps one day he could command Little Black too. He mused blissfully. Miss, please wake up." The two maidservants, having noticed their mistress had fainted, immediately crouched down to shake her. Soaked through, it was summer, and the garments were already thin, revealing their figures unabashedly before two adult men and two young boys. The maidservants, in a state of urgency, shook her more vigorously upon realizing she remained unconscious. "Fourth Prince, saving someone is a virtue, is it not? Father will surely commend my actions," Yunxinglu implored, invoking the emperor's name. Yun Ranxing nearly laughed at this but nodded in agreement. Although he seldom ventured outside the palace, he was well informed, as his elder brother often engaged him in casual conversations. "Feng Er, do you know these two ladies?" Yunxinglu inquired. He did not recognize Shui Yaru and Fei Yuxuan, for the noble ladies of the capital avoided him as if he were a viper, fearing he might take an interest in them. As the emperor's adopted son, should he express such an interest, none would dare defy the imperial decree of marriage. The smile on his face was impossible to conceal. "The legitimate daughter of Minister Shui? Is she not your future sister-in-law?" Yunxinglu observed playfully, eyeing the still unconscious Shui Yaru. "Unbeknownst to you, our families have called off the engagement, so she is no longer my future sister-in-law. We are now free to marry whom we choose," came the response. "Oh," Yunxinglu exhaled, his tone ambiguous. At that moment, the two fainted young ladies regained consciousness. Upon seeing the drenched Yunxinglu standing nearby, Shui Yaru wished she could faint again, but she realized that would not resolve her predicament. "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving us. May I ask?" Shui Yaru regained her composure and knelt, weeping as she repeatedly bowed her head, pleading for the fourth prince not to disclose this incident. The two maidservants also knelt before Feng Yuanhan and the others, begging for their discretion. How could the fourth prince let such an opportunity slip away? "Rest assured, I shall not speak of it. Now, hurry and change into dry clothes. Await my marriage proposal," he declared. "My lord," the two young ladies gasped in shock, left speechless on the ground. "What? I saved you. Should you not pledge yourself in return?" Yunxinglu squatted down, gripping Shui Yaru's chin, his gaze icy. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, releasing her and striding away. He too had to change his attire. The yield was quite satisfactory. Now, this should be quite satisfying, right? An absolute elevation in status, marrying straight into royalty. Yet, I wonder who will be the principal wife and who the concubine? Feng Tianxing pondered, feeling conflicted. Feng Yuanhan, overhearing, secretly delighted, took his sister on his back and departed. Yun Ranxing promptly followed, the trio conversing as they walked. Feng heir, do you think those two young ladies are foolishly ecstatic? Perhaps they are. To become a princess is a dream many noble ladies aspire to. Such fortune is rare indeed. Feng Yuanhan replied, his smile broadening. It was immensely gratifying to see them look down upon the Feng family. They would regret this for a lifetime. Feng heir, it is nearly noon. The lunch prepared by the Princess of Qin should be ready soon. Let us hurry, Yun Ranxing suggested. Let us go. Brother must be looking for us as well. The three gradually distanced themselves, while the four young women on the ground felt as if death were their only escape. What shall we do? Shui Yaru and Fei Yushuan wept, their heads buried in their hands, unable to conceive a solution. Shui Yaru's maid, quick to react, feared her mistress might take a drastic step and leap into the water, which would spell doom for them all. The fates of the two maidservants were intricately tied to their mistress. They were also consumed with panic, realizing that if their mistress were to wed into the Duke of Lu's household, they would not escape either. The four women supported each other as they made their way towards the garden's exit, tears streaming down their faces, anxious about their uncertain futures. Feng Yuanhan continued onward with his sister, not along the pond's edge, but into a narrow path leading to a flower garden adorned with two leisure pavilions. Suddenly, Feng Tianxing tugged at his clothing, prompting him to halt. She gazed into the distance from her vantage point on his back. There are people in the pavilion ahead. Feng Yuanhan and Yun Ranxing discerned. Brother? Feng Yuanhan recognized. To his surprise, there was also a young lady present. Fortunately, they maintained a sufficient distance, and Feng Yuanhao did not hear his voice. Feng Tianxing immediately placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Let us listen to what my elder brother discusses with the young lady. Wang Jiang and the young lady's maid were positioned a mere 10 feet from the pavilion. This was akin to being alone. Feng Yuanhan exchanged a mischievous glance with his sister. The trio crouched down, inching closer, Feng Yuanhan leading, Feng Tianxing in the middle, and Yun Ranxing bringing up the rear. Yun Ranxing found this amusing, sticking closely to the siblings. They circled through the woods, ensuring they would not be detected by the two facing the flower garden. Miss Yuan's poetry is truly remarkable. Feng Yuanhao's voice reached them. Miss Yuan Xiaolon had a delicate oval face, pale and frail, as if a gust of wind might carry her away. Her attire was simple, appearing to be old but impeccably clean, adorned with exquisite embroidery. Miss Yuan enjoys reading? Indeed. My father has allowed me to read all the books in his study 3 times, but books are costly, and he is hesitant to purchase more. Thus, I often visit the bookstore to read without buying, she replied. Lord Yuan is a paragon of integrity, a commendable official devoted to his people. He is our model of learning, Feng Yuanhao praised. Such accolades are undeserved. My father merely fulfills his duties, Miss Yuan modestly responded. How is your health? Feng Yuanhao inquired casually, concealing his concern for the young lady. It is a condition I was born with. Countless physicians have been consulted, and all I can do is nurture myself and live as long as fate allows. I do not impose expectations. Only my parents' her unfinished thoughts conveyed an unspoken understanding. Feng Tianxing, having not seen the young lady's face initially, now beheld her clearly from a new angle. Wow, my elder brother understands my heart so well. I was just contemplating that this young lady would make the perfect sister-in-law, and he has already made his advances. Chapter 42. Another pair suddenly. Feng Yuanhao in the pavilion trembled, his eyes uncontrollably scanning the surroundings. Is my sister nearby? Feng Tianxing's comment was not only heard by Feng Yuanhao, but also by Feng Yuanhan, who stood beside her. The elder sister-in-law? This young lady was familiar to him, Yuan Xiaolon, the daughter of Yuan Yinan, the magistrate of Jingzhou. However, there was a significant issue with her. She was born with a congenital deficiency. The physician had diagnosed her with a heart ailment that rendered her unable to bear children, should she become pregnant. The strain would likely prove fatal to her by the middle of the term. Thus, at 18, she remained unbetrothed. Yet how could she be considered the best candidate for elder brother's wife? Wouldn't that be a disservice to him? This girl is virtuous and comes from an exemplary family. If elder brother marries her, they would surely love each other dearly. Yuan Yinan had married once, and he and his wife shared a deep bond since childhood. The Yuan family had lacked the means to support Yuan Yinan's education, but it was Madame Yuan who toiled at embroidery to fund his studies, enabling him to become a successful scholar. Even before their marriage, she had supported him. Later, Yuan Yinan achieved the rank of the third place in the imperial examination, but when the emperor sought to arrange a marriage for him, he declined. It takes courage to defy the emperor's decree. The emperor, upon learning the reason, recognized Yuan Yinan as a man of principle and loyalty, thereby valuing him even more. However, that was during the reign of the late emperor. The current emperor, of similar age, also admired such qualities. Hence, Yuan Yinan attained the position of magistrate at the age of 38, a role typically reserved for those whom the emperor deeply trusts. For a man of humble origins, this was quite commendable, rising to a third-grade official. However, when Madame Yuan was pregnant with Yuan Xiaolan, she accidentally slipped and fell. At that time, the family was still struggling financially. Without maids to assist her, she managed everything herself. Consequently, Yuan Xiaolan was born prematurely, a mere 7 months, resembling a tiny kitten, and was nurtured with great care by Madame Yuan, who, as a result, could no longer bear children. Yuan Yinan, out of love for his wife, did not take a concubine, and thus they raised their unmarried daughter to this day. The family was indeed happy, yet their daughter required frequent medications, consuming most of their resources. Were it not for Yuan Yinan's official robes, he might have been seen in patched clothing. Yuan Xiaolan was a rare talent in the capital, adept at managing household affairs. With Madame Yuan's health declining, the two women spent their days embroidering and reading, contributing to the household income. It is a pity that she never married. Always dutiful to her parents, she passed away soon after burying them. Such a virtuous girl should not have met with such a tragic fate. This girl is gentle, kind, well-educated, and skilled in embroidery. She is a paragon for young ladies in the capital. Many ladies praise her as an excellent woman, despite never wearing extravagant clothing. No one dares to look down upon her. How can I ensure that my elder brother marries her? With my assistance, ensuring her health should not be a challenge. Feng Tianxing observed the two in the pavilion, her mind racing with thoughts. She decided to listen to the two little ones. After all, there were no outsiders present. Miss Yuan, since I fractured my leg, I have developed a fondness for reading. Your father, Yuan Darren, was once the third place in the examination, if convenient. Might I request you to speak to him on my behalf? I wish to seek his wisdom. Feng Yuanhao quickly adjusted his mindset and began to fabricate an excuse. Well, my elder brother is truly talented. He has already found a reason to visit her. Isn't he closer to winning her heart? Feng Yuanhao's ears flushed involuntarily. My father greatly admires those who love to read. You are welcome to visit at any time. Then I shall take the opportunity to disturb you soon. In truth, they had only just met and exchanged a few words when Feng Tianxing and the others arrived. Initially, Feng Yuanhao had been playing with Wu Yueqin, but they were heading to practice archery, and he, confined to a wheelchair, found it difficult to join them. He intended to seek out his siblings, who had vanished for quite some time. Upon reaching this location, he discovered Yuan Xiaolan alone in the pavilion. Recognizing her and aware of her stellar reputation in the capital, he approached to greet her. To his surprise, his sister had such intentions. Naturally, he felt compelled to make an effort. This girl was indeed exceptional, but her frail health rendered marriage a formidable challenge. Although Yuan Darren and his wife earnestly wished to find a caring husband for their daughter, the circle in the capital was small, and everyone was aware of the Yuan family's situation. After a while, a young maid arrived to announce that it was time for lunch, urging the young gentlemen and ladies to dine. Feng Yuanhao allowed Yuan Xiaolan to leave first, promising to follow shortly. Younger brother, Feng Yuanhao called out, raising his voice. Feng Yuanhan, startled, quickly realized that his elder brother must have overheard his sister's thoughts, hence his knowledge of his proximity. Elder brother. Feng Yuanhan slowly rose from his crouched position, followed by Yun Ranqing, while Feng Tianxing remained standing, petite as she was. Feng Yuanhan playfully lifted Feng Tianxing and trotted toward the pavilion. Elder brother, have you taken a liking to Sister Yuan? It's not just me. Sister and the fourth prince overheard too. Why haven't you reprimanded them? This remark, once spoken, prompted Feng Yuanhao to swiftly raise a hand in response. Fourth prince. Feng Yuanhao paused his actions to greet Yun Ranqing. Observing the cheerful interaction among the three siblings, Yun Ranqing felt a twinge of envy. Although the eldest prince treated him well, their interactions lacked such joy. The performance had already been suspended. Feng Tianxing was bubbling with excitement. eager to see how many flowers her elder brother had received for his poetry. Approaching, she exclaimed, "Wow, so many flowers." She yearned to count them immediately. Yet the event was not yet concluded. They would have to wait until the afternoon for the results to be announced. Feng Yuanhao glanced at his own results, feeling satisfied. He also perused the poems of others, placing his 3 flowers in the basket beneath one of the poems, which read, "The green covers the lake with fresh rain. A hint of pink in the gentle breeze. Talent itself is like jade, and in the heart of the stream, a shared path unfolds." The royal consort dispatched someone to announce mealtime. Everyone proceeded to the designated dining hall, a grand room divided by screens into separate sections for men and women. At merely 3 years old, Feng Tianxing naturally sat at the same table as Feng Yuanhao, who was soon joined by several friends. Yun Ranqing was called to the eldest prince's table. When Feng Yuanhao spotted Zheng Cheng again, his eyes narrowed slightly, a plan forming in his mind. Before the dishes were served, he seized the opportunity to carry Feng Tianxing out of the dining hall. Beneath a tree outside, he leaned closer to his sister. "Sister, elder brother has a request for you. Is there any medicine that can induce a lack of self-control? I have a use for it." Feng Yuanhao whispered, his gaze flickering. He wondered if his sister understood his meaning and whether she would think less of him. Chapter 43. The elder brother has also turned bad as a result. Upon hearing Feng Yuanhao's words, Feng Tianxing smiled mischievously. She grasped Feng Yuanhao's hand and asked, "Who do you intend to use this on?" "Zheng Qing," Feng Yuanhao contemplated, leaning closer to whisper in Feng Tianxing's ear. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing's mouth formed an shape. "Elder brother, I possess an abundance of intriguing items. Some can take a life. Others can induce nightmares. Some render one invulnerable. And there are even those that can transform a person into a beast. It's been ages since I last inventoried my stock. I can hardly recall everything, especially after accumulating for over a century." Feng Yuanhao was astonished. His sister possessed such a wealth of remarkable items, truly a blessing for their family. He resolved to keep a closer watch over her in the future to prevent any reckless use that might lead to trouble. Feng Tianxing continued to write. "Do you want him dead?" "Not necessary, just a lesson will suffice," Feng Yuanhao decided, choosing to address the matter gradually rather than with a single blow, as that would lack the satisfaction of revenge. When he discovered that his paralysis was directly caused by Zheng Cheng's actions, it took him several days to come to terms with it. Feng Tianxing used her spiritual sense to search her storage and flipped her small hand, revealing a small porcelain vial. Feng Yuanhao took it, noticing the inscription, "Dreamlike Journey." Upon seeing the name, Feng Yuanhao could surmise its purpose. Just a whiff will allow him to lose himself, living in a dream, pursuing his deepest desires. Feng Tianxing mimicked the action of inhaling. She then pulled Feng Yuanhao's hand again and scribbled a few more words. He understood and, cradling her, wheeled her into the dining hall. Throughout the entire process, Feng Tianxing was treated like royalty. The 2 young men flanked her, serving her dishes and picking fish bones, causing the entire table to marvel at how well the young men cared for the child. Who would have thought that the sons of the Feng family were so attentive? Such men, once they marry, would surely make devoted husbands. Unfortunately, one could not walk, and the other was perpetually unwell. After the meal, those inclined to rest could do so, while others were welcome to continue their leisure. Feng Yuanhao suggested a nap. Wu Yueqin and Zheng Cheng, having engaged in archery competitions with the young lords earlier and subsequently indulging in various activities, were fatigued and agreed to rest. Yun Ranqing returned, eager to take Feng Tianxing out to play. Feng Yuanhao reluctantly acquiesced, insisting that Feng Yuanhan accompany them, as he could not entrust his sister to someone he had only just met, even if the person was a prince. The trio commenced their playful adventures, swinging and climbing trees. Feng Yuanhan even retrieved 3 bird eggs for Feng Tianxing from the branches. At last, she savored the joys of a carefree childhood, something she had never experienced in her previous life. Time swiftly passed unnoticed. Suddenly, a voice from Little Black interrupted. "Master, your aunt has left the crowd, searching for someone. Naturally, she is seeking her golden son-in-law. Please find out where Prince E is and inform me. I shall go there immediately." Little Black soared high and swiftly spotted the target. He is strolling by the lotus pond. Feng Tianxing understood. He too intended to encounter a beautiful maiden. With matters weighing on her mind, she lost her desire to play. She requested Feng Yuanhan to carry her. "Second brother, let us find aunt. I must disrupt her romantic endeavors and ensure she does not fall for Prince E. Initially, he was a good man, but my aunt has led him astray." She pointed in the direction, urging him to hasten. When a sister requested something, a brother would comply without question. "Where are we headed, young Master Feng?" Yun Ranqing queried. Perplexed, as they had been enjoying themselves, and he had just caught 2 beautiful butterflies for Feng Tianxing. "A splendid show awaits. Come with me," Feng Yuanhan enticed. The 2 children, alongside the young lad, sped along. Feng Tianxing continually pointed the way. "Since Aunt isn't wearing that splendid garment, she likely won't attract attention, right? Today's attire is quite unremarkable. I wonder if it will unfold as it did in my past life?" Feng Tianxing pondered, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. In her previous life, neither of the Feng brothers had attended this poetry gathering, nor had she, yet today, they were all present. Would events transpire as she had previously witnessed? She could not be sure, but it was prudent to keep an eye on things. Ideally, she could facilitate a match for her aunt to prevent future complications. Feng Yuanhan quickened his pace, leaving Yun Ranqing struggling to keep up. "Fourth prince, just call me Yuanhan. Referring to me as young Master Feng feels awkward since we are so familiar now." Despite his rapid pace, Feng Yuanhan spoke without breathlessness. "Then I shall call you second brother Feng," Yun Ranqing agreed, recognizing the validity in Feng Yuanhan's words. Having spent nearly a day together, their friendship had deepened enough for such informal address. "That will not do. You are a prince, and my family are subjects. What does that matter? Let it be settled. We are friends now, right, Feng Mei?" He sought Feng Tianxing's approval. Feng Tianxing nodded eagerly. Befriending a prince was a matter of great honor. She did not consider that this prince lacked imperial favor. And so, the bond among the 3 was forged. "Little Black, how far are we?" "Not far now." "Oh, a rather large pig has encountered Prince E. Assess the situation and ensure my aunt does not develop feelings for Prince E. If all else fails, drop some bird droppings on her head." Feng Tianxing maintained communication with Little Black, devising a perfectly whimsical plan. She felt immense gratitude that Little Black had accompanied her to the mortal realm. Otherwise, many matters would have proven troublesome. Upon hearing Feng Tianxing's idea, Little Black chuckled gleefully. Feng Yuanhan, after a brisk quarter hour, finally spotted his aunt. However, she was approaching Prince E, preparing to greet him. "Lady Feng Luyue pays her respects to His Highness." "Prince E." Feng Luyue curtsied shyly, while the attendant, Zishu, followed suit. "Miss Feng, no need for such formalities." Prince E raised his hand, his gaze scanning Feng Luyue's face. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, she is indeed a lovely woman, surpassing many daughters of noble families. One Ruoying had been chosen by the old marquis himself. So she had to be presentable. It was not a marriage dictated by parental orders or family lineage. "Isn't she from the Marquis of Wuan's household?" Prince E inquired. As beside him, Little Black, still in the guise of a large pig, spoke up. This individual was none other than the second grandson of the Grand Preceptor, Dongzhi. He had observed Prince E walking ahead and had taken the opportunity to greet him, hoping to establish a friendly rapport. Though Dongzhi was not academically inclined, he was fond of food. He spent nearly all his pocket money treating friends to meals, and on the surface, he appeared to possess a good rapport. At that moment, 2 young ladies came rushing towards them from behind. "Luoshan, don't run. Watch how I deal with you," one of the girls shouted as she sprinted. The outcome was a collision with Feng Luyue, striking her squarely on her left side. A startled cry escaped her lips as she stumbled to the right. Chapter 44. Another 2 pairs formed. Thanks to Xiao He with a resounding splash, a massive spray of water erupted. Not far away, 2 children by the lotus pond exclaimed in unison, their round little mouths perfectly synchronized. How could such a slender girl like Feng Luyue possibly have knocked that hefty pig into the water? This seemed improbable. Shouldn't Dongzhi have caught her instead? And so, the events unfolded. Luo Shanshan, who collided with Feng Luyue, was fortuitously caught by Prince Yi, thus avoiding a fall. The noble lady Luo Shanshan acknowledged Prince Yi's assistance. "Are you the daughter of the Grand Scholar?" Prince Yi inquired, seemingly indifferent to the one who had fallen into the water. Both Dongzhi and Feng Luyue plunged into the water, struggling to resurface. Dongzhi was submerged beneath, while Feng Luyue, in a state of panic, found herself unable to rise, primarily due to the softness of the person beneath her. Consequently, Dongzhi gulped down water, unable to call for help. Seeing the precarious situation, Dongzhi's attendant hastily jumped into the water to rescue them. Only then did Prince Yi realize something was amiss with Dongzhi in the water, prompting him to send his own servant to assist. However, with a lady sprawled atop his master, how could they proceed? There was no clear way to assist. They could only lift Dongzhi's head above water to allow him to breathe. As Dongzhi gasped for air, He coughed violently before letting out an exasperated push against Feng Riyue. By sheer coincidence, his hand landed upon the softness of her form. It was summer, and the sensation startled him, causing him to loosen his grip. This resulted in Feng Riyue tumbling back onto Dongji, their lips colliding, prompting a muffled sound of surprise from him. The two rescuers stood frozen in disbelief. At that moment, Feng Yuanhan appeared, urgently calling out, "Aunt, this is my aunt. Why are you not rescuing her quickly?" He was as restless as an ant on a hot pan. "Quickly, give me your hand, and I will pull you up." He extended his arm as far as he could. Feng Riyue was aware of the unfolding chaos. "Curse you, Luo Shanshan, return my dignity." She raised her hand to strike Luo Shanshan, but Princey intervened, blocking her. Miss Luo did not act with malice. With a single statement, Princey absolved Luo Shanshan of all blame. With the help of his attendant, Dongji finally emerged from the water and approached Feng Riyue. His own matrimonial situation was complicated. Such a splendid opportunity could not be missed, especially with a lady from the Marquis of Wu's household. Upon hearing this, Feng Riyue felt as if her world had crumbled. She turned and slapped Dongji across the face, leaving his chubby cheek trembling from the impact. "Who would wish to marry you? Have you looked in the mirror to see your own worthiness?" Feng Riyue spoke with scathing contempt, her anger blinding her to reason. Her dreams had been shattered, her life irrevocably altered. "Aunt," Feng Yuanhan shouted. "Wu, Yuanhan I." Feng Riyue lamented, heartbroken, questioning why it had to be the rotund Dongji and not Prince Yi. Yet, her heart danced with a secret joy. Dongji, though slightly indignant, remained composed. He could not fathom how a girl so slight could have knocked him, a man of considerable size, into the water. Perhaps fate was sending him a bride. With this thought, he felt a surge of delight and dismissed the slap from his mind. "Your Highness, I bid you farewell. I must change my attire." Dongji marched off with his attendants. Seeing that all was well, Feng Yuanhan took his sister and left. Only Luo Shanshan and the young lady pursuing her remained with Prince Yi, continuing to admire the lotus flowers. "Xiaohei, was this your doing?" Feng Tianxing was no fool. "Master, how did I perform in facilitating this? Was it not flawless? You must reward me." Xiaohei pleaded for recognition of its cleverness. It merely took advantage of the moment Luo Shanshan collided with Feng Riyue and gave a gentle push. "Bravo, Xiaohei. Did you not say that the master could call upon you for assistance at any time? Why seek a reward? Well, let's just let this one slide." Xiaohei resigned to its thrifty master, who had indeed made such a promise. Feng Yuanhan hoisted his sister onto his back once more, determined to inform Feng Yuanhao of the incident. This was no trifling matter, for their grandmother had expended much effort seeking a suitable match for his aunt, yet had found no satisfactory candidates. Now, with a mere splash, everything seemed resolved. The brothers, who had attended the poetry gathering, would undoubtedly face the consequences for failing to care for their aunt. Upon arriving at the opera stage, they spotted the Princess of Qin hurrying in one direction, accompanied by her maid, followed by a throng of young men and women. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Feng Yuanhan urged, "Second brother, quick, let us follow. There is bound to be excitement." Feng Tianxing's curiosity burned brightly. "Second brother, are you not weary? Shall I carry Feng Mei for a while?" suggested Yun Ranqing. Noticing the sweat glistening on Feng Yuanhan's brow, Feng Yuanhan nodded in response to the eager gaze of the fourth prince. Yun Ranqing lifted Feng Tianxing and swiftly caught up with the crowd, trailing closely behind. The direction led them to a resting chamber. In about 15 minutes, Feng Tianxing heard the sound of a woman weeping and a man scolding. Recognizing Feng Tianxing's penchant for gossip, Yun Ranqing maneuvered quickly through the throng, reaching the forefront with ease, even while carrying a child. "Zheng Qing, you scoundrel, that is your own cousin, and you dare to behave in such a manner? How will you answer to my mother?" The scolding continued amidst the chaos. "Junior cousin, I," Zheng Qing stammered, unable to articulate an explanation. He was utterly bewildered by his own actions. Chapter 45, the poetry gathering as a matchmaking event, uniting pairs. Zheng Qing was in despair, crouching on the ground, enduring blows and scoldings. The one striking him was his cousin, Feng Wenju, from his aunt's family. How had he failed to restrain himself? Feng Xuanmen, his childhood companion, was the daughter of his aunt, and she had just turned 16. His mother and Feng's matriarch were sisters. Thus the two families shared a close bond, leading to a budding affection between the two. However, his parents disapproved of their union, seeking a bride of higher status to secure support for the second prince. The Feng family, being merely a respectable household, was not deemed sufficient. The head of the Feng family was his uncle, a minor official in the Ministry of Justice. Lacking significant power, Zheng Cheng had taken a nap with Jiang Tingxian after a light lunch, having indulged in a bit of wine. He soon fell into a deep slumber, where he dreamt of his cousin calling for him, saying she awaited him in the ladies' chamber, eager to converse privately before her impending marriage. Upon waking, the vividness of the dream led him to believe it was reality, prompting him to exit his room and head towards the ladies' resting area. The attendant following him was perplexed and inquired about his destination. He responded that his cousin needed him for an urgent matter and instructed the attendant not to follow. Aware that he was venturing into the ladies' quarters, he stealthily searched room by room until he discerned his cousin's voice, pinpointing her location. He then leapt through the back window into the room. Upon seeing her cousin enter, Feng Tianxing was initially startled but quickly suppressed her astonishment, dismissing the maidservant to the outer chamber. The maid, being the closest confidant to her mistress, was well aware of the situation and obediently waited outside, reminding her, "Miss, do not linger too long, lest it tarnish your reputation, especially with your wedding just 6 months away." The well-meaning maid was met with Zhang Cheng's harsh rebuke. "Why are you still here? Leave. Cousin, I miss you so dearly," Zhang Cheng exclaimed, drawing his cousin into an embrace. "Cousin, we are both trapped by circumstance. Let us be together in our next life." Hearing his heartfelt words, Feng Tianxing was moved to tears. "Cousin, do not marry into the He family. Marry me instead, please." As he saw her tears, he could no longer contain his emotions, holding her even tighter. "Cousin, we cannot do this." Feng Tianxing began to push him away. Previously, their relationship had adhered to propriety, but today, her cousin's sudden fervor was bewildering. "How can you bear to leave me? You occupy my thoughts day and night. I have no affection for that betrothed woman. My heart and eyes are solely for you. Marry me, marry me," Zhang Qing implored, his hands growing restless. The strength of a young lady cannot match that of a man. In moments, Feng Tianxing's outer garment was torn from her. Yet she remained resolute, not wishing to lose her virtue before marriage. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she called for help. The maid, sensing something amiss from her mistress's voice, rushed in to separate them. However, the two young women were no match for Zhang Cheng. One maid was flung to the ground, and when she attempted to rise and intervene again, she was kicked aside. At that moment, Zhang Cheng's mind was consumed by a singular thought. His cousin was his, and he would claim her. The maid, having fallen twice, recognized the urgency of the situation. Young Master Zheng had lost his senses. Without hesitation, she dashed out to seek assistance. Such matters could not be handled with chaos. The maid hurried to find the second young master of the Feng family, Feng Tianxing's brother. Her panicked demeanor drew the attention of passers-by. When Feng Wenju learned of the situation, he was infuriated and rushed over. Meanwhile, Feng Tianxing was left in a vulnerable state, her clothing reduced to mere undergarments, desperately struggling against Zhang Cheng. Seeing this, Feng Wenju lost all reason. A 14-year-old boy, regardless of their familial ties, charged in to confront Zhang Cheng. The maid quickly aided her mistress in regaining her modesty. The commotion attracted the attention of the other young ladies in the neighboring chambers, who emerged to witness the unfolding drama. Onlookers on the street, seeing the maid and Feng Wenju in such a hurry, gathered to see what was amiss. The incident inevitably caught the attention of the princess consort of the Chunwang. Jiang Lingen had just arrived and, aided by two maidservants, approached the scene. Feng Wenju continued to strike Zhang Cheng. "Feng Wenju, cease this at once," Jiang Lingen exclaimed, her head throbbing. This poetry gathering was of her organization, and trouble breaching her watch was a burden she must bear. Thankfully, they were all family. Had it been a matter between two unrelated families, she would have been at a loss on how to address it. "Everyone, disperse. Gather by the stage. Soon we shall announce the results of the poetry contest," Jiang Lingyin urged, attempting to clear the onlookers. Feng Tianxing remained in tears, and Jiang Lingyin, feeling helpless, approached to console her. She understood that after such an incident, Feng Tianxing's chances of marrying elsewhere had significantly diminished. This realization only deepened Feng Tianxing's sorrow, leading her to collapse into Jiang Lingyin's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Jiang Lingyin, in turn, could do nothing but gently pat her back, offering solace. Having regained his senses amidst the chaos, Zhang Cheng was now filled with apprehension. Yet, he was resolute. He had long harbored feelings for his cousin, and now fate had conspired to ensure she would not marry another. Although they had not gone to the ultimate lengths, her reputation was undoubtedly marred, leaving him as her only viable suitor. Rising abruptly, Zhang Cheng strode out, followed closely by the maid. who aimed to clarify the situation and extend apologies to the Feng family. Yun Ranqing carried Feng Tianxing to the stage, where the young ladies gathered in clusters, discussing the earlier events. Feng Tianxing's eyes sparkled upon spotting Feng Yuanhao. The siblings exchanged glances, their unspoken understanding palpable. The elder brother is quite intriguing, utilizing Zheng Qing's affections for his sister to orchestrate mischief. The poetry gathering had indeed served as a matchmaking event, uniting pairs. Stepping onto the stage, Jiang Lingyan addressed the audience. Did everyone enjoy themselves today? Indeed. Thank you, Princess Consort of Qin, came the chorus of responses. Now, let us tally the flowers received by our talented poets and poetesses. Due to the earlier disturbances, Jiang Lingyan lacked the enthusiasm to continue and aimed to conclude the gathering swiftly. She instructed the counting to commence, and once completed, the results would be announced. The first prize is Chapter 46, Life and Death. Jiang Lingyan paused, her gaze sweeping over the eager crowd below. Number 22, please raise your hand. Jiang Lingyan herself did not know who number 22 was. The crowd exchanged glances, speculating and inquiring. Is it you? Is it you? Feng Yuanhao glanced at several people around him and slowly raised his hand. However, seated as he was, his height was not easily noticeable. Only those close to him could see. It's the young master of the Wuan marquis. Someone shouted. The crowd erupted in excitement. Feng Yuanhao, when did your knowledge become so profound? Wu Yueqin exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Lingyan was equally astonished. A young master who had seldom ventured out and had been bedridden for over 2 years, how had he suddenly become so talented? Previously, Feng Yuanhao had been perceived as merely skilled in martial arts and playful. Yet after his long absence, he made a stunning return. The people in front of Feng Yuanhao parted to create a path. Wu Yueqin personally pushed him onto the stage to receive his award. The emperor's calligraphy was indeed a rare treasure, not easily bestowed upon others. Typically reserved for only the crown prince. Feng Yuanhao unfurled it publicly, revealing a magnificent piece of calligraphy. Heaven rewards diligence. Another round of gasps filled the air. Jiang Lingyan continued. The second place, number 16. There was silence on the young master's side. After a few moments, a shrill scream erupted from the ladies' section. It's the princess consort of the crown prince, Miss Yuan, from the Jingzhan family. A voice resonated throughout the hall. I guessed it must be her. Someone immediately remarked. This outcome seemed anticipated by the crowd, though Miss Yuan seldom appeared at such events. Today, it was her mother who insisted she come out for some fresh air after being cooped up at home for too long. Feng Tianxing suddenly realized who it was. The sister-in-law I have my eyes on is truly extraordinary. Feng Tianxing mused, while Feng Yuanhao smiled at the emerging Yuan Xiaolon. A maid assisted her onto the stage. Yuan Xiaolon respectfully accepted her award from Jiang Lingyan, unfurling it for everyone to see, revealing a stunning painting of 8 galloping steeds. Indeed, a masterpiece. Each horse distinct in posture, yet all racing in the same direction. The applause was thunderous. Every man envied this. It was precisely what many desired. Yet it fell into the hands of a woman. What a pity. The third place, number 32, Jiang Lingyan continued to announce, marking the conclusion of the poetry gathering. The young masters and ladies all bid their farewells and departed. On their way back, the 3 siblings felt immensely satisfied with the day's events. This was, without a doubt, the happiest day for Feng Tianxing. The realm of cultivation lacked such cultural exchanges, being filled instead with brutal confrontations over prowess. Brother, was Zheng Cheng part of your design? Feng Yuanan inquired with curiosity. He was genuinely unaware. Naturally, he recognized Zheng Qing, who had previously been close to his elder brother, and could not fathom why he would act so recklessly. It was not in his character. Feng Yuanhao smiled without answering. Feng Yuanhan was well aware of who was responsible for Feng Yuanhao's leg injury. The family communicated all pertinent information promptly. It had occurred in front of Feng Tianxing. Yet Feng Yuanhao had cleverly fabricated an excuse, claiming it was his own idea. Observing his brother's expression, Feng Yuanhan understood everything. Well done. How did you manage it? Feng Yuanhan's curiosity intensified. He truly could not fathom how it had been accomplished. Zheng Cheng appeared untroubled. How had he suddenly acted as if possessed? Feng Yuanhao gently placed Feng Tianxing into his embrace and raised his chin. Feng Yuanhan instantly comprehended. So it was his sister who had lent a hand. Haha. Feng Yuanan lifted his sister and began to tease her in the carriage, filling the air with Feng Tianxing's delighted squeals. Joyous moments always seemed to pass swiftly. As their carriage arrived at the estate's entrance, the steward hurriedly descended the steps, wailing, I can't go on, I can't go on. Upon witnessing her daughter's distress, Wan Ruoying's heart raced with anxiety. Zishu must come herself, she declared. No sooner had she spoken than a resounding slap echoed. How could you care for the young lady like this? Are you merely eating for free? You didn't even hold on to her. Someone, take this wretch away and give her 20 lashes. Wan Ruoying fumed, seeking an outlet for her anger. Zishu had done nothing wrong. In such a moment, she had no one else to turn to but Feng Zuan. Wan Ruoying dispatched 2 of her own maids to keep a close watch on Feng Ruyue. My daughter, do not worry. I will never allow you to marry that rotund man. I promise. Wan Ruoying continuously reassured her daughter, who was on the verge of fainting from crying. Soon, Feng Zuan and his wife arrived at Rinshou courtyard. Upon learning the details, Feng Zuan felt a tumult of emotions. After all, it was his beloved sister whom he had cherished for so many years. However, Song Shuqing felt differently. She deserves it. She had no affection left for the second branch. And if not for her husband's sake, she would have considered moving out to start anew. Eldest, what should we do about this? Wan Ruoying lamented, feeling quite helpless. Her reassurances were hollow. A woman's reputation was paramount, particularly in such a public setting, especially before Prince Yi. This situation was precarious. We must see how the Dong family responds. They are the family of the Grand Tutor, the Emperor's mentor. Our marquis, which has endured for 3 generations, cannot compare to the Dong family. They may not even consider Ruyue worthy and might only elevate her to the status of a concubine. Upon hearing this, Feng Ruyue cried even harder, threatening to dash herself against the wall. As a beautiful young woman, being married off to a rotund man was already a fate worse than death, and to be deemed unworthy only compounded her despair. After grasping the situation, Feng Zuan fell into deep contemplation. The Grand Tutor's family was indeed a lofty aspiration. The marquis had no close ties to the emperor. Mother, we must tread carefully, Feng Zuwu suggested, differing from Wan Ruoying's perspective. If we can align the Grand Tutor with the second prince, it would be immensely advantageous. The Grand Tutor's word carries significant weight with the emperor. Unfortunately, the Grand Tutor is a confidant of the emperor. How could he easily choose sides? However, if our families were to become in-laws, the dynamics might shift. The future remained uncertain, yet paths could be paved. Eldest, what do you mean? Wan Ruoying could not fathom such far-reaching implications. As a mother, her daughter's happiness was paramount. Mother, as my brother said, we must consider the Dong family's stance. If they disapprove of this match, my younger sister shall marry far away. But if they find Riyue to be a suitable candidate for a daughter-in-law, then we must prepare her dowry. In front of Feng Zuan, he refrained from being overly explicit. Second brother, I refuse to marry. That fat man weighs at least 3 times what I do. How could you expect me to marry him? Upon hearing Feng Zuwu's words, Feng Riyue's desire for death intensified. Facing a rotund husband daily was more unbearable than death itself. Chapter 47. A flower amidst cow dung. Sister, this matter is no longer in your hands. If you desire to marry far away, I shall not obstruct you, but your future will depend solely on your own choices. Feng Zuwu felt a twinge of compassion for his sister. This news would surely spread throughout the capital by tomorrow. It is impossible for you to refuse marriage now, especially when you find yourself at the mercy of the male family. A girl whose reputation has been tarnished faces insurmountable challenges in securing a good match, unless she receives a decree from the emperor. Brother, are you truly my real brother? Feng Ruoyue's soul-searching question hung in the air. Of course, I am your true brother. What do you wish to do? Can you simply ignore what has transpired today? This should have been settled years ago. You are already betrothed. Yet you disdain one suitor after another. This predicament is of your own making. Feng Zuwu was also frustrated by his sister's lofty aspirations. Wu, mother. Feng Riyue continued to weep sorrowfully. At that moment, the 3 siblings entered the main hall of Rinshou courtyard, eager to vent their pent-up anger. Grandmother, I rescued my younger aunt from the water, Feng Yuanhan exclaimed, seeking praise. You have shattered my dreams of finding my daughter a suitable husband, Ruanying. The pain in my heart is indescribable, said the elder matriarch. Grandmother, according to Zishu, Ruayue was knocked into the water by Luo Shanshan from the sacrificial wine family. This cannot be solely Ruyue's fault. They must also bear responsibility. You are a marquis, and Ruyue is your own sister. You must address this matter. Ruanying turned her gaze towards Feng Zuan, who had remained silent for too long. It was not intentional. How can we address it? Feng Zuan, a man of stature, was reluctant to engage in such matters. Moreover, his perspective had shifted. He was indifferent to whether Feng Ruoyue married well or not. Grandmother, It was Prince Yi who caught Miss Luo. Feng Yuanhan interjected. What do you mean? Ruanying was puzzled. It is highly likely that Prince Yi has taken a liking to Miss Luo. This statement was quite clear. Miss Luo might very well become the future princess, thereby absolving them of any obligation. The matter could only be left unresolved. The next day, unexpectedly, early in the morning, the Luo family sent gifts to express their apologies. It was the matron of the Luo family who came in person. Old Madam, Lady Marquis, my lady has sent me to apologize on behalf of our young miss. She acted recklessly at yesterday's poetry gathering. Please accept this humble token of our sincerity. The elderly matron spoke with great humility. Young ladies are naturally inclined to play. No need for such formality. Please convey my gratitude to Lady Luo, Song Shuqing replied courteously. Ruanying merely regarded them with a cold expression. This silent grievance her Ryue would have to endure, whether she liked it or not. Last night, Feng Zuwu had analyzed the advantages of remarrying into the Grand Tutor's household. And although she was reluctant, she had begun to see the rationale. Only Feng Ruayue remained locked in her room, refusing to emerge. After sending away the elderly matron from the Luo family, another guest arrived at the marquis. It was none other than Dong Taifu's daughter-in-law, Dong Linshi. The Dong family was known for their scholarly pursuits, yet due to Dong Taifu's high position, his son had not entered the court but instead managed the family affairs. However, his eldest grandson had performed well in his studies and was now an official. The second grandson, Dong Shi, was merely a pleasure seeker. Yet, the family had ample resources, allowing them to indulge him. As long as the eldest grandson could shoulder responsibilities, the rest mattered little. Song Shuqing welcomed her into the inner courtyard, leading her directly to the Rinshou courtyard. Dong Linshi offered her respects to the elder matriarch and Lady Marquis, lacking an official title and her husband being a commoner. She was very proactive in greeting them. Please, no need for formalities. Sit quickly, Song Shuqing urged, helping her to the guest seat. Being the daughter-in-law of Dong Taifu, she deserved respect. The maidservant skillfully served tea. Old Madam, Lady Marquis, while yesterday's incident was indeed unfortunate, it has occurred, and as adults, we must consider the children's future. I inquired about my second son's intentions. He is willing to marry Miss Feng. Hence, I have come today to ascertain the marquis's perspective, Dong Linshi stated directly. In truth, she was not entirely pleased with Feng Ruayue. The girl had a certain air of superiority and might not be inclined to lead a harmonious life with her son. However, given the circumstances and the marquis's esteemed position in the capital, it would be unwise to offend them. Thus, she made this visit. Song Shuqing hesitated to override Ruanying's authority and glanced at her mother-in-law seated at the head of the table. Ruanying's displeasure had yet to fully dissipate, but with the mother of the prospective groom visiting in person, it clarified the Dong family's stance. She could not afford to be overly harsh. Madam Dong, my daughter is as beautiful as a flower, truly deserving of your son Dong Shi, she began, yet faltered at the end. The words she longed to express were a flower planted amidst cow dung, but she repressed them. Dong Linshi felt a twinge of displeasure. Her son was merely a bit portly. What was so wrong with that? Yet, today was not the time for anger, but for resolution. Well, it has come to this. Let us proceed with the marriage rites, Ruanying reluctantly uttered. Unable to remain any longer, she excused herself and retreated to the inner quarters, leaving Song Shuqing to converse with Dong Linshi. Once Ruanying departed, Song Shuqing could not help but smile. Madam Dong, please do not take offense. The old madam will come to understand in a few days that your second son is indeed a fine match. Ruayue will recognize this as well. Dong Linshi felt much reassured by her words. Who does not consider their own child the best? Naturally, she was displeased when her son was looked down upon. If my sister truly understood the merits of Dongji, it would surely be as if the sun rose from the west, Feng Tianxing thought sarcastically. Standing obediently by Song Shuqing's side, playing with a 9-linked ring while genuinely listening to the adults converse. Upon concluding their discussion, just after sending off Dong Linshi, a maidservant arrived at the second gate, calling for Feng Tianxing, informing her that Mr. Gu wished to take her to learn characters. Seeing her daughter's immediate frown, Song Shuqing stifled a laugh. She could not fathom why Mr. Gu had taken such an interest in her daughter. With no other option, Feng Tianxing followed Shui Ping to the front courtyard. Feng Ruayue's matter had been resolved satisfactorily, as the other party was willing to accept her as a legitimate wife. Meanwhile, the atmosphere was even more lively on the other side. Early in the morning, the mother of the betrothed girl had arrived at their doorstep. They did not call for a cancellation of the engagement, but demanded an explanation from the Zheng family. for a girl who had been jilted. It was exceedingly difficult to secure a good match thereafter. The girl's father held the position of a 5th-rank official, while Zhang Qing's father was only of the 6th rank. Had Zhang Qing not been the grandson of the Duke of Zheng, and his elder sister a favored concubine in the palace, they might not have agreed to the match. Lady Zheng, how do you propose we handle this matter? Zheng Cheng seems to have developed feelings for his cousin. Why did he come to propose to our family in the first place? If they were to marry, and his heart was not with his wife, how would their life proceed? As women, we understand these truths best. Yesterday, Lady Lu had heard of this situation and had expressed her anger at home. As a mother, how could she not feel anguish for her own daughter? She wished to withdraw from the engagement. However, Chapter 48. All is lost with the engagement called off. Finding a better match would be an arduous task. Miss Lu, despite receiving an invitation from the Princess of Chun, chose not to attend, her heart heavy with sorrow. Even before the wedding, she could already foresee the bleakness of her future. Madame Lu, all the blame lies with my son Cheng. Once Wanru enters our household, I shall treat her better than my own daughter, declared Mrs. Zheng resolutely. The engagement could not be rescinded as the second branch of the family. Once the old duke passed, the eldest brother would inherit the title and a division of the family would ensue, drastically altering their status in the capital. At that moment, Mrs. Feng, the younger sister of Mrs. Zheng, barged in without preamble. Upon seeing Mrs. Lu in the hall, she hesitated momentarily, although she recognized the innocence of Miss Lu. Her own daughter was soon to be married, with 3 of the 6 traditional rites already completed. Just yesterday afternoon, the groom's family had come to break the engagement, taking away the betrothal gifts on the spot. It was a rare farce in the capital, yet it befell her daughter. There were no other options aside from marrying Zhang Qing or becoming a concubine, unless one considered death as a solution. After nurturing her daughter for 16 years, witnessing such misfortune pained her deeply, prompting her to seek an explanation early that morning. Is Mrs. Lu here to call off the engagement? Mrs. Feng assumed upon seeing Mrs. Lu. Sister, one cannot speak so lightly, Mrs. Zheng interjected, her anxiety palpable. The situation between the two families was precarious, and she felt incapable of pacifying both sides. She signaled to a nearby maid, hoping she would find a way to summon the old duke for assistance. Sister, given Zheng Qing's despicable actions, can Xuanmen still marry anyone else? The Zheng family should hasten to prepare the betrothal gifts so that Xuanmen can enter our family quickly. She's your own niece, Mrs. Feng exclaimed in rapid succession. Sister, please remain calm. Sheng'er has been engaged to Miss Lu for many years. We must discuss this matter further, Mrs. Zheng replied, wishing to soothe her sister while seeking a more opportune moment to address the family affairs. In her heart, Mrs. Zheng had already resolved that the Lu family could not call off the engagement. The incident had already caused them distress, and she, as a mother, would need to treat their daughter even better in the future. Meanwhile, her sister's daughter, being her niece, could be somewhat compromised, perhaps raised as a concubine. Knowing that with her as an aunt, life would not be too difficult for her. Mrs. Zheng, you must consider this carefully. My daughter from the Lu family shall not suffer any indignity, Mrs. Lu asserted coldly, implying that any mistreatment towards her daughter would not be tolerated. Mrs. Zheng found herself in a dilemma, internally chastising her son once more. He had already been disciplined last night and was still kneeling in the ancestral hall. Rest assured, Mrs. Lu, Wanru shall not be wronged. I guarantee it, Mrs. Zheng replied. How can you guarantee that when Zheng Qing's heart only belongs to his cousin? Mrs. Lu had discerned everything clearly. Sister, does this mean that my Xuanmen is to be wronged? Mrs. Feng interjected, her frustration boiling over. Sister, given the circumstances, what do you propose we do? Mrs. Zheng felt overwhelmed. Isn't it obvious? The Lu family's engagement is annulled, and my family shall marry Xuanmen, Mrs. Feng asserted confidently. What has my Wanru done to deserve this fate? Mrs. Lu retorted, equally unwilling to yield, her anger simmering beneath the surface. Just as the 3 women engaged in their verbal tussle, the old duke arrived. At 72, he had long ceased to manage affairs but felt compelled to intervene in this matter. The clever maid had sought out the lady of the house, who then summoned the duke. Upon his arrival, the 3 women fell silent. Grandfather, they greeted respectfully. Your timing is impeccable. We seek your counsel, Mrs. Lu began, maintaining her composure. This matter arises from our family's failure to educate our son. I possess no viable solution, the duke replied. If the Lu family is willing to annul the engagement, we shall ensure a fine match for Miss Lu. If not, we shall proceed with the marriage, with Miss Feng being accepted as a secondary wife. What do you think? The Duke proposed a reasonable solution. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Liu opted for the annulment, knowing that with the Duke's support, her daughter would secure a favorable match. Thus, the matter was resolved. When Zheng Cheng learned of his grandfather's intervention, he felt a surge of joy, for he already had a fondness for his cousin. This news quickly reached Feng Yuanhao, who marveled at the efficiency of the Duke's household in resolving such a dilemma. Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Cheng's reputation had taken a hit, complicating his future aspirations for an official career, as a man's reputation was paramount, especially in politics. Eventually, Feng Yuanhao reconciled with reality, recognizing this was merely an elaborate jest, with ample opportunities still ahead. By the afternoon, news spread throughout the capital that Prince Yi had set his sights on Luo Shanshan, the daughter of the Grand Scholar, with the emperor personally issuing a marriage decree. Upon hearing this, Feng Riyue wept once more. Surprisingly, Prince Liu had simultaneously expressed interest in two young ladies at the poetry gathering, personally visiting to propose, bringing with him betrothal gifts. The first visit was to the household of Minister Shui, seeking the hand of Shui Yaru, who had recently broken off her engagement with the Feng family. She was a cherished daughter. Had they known this would transpire, they would not have annulled the Feng engagement. Yet, there was no remedy for regret. Minister Shui was compelled to graciously welcome Prince Liu into their home. Minister Shui, I presume you are aware of my intentions, the prince stated bluntly. Minister Shui dared not resist. This prince was not like the others. Despite his rough demeanor, he was both brave and cunning, wielding military power with several formidable retainers at his command. Those who dared to oppose him would find themselves in dire straits. Most crucially, he enjoyed the emperor's favor. Rest assured, my lord, I will cherish your daughter well. She shall lead a prosperous life, Prince Liu assured, patting Minister Shui on the shoulder with such force that the latter nearly winced in pain. What did that imply? Could his daughter truly endure? After receiving confirmation, the prince left behind the betrothal gifts and proceeded to the next household. The Fei family, however, was less fortunate. Merely informed that their daughter would be taken as a concubine, with no betrothal gifts forthcoming. Days passed, and Feng Yuanhao discovered that Jiang Tingxian had also secured an engagement. That poetry gathering had indeed been a fruitful matchmaking event, yielding at least 4 confirmed couples, with more in the works, including Feng Yuanhao himself. Upon learning this, Feng Tianxing couldn't contain her glee, for she and her companion Little Black had played matchmakers for 3.5 pairs. The pair her elder brother had facilitated also counted as her accomplishment. Chapter 49. An invitation from the Queen 4 days after the poetry gathering. Feng Tianxing had just risen and was preparing to drink the milk her mother had made for her when Chen Shiming hurriedly entered. Madam, someone has come from the palace. Where? Who is it? Song Shuqing wondered. There had been no recent events that would attract the emperor's attention. Could it be to check on the marquis' recovery? But her husband had already submitted a report to the emperor regarding his condition. The marquis is receiving them. It is the esteemed eunuch Ming from the queen's palace. The marquis has sent me to invite you to the front courtyard, Chen Shiming said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Song Shuqing dared not delay, cradling Feng Tianxing in her arms as she made her way to the front courtyard. My lord, it is truly joyous to see you recovering so swiftly. Just a few days ago in the queen's palace, I heard the emperor mention you. I appreciate the emperor's concern. Before they had even entered, the two could hear the voices of the eunuch and the marquis. Eunuch Ming. As Song Shuqing stepped inside, she indeed found the head eunuch from the queen's court. The fact that he had personally come was a tremendous honor. Oh, Madam Marquis, it has been a long time. Eunuch Ming beamed, his smile radiant. It was evident he bore good news. How is Her Majesty the Queen? Song Shuqing inquired. Although she and the queen were of similar age, they were not intimate friends, having merely known each other during their youth when the Song family was still of lower status, while the queen was the daughter of a prime minister. It was only after her marriage to the marquis that she had the opportunity to enter the palace and become acquainted with the queen. Eunuch Ming, you flatter me. May I ask what brings you here? Song Shuqing set Feng Tianxing down. The moment her feet touched the ground, Feng Tianxing dashed towards Feng Zuan. Madam, we are here on the queen's orders to invite you to the palace for a conversation, and we would like you to bring Miss Feng. Eunuch Ming politely bowed. Riyue? Song Shuqing assumed he meant Feng Riyue. No, it is Miss Feng. Eunuch Ming almost forgot, recalling that the marquis also had an unmarried sister. Tianxing? Yes. Song Shuqing was puzzled. It was clear that the queen wished to see her daughter. After the poetry gathering, there had been numerous rumors, and it seemed that the Feng brothers had completely forgotten that Feng Tianxing had seen the fourth prince's face. Is it the fourth prince who wishes to see me? Does he truly hold such affection for me? Feng Tianxing mused, contemplating this possibility. The couple exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that the fourth prince had taken an interest in her? Surely not. Their daughter was merely 3 years old, yet someone had already taken notice of her. But why the fourth prince? What could be done? The fourth prince was a unique existence, his face concealed from all, leading the emperor to harbor discontent. Eunuch Ming, could you enlighten us as to the matter at hand? Song Shuqing felt a flutter of apprehension within her. The incident of Feng Tianxing begging at the marquis' gate had become widely known. Oh, are we to go now? Song Shuqing realized she hadn't prepared herself for an outing today. If it is convenient, that would be splendid. However, if you have other matters to attend to, it can wait until tomorrow. Such humility was unexpected from someone of the queen's court, making Song Shuqing almost doubt the authenticity of the visit. Yet, with the queen's request, how could she dare postpone until the morrow? Then, please wait a moment, eunuch. I shall change into another outfit and join you in the palace. Song Shuqing picked up Feng Tianxing once more. Mother and daughter both changed their attire. Feng Tianxing sat in the soft sedan chair, gazing outside. She had glimpsed the palace in her dreams long ago. To her, it did not seem vast, but to the mundane world, it appeared quite magnificent. One grand hall after another, the architecture was impressive. They halted before the queen's palace. A palace maid was already waiting at the steps. I have seen Eunuch Ming. Has Madame Feng arrived? A young maid, around 16 or 17, descended the steps and inquired. Yes. Eunuch Ming personally lifted the curtain. The little maid promptly entered to report. Mother and daughter did not have to wait. They were directly led inside by Eunuch Ming. Feng Tianxing observed the queen, who was dressed quite casually. Seated in the main position. She was not in formal attire, merely wearing everyday clothing without her phoenix crown, only a single phoenix hairpin adorning her hair. Compared to her previous life, she appeared far less resplendent. Song Shuqing immediately knelt, saying, I, Song Shuqing, pay my respects to Her Majesty the Queen. Quickly, rise, Qi Ling. Have Madame Feng take a seat, the Queen, Wu Miaozhen, promptly instructed. The maid named Qing Ling brought a chair for Song Shuqing and placed it beside the Queen's right side. Reluctantly, Song Shuqing sat down, holding Feng Tianxing in her arms. Qing Ling, go fetch the fourth prince and tell him that Miss Feng has arrived, Wu Miaozhen commanded. Indeed, as Tianxing had surmised, it was not the queen who wished to see her, but rather the fourth prince who sought to meet Tianxing. The fourth prince was overjoyed, telling the queen that finally, someone could see his face. The queen, upon hearing this, was incredulous. The first prince recounted the tale once more, and only then did she begin to waver in her belief. How could one trust the words of a 3-year-old child? A child who had been abandoned at birth. How would he know? Moreover, the child was mute. Yet the veracity of the matter left her no room for doubt. After contemplating for 2 days, the queen spoke to the emperor about the incident. The emperor found it equally astonishing. However, as a man of experience, he held a degree of skepticism. Since birth, no one had laid eyes on the fourth prince's face. He deemed the birth of such a child within the royal family as ominous. Nonetheless, being his own child, he bore a certain reluctance to take action. There had been ministers who suggested sending the child to a monastery, but he had not acted on that, choosing instead to observe the situation. As no incidents had arisen over the years, he allowed the child to grow up in the palace. Since both Zheng'er and Qing'er are so certain, let us summon the child to the palace for confirmation, the emperor directed, noticing the queen's eager gaze. With the emperor's consent, the queen promptly sent for them. Wu Miaozhen scrutinized Feng Tianxing, finding nothing particularly special about her. She resembled her mother closely, dressed in a pale pink gown that complemented her rosy cheeks. Madam, during the poetry gathering, both of my sons were quite taken with Miss Feng, especially the fourth prince, who has been clamoring to see his little sister these past few days. Hence, I took the liberty of inviting you to the palace. Wu Miaozhen spoke kindly. To be favored by both princes is indeed an honor for Tianxing. Little Tianxing, come here, let Auntie hold you. Wu Miaozhen extended her arms to embrace Feng Tianxing. Your Majesty. Song Shuqing was taken aback by the queen referring to herself as Auntie. Upon seeing this child, I couldn't help but feel an affinity. From now on, I shall call myself Auntie. How could this be? Song Shuqing had never anticipated such warmth from the queen upon their first meeting. The emperor has arrived. A loud announcement echoed from outside the door. Chapter 50. The emperor's inquiry upon the arrival of His Majesty. The empress promptly led the palace attendants to greet him. The current emperor, Yun Haoxiao strode in with an imposing presence, having exchanged his formal robes for a more casual attire adorned with embroidered dragons and auspicious clouds. A golden crown perched upon his head, accentuating his regal demeanor. At 36 years of age, he had reigned for 14 years. The moment the empress laid eyes on him, she quickly knelt in reverence, while the attendant Song Shuqin was compelled to follow suit. However, in an effort to remain inconspicuous, Feng Tianxing plopped down onto the ground. "Rise," Yun Haoxiao declared, striding past the assembly and into the inner hall, where he took his seat upon the throne. "Your Majesty, what brings you here at this hour?" Wu Miaozhen inquired, somewhat perplexed. Ordinarily, after court, the emperor would retreat to the study to review memorials or confer privately with trusted ministers. Yet, as an emperor, he had to consider numerous women, with the empress being among the few designated by ancestral decree. Before long, only 3 adults and 1 child remained in the hall. The empress had previously discussed a certain matter with him, leading him to question the crown prince Yun Ranjing in private. Yun Ranjing, of course, recounted every detail of his inquiries and Feng Tianxing's responses with utmost precision, piquing the emperor's curiosity about whether the Feng family child truly possessed foresight. Thus, he instructed his attendant, Gong Gong Ren, to remain vigilant. Feng Tianxing gazed innocently at the emperor seated above. This emperor appears dignified, yet is decidedly oblivious. Unaware that his own son has betrayed him. Alas, he shares a similar blindness with my father. She mused internally, causing Song Shuqin to feel a surge of anxiety. This matter must be conveyed to her husband. It was of utmost significance. Feng Tianxing was aware that while this emperor was not a fool, he lacked discernment and would ultimately fall victim to the treachery of the second prince, meeting his demise through poisoning as he ascended the throne. Consumed by his ambition for supremacy. "Come, little one, approach me," Yun Haoxiao beckoned, adopting a gentle demeanor to avoid frightening the child. Obediently, Feng Tianxing waddled towards him, her little legs moving with a delightful sway. Upon reaching the emperor, she boldly attempted to climb onto his lap, much to Song Shuqing's dismay, who felt faint at the sight. "Tianxing, no," she managed to utter, then knelt. "Your Majesty, the child is young and lacks understanding. It is I who have failed to teach her properly." As she spoke, she bowed her head. Unexpectedly, Yun Haoxiao reached out and lifted the child onto his lap. "Oh, how long has it been since I held such a tiny child? None of my princes or princesses have dared to approach me so boldly at their first meeting. You are remarkable." He laughed heartily. Feng Tianxing had indeed acted with intent, knowing that an adult would rarely rebuke a child. The emperor, often elevated above all, was not accustomed to such spontaneous affection from a child. Her actions were deliberate, aimed at cultivating a favorable rapport with the emperor, ensuring that future encounters would not require her to kneel in submission. At that moment, Yun Ranking entered, having been announced. Upon seeing Feng Tianxing in their father's embrace, he was taken aback but quickly replaced his astonishment with excitement. Since parting from his sister, he had felt as though a part of him was missing, yearning to see her every day. "I have come to pay my respects to father and mother," he said, addressing the emperor, who responded warmly. "Come here, fourth brother." As Yun Ranking approached, Feng Tianxing greeted him with a wide grin, emitting playful sounds to acknowledge his presence. "Did you summon me to the palace, you rascal?" "Father, may I hold Feng's sister?" he boldly asked, unafraid of his father's presence. "You wish to take her from me already?" Yun Haoxiao replied, feigning disbelief at his son's eagerness. Yun Ranking, initially stunned, lowered his outstretched hand in disappointment, realizing his father's fondness for Feng Tianxing at first sight. "Little one, I have a few questions for you." "Merely nod or shake your head. Is that agreeable?" the emperor began, intent on uncovering the truth. "Can you see his face?" he inquired, pointing at Yun Ranking. "Yes." She nodded. "Who does he resemble?" he continued, extending 7 fingers. "Are you saying he bears 7 parts resemblance to me?" Yun Haoxiao asked with palpable excitement, to which Feng Tianxing affirmed with a nod. Naturally, she was aware of her own appearance and concluded that the 4th prince must be quite handsome. In his youth, Yun Haoxiao had been a rare beauty, and his mother was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital. Even now, in his 30s, he retained a striking handsomeness, though his mature beard lent an air of gravitas. Feng Tianxing furrowed her brow. Should I disclose this information? Might it bring harm to either myself or the 4th prince? Should I attribute it to my enigmatic companion, Little Black? No, I cannot expose Little Black. He is my protector. She wrestled with the decision. Song Shuqing, sensing the gravity of the situation, felt a bead of sweat trickle down her brow. "Child, do tread carefully and refrain from speaking recklessly," she silently implored. Feng Tianxing's little eyes darted about, eventually reaching a resolution. She took Yun Hongshao's hand and inscribed a few words in his palm. He is missing a soul. What? Yun Hongxiao gasped, astonished by this revelation. How do you know this? Feng Tianxing pointed to her eyes, indicating their extraordinary ability. She pondered the necessity of laying the groundwork for her future use of her abilities to perceive life and death. Do you know where his missing soul is? The emperor pressed eagerly. I do not know. Perhaps he lost it himself. She shook her head, then nodded affirmatively. How can you ascertain this? Yun Hongxiao inquired, no longer perceiving Feng Tianxing as merely a child, but rather as someone capable of profound insights. Feng Tianxing hesitated, contemplating her response. If I reveal to the emperor that I am of celestial origin, will it frighten him and my mother? If he learns of my divine lineage, will I be able to walk freely in the capital? Yet, I am not truly a deity, merely a half-immortal. Perhaps it is wiser to remain discreet. To be constantly scrutinized would be undesirable. Song Shuqin felt her heart race, patting her chest in distress. Daughter, you must not speak carelessly. Maintain a low profile. She cautioned. Feng Tianxing shook her head, leaving Yun Hongxiao feeling somewhat disheartened. However, recognizing that this was only a 3-year-old child, he found her insights remarkable. Children possessed the purest of eyes. Her ability to discern such truths was not unexpected. Many families consulted toddlers who had just learned to speak to predict the gender of an unborn child, capitalizing on this very trait. Moreover, he had inquired about Feng Tianxing and learned of her unique nature. Her words might indeed carry weight. How had he not thought to consult the old monk all these years? It seemed his ignorance had obscured his vision. Chapter 51. A late fatherly love. The empress immediately responded, not having anticipated consulting a master. She had merely believed herself to have given birth to an oddity, living in a state of self-reproach. Fourth brother, come here. Yun Hongxiao beckoned to the fourth prince. Yun Ranqing stepped forward, approaching him closely. Yun Hongxiao placed a hand on his shoulder and scrutinized the misty visage before him, gently brushing his hair. His hand gradually moved to touch his face, and he was able to feel it. Yun Hongxiao was filled with deep emotions, wondering why he had not done this sooner. He meticulously traced Yun Ranqing's features, forehead, eyes, nose, and mouth, all within his reach. When his hand fell, it was wet with the child's tears. Child, it was your father who was blind. At this moment, Yun Hongxiao felt immense guilt, akin to an apology to his son. Father. The call was laced with a poignant cry. For the first time in 8 years, the emperor drew so close to him, leaving Yun Ranqing overwhelmed with emotion. Each previous encounter had been devoid of affection, a mere cold glance before being dismissed. This was the first time he had been treated with such warmth. What 8-year-old boy does not harbor a special affection for his father? Yet, he had dared not. The emperor seemed to care for the other princes, while he felt the brunt of disdain. Seeing the child weep, Yun Hongxiao set Feng Tianxing down and drew the fourth prince into his embrace, gently patting his back. Although he was 8 years old and nearly as tall as when seated, it was a moment of firsts, and Yun Hongxiao displayed great patience as he comforted him. The empress, standing a few steps away, shed tears of her own, relieved that her fourth son was no longer looked down upon by the emperor. A bittersweet joy filled her heart. Song Shuqing's eyes also glistened with unshed tears. Feng Tianxing stood off to the side, oblivious. From now on, you may come to the study when you finish your studies. I wish to assess your progress, Yun Hongxiao added, giving the fourth prince's shoulder another pat. Yes. Yun Ranqing nodded earnestly, stepping out of his father's embrace. He then reached out to lift Feng Tianxing, exclaiming, Sister Feng, Empress, let us keep today's events private. It would not be beneficial for the fourth prince. Regardless of whether he truly descended from the heavens, he remained their child. Henceforth, he should interact more with others, rather than being confined within the palace. In truth, he had already regarded Yun Ranqing as a celestial being undergoing trials. How else could he have grown so well without a soul or spirit? In the past 8 years, the kingdom of Qian had not faced any significant calamities. Although there had been occasional incursions at the borders, they were nothing unusual and did not escalate into large-scale warfare. This indicated that the child was not a harbinger of misfortune. Father, I have a request, Yun Ranqing spoke cautiously. What is it? Speak freely. At this moment, Yun Hongxiao was amenable, wishing to make amends for the years lost. I wish to go to Feng Manor to learn martial arts from the marquis. Yun Ranqing felt a hint of shyness, as everyone knew he was motivated by Feng Tianxing. You little rascal, I don't want you to be a shadow. Feng Tianxing inwardly protested, yet it was futile. Having someone constantly trailing her felt stifling. However, she reasoned it was of little consequence, perhaps out of pity for him. as she spent most of her time in the inner courtyard. "Feng madam, how is the marquis's health now?" Yun Hongxiao inquired, aware that Feng Zuan had sustained serious injuries. "Well, that's good. Henceforth, the fourth prince will regard him as his martial arts teacher," Yun Hongxiao decreed. It was sufficient for Feng Zuan to impart basic skills to strengthen the body, without the need for him to become a master. With matters settled, Yun Hongxiao did not linger further, as he had many other affairs to attend to. Feng Tianxing and her mother were retained in the palace by the empress, enjoying lunch. And they departed only in the afternoon, having been urged to stay by Yun Ranqing. He took Feng Tianxing on a tour of the entire inner palace, especially the imperial garden. Yun Ranqing even fashioned a bird's nest for her, though it yielded no eggs, leaving him a bit disappointed. Simultaneously, news of the event spread throughout the palace. The young lady from the Feng family had been able to see the fourth prince's face. This was indeed a significant revelation. The empress had deliberately circulated this information to demonstrate that her fourth son was perfectly fine, merely unworthy of the public's gaze. The young lady of the Feng family was under the protection of celestial beings, thus able to behold him. The empress was not foolish. She quickly devised a narrative that the public could accept, while also praising Feng Tianxing. 10 days later, the Dong family sent a marriage proposal, which was received by Song Shuqing. After reviewing the details, it was sent directly to the old matriarch's courtyard. Next came the preparations for the dowry. The situation of the marquis's household was clear. It was unlikely they could provide a substantial dowry from the public funds. Instead, the matriarch would have to supplement it from her own dowry. In truth, the marquis's household was not as impoverished as it appeared. Feng Zuan still possessed his mother's dowry. In earlier years, the old marquis had managed it himself, with half of it given to his eldest daughter upon her marriage, while the other half was reserved for his eldest son. The old marquis was not foolish in this regard, while Ruan Ruiying's dowry was modest. After managing the household for so many years, it was reasonable to assume there were hidden savings. Before he passed, the old marquis had left Feng Zuan with a steward to help manage the private treasury. This individual was none other than Yu Changfeng's father, who seemed to be idly living in the marquis's household, but in reality, he served as a trusted advisor to both the late and current marquises. This was the foundation of the marquis's household, meant solely for the son who inherited the title. In essence, Feng Zuan was the wealthiest among them, a fact the second branch was unaware of and must not be allowed to discover. Feng Zuan was in the outer courtyard study, engrossed in writing. Yu Changfeng arrived carrying a large burlap sack, from which he pulled out several small bundles, precisely the medicinal seeds Feng Zuan had instructed him to procure for Feng Tianxing. "Thank you for your efforts. My lord, why are we buying these seeds when no one in our household cultivates medicinal herbs?" Yu Changfeng questioned, perplexed by the expense incurred to obtain them. "This matter is under my arrangement. Do not worry, you will not have spent your money in vain," Feng Zuan assured him. Noticing Feng Tianxing playing with Feng Yuanji's small wooden horse, balancing the girl in one arm and the bag in the other, he entered the inner room. "Dear daughter, here are the medicinal seeds you requested. See if they are to your liking." Feng Zuan presented them as if showcasing treasures, laying the packets upon the table. Feng Tianxing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the trove. In truth, any spirit herb from her space was worth thousands more than these trinkets. Yet, she had no choice but to utilize these inferior items to amass wealth. Feng Tianxing requested Feng Zuan to open them all, inspecting each packet. Inside were ginseng, lingzhi, Yishouwu, Huangjing, Tianma, all precious medicinal seeds. A radiant smile spread across her face. "These seeds must have cost a fortune. Did you not say the marquis's household was lacking in funds?" Feng Tianxing mused, realizing her father truly trusted her. Before Feng Zuan, Feng Tianxing concentrated. And with a thought, the table was suddenly devoid of any items, startling Feng Zuan, who trembled in shock. Chapter 52, The Century-Old Ginseng Darling? Feng Zuan gazed incredulously at Feng Tianxing. Observing her father's astonishment, Feng Tianxing performed her antics once more, emitting a series of delightful giggles. Alas, the girl is still quite young, causing one to worry. She remains oblivious to her surroundings, but fortunately, I am her father. Feng Tianxing nodded cheerfully. In the realm of cultivation, storage spaces are commonplace, and she has grown accustomed to them. In this mundane world, such spaces are extraordinary. It is no wonder her father is so astonished. "Father, my space is vast, capable of nurturing countless medicinal herbs. You shall soon find yourself counting riches until your hands cramp," she wrote, taking hold of Feng Zuan's hand. She then ushered him out of the room to enter her space and tend to the herbs. Certain seeds required immediate attention, and some were particularly delicate, demanding meticulous care. Fortunately, her space was abundant in spiritual energy, making it conducive for these low-tier plants to thrive. Enlisting the help of the elders specializing in spiritual plants, the master and apprentice spent an entire afternoon planting all the herbs according to their specific requirements. As she gazed at the planted herbs, Feng Tianxing envisioned her mother counting money. "Master, how long until these herbs can be harvested?" she inquired. "Not long at all. These non-spiritual plants grow rapidly in the space. They can be harvested in a month at most. Rest assured, I shall care for them," the elder replied. With nothing else to occupy him in the space, he appreciated the task given by his apprentice as it helped pass the time. "That is splendid. Thank you, master," she expressed gratefully. "You have done well. You must also engage in good deeds in this mundane world to accumulate merit, which will benefit you in the future," the elder advised earnestly. Meanwhile, Song Shuqing had successfully purchased a shop through her maternal family, situated not in the bustling market, but in a relatively quieter area. Nonetheless, it attracted a significant foot traffic, primarily from commoners. After Zhou Ankong took over, he commenced renovations, constructing counters and medicine cabinets. The prospect of opening a herbal shop was unexpected, especially since it was considerably larger than the one inherited from his ancestors. With the shop ready, he brought his daughter and grandson to live with him in the premises, which consisted of a front shop and a back courtyard, providing convenience for family life. His daughter could lend a helping hand, and he could supervise his grandson's upbringing, ensuring he grew up rightly. Zhou Ankong personally managed the hiring of apprentices and staff. A month later, preparations for the shop's grand opening were complete. Feng Zuan endowed him with a substantial sum of 1,000 taels of silver as startup capital. Zhou Ankong reached out to a herbal merchant for supplies. Feng Tianxing, however, had no intention of cultivating ordinary herbs. It was unnecessary. On the first day of August, the shop quietly opened for business. Just the following day, a wealthy merchant happened to pass by. His ailing mother required rare, medicinal herbs for her recovery. With the intention of not missing out, he entered the herbal shop. "Good sir, are you here for consultation or to procure herbs?" The attendant greeted warmly. "What medicinal herbs do you require?" he inquired, recognizing the customer as a potential big buyer. "Do you have ginseng that is over 100 years old?" the merchant casually asked. Such aged ginseng is indeed rare. Even the most venerable specimens in the imperial palace are but 500 years old, cherished like precious jewels. "We do," the attendant replied succinctly, causing the merchant's eyes to widen in surprise. "Really?" The merchant was skeptical, for he had inquired at numerous shops, all claiming to have none. Even if they did, they would not openly admit it. "We are open for business. We would not deceive you," the attendant assured sincerely. "Bring it to me for inspection," the merchant, well versed in such matters, demanded. "Please, follow me to the inner hall," the attendant led him away. Knowing the value of century-old ginseng, it was inappropriate to display such treasures in the bustling main hall. Fortunately, there were no other customers present at the moment. Otherwise, the attendant would not have been so forthright. Upon reaching the inner hall, Zhou Ankong, having listened to the attendant, retrieved the treasures personally entrusted to him by the marquis the previous night. He was curious about their worth. Feng Zuan urged him to open the box on the table, which contained several exquisite wooden boxes. Upon opening the first box, he gasped in awe at the size of the ginseng, visibly over 100 years old. Alarmed, he quickly closed the box, only to succumb to curiosity and open it again. After decades as a physician, he had never encountered ginseng of such remarkable age. This was a first for him. He proceeded to open another box, which also contained ginseng. After inspecting all the boxes, he found a collection of precious herbs, including Yishouwu, Lingji, and top-quality Tianma, leaving him utterly astounded. Where did the marquis acquire such valuable herbs? Zhou Ankong pondered. "Do not ask anything, simply sell them. And if you run out, return to seek more from me," Feng Zuan interrupted, sensing his curiosity. Thinking of the marquis's generosity, Zhou Ankong did not hesitate to showcase the treasures to the merchant. When the merchant beheld the ginseng nestled within the exquisite wooden box, his eyes widened with excitement. He examined it thoroughly, confirming its authenticity. "Doctor, how much for this?" the merchant inquired without hesitation, showing no doubt regarding its legitimacy. 1,500 taels, Zhou Ankong stated, having discussed the price with Feng Zuan beforehand. "What?" the merchant gasped in disbelief. "Good sir, this price is quite reasonable. This is century-old ginseng, a life-saving herb in critical moments," the attendant interjected. "Doctor, you misinterpreted. 1,500 taels is far too cheap. The merchant's words caught Zhou Kong off guard, who had expected him to find the price excessive and prepared to advocate further. Instead, the merchant considered it a bargain. Zhou Kong wiped the sweat from his brow, wishing he had quoted 3,000 taels instead. The transaction completed swiftly. The merchant inquired if there were any other valuable herbs available. Zhou Kong presented 3 more specimens, leading the merchant to exhaust his funds. He regretted not bringing more money with him. Back at the inn, the merchant boasted to his companion about his remarkable finds of the day, allowing the inn staff to overhear, which soon reached the innkeeper's ears. The news spread quickly. There was a newly opened herbal shop on Longfu Street selling century-old ginseng and other precious herbs. This revelation caused quite a stir, as many affluent families in the capital could afford such ginseng, but few could procure it. The following day, as Zhou Kong opened his shop, a crowd of over 20 people surged in, all eager to purchase the century-old ginseng. However, he only had 3 pieces on hand, necessitating a bidding war among the customers. He informed them he would restock in a few days, which resulted in Chapter 53, Apprenticeship. Every day, individuals lingered outside his shop, awaiting the proprietor's next shipment of goods. On this particular day, a young dandy sought to purchase ginseng to honor his beloved grandmother. Zhou Kong informed him that the merchandise had yet to arrive. In a fit of arrogance, the young man threatened to vandalize the shop if he was unable to procure ginseng that day. However, Zhou Kong genuinely had no stock available. Sensing the brewing trouble, he promptly dispatched a servant to inform the marquis of the situation. The dandy, eager to cause a scene, was met by a mix of onlookers, some curious, others ready to intervene. Those who had any ginseng had already purchased it, leaving no opportunity for this braggart to display his authority. As news reached Feng Tianxing, he hastened to the scene, coincidentally finding Feng Tianxing in the study. Feng Tianxing had begun learning to write, and her father was keen to oversee her progress. He wished to spend more time with her, even if it was simply to observe her from a distance, which brought him joy. Riding in, Feng Tianxing nestled comfortably in her father's embrace. Upon Feng Tianxing's arrival, the crowd parted. Many in the capital recognized him, and those waiting for their medicines began to identify him. The Marquis of Wuan has arrived, someone exclaimed. Feng Tianxing strode confidently into the shop, his tall stature imposing an unspoken pressure. Gao Rong, what are you doing? Feng Tianxing recognized the young dandy as the grandson of the Duke of Jing'an. Marquis, what brings you here? Are you also in search of ginseng? Gao Rong, clearly intimidated by the Marquis, was desperate. I simply wish to buy ginseng to honor my grandmother's upcoming birthday. Surely, if you have stock, you would sell it? You are causing a ruckus for no reason. Doctor, Joe is currently treating my son's leg, and this shop is under my protection. You would do well to cease your antics. Feng Tianxing's demeanor was both dignified and forthright, making it clear to all that the shop was safeguarded by his authority. With the presence of a marquis, the number of those willing to bully the shopkeeper diminished considerably. Thus, the commotion ended rather swiftly. Feng Tianxing watched as the young man left, defeated, though she felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Xiaohei, teach him a lesson, she muttered with narrowed eyes. A small black bird took flight in pursuit of the retreating horse. Not far down the road, Gao Rong's horse suddenly went wild. The servant could not keep up, and the horse galloped uncontrollably down an alley, crashing into a wall and collapsing it. The rider was thrown off, striking the wall and spitting blood, with a broken rib that would confine him to bed for half a month. In the chaos, the horse's hooves also claimed the life of a dog frolicking in the alley. The dog thought to itself, at last, I may be reborn. Having been a loyal companion in this life, I shall not be a sycophant in the next. Feng Tianxing's protection of the drugstore quickly spread throughout the city. It turned out that the doctor was indeed the one who had treated Feng Yuanhao's leg. This revelation attracted even more patients seeking Zhou's expertise. Furthermore, news of Feng Tianxing's swift recovery circulated, crediting Dr. Zhou for his miraculous healing. The emperor and empress soon learned of this development. The next morning, the marquis welcomed 2 esteemed guests, the crown prince Yunran, accompanied by his younger brother. Feng Tianxing immediately stepped outside to greet them. Though neither were titled princes, they were still direct heirs to the throne. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Marquis, where is my sister Feng? Was the first question from Yun Ranking. Unable to contain his curiosity. Ah, my daughter is likely in the inner courtyard, perhaps enjoying some milk, Feng Tianxing replied, fully aware of the prince's fondness for his daughter. He also recognized the true purpose of their visit, which caused a slight frown to cross his face. He had yet to savor enough of his daughter's company before others sought to claim her attention. His Highness the Fourth Prince wishes to be your disciple in martial arts. And I hope you will consider accepting him, Yunran, tasked by their mother, urged with sincerity, understanding the emperor's current sentiments toward the fourth prince. The crown prince's request left Feng Zuan with little choice but to acquiesce. However, he cautioned, "Are you certain? The path of martial arts is arduous." Yun Ranking stepped forward and knelt before Feng Zuan, declaring, "Master, I beseech you to accept your disciple." The swiftness of his gesture startled Feng Zuan, who quickly rose to assist him. "There is no need for such formality, fourth prince. It is an honor that you regard me highly." Yet, he could not overlook the earnestness and resolve in the fourth prince's demeanor. "Very well, I shall accept you, but do not complain of hardship." "Yes, master," Yun Ranking affirmed with determination. "How do you intend to learn, and how will your time be arranged?" Feng Zuan inquired, mindful that royal duties often kept princes occupied with their own instructors. "We have consulted with our father prior to our arrival. The fourth prince will come to the marquis' residence every other afternoon for martial training, dedicating the remaining time to scholarly pursuits," Yun explained. "On days when the marquis is on duty, if there are no pressing matters, he may take the day off." Hearing this, Feng Zuan's spirits lifted. "This arrangement is splendid. Every other day allows me half a day to spend with my daughter." He reflected on how time spent with her brought immeasurable joy, realizing the value of such moments. At that moment, Feng Tianxing's little head peeked through the door, but she was quickly overshadowed by Xuanmen, who inadvertently revealed her presence. "Tianxing, come here to your father," Feng Zuan called, casting everything else aside upon seeing his daughter. Reluctantly, she made her way over. "Feng's sister," Yun Ranking exclaimed, instinctively rushing forward to scoop up Feng Tianxing. She squirmed and leaped into her father's arms instead. "Did your mother send you here?" he asked, his gentle demeanor revealing none of the imposing strength of a warrior. She nodded. "Did you drink your milk?" Another nod. "Xuanmen, please fetch a plate of snacks for Tianxing in the front courtyard. She should have access to them whenever she desires," Feng Zuan instructed, understanding that his daughter needed proper nourishment to recover her voice. He longed for the day she would call him father, for the sound of her voice was ethereal and surreal. Without interaction, the experience felt incomplete. Xuanmen departed to fulfill the request. "Master, may I play with Feng's sister?" Yun Ranking implored, though Feng Zuan remained unaware of his expression. However, Feng Tianxing could see it clearly. This child is starved for affection, she thought, feeling a surge of sympathy. Feng Zuan glanced at his daughter and nodded his consent. It was evident that the fourth prince craved companionship. The front courtyard already boasted an assortment of toys for children. With Feng Zuan's approval, Yun Ranking wasted no time. Carrying Feng Tianxing outside and treating the marquis' residence as his own, even commanding the servants to fetch toys for them. Rest assured, with two children playing together, Tianxing will not feel lonely, Feng Zuan understood. As long as his little girl was content, he would let things unfold naturally. "Then I shall take my leave. I will return this afternoon to escort the fourth prince," Yun Ranking said, somewhat bashfully. "What? Are you leaving him here?" Feng Zuan questioned. Well, he may as well become familiar with the marquis' residence since he will be visiting often, having already decided to stay." It was clear that lessons would commence that very day. Just as this thought began to take shape, an unexpected visitor arrived at the Ho residence, bearing news that nearly caused Feng Zuan to lose his composure. Chapter 54. Difficult labor and excessive bleeding. Shiming hurriedly led a young servant into the room. Upon seeing Feng Zuan, the newcomer knelt down, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "My lord, my esteemed aunt is on the brink of death. The madam has sent me to urgently request the presence of the lady to bid her a final farewell." "What did you say?" Feng Zuan was taken aback. Springing to his feet, the young servant was known for frequently delivering messages from the Duke of Cheng'en's residence to the marquis household. Feng Zuan's elder sister, Feng Ruxua, was wed to Lu Qingji, the legitimate second son of the Duke of Cheng'en. The esteemed aunt mentioned by the servant was their eldest daughter, Lu Hanyao. Last night, she had given birth but suffered from severe hemorrhaging, and despite the doctor's efforts, the bleeding could not be halted. Now, it appeared she was nearing her end. "The lady has always held our esteemed aunt dear. The madam insisted that I urgently bring her to see her one last time," the servant explained anxiously. "Wait, Chen. Prepare the carriage swiftly," Feng Zuan commanded, suddenly recalling that his niece was due to give birth soon. He had forgotten amidst his recent injuries. "Indeed. My sister should have informed me of such a critical matter in advance." With a swift motion, he strode into the inner courtyard to find Song Shuqing. "Madam, come quickly. We must go see Hanyao." "What has happened to Hanyao? Has she given birth? What is the matter?" Song Shuqing asked. Noticing the grave expression on Feng Zuan's face as he posed 3 urgent questions in succession. There has been excessive bleeding. She is nearing death. We must leave immediately. Upon hearing this, Song Shuqing was startled. Without hesitation, she called for Xuexiang and rushed outside. Feng Zuan followed closely behind. As they exited the outer courtyard, he suddenly halted. Oh wait, our daughter. She possesses divine medicine. Feng Zuan quickly called out to the hastily departing Song Shuqing. Madam, we should take our daughter with us. Upon hearing this, Song Shuqing instantly understood her husband's intention. They searched for Feng Tianxing in the courtyard, but she was nowhere to be found. Eventually, they discovered her under a large tree near the wall, where she was busy excavating an ant nest. Daughter, your elder cousin is in dire straits after giving birth. She may not survive. We are going to see her. Will you come? Feng Zuan spoke with profound sorrow. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing nodded vigorously. This only heightened the urgency of the couple. Feng Zuan scooped up one child and hurried toward the gate. The dim-witted 4th prince, noticing Feng Tianxing being carried away by someone he had just acknowledged as a mentor, followed without hesitation. He climbed onto the carriage alongside them, disregarding the couple's indifference as long as he could see Feng Mei. Meanwhile, the young eunuch accompanying him was less fortunate, left behind at the marquis residence. The carriage sped swiftly, the experienced driver managing to avoid any accidents. Lu Hanyao was married to Ren Yuqing, the legitimate son of the Minister of War, Ren Junqi. Upon arriving at the Ren residence, the gate stood open, and Feng Rushua's head maid, Qin awaited them at the entrance. The steward of the Ren household stood nearby. Marquis, what brings you here personally? The lady is in need. Please, lead us inside. The old steward stepped forward before the maid. The group hurried inside. Qin, how is Hanyo faring? Song Shuqing asked as they walked. The unfortunate 4th prince, with his short legs, trailed behind, completely overlooked and ignored. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, they found the western wing, outside the delivery room prepared for the new mother. A number of people had already gathered outside the door. Ren Junqi and his son had taken the day off. Upon spotting Feng Zuan and his wife, they quickly approached. Marquis, we did not expect you to come personally. Such matters are usually attended to by the lady of the house. Their concern for Hanya was evident, as the potential loss could strain relations among the 3 families. The 2 men wore expressions of sorrow, having no joy in the arrival of a robust grandson. Song Shuqing rushed to greet them before entering to see her niece. Ren Yuqing followed closely. Upon entering, they were met with a strong smell of blood. Both Feng Rushue and Madame Ren were present, along with an elderly doctor who was feeling Lu Hanyao's pulse. The old doctor had been summoned since last night and had attempted various remedies. Blood-stopping decoctions and acupuncture had proven ineffective. Now, he was sustaining her with ginseng, waiting for the inevitable moment. Hanyao, upon seeing her lifeless niece lying on the bed, Song Shuqing was overcome with tears. The infant in the cradle beside her had become an afterthought. "Aunt, I may have to leave soon," Lu Hanyao managed to utter, her gaze devoid of vitality. As she spoke intermittently, Song Shuqing could no longer contain her grief, kneeling beside the bed and grasping her cold hand. "No, you will be fine. You will pull through." Outside, Feng Tianxing looked toward her father, pointing to the entrance, and then to herself, silently asking if she could enter. "Father, may I go in?" Feng Zuan, aware of his daughter's capabilities, nodded in approval. Typically, children were not permitted in delivery rooms. Seeing Feng Zuan's assent, Ren Junqi said nothing. With her father's permission, Feng Tianxing entered and approached the bedside, noticing the ominous mark on Lu Hanyao's forehead, a clear sign of her impending demise. She rummaged through her spatial repository in search of a suitable remedy. Would the blood-condensing elixir suffice? She pondered. Excessive bleeding during childbirth and injury should be similar, right? Having never encountered such a situation before, she decided to take a chance. After all, there was nothing to lose. Feng Tianxing tugged at Song Shuqing's sleeve. "Who allowed you to enter?" Song Shuqing had not permitted her entry, as the birthing room was unsanitary for a child. Feng Tianxing discreetly produced a pill in her hand, ensuring no one else saw it. She then pulled Song Shuqing's hand, placing the pill into her palm. "Mother, give this medicine to my cousin and see if it has any effect." Pointing to Lu Hanyao on the bed, the 2 women exchanged the pill discreetly. Their backs turned to the others who were focused solely on the patient. "Perhaps you should step outside for a moment," Song Shuqing suggested, wiping her tears. Feng Tianxing nodded in agreement. Holding the pill carefully in her hand, Song Shuqing cautiously opened it slightly, revealing a pale yellow pill. This was a miraculous elixir. Her daughter's willingness to share it was a true blessing for their family, extending even to relatives. Turning back, she glanced at her niece, whose eyes were barely open. Approaching the bedside, she softly said, Han Yao, your aunt has procured a wonderful medicine. I shall give it to you now. Perhaps it will help you recover. Madam. Upon hearing this, Madame Ren's eyes lit up with hope. Feng Rushui echoed her sentiment. Sister-in-law, can this truly save Han Yao? Let us try. In such circumstances, one must take desperate measures. Madam, may I see the medicine? The old doctor, seasoned in his practice, wished to ensure its safety before it was administered. Song Shuqing opened her palm, and upon seeing the exquisite pill, the onlookers were astonished. It hardly resembled a conventional medicine. A rich aroma wafted from it, invigorating those present. The old doctor cautiously accepted it for inspection. However, he had never encountered such a pill and could not identify its concoction. Madam Run, I have never seen such a pill and cannot ascertain its nature, he confessed, feeling somewhat ashamed. Is it safe to consume? Madam Run inquired, her curiosity piqued. Chapter 55. The King of Hell makes way for her. It should be harmless. The old doctor spoke with caution, yet he could not provide absolute certainty. Unfamiliar matters. He dared not guarantee. Sister, this medicine is excellent. It is undoubtedly safe. Han Yao cannot afford to wait any longer. Song Shuqing urgently expressed to Feng Rushui. Her face etched with concern. Administer it, Feng Rushui replied with tears in her eyes. Her daughter, though married, remained her beloved child. The decision had to come from her, as her in-laws hesitated to act, fearing potential repercussions. At that moment, another person entered the room, Lu Qingji, the father of Lu Han Yao. He had just been summoned from the yamen by a servant. Typically, it was the mother who took charge when a daughter gave birth. Early in the morning, he received the news of his daughter's delivery of a healthy boy. He only needed to wait until the third day to visit. However, upon learning of the severe hemorrhage, he had rushed out. Han Yao, he exclaimed, dashing to the bedside. As his first child, she was cherished dearly. The sorrow of a parent losing a child is unparalleled. Father, daughter, unfilial, Lu Han Yao murmured, her life hanging by a thread. Feng Rushui immediately tugged at her husband. Darling, my sister has a good remedy, but the doctor cannot identify it. I am about to give it to our daughter. What do you think? She spoke quickly, aware that time was of the essence. Sister, where did you acquire this medicine? Lu Qingji inquired. Casting a glance at Song Shuqing. It was obtained by chance. You can rest assured, it is at least harmless, Song Shuqing assured him. Her trust in the remedy unwavering. Then let us administer it to our daughter. There is no time to lose. The couple reached a consensus. Feng Rushui promptly placed the pill in her daughter's mouth and followed it with a spoonful of water. Lu Han Yao successfully swallowed the medicine. Feng Tianxing did not exit as instructed by Song Shuqing. Instead, she remained in the corner, awaiting the outcome. As the medicine took effect, she observed the character on Lu Han Yao's forehead, which gradually transformed from 0 to 1, then 2, and finally 3. Ultimately, it reached 15 before vanishing entirely. Feng Tianxing understood that it had worked. She quietly slipped out of the room, realizing that her cousin was no longer in grave danger. All that remained was to nurture her back to health. Upon seeing Feng Tianxing emerge, Feng Zuwen exchanged a knowing glance with her. She nodded in affirmation, and his heart finally settled. Inside the room, two mothers, a father, an uncle, a husband, and the old doctor remained focused on Lu Han Yao's transformation. Her complexion improving steadily. Lu Han Yao herself felt the weakness ebbing away, discomfort diminishing, and her body growing lighter. The lifelessness that had once enveloped her was gradually dissipating. Approximately 15 minutes passed. Mother, I am hungry. Lu Han Yao's melodious voice broke the silence. Though still weak, to her concerned family, it was a celestial sound. Ah, splendid. Yu Qing, hurry to the kitchen and bring the chicken soup that has been simmering. Madame Rin instructed excitedly. This daughter-in-law could not afford to perish, after all. Her in-laws were of high standing, and her son worked under her brother-in-law. As a bowl of chicken soup was consumed, Lu Han Yao's vitality surged. A stark contrast to her previous state. It was then that she found the strength to gaze upon the child she had almost lost her life to bring into the world. The baby had been peacefully asleep, only briefly crying upon birth, and had not made a sound since being fed by the wet nurse. Perhaps he sensed his mother's battle against death. As soon as he was cradled in her arms, he burst into joyous tears, expressing his delight at receiving maternal love. Feng Rushui was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face, and the entire room wiped their eyes in relief. Sister, thank you, thank you. Feng Rushui finally found the presence of mind to express her gratitude. As she began, the others joined in, for family did not stand on ceremony. Han Yao, Take good care of yourself. After such an ordeal, you must rest well. We will step outside to allow you some peace." Song Shuqing silently thanked her daughter in her heart. The fortune of the Feng family is indeed blessed. Even the king of hell makes way for her. Ren Junqi deeply bowed to Feng Zuwan. "My lord, I cannot express my gratitude enough. Today, I am at a loss for words. Should you ever require assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Of course. Feng Zuwan thought to himself that this promise was enough, but he also sighed inwardly, acknowledging that this had been a favor owed to his niece. Nevertheless, she was family, and saving her was imperative. Feng Zuwan's family was warmly invited to stay for lunch. At that moment, they noticed the fourth prince, who had been silently following them like a shadow. "I have met the fourth prince. Please forgive my oversight," Ren Junqi expressed, slightly reproaching Feng Zuwan for bringing him along without introducing him. "No need for such formality, sir. I am merely accompanying Feng Mei," the young prince replied directly, having come along with Feng Tianxing. Feng Tianxing could see the prince's face, and the news of his presence had already spread throughout the capital. Now, Ren Junqi finally took notice of her. "My lord, is this your little girl? She is truly adorable." He stepped forward, wanting to embrace Feng Tianxing, who willingly obliged. Though she had not paid much attention to him in her previous life, she found herself intrigued. "Can you truly see the fourth prince's face?" Ren Junqi asked. Curiosity piqued. She nodded in affirmation. He gazed into her bright eyes, feeling a fondness blooming within him. After setting her down, he patted himself down, finding nothing of value. Only 100 taels silver note remained, which he awkwardly offered her. "My dear, I have nothing of worth, just this. Perhaps you can buy some treats with it." Ren Junqi felt embarrassed, having just saved his daughter-in-law's life. This gift seemed insignificant. The precious remedy was a lifesaver, and the marquis was indeed generous in offering it. Feng Tianxing accepted the note, examining it curiously, her first encounter with such currency. She smiled sweetly at Ren Junqi, wondering if this constituted a transaction. Previously, she had exchanged spirit stones or herbs, but this was her first time using silver notes. As Song Shuqing stepped out of the room, she was taken aback by her daughter's unexpected offering. "Mother, money. Please keep it for me to buy milk. This is a gift from Ren Xiong to Tianxing," Feng Zuan explained. The fourth prince visited the marquis' residence every other day, quickly establishing rapport with everyone. Song Shuqing treated him as a younger relative, even making him a set of clothes, which endeared him to her. With only 2 days until the Mid-Autumn Festival, early in the morning, visitors from the palace arrived once more. Chapter 56. Troubling matters. To her astonishment, the messenger was none other than the esteemed eunuch Ming from the queen's palace. Accompanied by 2 palace mates, Song Shuqing could hardly believe the queen held such affection for her daughter. As she received the list of gifts from eunuch Ming, she discovered it was filled with items specifically for Feng Tianxing, both provisions and delicacies. She harbored serious doubts that this was the work of the fourth prince. With only the exquisite palace attire likely selected by the queen herself, 2 boxes of pastries, favored by Tianxing, and 2 small toys, adored by her, were included, alongside several fine brushes perfectly suited for her daughter's use. To her incredulity, there was even a lactating cow, leaving Song Shuqing utterly perplexed. Such thoughtful gestures. However, she pondered where one might house such a creature. Eunuch Ming's smile grew even brighter, emphasizing that mutual exchanges foster stronger relations. The queen had also instructed him to convey a message to Lady Wu. For the Mid-Autumn Palace banquet, it was imperative to bring along Miss Feng. The invitations for the banquet had long been dispatched to various noble families, with officials of the 5th rank and above, as well as those of noble lineage included in the guest list. Each official was permitted to bring only 2 family members, yet the queen's special request allowed for an additional guest. Wu Miaozhen was elated. Previously, her interactions with Song Shuqing had been minimal. Had it not been for the fourth prince, she would have treated her merely as an ordinary noblewoman. Yet, fate weaves its intricate patterns. Upon opening the box, her hands nearly trembled with astonishment. Eunuch Ming, who stood slightly taller than the queen, was also taken aback. "Your Majesty." This Wu Miaozhen swiftly closed the box, her shock palpable. Realizing the implications, she waved her hand, dismissing the palace maids from the chamber. With renewed focus, she reopened the box, scrutinizing its contents. Inside lay a ginseng root, resembling a white radish, quietly nestled. Where could the Duke of Wuhan have procured such a treasure? Wu Miaozhen was filled with curiosity regarding the ease with which it was gifted to her. Eunuch Ming, of course, shook his head, leaving her to ponder its significance. If only Wu Miaozhen knew that Song Shuqing possessed over a dozen such ginseng roots, she would be utterly astounded. The elder of spiritual herbs had estimated it would take a month to cultivate, yet he underestimated the strength of the space. Achieving a century-old ginseng in mere half a month, Feng Tianxing harvested some while reserving others, leading to a moment of shock for Feng Zuwen upon their reveal. Such rare items were far too precious to be sold openly. Even a century's worth was a rarity. Consequently, the more ancient specimens were kept as treasures at home. The couple had discerned from Feng Tianxing's sentiments that the second prince was not to be trusted, particularly as he was the maternal nephew of the second princess. They thus sought to align themselves with the queen, who held the rightful claim, as the first prince was both the eldest and the legitimate heir. Presently, the first prince seemed commendable in character, making their choice unlikely to provoke the emperor's ire. As for the queen's thoughts, those remained a mystery. Wu Miaozhen felt the ginseng was a coveted prize, yet she adored it nonetheless. Eunuch Ming, please retrieve my cold jade box and store it carefully, she instructed. Contemplating for a long while before deciding to secure the gift, she duly noted this gesture of goodwill. As evening descended upon the Fengqi palace, the palace attendants changed shifts, and a small figure stealthily exited. By nightfall, a little note found its way into the hands of the second prince, Yuanranxing. At just 15, he had yet to establish his own residence outside the palace. The emperor, Yun Haxiao, had 4 sons and 5 daughters, with the youngest prince merely 3 years old, still residing with their mother. The other 3 had their own independent abodes. According to the laws of Qian, princes could leave the palace and establish their own households upon marriage. Yuanranxing gazed at the note, astonished to learn of the queen acquiring a 500-year-old ginseng. Your servant is here, he said, addressing Qidong, the trusted eunuch chosen by the favored concubine Zheng. Where does father rest tonight? Let us proceed to mother's palace. I have matters to discuss, he declared, discreetly heading to the Zhaoyang palace where concubine Zheng resided. Having finished her dinner, she was in the process of removing her elaborate headdress when she heard her son's arrival. Swiftly, she rose and approached the inner hall. Son, why are you here at this hour? Concubine Zheng, born from the esteemed Zheng Guogong family, had been groomed as a prominent daughter, excelling in etiquette, upbringing, and intellect compared to her younger sisters. Though now 32, she maintained her beauty and allure, far surpassing the queen in charm and grace. She knew well how to captivate the emperor's heart, occasionally seeking her son's counsel on matters. Years prior, the queen had been chosen by the late emperor to become the crown princess, while Zheng had maneuvered her way into the palace as a secondary consort. Following the emperor's ascension, she was granted the title of concubine He, entering the palace merely half a year after the queen. Consequently, her child was born just a year after the queen's eldest. Mother, I wish to discuss something with you, Yuanranxing spoke gravely, recognizing the seriousness of the matter. Concubine Zheng dismissed the attending maids to hear her son out. Do you wish to become the queen? Yuanranxing whispered, causing concubine Zheng's eyes to widen in shock as she processed his words. Having navigated palace intrigues for years, she understood the complexities of vying for power. The queen, hailing from a ministerial family, was a formidable opponent, her position secured through careful cultivation and strategy. Had it not been for her son's clever ruse 5 years prior, she might not have secured her title as favored concubine. Recalling that particular incident still sent shivers down her spine. It had been an elaborate act. The emperor's wine had been poisoned, and she had seductively consumed a cup while ensuring the emperor drank from another. As a result, she suffered the effects of the poison, protecting him from harm. The emperor, both terrified and moved, subsequently elevated her status, making her a mere step below the queen's, allowing her to forego the customary kneeling when they met. Since then, her reliance on her son had only deepened. My son, what is our chance of success? 80%, he replied, eliciting a smile from Zheng. The two engaged in hushed deliberations for nearly half an hour before Yuanranxing took his leave. Chapter 57. Entering the palace now. It is widely known that the Marquis of Wuhan has recovered from his severe injuries and is able to ride out. Both brothers from the Marquis's household can enter the palace. Feng Zuwen brings along Song Shuqing, their eldest son, and their youngest daughter, while Feng Zuwu is permitted only to take Zheng Lian. Eager to bring along 2 family members, Zheng Lian specifically seeks out Song Shuqing. Sister-in-law, I have no children. Please allow me to bring Yuanji with me. He has grown so much and has never been to the palace. Second sister-in-law, he is not fit for the palace. What if he inadvertently offends a noble? Who will bear the responsibility? Song Shuqing firmly disagrees. I can take care of him. You can take care of him? But he is not your child. Yuan Han remains at home as well. You may take him instead. He's already 13 and will not cause any trouble. Song Shuqing stands her ground. Sister-in-law Zhang Lian's face flushes with frustration, yet she cannot declare her preference for Yuanji. Enough, it's time to leave. The marquis has sent people to urge us twice already. Song Shuqing disregards her, leaving Zhang Lian disheartened. Under normal circumstances, Feng Ruyue would demand to accompany them. But ever since her engagement to Dong Xi, she has been in poor spirits, isolating herself in her room, wallowing in self-pity. Though she cannot change the reality of her situation, yet she does not wish for true despair. With preparations complete, the family of four sets out, leaving the unfortunate Feng Yuanhan alone at home. However, he feels quite pleased, as he can practice martial arts. All the academies are closed for the day. So he ventures out of the city early to Juyuan Mountain to contemplate the martial techniques his sister has bestowed upon him, which are quite profound, often requiring assistance from his father and elder brother for analysis. If only his sister could speak, he would find her guidance far more suitable. Upon reaching the palace gates, the guards meticulously inspect and verify the entrance. A young palace maid has long been dispatched by the Empress to await their arrival. Madam Feng, I am Qingling, sent by Her Majesty the Empress to escort your family into the palace. Those standing in line cannot help but feel envious. Thank you, Your Majesty. Observing the lengthy queue ahead, Song Shuqing graciously accepts the Empress's arrangement, knowing that attendants cannot accompany them. Therefore, Feng Zuan personally pushes Feng Yuanhao forward. Once inside the inner palace, men and women are separated. The women proceed to the inner court while the men head to the front courtyard. However, the banquet will take place in the same location, allowing for a reunion later. Song Shuqing first leads Feng Tianxing to pay respects to the Empress, as is customary. Upon entering the Empress's palace, they find several ladies already present. Your servant pays her respects to Her Majesty the Empress. Song Shuqing performs her greeting impeccably, leaving no room for criticism. Madam Feng, please rise. The Empress, unperturbed by the 3-year-old's presence, does not impose any demands. Feng Tianxing, resembling her previous demeanor, plops down on the floor after the formalities. As Song Shuqing rises, she observes the notable ladies in attendance. She approaches each in turn to offer her salutations. As many are esteemed wives of high-ranking officials, including the Prime Minister's wife, who happens to be the Empress's mother, holding a first-rank title, and a couple of elder princesses. Several of the Emperor's other consorts are also present. Tianxing, come here to your aunt. The moment Wu Miaozhen spots Feng Tianxing, she waves her hand with a smile. Feng Tianxing joyfully dashes over, her adorable demeanor endearing her to all. Mother, look, this little girl can see the 4th prince. Wu old madam, having surpassed her 60th year, is the Empress's mother. Her face, though lined with wrinkles, remains fair and clean. Her attire is modest, befitting her age and status. Oh my, what a delightful child. Such a round face, so full of joy. Here, where this. Wu old madam, anticipating the meeting with the child, presents a pure gold longevity lock, adorned with a large character for blessing and 3 tiny bells. Thank you, old Madam Wu. Song Shuqing expresses her gratitude promptly, upon witnessing old Madam Wu's warm demeanor. Several ladies close to the Empress and some elderly matriarchs also offer gifts, albeit not prepared beforehand, as many items are more suited for adults. Yet, Feng Tianxing graciously accepts each gift, bestowing radiant smiles upon every donor. All this is money. Just as she finishes receiving gifts, Yun Wanqing arrives punctually. Feng's sister. Let us go play. The palace is bustling today. Mother has ordered lanterns and colorful balls to be hung everywhere. Although the sun has yet to set, we can look around first. It will be even more beautiful once the lights are lit. Feng Tianxing certainly prefers not to linger with a crowd of adults. No matter how fond they are of her, it's simply isn't enjoyable. The 2 children clasp hands and dash out of Fengqi Palace, with 2 attending eunuchs immediately following, along with another palace maid assigned by the Empress. The banquet is set to take place in Mingyi Hall, where the ladies of the inner court will gather under the Empress's lead. At this moment, it is early afternoon, and with plenty of time before nightfall. The banquet will not wait until darkness falls. It typically commences towards the end of the afternoon and continues until the moon rises. Under Yun Wanqing's guidance, Feng Tianxing makes her way to the palace where she resides, sharing it with the eldest prince. The eldest prince, now 16, remains unmarried and thus stays within the palace. For a prince, leaving the palace signifies freedom, allowing for greater convenience in pursuing his desires. Within the palace, he lacks even a dedicated guard. His safety is overseen by the head of the royal guards. His closest companions are merely attending eunuchs and palace maids. Upon reaching the fourth prince's palace, he retrieves a drawing board he has prepared over the past few days. He wishes to teach Feng Tianxing how to draw, hoping she will master the skill soon enough to capture his likeness. He desires to show his father, the emperor, and his mother, the empress, as well as his elder brother, what he looks like. Seeing the pleading expression on Yun Wanqing's face, he nods in agreement. However, being just over 3 years old, her grip on the brush is still unsteady. Yet, Yun Wanqing is patient, guiding her stroke by stroke, teaching her how to begin, how to outline, and how to fill in colors. In Zhaoang Palace, the two sisters have also met during the Dragon Boat Festival. Zheng He has sent away the attending servants and brought her sister to her sleeping quarters. Elder sister, Zheng Lian calls out, tears welling in her eyes. Stop crying. Tell me what troubles you. Zheng He, 9 years older, had little interaction with her younger sister during their years in the boudoir. She entered the crown prince's residence at 16, while her sister was merely 7 at the time. Elder sister. The main household must already know that Yung is my child with Zuwu. They want let me near him. He is my child. Zheng Lian's tears flow even more freely. But what can we do now? The physician they hired, Dr. Zhou, has miraculously cured Yuan Han. And I suspect Yuan Hao will soon walk as well. They have even invited a tutor to prepare for the examinations. Zhang Lian pours out her grievances to her elder sister. What is done is done. We can only devise a long-term plan. We must wait for heir to leave the palace and establish his own residence. Wait for the day he ascends the throne, and then you shall have your wish fulfilled. Zheng He speaks softly, confident that her son will realize their dreams. Both mother and son, along with the Zheng family, are tirelessly striving towards that goal. Chapter 58. Father's promotion as the appointed time arrived. The empress summoned the ladies who had been reveling about to the Mingyi Hall. The emperor's concubines were also in attendance. Yun Hongxiao had not many wives, 3 consorts and 4 lesser wives, along with a handful of beauties and noble women. The empress led the assembly of ladies to the Mingyi Hall, where everything required for the banquet had been meticulously arranged by her chief maid, Ming Hua, under the watchful eye of the Grand Eunuch Yuan. The ladies entered the hall first, taking their designated seats, while the empress sought out the emperor, as it was customary for them to appear together. Feng Tianxing was required to practice painting for over half an hour, an endeavor she had never engaged in during her previous life. Only those skilled in talismans had pursued such artistic talents. Yun Ranqing brought Feng Tianxing to the Mingyi Hall, where they found Feng Zuwen, who, however, did not move away. Lingering nearby, only the empress and the eldest prince were necessary to accompany the emperor, so his presence was of little consequence. Feng Zuwen felt a pang of discomfort at the sight of the fourth prince, who clung to his side like a piece of taffy. Yet he had no choice but to accept it. Song Shuqing, on the other hand, was indifferent and felt a twinge of sympathy for the child. In the center of the grand hall, performances were underway. The emperor arrived, followed by the empress dowager, the empress, the imperial concubine, the first prince, and the second prince. With the eunuch's loud announcement, the most esteemed individuals in the palace made their entrance, prompting everyone to kneel in reverence. Upon rising, Yun Hongxiao appeared quite pleased. During the autumn harvest, celebrations were held to express gratitude for divine protection. Congratulations, Your Majesty, began Prime Minister Wu Manjiang, who, though over 60, stood tall and spirited. Feng Tianxing, witnessing such a multitude for the first time, surveyed the scene with wide eyes. Upon spotting the Empress Dowager, she froze momentarily. 15. Is she truly only 15 days away from her demise? It must have been a sudden illness, though she paid little mind to the specifics. This Empress Dowager was not the biological mother of Yun Haxiao, but rather the mother of a princess. She was not the original empress but the successor and had given birth to a princess named Yunjiro, the 5th princess of the late emperor. Feng Zuwen and Song Shuqing were taken aback, astonished that their daughter could perceive life and death. They had not noticed this ability before. It was their first time hearing such words from their daughter, and they exchanged worried glances. How should they handle this? Meanwhile, Feng Tianxing remained engrossed in the festivities, oblivious to her parents' concern. Yun Hongxiao continued, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let us celebrate together. When the moon reaches its zenith, we shall all go outside to pay our respects." With that, the banquet commenced. The Grand Eunuch Yuan called out, and the palace attendants began to serve food and drinks. While the performances persisted, seating arrangements were made according to family units. Eating was secondary. The primary purpose was to foster communication. Yun Haxiao was not aloof. He often mingled with his ministers. The noble ladies seated at the upper tables could descend to converse with the families of the officials. Despite being in the palace, the atmosphere was not overly boisterous. Lord Wuan, have your injuries healed? Yun Haxiao was the first to inquire about Feng Zuan. It would be unseemly for the emperor to commend me so, Feng Zuan replied, bowing his head. Your Majesty, I have but a few days left of the 3-month leave you granted me. When do you expect me to resume my duties? Feng Zuan was audacious, and Feng Tianxing gazed at her father with stars in her eyes. Were they truly comrades? Wow, is father being promoted? She mused, puzzled by the public disclosure of such matters. Had her arrival truly altered so many circumstances? Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. Feng Zuan expressed without a hint of hesitation, drawing envious glances from those present. Naturally, he would not decline, as greater authority in the military meant the opportunity to accomplish even more. If his daughter claimed the second prince was unworthy, he would strive to prevent him from ascending to the throne. The imperial guards were responsible for the safety of the entire imperial city, essentially entrusting the emperor's security to him. With a total of 10,000 guards divided into 4 battalions, Feng Zuan oversaw one. Now, he was to manage them all. A significant responsibility. Of course, there were also the city guards outside the palace, but they were a standing army, deployed as necessary. Everyone, enjoy yourselves. There is no need for formality today. Yun Haxiao observed Feng Zuan graciously accepting the opportunity, feeling quite satisfied. He understood Feng Zuan's character well. Bestowing that position upon him was most appropriate. Soon, many came to toast Feng Zuan, especially fellow military officers and colleagues. Present at the gathering were several generals eager to raise their glasses in salute. Upon hearing the emperor's decision, Yun Ranxing felt an intense fury. He had intended for his uncle to maneuver to place someone of his choosing in that position. Yet, his father acted swiftly. Before such a crowd, no one could voice dissent. Moreover, Feng Zuan had indeed recently achieved merit and was already serving in the imperial guards. Feng Yuanhao, also present, took a deep breath to suppress his indignation. As the atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly vibrant, he wheeled himself around to engage familiar faces in conversation and drink. Gradually, he gravitated towards the table of Jing Zhaoyin Yuan Yinan, having come alone without family. Uncle Yuan, allow me to raise a toast to you. I greatly admired Miss Yuan's poetry at the recent poetry gathering. It is evident that you have cultivated remarkable talent. Feng Yuanhao hurriedly conveyed his thoughts, fearful that the moment would slip away. Thank you, Uncle Yuan. I shall frequently seek your guidance. He was delighted. Over a month had passed since the poetry gathering, and he had found no reason to approach Yuan Yinan again. Today presented the perfect opportunity, and he would not let it slip away. The hall was abuzz with the clinking of cups. Suddenly, a small eunuch hurried to find Grand Eunuch Yuan. Upon receiving the report, the Grand Eunuch was taken aback. Chapter 59, The Theft of the Ginseng Eunuch Yuan, unable to conceal the gravity of the situation, hurried to the side of Yun Haxiao and whispered urgently, Your Majesty, I have just received word from Xiao Diji that the precious 500-year-old ginseng in your collection has been stolen. As he spoke, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The ginseng was of immense value to the emperor, a sentiment Yuan, who served closely, felt acutely. This ginseng was the oldest in the palace, and there had been occasions when the emperor, despite being ill and unable to attend court, had hesitated to use it. Now, it had been stolen. What did you say? Yun Hongxiao's voice rose in alarm. Today, the palace was bustling with nearly 200 officials and their families. Was it possible that someone had infiltrated the palace to commit theft? What has happened, Your Majesty? Zhang Guifei inquired, feigning concern upon noticing the emperor's expression. The revelry among the ministers ceased abruptly, their attention drawn to the unfolding drama. My 500-year-old ginseng has been stolen. What? This is intolerable. With so many people in the palace today, how could such an audacious act occur? Zhang He exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth in shock. Eunuch Yuan, alert the palace guards and seal the hall. No one is to enter or exit, and everyone must be thoroughly searched, Yun Haxiao declared, his voice resolute. He was incensed that such bold thievery could occur within the imperial palace. Recently, a similar incident had transpired, and now this. Your Majesty, many noble ladies are present today, and they have been mingling in the rear palace with the empress and her sisters. Searching only here may not yield comprehensive results, Zhang He added. You speak wisely. My beloved, close the palace gates and conduct a thorough search throughout the entire palace. Any suspicious individuals should be apprehended and interrogated. Yun Hongxiao revised his command. Wu Miaojin observed Zhang Guifei's worried facade, noting the glimmer of amusement in her eyes. What could this mean? A sense of foreboding washed over the empress. Soon, the search of the grand hall commenced. Several eunuchs shut the doors, inspecting each individual as they exited in an orderly fashion. With nearly 200 people, they formed a line. Feng Zuan found the situation curious. Was someone truly planning mischief? Feng Tianxing also appeared bewildered. Before departing, Feng Zuan cast a glance at the prominent figures seated above. The emperor's face was dark. The empress exhibited signs of anxiety, while Zhang Guifei remained unperturbed. The empress dowager looked on in confusion, as did several other concubines, all equally perplexed. The palace guards worked efficiently, completing their search of the entire palace within half an hour. Naturally, nothing was found, except for the emperor's and empress's quarters, which had yet to be searched. Your Majesty, since we have searched the chambers of all the sisters, it is only fair that we also search the empress's quarters, Xu Fei suggested. Empress? Yun Hashao turned to Wu Miaozhen, calling her name. Your Majesty, we must search, Wu Miaozhen reluctantly concurred, realizing that she could not withdraw. The maidservants attending her dared not leave her side in such a public setting. She wished to conceal the ginseng she possessed, but that was impossible. Yet, she felt no fear. It was a gift from the Feng family, entirely different from the one in the emperor's possession. In hindsight, she should have reported it to the emperor, but her fear of him taking it led her to remain silent. Before long, Eunuch Yuan hurried back into the hall. Your Majesty, he began hesitantly. Speak. Yun Hongshao commanded sternly. Your Majesty, we have found it in the empress's quarters. What? Both Yun Hongshao and Wu Miaozhen exclaimed simultaneously. Eunuch Yuan took a jade box from the eunuch behind him and opened it. Inside lay a large ginseng, its roots intact, unmistakably of superior quality. Empress, how do you explain this? Yun Hongshao demanded, his anger palpable. Wu Miaozhen recognized that this ginseng was not the one given by Song Shuqing. It had been swapped. Yun Ranjing, too, had seen the ginseng given to his mother by the Feng family and knew it was not this one. However, words failed him now. Father, how could mother steal your ginseng? Someone must be framing her. Besides, mother does not need ginseng for urgent matters. What would she want it for? Yun Ranjing knelt before Yun Hongshao, eager to defend the empress. The item was discovered in the empress's palace. That is the undeniable truth, as witnessed by all. Yun Ranjing interjected, stepping forward. I placed it in this jade box, but for some reason, the ginseng inside has changed. It is not mine. Mine is slightly larger and has more complete roots, Wu Miaozhen protested. What? You possess it? Was it sent by the Marquis of Wuhan? Yun Hongshao questioned incredulously. Zheng He scoffed, firing a series of inquiries. Your Majesty, I speak the truth. Lady Feng is outside the hall and can testify. Wu Miaozhen remained oblivious, realizing too late that this was a trap aimed directly at her. There was a spy in her palace. The day she opened the box in front of her attendants, the news had spread, and she had been exploited. The culprits were none other than Zhang Guifei and her son. Yet now the issue remained. The ginseng from the Feng family was missing, while the emperor's ginseng had been found. Wu Miaozhen could only place her hopes on the Feng family. Feng Zuan, carrying Feng Tianxing, entered the hall with his wife, Marquis of Wuhan. The ginseng has been located in the empress's palace, yet she claims it was a gift from your Feng family. Is this true? He assumed the empress would inform the emperor. Your Majesty, it was I who requested eunuch Ming to deliver it to the empress, Song Shuqing quickly clarified. Then come forth and see if this is the ginseng. Yun Hashao gestured for eunuch Yuan to present it. Song Shuqing stepped forward for a closer inspection. No. The one I gave her is larger and has more complete roots. Your Majesty, mere words are insufficient. We require evidence, Zhang He interjected opportunistically. Her intent was clear, to implicate the empress in the theft of the ginseng, thereby tarnishing her reputation and ensuring she faced punishment, potentially losing her position. A thieving empress could not possibly befit the throne, leaving Zhang He and her son to gain the most. Feng Tianxing squirmed out of Feng Zuan's arms and pulled the still-dazed Yun Ranjing away from Mingyi Hall. As soon as they exited, Feng Tianxing inwardly called for Xiaobai. Xiaobai, there is an urgent matter at hand. The ginseng given to the empress by my mother is missing. Please find it and lead me to it. Certainly, a trivial task. The ginseng cultivated in the space possesses spiritual energy, making it easy to locate. Conversely, searching for non-spiritual items is far more challenging. Xiaobai soared through the palace, swiftly honing in on the target. Chapter 60, A Fruitless Endeavor Master. It is buried beneath the largest tree on the eastern side of the Imperial Garden. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing seized Yun Ranking's hand and dashed toward the garden. Sister Feng, where are we going? Is something amiss with my mother? As Yun Ranking prepared to kneel in supplication, Feng Tianxing pulled her along. However, her short legs struggled to keep pace. Yun Ranking halted her, crouching before her. Without hesitation, Feng Tianxing leaped onto her back. Feng Tianxing indicated the way, but the vastness of the palace left Yun Ranking breathless, prompting Feng Tianxing to request a pause. Upon stopping, they found themselves in a relatively secluded area of the garden. Feng Tianxing tugged him further in until they reached a grand tree. The two children spotted a yellow tabby cat diligently digging at the earth. At the sight of it, Yun Ranking instinctively grabbed Feng Tianxing, eager to depart. "Sister Feng, let us go. That cat is likely defecating, and it will smell dreadful." Yet, Feng Tianxing remained undeterred, dragging him toward the industrious feline. Startled by their approach, the cat fled, only to linger nearby, meowing at the two humans who seemed intent on seizing its treasure. "Ah, even a wild cat can detect something valuable," Feng Tianxing remarked, picking up a twig and beginning to dig in the same spot as the cat. Observing her determination, Yun Ranking followed suit, convinced that Feng Tianxing had a purpose for this endeavor. Thus, the two children toiled with their sticks, but their small stature made the task arduous. After nearly 15 minutes, they unearthed a beautifully crafted wooden box. Yun Ranking opened it, revealing another box made of jade, unmistakably of exquisite quality. Opening the jade box, they discovered a plump, aged ginseng lying quietly within. "Quick, we must go." Yun Ranking realized the significance of their find. This was the very ginseng that had been sent to his mother, now swapped and buried here, a scheme to frame her and strike two targets with one arrow. However, there was no time for contemplation. Saving his mother was paramount. He was curious as to how Feng Tianxing had known about the ginseng's location, but he set aside such thoughts. Once again, he hoisted Feng Tianxing onto his back and sprinted away, the box clutched tightly to her chest to prevent it from falling. As they reached the Mingyi Hall, they found the queen had already been stripped of her phoenix crown and was on the verge of having her phoenix robe removed. A multitude of ministers and their families knelt on the ground, some standing to plead, while others proclaimed the queen unworthy of her position. "Wait," Yun Ranking shouted, setting Feng Tianxing down and gasping for breath. All eyes turned to him. "Fourth brother, your mother has committed an unforgivable act and is unworthy of being queen." "Do not add to the chaos," Yun Ranking arrogantly declared. However, upon noticing the box in Feng Tianxing's arms, his expression shifted in disbelief. "How can this be?" he stammered. "Father, my mother would never steal the ginseng you cherish. I have found the very ginseng gifted to her by the Feng family, buried in the imperial garden. I was curious when I saw a wild cat digging there, and I discovered the box partially exposed." Yun Ranking retrieved the box from Feng Tianxing's embrace, revealing it to all. The remnants of soil still clung to it, unmistakably freshly unearthed. With measured steps, he approached Yun Hongxiao, opening the box to reveal the jade container inside. Upon seeing it, Yun Hongxiao recognized it as the very box he had used to store the ginseng. Without pausing, Yun Ranking opened the jade box, unveiling the plump ginseng to the astonished eyes of Yun Hongxiao and Zhang Guifei. The ginseng was robust, with intact roots. An absolute premium specimen, even superior to the one previously mentioned. No further evidence was necessary. The physical object served as proof. The queen had spoken no falsehoods. Yun Hongxiao felt the sting of humiliation, torn between disbelief and the realization of his misjudgment. For years he had been blinded by appearances. With a sweeping gesture, he commanded the servants to step back and, descending the steps, personally placed the phoenix crown back upon the queen's head. Yet, Wu Miaozhen's tears flowed freely, her fate hanging by a thread, subject to the emperor's whim. At the age of 8, the young prince enjoyed privileges not granted to either the first or second princes. Yet this also implied that he would likely never be named heir. It was a stark reminder that a prince concealed behind a mask could not inherit the throne. Thus, bestowing a title of nobility at such a young age became inconsequential, merely a gesture of comfort for his mother. Zhang Guifei twisted her handkerchief in frustration. "Ah, a futile endeavor. Investigate this matter thoroughly and expose the truth." Yun Hongxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Yes, your majesty." It was left to Eunuch Yuan to handle the situation. If the ginseng was found within the palace, it could not have been the work of an outsider. The queen could not intervene, as she was directly involved. The mid-autumn feast had been marred by the thievery, leaving all present with a bitter taste. Yet, the formalities must continue. The emperor led the assembly outside to the grand hall, where an altar had been prepared. The table was adorned with mooncakes, apples, jujubes, and grapes. Facing the moon, with red candles burning brightly. At that moment, the moon reached its zenith. Yun Hongxiao personally lit the incense, bowing thrice before inserting it into the censer, while the ministers and ladies followed suit, kneeling and prostrating in prayer for blessings. The mid-autumn banquet concluded hastily. Feng Tianxing rewarded Little Black with a small vial of spiritual liquid, a precious boon for its cultivation. The creature consumed it immediately and retreated into its space, not to emerge for a while. The following day, Eunuch Ren returned to summon Feng Zuan to the palace to meet the emperor. Feng Zuan, already aware of the situation, changed his attire and entered the palace. I, Feng Zuan, pay my respects to your majesty. In the imperial study, Feng Zuan knelt on one knee, performing the martial salute. Rise, Feng Tianxing, Yun Hongxiao replied, stepping out from behind the dragon desk to sit at a nearby tea table, beckoning Feng Zuan to join him. Eunuch Yuan, perceptive to the moment, instructed the maidservants to serve tea and discreetly withdrew. Feng Tianxing, I apologize for the embarrassment yesterday. Feng Zuan remained silent, taking a sip of tea. His daughter would have called him blind, but he could not voice such sentiments. From where did you acquire the ginseng? Yun Hongxiao inquired, revealing his true purpose for summoning him. The 500-year-old ginseng in his possession was the oldest known specimen in the entire Qiyin kingdom, a treasure he guarded closely, even reluctant to part with it during the Empress Dowager's illness. The previous night, he had examined the Queen's ginseng, tempted to claim it for himself, but held back by the thought of the pain it would cause her. Are you truly interested in knowing? Chapter 61. The Emperor's Hardships. Yun Hongxiao shot a glare at Feng Zuan. The two had shared a cordial friendship in their youth. The old marquis appeared neutral in public. Yet privately, Feng Zuan had aided Yun Hongxiao in numerous matters. Few were aware of the depth of their relationship. Once, when Yun Hongxiao faced an assassination attempt, he turned to Feng Zuan for assistance. It was orchestrated by one of his half-brothers, his fiercest rival for the throne. Consequently, he lost a significant opportunity. Your Majesty, may I keep the source of this ginseng a secret? I do not wish to deceive you, but everyone must harbor a few secrets. Feng Zuan pondered before speaking. The matter was neither trivial nor monumental. Indeed, ginseng of such age was exceedingly rare, which explained the emperor's concern. What do you mean by that, Feng Tianxing? Yun Hongxiao found it difficult to grasp. Was it truly so challenging to disclose its origin? Did Feng Zuan fear that he might cut off its supply? Your Majesty, consider it a gift from the heavens. Feng Zuan offered a reason that no one would believe, yet it contained a kernel of truth. Is that so? Or is it false? Do you possess any more? Yun Hongxiao's eyes gleamed with longing. Seeing the anticipation in his gaze, Feng Zuan felt somewhat speechless. Do you desire it so desperately? Your Majesty, my father passed away at the age of 42. Had he possessed a 500-year-old ginseng, perhaps he could have lived a few more years. I am now 36 and have been managing state affairs for 15 years. Shouldn't I care about such a treasure? My eldest son is 16, my second son is 15, and the younger ones are not to be overlooked. If I do not extend my life, how can I ensure that this realm is entrusted to one of them, securing its stability? A young sovereign faces the gravest challenges. My father and I are testament to that. Yun Hongxiao spoke earnestly. At the time of his ascension, he was merely 21, and many seasoned ministers frequently opposed him, while even some distinguished generals disregarded his commands. Your Majesty, you are in excellent health, Feng Zuan remarked, believing Yun Hongxiao was being overly anxious. Rising at the crack of dawn for court sessions, inundated with endless memorials, and daily confronted with matters that have turned my hair gray. Do you think I can expect longevity? Yun Hongxiao confided, treating Feng Zuan as a trusted friend. Perhaps he truly felt fatigued. Atop the throne, one finds solitude. Few could be found who would listen to his innermost thoughts. Only Feng Zuan remained unpretentious, a man of clear affections and loyalties. Your Majesty, it appears you have borne enough burdens. Why not allow the two princes to assist you in court? Feng Zuan suggested, though he was uncertain how to console him. This idea, however, earned him a fierce glare. Do you wish for my sons to compete so early? Feng Zuan had no words to counter. Yet competition had already begun. Both princes were still studying in the Imperial Academy, far from ready for court, at least until they turned 18. As their conversation progressed, Feng Zuan retrieved a box from his voluminous sleeves and presented it to Yun Hongxiao. Curiously, Yun Hongxiao opened it, and his eyes widened in surprise. By heavens! Another ancient ginseng, far superior to the one I possess. How do you still have this, Feng Tianxing? Yun Hongxiao exclaimed, astonished. How had this ginseng come into Feng Zuan's possession so easily? Song Shiqing gifted one to the Empress, believing she would report it to you. But she chose to conceal it, leaving no one the wiser. Thus, I am compelled to present you with another, Feng Zuan explained. Your Majesty, I noticed your interest in ginseng yesterday, and since I have one, I offer it to you to prevent any future thefts that might provoke your ire, he added. Upon hearing this, Yun Hongxiao felt displeasure, as it indirectly criticized his actions the previous night, yet he could not express his anger. I will graciously accept your tribute. He replied, Your Majesty, the Empress is your first wife. Do not let her heart be wounded, Feng Zuwen emphasized, valuing the bond of the primary wife, deriding those who favored concubines over their spouses. A harmonious family was paramount. I was indeed rash yesterday, Yun Hongxiao reflected with a hint of regret, pondering why he had failed to temper his temper in that moment. Your Majesty, if I may share my perspective, I observed the actions of Consort Zheng and her son, who seemed to incite discord during yesterday's incident. Feng Zuwen hinted subtly, suggesting that they might be behind the turmoil. Yet, the absence of evidence hindered any accusations. Indeed, I have come to realize post factum that their actions were designed to provoke me against the Empress. Such rivalries are natural. As my sons grow, their ambitions will inevitably surface. As long as they remain within bounds, I am left to maintain equilibrium. Such is the nature of royalty, Yun Hongxiao acknowledged. Has the matter of yesterday's theft been resolved? Have we identified the true instigator? Feng Zuwen sighed, already having his suspicions. As a loyal subject, I shall fulfill my duties and focus on honing my martial skills, he resolved as he exited the imperial study, where a small figure awaited him. Master, the fourth prince? No, you are now Mingwang. What brings you here? Follow me. Feng Zuwen instructed, leading the way without concern for his noble status. This young boy would soon find it impossible to escape his fate. However, Yun Wanqing was disappointed to discover that Feng Mei was not at the Feng residence. Thus, he dutifully began his martial training under Feng Zuwen's guidance. Meanwhile, Feng Tianxing sat in a carriage with Feng Yuanhao, en route to Mobaizhai to acquire books. Upon arrival, Feng Yuanhao requested several volumes for selection. He ultimately chose over 20 books, delighting the shopkeeper as a single customer had matched the sales of 2 days. The Feng family was financially sound, thanks to the lucrative sales of the century-old ginseng and other precious herbs. Feng Tianxing felt equally pleased that their family was prosperous, alleviating his mother's worries about finances. Obliviously, the naive Feng Tianxing truly believed the Feng family was in need of money. After securing the books, they boarded the carriage bound for their next destination, the Yuan residence of Jingzhaoyin. This was a visit Feng Yuanhao had promised during the palace banquet. Eager to seek knowledge, with a purpose they could not afford to delay, they must strike while the iron was hot. The Yuan family resided in a modest, somewhat aged two-courtyard house in a small alley on the western side of the imperial city. This residence was a reward bestowed upon Yuan Yinan after he achieved the rank of top scholar, as a gesture of appreciation from the late emperor for his loyalty and righteousness. Upon reaching the entrance, Wang Jiang knocked on the door. After a considerable wait, an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 40s, finally answered. Whom do you seek? She inquired. Is Lord Yuan at home? Feng Yuanhao politely asked. The public kitchen at the Yamen requires payment for lunch as well. May we wait inside? Feng Yuanhao requested. And you are? The elderly woman questioned, her suspicion evident. She would not admit just anyone, especially not 2 men, despite the presence of a young boy. My young master is the heir of the Marquis of Wuan and has come to pay his respects to Lord Yuan. This is my young lady. Wang Jiang introduced himself. Oh, the young master Feng and young lady Feng are here. Please, do come in. Chapter 62. A visit. Feng Yuanhao pushed his wheelchair inside as Wang Jiang guided the horse-drawn carriage into the courtyard. Upon hearing the commotion, Madame Yuan and her daughter stepped out of the main hall to await their guests. Master Feng? Madame Yuan, Li Meixiang, recognized the visitor immediately. She had seen him several years prior, and his presence in a wheelchair made it unmistakable. Greetings, Aunt Yuan, Feng Yuanhao said respectfully, bowing slightly. Master Feng, how courteous, replied Madame Yuan. Miss Yuan, how do you do? Feng Yuanhao extended his greetings to Yuan Xiaolon as well. Master Feng, Yuan Xiaolon curtsied slightly, standing beside Li Meixiang. At that moment, Wang Jiang approached, carrying several items. Madame Yuan, the young master bought some gifts from the market. Please accept them. Li Meixiang and her daughter were at a loss for words upon seeing the assortment of vegetables, a few pounds of meat, and 2 bottles of wine. These were exceedingly practical gifts, tailored to their household's needs, and their modest value left no grounds for refusal. Oh, exclaimed the maidservant named Yunyang, stepping forward to receive the offerings with a joyful smile. We can add a couple more dishes to our lunch. Wang Jiang then returned to the carriage and emerged with a box. Master Feng, what is this? Li Meixiang wondered, initially expecting only provisions. Aunt Yuan. I passed by a bookstore on my way here and purchased a few books to discuss with Lord Yuan, Feng Yuanhao replied. What a splendid excuse. Once the discussion is over, the books need not be taken back, and Sister Yuan has something to read as well. Feng Tianxing, observing from the side, glanced at Li Meixiang and then at Yuan Xiaolan, noticing their pallor. Though Li Meixiang appeared considerably improved, she looked older than her 30-some years, likely due to the family's dire circumstances and lack of nourishment. Yuan Xiaolan seemed even worse. Her face lacked color, and she appeared frail, as if a gust of wind might topple her. Let us move to your husband's study, Li Meixiang said. Xiaolan, please escort this young gentleman. Oh, is this Miss Feng? She is truly delightful to behold. Everyone who encountered Feng Tianxing praised her. Her round face exuded a sense of joy. Feng Tianxing responded with a couple of cheerful sounds as Li Meixiang lifted her from Feng Yuanhao's arms. It's been ages since I held such a small child, she said fondly. Yunyang, go fetch the little pouch I just embroidered to hang at Miss Feng's waist. Li Meixiang had taken a liking to Feng Tianxing. Even at their first meeting, a case of instant affinity. She also felt sympathy for the little girl, who had suffered so much at such a tender age and could not yet speak. Feng Yuanhao and his sister were led to their seats. Yuan Xiaolan personally served tea. Upon tasting it, Feng Yuanhao recognized it was not of the finest quality, yet he graciously sipped it without complaint. Xiaolan, have we any guests? He called out before fully entering the house, which was modestly small, allowing him to step into the main hall in just a few strides. Ah, Master Feng. We were just speaking of you, Yuan Yinan exclaimed with delight. Though he had not interacted much with Feng Yuanhao before, the young man had made a favorable impression at the palace banquet the previous day, humble, composed, and very polite. Such a noble character was rare and indicated good upbringing, making him someone Yuan Yinan wished to befriend. Aunt Yuan, I apologize for intruding, Feng Yuanhao said, bowing again. Not at all, Yuan Yinan said, patting his shoulder. Madam, let us prepare a couple of extra dishes for lunch. I would like to share a drink with Master Feng. I have already instructed Yunyang. I'll head to the kitchen to cook. Xiaolan, please entertain Miss Feng. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing eagerly took Yuan Xiaolan's hand. Feng Yuanhao was naturally led into the study by Yuan Yinan for discussions on scholarly matters, while Feng Tianxing was taken to Yuan Xiaolan's room. The room was simple, featuring a plain wooden bed adorned with a beautifully embroidered mosquito net depicting bamboo, exuding elegance. A vanity held several books, a brass mirror, and a small jewelry box, but little else. Yuan Xiaolan seated Feng Tianxing on the only stool and then took her into her lap. Dear Sister Feng, shall I read you a story? She asked, uncertain how to engage with a child who could not speak. Thankfully, the little girl was well behaved and did not wander about. Feng Tianxing nodded. Yuan Xiaolan's voice was gentle and sweet, a delight to the ears. She recited a whimsical tale that captivated Feng Tianxing, a first-time experience for the child. Her elder brother had only taught her to recognize characters and write. He had never read her a story. I must find a way to marry my sister-in-law soon, so she can read to you every day, she thought. Her brother, being a gentleman, would not recklessly confess his feelings. The slow approach was prudent. But how long would that take? Moreover, Yuan Xiaolan was fully aware that she could not marry and would never develop feelings for her brother. This left Feng Tianxing in a quandary. Meanwhile, in the study, Yuan Yinan assessed Feng Yuanhao's knowledge. Uncle Yuan, you flatter me. These past 2 years, unable to venture out, I have devoted my time to reading. I wish to participate in the imperial examinations. May I? If you have a good teacher, it should not be a problem. However, with your leg ailment, you cannot participate. No court would employ an official who cannot walk. My father has hired a renowned physician, and I have hopes of recovery, Feng Yuanhao explained. Very well. However, you have yet to pass the childhood scholar exam, so you must start anew. Yet, there are many of your age who have not passed it either. Given your knowledge, passing should be straightforward. Starting in February next year, you can take the childhood scholar exam until August. If all goes well, you may participate in the final exam in March of the following year, Yuan Yinan analyzed. That is indeed my plan, and I hope for your guidance, sir, Feng Yuanhao replied, bowing again. Certainly. From now on, come to my house every other afternoon after the hour of Shen. In the meantime, focus on your studies with Mr. Gu, who is also a commendable teacher. Yes. When Yuan Yinan laid eyes on the books Feng Yuanhao had brought, his eyes sparkled. These were volumes he could hardly afford but now appeared in his study. a tremendous delight for a lover of books. Uncle Yuan, these are gifts from me to you. They are not for exam preparation. Among them were several storybooks clearly intended for Yuan Xiaolan. Then I shall gladly accept, he said, unable to resist the allure of books. The gift resonated deeply within him. The two engaged in lively conversation until Li Meixiang called them for lunch. The knowledge Feng Yuanhao gleaned from Yuan Yinan differed from that acquired from Mr. Gu. Indeed, wisdom must be drawn from various sources. The Yuan family was small, consisting of only 3 masters and 1 elderly maidservant, all dining together. Yuan Yinan had a young servant who was the son of the elderly maidservant, now married and residing nearby. Wang Jiang felt somewhat awkward as he joined the table. During the meal, Feng Tianxing reached under the table, grasped Feng Yuanhao's hand, and stealthily slipped a porcelain vial into his palm, casting furtive glances at Madame Yuan. Chapter 63. The Empress Dowager's grave illness. Feng Yuanhao and Feng Tianxing exchanged glances. Brother, this medicinal liquid is for Madame Yuan. It will restore her health and even enable her to bear children again. Feng Yuanhao had grown indifferent to the myriad functions of the elixirs his sister held. Should the Yuan family be blessed with additional offspring, Lord Yuan would undoubtedly be overjoyed. If Yuan Xiaolan's ailment were also cured, their family would no longer be a burden and would gradually recover, which was certainly a matter of time. As the meal neared its conclusion, Feng Yuanhao broke the customary silence. Uncle, Aunt, I possess a kind of medicine that would greatly benefit Aunt's health. With these words, he reached beneath the table, revealing a porcelain vial to the assembly. Then, before everyone, he uncorked the bottle. An aromatic fragrance emanated forth, instantly invigorating those present. This was, in truth, a rudimentary extract of a spiritual herb. However, for Li Meixiang, it was more than sufficient to remedy her weakness and infertility. This elixir, imbued with spiritual essence, was capable of nourishing qi, replenishing blood, and unblocking meridians. As Li Meixiang gazed at the porcelain vessel and inhaled its scent, she recognized it as a precious remedy. Yet, would one accept a gift without merit? She looked at her husband with a gaze. My dear, I have taken the young Master Feng as my student. It is only right that he shows respect to his teacher's wife. Please, accept this. Uncle, Aunt, from now on, you may call me Yuanhao. Hearing the name Feng Yuanhao felt rather unfamiliar. In front of everyone, Li Meixiang drank the medicinal liquid. A warm sensation gradually spread from within, visibly reddening her complexion and making her appear somewhat younger. Truly a miraculous remedy. Yuan Yinan marveled at his wife's transformation, seeing the smiles on the couple's faces. The Feng siblings felt a profound sense of happiness. Being able to assist others is indeed a source of joy. Mother, how do you feel? Yuan Xiaolan inquired excitedly, feeling an unparalleled lightness coursing through her entire being. Yuan Hao, thank you. This precious medicine must have cost quite a fortune, hasn't it? Li Meixiang felt somewhat embarrassed. Having experienced it personally, she found the effects of the medicine to be remarkably profound. Indeed, it could be aptly described as miraculous, acquired by chance and at no cost. It was gratifying enough that it could benefit her aunt. Feng Yuanhao, of course, could not speak the unvarnished truth. Li Meixiang's gaze shifted towards her daughter. She realized she should have given the medicine to her daughter instead, a mistake on her part. Feng Yuanhao, perceptive to her change in expression, immediately grasped her intention. Aunt, this medicine is not suitable for Miss Yuan. If I come across something more appropriate in the future, I shall bring it for her use. Thank you ever so much. Li Meixiang replied, her emotions overwhelming her as she dabbed at her eyes. My dear, your daughter will recover, Yuan Yinan consoled his wife. Feng Tianxing observed this family, whose affection for one another was unmistakably strong. Do not worry, as long as Sister Yuan comes to my home, I will surely restore her health. Her constitution was delicate, compounded by a heart ailment. Feng Yuanhao had already heard his sister express her confidence in curing Yuan Xiaolan and felt indifferent to it now. After lunch, Yuan Yinan had duties to attend to, and after arranging a time to visit the Yuan residence, the siblings took their leave. Upon returning to the marquis' residence, they encountered Yunran Xing, who was already sweating profusely from squatting in a horse stance in the courtyard. However, upon noticing Feng Tianxing, he adjusted his posture to a more standard form. Feng Tianxing approached him, gestured a sign of encouragement, and then skipped away to the inner courtyard. The poor Prince Ming only caught a fleeting glimpse of Sister Feng before she disappeared from sight, which was still a remarkable occurrence, after all, within the palace. One might not see her even once in a day. Feng Tianxing took Song Shuqing's hand and inscribed a few words in her palm. Sister Yuan, sister-in-law. What? Song Shuqing was taken aback. She was well aware of the young lady from the Yuan family. It was indeed her frail constitution that hindered her prospects. Otherwise, many families unconcerned with dowries would surely seek her hand in marriage. Possessing both knowledge and grace, adept in managing a household, and skilled in the art of embroidery, the Yuan girl was a remarkable candidate for a daughter-in-law. Suddenly reminded of her own daughter's talents, her heart surged with warmth. Tianxing, is it possible for you to heal the Yuan family's daughter? Feng Tianxing nodded. Excellent. That young lady is truly remarkable. Do you wish for her to be your sister-in-law? Feng Tianxing nodded with a smile. All right, I shall discuss this with your father this evening. Naturally, Feng Zuan concurred with this matter. It dawned on him why his eldest son had sought out Master Yuan for guidance. This lad had covertly set his sights on the young lady. Typically, Song Zuan had little interaction with Yuan Yinan. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to cultivate a closer rapport with Master Yuan. Feng Zuan's holiday had come to an end, and he returned to duty on the 25th of August. The career of a military officer is not akin to that of a civil servant, as one can serve until 70, while a military officer must retire by 60. Time flows like a river. On the 15th day after the Mid-Autumn Festival, news suddenly spread through the palace that the Empress Dowager had fallen gravely ill. Upon receiving the news, Feng Zuan recalled his daughter's heartfelt words predicting the Empress Dowager's demise in 15 days. However, he chose to remain uninvolved. And thus the couple said nothing, feigning ignorance. His discontent stemmed from the Empress Dowager's familial ties to the Zhengguogong estate, which he found distasteful. Nevertheless, certain events had deviated from the established course of history. In the palace, at Shokong Palace, the Empress Dowager had been strolling through the gardens that morning when she suddenly collapsed, remaining unconscious by noon. The fifth princess, Yunjiro, upon hearing the news, rushed to the palace to visit her mother. Yunjiro was the Empress Dowager's biological daughter, having been married off for 13 years. 5 imperial physicians from the Royal Medical Bureau had arrived, yet none could rouse her. Master Hong, what exactly is the matter with the Empress Dowager? The fifth princess speculated that there might be a tumor in the brain, yet this remained uncertain. Dr. Hong suggested that it could also be due to insufficient blood supply to the brain, which may lead to a state of coma. Another physician shared his perspective. The Empress Dowager's illness manifested so abruptly. During previous examinations of her pulse, no anomalies were detected, making diagnosis exceedingly challenging. Another physician remarked that time was of the essence for the Empress Dowager, as any further delay in awakening her could jeopardize her life. Dr. Hong expressed his helplessness. Upon hearing of the Empress Dowager's predicament, Wu Miaojin had been anxiously waiting nearby. Yun Hongxiao had also visited, but, after prescribing medicine twice and administering acupuncture without any signs of recovery, he entrusted the Empress to the care of the Queen and departed. As he had other matters to attend to, are the physicians of your imperial hospital merely ornamental? If you cannot devise a solution, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you all. The fifth princess, incensed by the lack of ideas from her attendants, erupted in anger. For 13 years of marriage, she had remained barren, and the esteemed physicians of the Imperial Medical Institute had been unable to provide any remedies. They attributed her condition to a cold constitution, hindering her ability to conceive, yet despite the passage of time, no cure had been found. Her disillusionment with the Imperial Medical Institute was profound. However, these physicians were regarded as the finest in the realm of Qiyin, while the common healers desperately sought entry into the prestigious institution. Thus, she found herself reliant on this group of doctors. Now, with her own mother lost in an unending slumber, she could no longer maintain her composure. The Empress, observing the physician's apparent helplessness, also felt a surge of anxiety. After all, the Empress Dowager, while not the Emperor's biological mother, had been conferred the title by the late Emperor himself. During the Emperor's earlier struggles for succession, she had remained neutral and had not exerted any influence, which ultimately led to the current Emperor's minimal display of filial piety towards her. After much contemplation, the Empress arrived at a resolution. Chapter 64. The conspiracy. The Queen beckoned Qing Ling to come closer and whispered a few words. Qing Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Go, bring the item, the Queen instructed. Reluctantly, Qing Ling complied. After a quarter of an hour, she returned, cradling a box. Dr. Hong, please use this for the Empress Dowager, the Queen said as she handed the box to Dr. Hong with a nonchalant tone. Upon opening it, Dr. Hong was astonished to find the coveted 500-year-old ginseng within. His hands trembled. How could he dare to use something so precious? No physician had ever suggested using such a rare herb for the Empress Dowager. Despite the knowledge that both the Emperor and the Queen possessed it, no one dared mention it, lest they wish for their own demise. To his astonishment, the Queen had proactively presented it. "Thank you, sister-in-law, thank you." The fifth princess exclaimed with tears of gratitude upon seeing the ginseng. "It can be used. The Empress Dowager will not exhaust it all. Medicinal herbs are meant to save lives. Indeed, this will surely awaken her." "Just a few slices will suffice," Dr. Hong replied, his excitement palpable as he prepared to cut the precious ginseng. He had never dreamed he would have the opportunity to handle such a treasure in his lifetime. If only he could conceal a piece for himself, but such thoughts were futile. After brewing the ginseng slices in water, they administered it to the Empress Dowager slowly. As anticipated, after an hour, she stirred awake. The fifth princess expressed her gratitude once more, and news of the Empress Dowager's awakening soon reached Yuan Hongxiao, who arrived promptly. "Your Majesty, you have done exceptionally well," he praised, though he himself felt reluctant. The Queen's actions were undoubtedly motivated by her ambitions. The Emperor's actions during the Mid-Autumn Festival had wounded her heart. Only with her son ascending the throne could she become the most esteemed woman in the realm, impervious to further harm. However, the most exalted woman was not the Queen, but the Empress Dowager, the Emperor's biological mother. Thus, she resolved to win over anyone she could from this moment forth. The little star of the Feng family was a fortuitous charm for her and her two royal sons. Henceforth, she must encourage the first prince to cultivate a closer relationship with the Feng heir, for the stronger their bond, the better. The Feng marquis currently held sway over the safety of the imperial city, making him an invaluable ally. When the Empress Dowager awoke and noticed the crowd in her palace, she initially found it strange before recalling her sudden fainting spell. Yun Jiro recounted how the Queen had used ginseng to save her, and the Empress Dowager regarded the Queen with newfound affection. This event quickly reached the Empress Dowager's family, prompting much contemplation among its upper echelons. The Empress Dowager's family was not particularly prominent, being a modest household in the capital. Only her brother held an official position, while other relatives occupied minor roles elsewhere. The late emperor had chosen a concubine of unremarkable lineage to be the empress to prevent any threat to his crown prince. The current emperor was the offspring of the late empress. Physicians could heal ailments but could not dictate fates. Yet often, a single word from those in power could spell doom for an entire family. The fifth princess remained in the palace to care for her mother, while the queen and the emperor departed, assuring that any matters could be reported to the queen at any time. "Miaojin, you are a good person," Yun Hongxiao reflected as they walked along the palace path. Noticing the queen's indifferent demeanor towards him, he felt somewhat awkward. Yet, given his prior transgressions, he had no room for complaint. He resolved to visit the queen's palace more frequently. "Yes, your majesty. The Empress Dowager's awakening is thanks to the excellent medicine provided by the Feng family. I intend to invite Lady Feng to Linghua Temple the day after tomorrow to pray for the Empress Dowager's health. Your majesty, you mentioned visiting the abbot to check on the fourth prince. It would be an opportune time to do so." The queen expressed her gratitude for the Feng family's generosity in providing her with the ginseng. Furthermore, the fourth prince had recently taken the Marquis of Wuhan as his martial arts mentor, a relationship that must be cultivated well in the future. When news of the Empress Dowager's recovery reached Feng Zuan, he was astonished. "Did my daughter not say she would pass on the 15th day? How could this be?" Upon further inquiry, he learned that they had indirectly aided the Empress Dowager. That evening, during dinner, Feng Tianxing remained noncommittal upon hearing the news. "I can dictate life and death. I can defy fate," he mused, indifferent to the Empress Dowager's well-being. His past experiences indicated that her presence was not particularly significant. Merely a minor character trailing behind the Duke of Zheng, hardly worth mentioning. Yet he realized that the queen was paving a path for herself and her eldest son. That night, upon hearing that the emperor had gone to the queen's quarters, Consort Zheng felt a pang of discomfort. The emperor has been particularly attentive to the queen lately. "Shuijing, go fetch Xingou discreetly and inform him that I have matters to discuss." Shuijing was a maid she had brought from her family, now serving as her trusted confidant. Yun Rangxing soon arrived at Jiaoyang Palace. "Mother, is there an urgent matter?" he asked, feeling averse to visiting the inner palace at night, as he was now 15. And such visits were deemed inappropriate. Should the emperor learn of it, he would face punishment. "My son, I am uneasy," Consort Jing admitted. "What troubles you?" Yun Rangxing, frustrated by the failure of their mid-autumn plan, found it hard to comprehend how the ginseng had been exposed. The fourth prince claimed to have seen a wild cat digging nearby, which he found hard to believe. Such a fortunate coincidence could not merely be coincidental. What had once seemed a guaranteed success was thwarted by a mere wild cat. He sighed, wishing he had left the palace sooner to establish his own residence. For many matters could have been initiated. Now trapped within the palace and reliant on his uncle, he felt utterly powerless. My son, your father is growing increasingly close to the queen, which is not a good sign. Today, the queen again produced ginseng to save the empress dowager, further moving your father. Tonight was not meant for a visit to the queen's palace, yet he went, Consort Jing admitted, alarmed by the emperor's actions. Mother, do not worry, I have an idea, Yun Rangsheng replied, quietly sharing his thoughts. Coming from a more liberated future, he noted that women dressed quite revealingly there, although he had no intention of employing such tactics. Understanding the cultural differences in this ancient setting, he recognized that if he did not act, it would be a missed opportunity, especially since the queen had already begun paving the way for her eldest son. He had never underestimated the intellect of historical figures from his first day in this world. He had proceeded with caution. His teachers were esteemed scholars, and he had always been mindful of his actions. Though not well versed in history, his studies in mechanical design allowed him to conceive weapons yet to emerge in this era. However, he preferred to keep such inventions under wraps until he held sufficient power to wield them effectively, lest he merely serve as a tool for others' ambitions. Mother, I possess many valuable items that I had planned to reveal only after attaining the pinnacle of power. It seems I must bring some out sooner to win my father's favor, Yun Rangsheng concluded thoughtfully. Chapter 65. Fortune-telling, what good things are there? Zheng He inquired with curiosity. There is no need for Mother Empress to know. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand, Yun Rangsheng replied, wishing to say no more. The women of the imperial harem only needed to please the emperor. All right, I shall take my leave. Do not worry, Mother Empress. I will ensure that you become the most esteemed woman in the realm. Yun Rangsheng spoke with unwavering confidence. Very well, I shall await that day, Zheng He smiled. By the way, Mother Empress, could you have Uncle investigate the source of the 500-year-old ginseng from the Feng family? Certainly. I will arrange for your aunt to visit the palace tomorrow, Zheng He replied. Yun Rangsheng remained skeptical. Could ginseng truly hold such significance? I have never encountered or even heard of ginseng of such age in my past life. Isn't ginseng merely a type of tonic? Little did he know. The ginseng presented by Feng Tianxing was imbued with spiritual energy. Perhaps he simply did not believe in the existence of a realm of cultivation. The following day, Song Shuqing once again received the esteemed Gonggong Ming from the Empress's palace. His repeated visits illustrated the Empress's regard for the Feng family. Upon learning of their planned visit to the temple, Song Shuqing was quite pleased, eager to fulfill a vow. Feng Tianxing was delighted at the prospect of visiting the temple. Her anticipation was palpable. On the morning of the second day of the 9th month, Feng Tianxing was called by Song Shuqing and promptly arose. Though she usually lingered in bed, with Feng Yuanji attending school, her mother accompanied her daily, filling her heart with joy. Feng Yuanhan took a leave of absence from school to act as a guard, tasked with protecting their mother and sister. At the city gates, they awaited the arrival of the royal procession. After about a quarter of an hour, a splendidly adorned carriage, flanked by a retinue of palace guards, approached slowly, accompanied by a smaller carriage clearly designated for the maidservants. Wu Miaozhen preferred to maintain a low profile, bringing only 20 guards and 2 senior maidservants. However, it was impossible to keep a low profile when the empress left the palace. The upper echelons of the capital were well aware. Song Shuqing led the 2 children forward to pay their respects. To their surprise, upon lifting the curtain, they found the empress with her 2 sons inside. You 2 brothers, go to the Feng family's carriage. Lady Feng, Tianxing, please come aboard, Wu Miaozhen beckoned. Currently, her son was less favored. It was the charming little Tianxing who captured her affection. Mother, speak your heart to Lady Feng. What are you doing here? Yun Rangsheng reluctantly descended from the carriage. Tianxing, come here. Auntie has prepared lotus cakes for you, Wu Miaozhen said, her heart warming at the sight of Feng Tianxing, who, for no particular reason, endeared herself to Wu Miaozhen, not merely because she resembled the 4th prince. Thank you, Auntie Empress. Feng Tianxing joyfully accepted the treat and began to savor it. Sweet yet not cloying. Lady Feng, you must be aware of yesterday's events. I thank you. Had it not been for the ginseng you gifted to me, the Empress Dowager would have. The unspoken words hung in the air, both women understanding implicitly. Your Majesty, there is no need for thanks. This is merely the Empress Dowager's fortune, Lady Feng replied graciously. Your generosity in presenting such a gift is truly unexpected. I shall remember this kindness, Your Majesty. The Empress could only sigh, feeling envious of Song Shuqing's situation. Yet, once one entered the palace, it felt as though they were imprisoned for life. Your Majesty. The emperor is also constrained by circumstances, Song Shuqing remarked, recalling the moment when the emperor had wounded her heart. Yet, he was the sovereign, and the evidence was irrefutable. Fortunately, her daughter was resourceful enough to procure the ginseng. She was uncertain how to comfort the empress further. Let us speak no more. At least both princes are dutiful, she concluded. Feng Tianxing listened intently to the two women converse, reflecting on the realities of both the mortal realm and the realm of cultivation she had previously inhabited, where most female cultivators relied on male cultivators or their families for survival. What if we dethroned the emperor and placed the first prince on the throne? Little Black could handle it effortlessly, Feng Tianxing mused, finding the prospect of such an endeavor exceedingly simple, were it not for her master's admonition against interference. She believed she could achieve whatever she set her mind to. Song Shuqing was taken aback. She quickly gathered Feng Tianxing into her arms, patting her back in concern that her daughter might entertain such thoughts. You must not harbor such ideas. The emperor, in my eyes, is still a wise ruler. The empress has been afforded her due dignity. However, the palace intrigues are ever present, requiring constant vigilance. Your Majesty, it is evident that someone is targeting you or the two princes. The emperor is merely a pawn in their game, Song Shuqing asserted, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. As their conversation continued, the carriage rolled onward, arriving at Linghua Temple after approximately half an hour. Master Jin Yuan awaited them at the entrance, accompanied by a group of monks. Looking to be around 50 years of age, he wore a gray robe that lent him an air of serenity. With the empress's arrival, it was essential to clear the area. Ba, I bow before your Majesty, and I greet the two princes and Lady Feng. Master Jin Yuan welcomed them. There is no need for excessive formalities today. We are honored by your presence. Please, esteemed guests, enter. Master Jin Yuan personally guided the party through the temple gates. Wu Miaozhen and Song Shuqing reverently paid their respects to all the deities, offering incense money. The empress had come to seek solace and had another matter to discuss with the master. Eventually, they were escorted to the master's meditation room, where they settled down as a young monk served tea and quietly withdrew. Master, I have another matter to trouble you with, the empress began. Ba, your Majesty, please speak. Master Jin Yuan replied, hands clasped together. Could you divine the fate of my fourth prince? Wu Miaozhen requested, pulling Yun Wanqing forward. Master Jin Yuan had only heard rumors about the fourth prince's face being unseen. This was his first time encountering the child. Indeed, he appeared as others had described. From the moment he laid eyes on Yun Wanqing, Master Jin Yuan had been observing him. The empress had brought him to offer incense and pray for blessings, and he had followed closely beside the little one. Yet, he could discern nothing. Your Majesty, in terms of fortune-telling, I am not the most skilled in the temple. That honor belongs to Master Wu Yuan. Oh, might we invite him to divine for my son? Wu Miaozhen inquired, genuinely unaware of the situation. He is available. I shall summon him right away. After a brief wait, an elder monk, around 70 years old and with a benevolent countenance, entered. After greetings, the old monk wordlessly produced a set of fortune-telling tools, a polished tortoise shell. Prince Ming, please inscribe a character on the shell, Master Wu Yuan instructed, offering Yun Wanqing a brush, though it was not dipped in ink. Yun Wanqing took it, glanced at Feng Tianxing, and wrote the character T on. Master Wu Yuan then placed the tortoise shell into a bamboo tube, shook it, and suddenly cast it forth. The shell tumbled out of the tube. Chapter 66, Assassination Attempt. To everyone's astonishment, the turtle shell unexpectedly split down the middle, parting into 4 pieces. Master Wu Yuan grasped it, and all present stared in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Master? Wu Miaozhen could not restrain her curiosity. Ba, your Majesty. The fates of Her Majesty the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince are far too unique for mere mortals like us to decipher, Master Wu Yuan remarked, surprised by the extraordinary situation. Having devoted his life to fortune-telling, he had traveled across nations, setting up his practice in numerous temples and predicting countless destinies using this very turtle shell. Yet today, he found himself at an impasse, revealing the immense strength of the Crown Prince's fate, one so potent that it transcended the abilities of ordinary men. Alas, I am unable to discern His Highness's destiny, he lamented, acknowledging his limitations. Clearly, he needed to further hone his skills. This was a first for him. Master, could you possibly predict my daughter's fate as well? Song Shuqing inquired, eager to learn about Feng Tianxing's future. Master Wu Yuan cast a glance at the child. The little girl, judging by her features, possessed a visage that promised great fortune. He requested another set of turtle shells, and as before, Feng Tianxing inscribed a character on the shell. What do you see? Song Shuqing asked impatiently, having noticed the change in the shell's color. Madam Feng, are you certain this is your daughter? What do you mean by that, master? Song Shuqing pressed, perplexed. If the birth date you provided is accurate, your daughter should have faced calamity on the very day she was born. Yet she appears to be thriving now. This is illogical, utterly illogical, Master Wian muttered, his mind reeling from the day's revelations, having failed to predict the fates of two children. Giggling, Feng Tianxing laughed. This old monk has some skill. Indeed, I was nearly extinguished on the day of my birth, but that was the original soul, which I displaced when I was reborn. Upon hearing the master's words in the child's inner voice, Song Shuqing felt a pang of sorrow. Master, why is it that Miss Feng can see the crown prince's face? Wu Miaozhen was eager for an explanation. Feng Tianxing nodded, responding, the crown prince is missing a soul fragment. Really? Master Wu Yuan inquired, scrutinizing Feng Tianxing. She affirmed with a nod. A normal person lacking a soul fragment would be rendered foolish, yet the crown prince is not, indicating that his soul is exceptionally unique. Beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals, he elucidated. Wu Miaozhen grasped the implication of his words. The crown prince indeed might possess a celestial origin that had led to his current predicament. Master, how can we locate his missing soul fragment? Wu Miaozhen gazed at Master Wu Yuan with anticipation. Your Majesty, I too am but a mortal. Master Wu Yuan shook his head, conveying his powerlessness. Though disappointed, Wu Miaozhen recognized that some matters were beyond her control and resolved to let fate take its course. As the time approached, the two women sought a private room to rest, with the temple providing vegetarian meals. After dining, Yun Wanqing, unwilling to delay any longer, proposed taking Feng Tianxing out to play. The temple, devoid of anyone but the monks and their families, offered them freedom to roam. Thus, the eldest prince assumed the role of caretaker while the three children frolicked. Throughout the day, the two women engaged in heartfelt conversation, with Song Shuqing primarily listening. As the empress, Wu Miaozhen had few true confidants. Most women befriended her out of necessity. Only Song Shuqing treated her with genuine sincerity, even gifting her precious ginseng, a gesture unimaginable from any other family in the capital who would have hidden such treasures away. The sound of hooves echoed as guards marched steadily. Upon traversing a thicket, they encountered several large stones in the middle of the path, seemingly fallen from the mountains. The carriage had to come to a halt. The head guard instructed the others to be on high alert. He approached with a report. Your Majesty, there are stones blocking the way. We must clear them before proceeding. Then make haste, Wu Miaozhen replied, a sense of unease creeping over her, though she could not articulate why. The head guard organized several men to move the stones. The smaller ones were swiftly cleared, but two larger ones required a concerted effort. Recently trained in martial arts, Feng Yuanhan stepped forward to assist, his senses heightened. Something felt amiss. He sensed the presence of someone lurking nearby. Assassins. Without a moment's hesitation, he shouted a warning. As his voice faded, a flurry of arrows rained down upon them. The guards swiftly unsheathed their blades, forming a protective barrier around the carriages. After a barrage of arrows, approximately 30 masked figures burst forth from the woods, each armed with deadly weapons. The clash of blades erupted swiftly. Feng Tianxing's vision darkened. They had chosen the perfect moment. Little Black was currently in the space digesting the previous spirit liquid and could offer no assistance today. What to do? With only 20 guards available, the eldest prince had 2 shadow guards who had joined the fray, while the 4th prince was constrained by his lack of an official residence. The guards were already suffering casualties, their fighting strength waning. Feng Yuanhan dared not stray far from Song Shuqing's carriage, remaining close to protect her. He struck down any assailant who drew near, relieved that he had brought his weapon today. The eldest and 4th princes, witnessing the dire situation from their carriage, dismounted to join the fray. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming, and without reinforcements, escaping unscathed seemed improbable. Thus, they too engaged in battle. Both princes had received martial training within the palace, albeit not extensively, yet their presence behind the guards provided some assistance. With 30 attackers against just 23 defenders, the difference was stark. It was evident to any observer that the assailants were specially trained assassins. The palace guards, though handpicked for their skills, fell short in comparison. Realizing the perilous nature of their situation, Feng Tianxing slid down from Song Shuqing's embrace and dashed away from the carriage. Feng Yuanhan, upon hearing his mother's call, turned to see his sister at his feet, startled. A guard swiftly positioned himself in front of him, temporarily blocking the enemy's assault. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Tianxing grasped Feng Yuanhan's hand and led him toward the carriage, where they would remain unseen. With a quick flick of her wrist, a silvery gray garment resembling armor appeared in Feng Tianxing's right hand, followed by a sword in her left, unsheathed. Brother, quickly don this attire. It is impervious to blades and allows you to sever their weapons. Feng Tianxing urged, gesturing frantically. Feng Yuanhan immediately complied, then scooped up Feng Tianxing and tossed her into the carriage. Song Shuqing, ever vigilant, caught her. Yuanhan, be cautious. In this moment of crisis, she dared not complicate matters for the children, knowing that the safest place was within the carriage. With the sword in hand and the divine armor donned, they charged forth. Chapter 67. The remarkable second brother Feng Yuanhan positioned a guard at the carriage door and plunged directly into the heart of the fiercest battle, regardless of the black-clad assailants' blades. He aimed for their vital points with unwavering ferocity, his formidable presence reminiscent of a general commanding the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the enemy's weapons splintered, followed by a precise strike to their core. The guards watched in astonishment as their own combatants, suddenly invigorated, unleashed extraordinary strength. The air was filled not with battle cries, but with the sounds of clashing steel and anguished screams. Retreat! One black-clad figure shouted, sensing the dire situation. Those who could still flee dashed into the woods, quickly vanishing from sight. As the guards attempted to bind the fallen assailants, they were met with a gruesome surprise. Each one coughed up dark blood. Damn it! They had poison in their mouths, one guard cursed. The harrowing assassination attempt took a dramatic turn, thanks to Feng Yuanhan's prowess. I never expected second young Master Feng to possess such formidable martial skills, the captain of the guards remarked, patting Feng Yuanhan on the shoulder. At merely 13 years of age, this child has limitless potential. With the black-clad figures gone, Song Shuqing and Wu Miaozhen descended from the carriage. Feng Yuanhan bore the most bloodstains. Yuanhan, Song Shuqing gasped, nearly fainting at the sight of her son drenched in crimson. Mother, I am unharmed. It is merely the blood of our enemies, he reassured her, unscathed and exhilarated by the recent combat. The treasures my sister provided are truly effective. His gaze, however, burned with intensity as it fell upon Feng Tianxing. Understanding the unspoken desire of her elder brother for her precious items, Feng Tianxing rolled her eyes and turned her head, re-entering the carriage. Witnessing Feng Yuanhan's prowess only strengthened Yunranqing's resolve to master martial arts alongside Feng Zuan. Thank you, second young Master Feng, Yunranqing said, bowing in gratitude. That is the least I could do. Were it not for my intervention, it is likely that the three of you would have perished today. Without a shadow of a doubt, he surmised that it was either his second brother or the Duke of Zheng's household behind the attack. The sheer strength of their adversaries was unexpected. Second young Master Feng, we owe you a great debt today, Wu Miaozhen echoed, her heart still racing. It appeared that certain individuals could no longer contain themselves. Several guards had sustained serious injuries. The carriage used by the maidservants was relinquished to transport the wounded as they hastened towards the imperial city gates, moving swiftly to avoid further delay. The gatekeepers, noticing the distressed state of the queen and her entourage from afar, promptly cleared the way for them to pass. They dispatched a messenger to inform the provincial magistrate. One guard awaited at the city gates, while others rushed into the palace. Feng Yuanhan, remove all your clothing. I must inspect you, the queen ordered. To her relief, he was found to be uninjured, save for a few bruises. The assassination attempt on the queen was no trivial matter. Occurring merely a dozen miles outside the capital, it was a grave offense. Yun Hashao erupted in fury, demanding that the provincial magistrate ascertain the facts within a fortnight. Feng Yuanhan recounted the events in detail, leaving Feng Zuan profoundly shaken. My daughter, my precious daughter, he murmured, embracing Feng Tianxing, a 7-foot man brought to tears. Father, do not worry. As long as I am here, none shall harm my family, Feng Tianxing assured him, having prepared to transport everyone to safety if necessary. Once in the space, her master would easily handle the black-clad figures, and the others could simply be given memory-altering potions, an equally effective solution. Fortunately, her elder brother had proven to be remarkably capable. Feng Zuan composed himself and embraced his wife, who required the most comfort. He regretted not providing the family with hidden guards, having initially dismissed the idea due to the presence of palace guards during their outings. One erroneous decision weighed heavily upon him. In the future, you must each take at least 2 hidden guards when you go out, Feng Zuan insisted. Yes, both sons replied in unison. My daughter, the hidden guards I trained previously lack sufficient skill. May I share the techniques you provided with them? Feng Zuan expressed his desire to enhance the defenses of their household. After a moment's thought, Feng Tianxing produced another book from her hand. Father, this one is more suitable for them. Everyone can practice it. Good daughter, thank you, Feng Zuan said, examining the title, Reign of Swords in the Clouds. With the eldest and second princes nearing adulthood, the struggles for power would only intensify, especially since their household had allied with the Duke of Zheng's family. In this moment, Feng Zuan resolved to separate the second branch of the family. Henceforth, they would be left to their own devices alongside the Duke of Zheng, destined for ruin. He would not need to seek revenge for the exchange of children. As long as he helped the eldest prince ascend the throne, the Zheng family would inevitably fall, and his younger brother would not escape unscathed. Yet, this required meticulous planning. Xuanmen learned of the queen's assassination attempt and, in a fit of rage, smashed a teacup against the floor. Upon encountering Zheng Zigong, Xuanmen's countenance darkened. Zheng Zigong, upon observing his nephew's demeanor, understood that the situation was dire. He led him into a secret chamber. His resources were to be reserved for the most critical moments, not squandered in such a manner. The maternal uncle pondered. After years of training, his subordinates had yet to face true combat, and today presented an excellent opportunity. Zheng Zigong felt guilt for the potential failure. Knowing the repercussions would extend beyond mere losses, it could incite the emperor's wrath, leading to an exhaustive investigation. A misstep could lead back to them. Have you handled the aftermath? Xuanmen inquired, though the incident had already transpired, leaving him powerless. Upon his arrival 7 years prior, he had tasked the Duke of Zheng with cultivating talents in secret. Those assassins were among them. After 7 years of painstaking training, to see his uncle squander their efforts was infuriating. Our adversaries are not merely the queen and the eldest prince, but also the emperor and the officials who favor orthodoxy. If you kill them, all suspicion will fall upon us. How do you think the emperor will react? What will those antiquated officials think? The emperor is still young. He can father countless sons. If we go too far, he will lose faith in this prince and may elevate another consort to empress. What then? Zhang Zigong lowered his head in shame. It was my mistake, uncle. I have already relocated those individuals to deeper mountains. It is nearly impossible to trace them now. As long as the emperor cannot uncover the truth, we have no reason to face punishment. He realized he had acted recklessly, even less astute than his 15-year-old nephew. Let us hope so, Xuanmen replied, his frustration palpable, as he could only rely on his maternal family to help him establish connections. He awaited the day he could leave the palace and govern his own estate, at which point matters would become easier. After several days of investigation, the group had vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. Xuanmen, at a loss, had exhausted all avenues of inquiry with no leads. The deceased assassins were examined by forensic experts, who concluded that they were all seasoned martial artists, aged between 16 and 18. It was evident that they had been specially trained assassins. However, without evidence, no one dared to make accusations. Xuanmen had his suspicions as well. 3 days later, with only 5 days remaining before the emperor's deadline, he found himself compelled to enter the palace to plead for forgiveness, resulting in 10 lashes. Xuanmen then summoned Feng Zuan. Minister Feng, your wife and child were present during the incident. While the assailants targeted the queen, they undoubtedly implicated you as well. Xuanmen had done his utmost, and now the task fell to Feng Zuan, as he was the commander of the Imperial Guards and thus bore responsibility. Chapter 68. The Beauty Elixir. Your Majesty, if you do not set a deadline, I can investigate at my own pace, ensuring I uncover that group of people. Feng Zuan would certainly not foolishly pledge to military orders. Very well, as long as you can find them, I shall reward you, Xuanmen replied with a stern expression. Your Majesty, do you not harbor any suspicions? Only Feng Zuan, with his straightforward nature, would dare to inquire. This was also what Xuanmen cherished most about Feng Zuan. With him, there was no need for deceit. One could speak freely. My royal son is gradually maturing, developing his own thoughts. As long as they remain within bounds, I can grant them the space to grow, but there are limits. This incident has exceeded my tolerance, so you must ensure that those assassins are found and eradicated. Xuanmen, having transitioned from prince to crown prince and then to emperor, was not ignorant of the complexities at play. Yet, he could not intervene excessively and could only strive to maintain balance. Feng Zuan harbored deeper worries, particularly concerning his daughter's alarming assertion that the Duke of Lu would rebel, thereby empowering the second prince. However, he lacked a specific time frame for this event. Sometimes my daughter's candid expressions truly give one a headache. It would be best to hone one's martial skills. In the face of formidable strength, no one can withstand. With the martial arts manual bestowed upon him by Feng Tianxing, Yu Feng had been diligently absorbing its teachings in recent days. How has your training progressed these days? Feng Zuan casually inquired, observing Yu Feng's spirited demeanor. Lord, the martial arts manual you provided is extraordinary. It took me nearly half a month to grasp just a fraction of its wisdom. If I fully comprehend it, I could be deemed invincible throughout the capital, no, the entire Qixing kingdom. Yu Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Let us have the 30 individuals we are training practice diligently. The safety of the marquis will rely on them in the future. Indeed, we commenced training 2 days ago. Yu Feng instructed those practicing with sabers to switch to swords. The manual also contains a collaborative formation that can be activated by 5 individuals, forming a lethal array: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 10 can pair off to create another formation. How profound. The two deliberated for quite some time in the study before Yu Feng took his leave to attend to their discussed matters. As time passed, the Mid-Autumn Festival concluded, ushering in the official arrival of autumn, with the weather growing cooler by the day. Early one morning, Song Shuqing rose, greeted the Empress Dowager, and then organized affairs within the residence. She began sewing garments for Feng Tianxing to wear during the upcoming autumn and winter seasons, while others were tasked to the seamstresses. She insisted on crafting Feng Tianxing's clothing herself, filling her heart with joy. Each stitch was imbued with a mother's love. Noticing her mother, whose complexion was less than ideal at over 30, she suddenly remembered the beauty elixir. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? With a flick of her small hand, a delicate pink pill appeared in her palm. Mother, she tugged at Song Shuqing, who was wholly absorbed in her sewing. Song Shuqing paused, lifting her gaze to her daughter, who had just finished drinking milk. Her round face appeared even more cheerful, flushed as if adorned with rouge. Feng Tianxing opened her palm, and the unique fragrance of the elixir wafted into Song Shuqing's nostrils. Taking a deep breath, she felt a wave of comfort. She believed the pill in her daughter's hand was a treasure. The day she witnessed her daughter gifting the second prince with a sword and clothing had truly opened her eyes to the wonders of the world. When Feng Yuanhan received such a treasure, he inquired that very evening whether he should return it to his sister. Feng Tianxing teased him, reaching out to take it. However, Feng Yuanhan was reluctant to part with such a fine sword, as a martial artist would naturally treasure such a weapon, though he hesitated to relinquish the clothing. He ultimately decided it was unnecessary. Mastering martial skills meant he need not fear harm from others, so not wearing it was acceptable. But the sword? He remained indecisive. His sister's antics only made Feng Tianxing giggle. Brother, may I keep the sword? Feng Yuanhan asked, sensing his sister was teasing him. Feng Tianxing nodded. Silly brother. Thank you, sister. But why is there no scabbard for this sword? With such a fine blade, a beautiful scabbard would make it even more perfect. Feng Tianxing shook her head. This sword's scabbard cannot be given to you, brother. You lack spiritual energy and wouldn't be able to draw it. Only my master could unsheath it. I could only wield it as an ordinary sword. This is a blade capable of slaying demons. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuanhan's heart swelled with joy, realizing the sword's extraordinary nature. The next day, he ventured into the market to commission an exceptional scabbard, requesting 2 exquisite pieces of jade from Song Shuqing to adorn it. Feng Tianxing held the elixir in her hand, extending it towards Song Shuqing's lips. Mother, a great treasure. Please consume it. It enhances beauty. Song Shuqing gazed at the pink pill and, upon hearing its beautifying properties, felt tempted. What woman does not cherish beauty? What woman does not yearn for eternal youth? Accepting her daughter's heartfelt gesture, she took the elixir from Feng Tianxing's hand and placed it in her mouth. Thank you. Dear daughter, Song Shuqing said with a gentle smile. With her son residing in the outer courtyard, it was her daughter who kept her company each day. Truly a dear little companion. However, not long after, Song Shuqing began to feel discomfort in her stomach, mirroring Feng Yuanhan's earlier experience. She found herself rushing to the privy repeatedly, though not as excessively. She had only made 5 trips before it subsided. This was the process of detoxification and beautification. Feng Tianxing observed her mother and noted the remarkable transformation. She appeared at least 5 years younger. Approaching the dressing table, she attempted to reach for the mirror but found it difficult due to her short stature. Seeing her daughter's intentions, Song Shuqing promptly stepped forward, picking up the mirror and examining her reflection. The copper surface appeared unreal and unclear. Xuanmen, bring me a basin of clear water. Song Shuqing called to the maid standing by the door. Moments later, Xuanmen entered, carrying the water. As she set it down, she turned to inquire about its purpose. only to be taken aback by the sudden change in her mistress. "Madam, have you applied rouge?" Xuanmen asked, puzzled, as her mistress generally did not wear makeup at home. Song Shuqing disregarded her question, moving directly to the window to gaze into the basin. The more she looked, the more beautiful she felt. Her skin was remarkably smooth and tender, reminiscent of a woman in her mid-20s. Xuanmen, observing her mistress's actions, quickly grasped the purpose of the water. "Madam, how do I appear to you now?" Song Shuqing inquired, seeking her maid's perspective. "Madam, you seem to have suddenly regained several years of youth. Your complexion is exquisite. When did you acquire such fine rouge?" "I had no idea." Xuanmen expressed her confusion. She served the lady daily and should have been the first to know of any new treasures. Song Shuqing merely smiled and said nothing, pulling Feng Tianxing into her embrace and showering her with kisses on her little face. "The treasure of the family. Madam, old Madam Zhao from the inner courtyard has arrived." Xuanmen announced from outside the door. "Let her in," Song Shuqing replied, her spirits particularly high. Upon seeing Song Shuqing, old Madam Zhao paused momentarily, but soon assumed her mistress had simply applied high-quality rouge. "Madam, the old madam requests your presence," old Madam Zhao said with a respectful bow. "What does she need me for?" Chapter 69. Brazen Audacity. Now, every encounter between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law is merely superficial. Song Shuqing no longer shares the same closeness with Ruan Ruiying as before. However, the delicate barrier between them remains unbroken. Song Shuqing cradles Feng Tianxing and arrives at Renshou Courtyard, where Ruan Ruiying is already waiting. After greeting her mother with a casual nod, she notices that Zheng Lian and Feng Ruyue are also present. "Sister-in-law, are you heading out today?" Feng Ruyue inquires, noticing Song Shuqing's expression with curiosity. "I am not going out." "Why do you ask?" Song Shuqing replies, somewhat puzzled. "Not going out, yet your makeup is so flamboyant?" Feng Ruyue observes, a hint of jealousy creeping into her tone as she compares their complexions, noting that Song Shuqing's skin appears even more radiant than her own youthful visage. Enough of this frivolity. "Qing, I summoned you to discuss Riyue's forthcoming marriage. On the 6th of October, she is to wed. Have the invitations been dispatched?" Ruan Ruiying interjects, steering the conversation back to serious matters. "All have been sent, and the required provisions and beverages for the banquet are arranged. As for the guests, it's uncertain, given that the day coincides with the wedding of Prince Lu and his bride," Song Shuqing updates, aware of Ruan Ruiying's knowledge of the situation. "If it weren't for the lack of better dates next month, I would consider rescheduling. Qing, our family's assets are modest. Your sister's dowry comprises merely 48 items, which is rather meager. The Empress has gifted a 500-year-old ginseng. Surely, your sister's marriage deserves something of similar worth?" Ruan Ruiying suggests nonchalantly, as if procuring such a rare item were a trivial task. "How shameless, mother." "Please do not agree to this," Feng Tianxing urges, tugging at Song Shuqing's sleeve from behind. "Mother, if you wish to prepare it, I have no objections." Song Shuqing feigns ignorance, attempting to navigate the conversation. "Qing, what I mean is that as the elder sister-in-law, you should consider your sister's needs," Ruan Ruiying insists. "Indeed, sister-in-law, if the Empress is worthy of such generosity, surely my own sister deserves at least as much," Feng Ruyue chimes in. Upon hearing that the Empress's ginseng was a gift from the Ho family's estate, the second household is incensed, lamenting the loss of such a precious item that could have provided aid in times of need. "Do you wish to compare yourself to the Empress?" Song Shuqing's expression turns icy. "That is not what I meant, sister-in-law. I simply meant that such a precious item should not be given away lightly," Feng Ruyue quickly clarifies, realizing the gravity of her previous comparison. "You understand its value, yet you still desire it?" Song Shuqing's demeanor grows colder. "Sister-in-law, the ginseng belongs to the Ho family. You did not seek my mother's permission before discussing its gift. Do you not respect my mother?" Song Shuqing confronts Feng Ruyue, who is visibly upset by Song Shuqing's steadfastness. "Feng Ruyue, do you not consider me your elder sister-in-law? You are yet to be married. Do you wish to tarnish your reputation to the point that even Dongji would abandon you?" Song Shuqing retorts without reservation. "Mother, look at my sister-in-law." Feng Ruyue finds herself at a loss for words, seeking her mother's support, though she covets the ginseng. "Qing, Ruyue is merely a child. Do not hold her to account. If you have one, gift her a piece as a part of her dowry for the Dong family, so she may garner a modicum of esteem," Ruan Ruiying suggests, aware of the challenges her daughter will face in her new household. "If mother insists on providing for Ruyue, she can procure it from Dr. Zhou," A 500-year-old ginseng costs roughly 100,000 taels. The one I gifted to the Empress was a token of gratitude from Dr. Zhou for saving his life. Such a precious item is not something the Ho family can hoard for personal use. Hence it was presented to the Empress, Song Shuqing states, wishing to extricate herself from the conversation. Then, let the first household contribute 50,000 taels, and the second household another 50,000 taels for me to purchase it. Ruan Ruoying declares audaciously, Mother, having been the head of the Ho family, do you truly believe we can afford to part with 50,000 taels? Song Shuqing's fair complexion darkens with indignation. Even if we had it, we would not part with it. How infuriating. I shall ensure your daughter has no dowry at all. Feng Tianxing exclaims, alarmed by the audacity before her, fearing for her mother's reputation and the family. Then let it be 30,000 taels. The Ho family has already provided the dowry, Song Shuqing asserts. A Qing, Ru Yue's dowry consists of only 48 items, while Su Shue's was 68. Both are daughters of the Ho family, and we cannot show favoritism. Would you not agree? Wan Ruoying's expression hardens, determined to extract what she desires from the first household. She would willingly forfeit her own dowry for Feng Ruyue, and Song Shuqing would have no objection to that. Meanwhile, Zhang Lian, who has been silent, observes the exchange without uttering a word, knowing that finding a pretext to deal with Feng Zuan's household would be effortless. One must submit to authority. It is a harsh reality. Although my dowry was lost in the fire, the estate and the shops are of greater value, and as long as those assets remain, wealth will inevitably follow, she contemplates. Song Shuqing, wishing to avoid further entanglements with Wan Ruoying and her daughter, bids farewell and prepares to leave with Feng Tianxing. Sister-in-law, how has Yuanji been faring in his studies? I have missed him dearly. I wish to bring him to my courtyard today after school to offer him some guidance. Zhang Lian interjects as Song Shuqing turns to depart. Dear sister-in-law, let us not concern ourselves with such matters. The marquis, as his father, will naturally oversee Yuanji's education. You need not worry yourself with it. Instead, why not consider having another child with your husband? You would not find yourself so bored, Zhang Lian suggests. Though her words fall flat against Song Shuqing's retort. Since Feng Yuanji began his studies, she has rarely seen him. As a mother, how could she bear it? Yet, every time she wishes to visit, the first household presents various excuses to prevent her from doing so. When will this end? Without further hesitation, Song Shuqing departs. Later that night, at the witching hour, Feng Tianxing awakens suddenly, noticing Suaping in deep slumber. Quietly, she dresses and slips out of bed, cautiously opening the door and sneaking outside. Today, she is discontented, and the unresolved feelings weigh heavily on her heart. However, a tall figure suddenly blocks her path, prompting her to look up and exclaim, Father. Chapter 70. The disappearance. Feng Zuan said nothing, directly carrying the person into their room. He placed her gently between himself and his wife, lying down. Then he turned and embraced Feng Tianxing, resting her head on his arm. That evening, Feng Zuan heeded his wife's words, remaining vigilant to the sounds from the neighboring room. In the dead of night, he heard the faint creak of a door opening. To his astonishment, his daughter intended to retrieve her aunt's dowry. This could not be allowed. My daughter, what are you doing? Feng Zuan asked sternly. Feng Tianxing grasped her father's hand and wrote, I'm taking my aunt's dowry. My aunt and grandmother are bullying mother. My daughter, all you need to do now is sleep well and eat well. Do not concern yourself with anything else, understand? Feng Zuan felt a headache coming on. His daughter was so capable at such a young age, and as her father, he felt at a loss. It was impossible to watch over her every moment. My mother cannot be bullied by anyone. I will make them lose face. My master said one should not kill indiscriminately, as it goes against the way of heaven. Otherwise, I would have long since killed the entire second branch. Feng Zuan stiffened, terrified. My daughter, your mother can handle herself. Do not worry. If your mother is not angry, you need not concern yourself with it. Moreover, the second and first branches are currently one entity. If your aunt loses face, it reflects upon our entire household. Your second uncle and aunt are, after all, your father's siblings. We must not go too far. Your father is working on a way to separate the families. Once separated, your mother will not have to face them every day. Please do not act recklessly. Your father knows you are capable, but he has his own considerations. In the future, discuss everything with your father, understood? Feng Tianxing silently lowered her gaze. Child, your mother can protect herself. I know you are standing up for me. But some matters cannot be resolved as you wish, Song Shuqing advised. Feng Tianxing glanced between her father and mother, reluctantly nodding. She once again slept between her parents, soon drifting into slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, a scream from Xuanmen echoed from the next room. The young lady is missing. This was followed by frantic knocking. Madam, madam, it's terrible. The young lady is gone. Song Shuqing startled awake and looked beside her. Wasn't he her daughter right there? Her husband had even tucked her in before leaving. It dawned on her that she had let their child sleep here last night, unbeknownst to Xuanmen. Feng Tianxing rolled over and continued to sleep. It was still early, so Song Shuqing did not wake her. She began her daily tasks. By the third watch, Steward Qin rushed into the inner court, followed closely by a woman. Madam, Mrs. Zhou urgently seeks you. Fortunately, the rules of the were not too strict. Otherwise, his urgent run into the inner court would have led to serious consequences. What is it? This morning, I learned that my father left just as night fell. Madam, I fear something has happened to him. Please, I implore you to send someone to help search for him. Zhou Lingo spoke hastily, her anxious demeanor suggesting the weight of the world rested upon her. All right, do not panic. I will send someone immediately to search. Rest assured, we will do everything possible to find him, Song Shuqing replied, equally startled. At that moment, Feng Yuanhao entered. He had just been studying under the sun in the corridor when he saw Steward Chun rushing toward the inner court. Mother, what happened? Song Shuqing recounted the situation. Feng Yuanhao then turned to Zhou Linger for more details. Have there been many people recently seeking to purchase precious medicinal herbs? But we only possess herbs that are 100 years old, and he insisted my father procure one that is at least 300 years old. The Zhou family consists of only 3 generations. Whatever information they have, Zhou Onkong would discuss with his daughter. What does that person look like? Feng Yuanhao inquired further. I have never seen him. The shopkeeper should know, Zhou Linger replied. Someone has their eyes on ginseng, but who it is remains unknown. As Feng Yuanhao prepared to leave, Feng Tianxing immediately held on to him, climbing onto his leg. She had been listening attentively. Big brother, take me with you. I will let Xiao He help find him. Feng Yuanhao picked Feng Tianxing up and sat her on his lap. She grasped his hand and wrote, Take me. At such a time, Feng Yuanhao dared not take his sister on an adventure. He intended to return her to Song Shuqing, but the stubborn little girl insisted. He could only look to his mother for guidance. Song Shuqing understood her son wished to take action, and knowing her daughter's abilities, she reluctantly nodded in agreement. They set out together. Once outside, Feng Tianxing released Xiao He. It had finally absorbed the spiritual liquid from last time and was ready to stretch its wings. Xiao He, Zhou Onkong is missing. You know him. Search the entire city for him. If he is in danger, protect him first, Feng Tianxing commanded urgently. Of course, master. Will there be a reward for completing this task? I must ask, Xiao He, are you still my contracted beast? Why do you always seek a reward for every task? I currently lack the ability to refine pills or gather good items. Eventually, my stock will be depleted by your demands. Master, that reasoning is flawed. My increased abilities mean I can protect you better, does it not? We are in the mortal realm now. What sort of danger could we encounter? Can you not protect me? Xiao He had no retort and could only fly away dejectedly. Feng Yuanhao brought Feng Tianxing and Wang Jiang to the apothecary, which was closed, with a sign stating that the main family had affairs to attend to. Feng Yuanhao diligently questioned all 3 shopkeepers. He learned that the man was middle-aged, with a square face, and spoke with a capital city accent. He wore the same gray long robe each time he visited, with a white jade buckle on his belt. There were no further useful details. Feng Tianxing immediately relayed this information to Xiao He. Yet, Feng Yuanhao found it of little use, and could only send 2 shadow guards to various inns in hopes of a lead. If they did not find the person in 3 days, then they could report to the authorities. Feng Tianxing felt anxious with Xiao He's abilities. It was concerning that no news had emerged. This suggested he might not be in the city. Xiao He, search outside the city. My big brother and I will head to the southern city gate, Feng Tianxing instructed, urging Xiao He to expand the search radius. She then wrote 2 characters in Feng Yuanhao's palm, leave the city. After waiting a moment, Xiao He's voice finally reached her. Master, you were indeed correct. Zhou Onkong is being held in a small farmhouse, bound and beaten. Currently, he is asleep, with 4 people guarding him. Chapter 71. The Rescue upon receiving news. Feng Tianxing directed Wang Jiang to drive the carriage towards the location indicated by Xiao He. After traversing for a considerable time, they arrived near a humble farmhouse nestled at the foot of a mountain, seemingly abandoned, with other villagers keeping their distance. Feng Tianxing pointed towards the thatched cottage. Big brother. Xiao He mentioned that Dr. Zhou is inside that house. Feng Yuanhao took Feng Tianxing's hand and wrote, There are 4 guards, and one is currently interrogating him. He then changed into black clothing and donned a mask within the carriage. Wang Jiang, you stay here to look after Tianxing. I shall go rescue him, Feng Yuanhao commanded. Having practiced the martial arts bestowed by his sister for some time, it was now time to put them to the test. Without allowing Wang Jiang to utter another word, he leaped away with his sword in hand, vanishing from sight. Wang Jiang's eyes widened in astonishment. When had the young master regained his strength and acquired such remarkable agility? As a servant who attended to him daily, he had been completely unaware. Feng Yuanhao stealthily approached the thatched cottage. The guards were divided, with 2 in front and 2 behind. He maneuvered around to the rear, where the dense underbrush provided ample cover. Tossing a couple of small stones, he struck the 2 guards at the back on their temples, and they collapsed without a sound. Was it truly that easy? Feng Yuanhao looked at his hands, hardly able to believe it. The martial arts bestowed by his sister were indeed miraculous, seemingly akin to divine gifts. He reached the back wall and overheard a man speaking inside. Dr. Zhou, are you still unwilling to tell the truth? What truth do you wish for me to reveal? I have already spoken the truth, Zhou Ankang replied weakly. It appeared he had not yet reached his limit and was perhaps anticipating another beating. The interrogator continued menacingly. The century-old ginseng is present, but the 500-year-old one is with the marquis for the queen. That one is unique, and that is the truth. With a crack of the whip, Zhou Ankang's anguished scream echoed. Realizing another beating was imminent, Feng Yuanhao could not delay any longer. He routed to the front and confronted the 2 guards directly. Drawing his sword, he charged in without hesitation. The guards were startled and hastily drew their large blades to defend themselves. The clash of weapons resonated within the cottage, prompting the interrogator to rush outside. Who are you? He demanded upon seeing Feng Yuanhao engaged with the guards. Feng Yuanhao remained silent, delivering swift and lethal strikes. Within mere moments, he had dispatched both guards. The man, sensing the tide turning against him, attempted to flee but was swiftly caught by the collar by Feng Yuanhao. Recognizing his lack of martial prowess, Feng Yuanhao subdued him with a pressure point and discarded him onto the ground. He then entered the cottage and cradled Zhou Ankang, who was still bound by ropes. Uncle Zhou, you have suffered. Upon recognizing Feng Yuanhao, Zhou Ankang finally relaxed. Meanwhile, Feng Tianxing, observing her brother carrying Zhou Ankang outside, was about to approach when the sound of hoofbeats reached her ears. Wang Jiang heard it too, and they turned to see. Marquis. Feng Tianxing propelled herself towards Feng Zuan. Dismounting, Feng Zuan was followed closely by Yu Changfang. Having been informed by Song Shuqing to relay a message, he had been intercepted by the shop assistants, who told him the young master had left the city, prompting his immediate pursuit. Fortunately, Wang Jiang had left markers along the way. Feng Zuan swiftly scooped up Feng Tianxing and leaped several paces to reach the thatched cottage. Father, why are you here? Feng Yuanhao had just untied Zhou Ankang. I have dispatched my shadow guards to search for you. Rest assured, my martial skills have certainly surpassed yours, Feng Yuanhao proclaimed with confidence. Indeed. When shall we have a contest? The father and son were engaged in a discussion about martial arts, seemingly ignoring the pressing matter at hand. Feng Tianxing sighed in exasperation. Flipping her hand to reveal a healing pill, which she discreetly placed into Feng Zuan's hand while Zhou Ankang was not paying attention. Feng Zuan instantly grasped his daughter's intent and approached Zhou Ankang. Dr. Zhou, are you well? I shall survive. It was merely a few lashes, Zhou Ankang responded, maintaining a surprisingly composed demeanor despite his ordeal. Feng Zuan offered the healing pill to him. Quickly, take this medicine. It will alleviate your pain. Zhou Ankang recognized the marquis's possession of valuable remedies and consumed it without hesitation. Remarkably, the effects were swift, and soon the pain had subsided. Wang Jiang and Yu Changfang brought the 3 captives into the cottage for interrogation. Noticing their considerable distance from the village, they commenced questioning on the spot. The 2 guards remained obstinate, while the unarmed man quickly broke under pressure. After Yu Changfang shattered one of his leg bones, he divulged everything. The eldest grandson of Duke Zhang, Zheng Rong, seeks the 500-year-old ginseng and arranged for a retainer to capture Zhou Ankang in hopes of obtaining his supply channel. Initially, he only sought information, but when that proved fruitless, he resorted to abduction. What shall we do next, father? Feng Yuanhao inquired. Since it was Zheng Zigan's son behind this, he must bear the consequences. You are my son, and I entrust this matter to you. You youngsters can reason with one another more effectively. I shall not interfere, Feng Zuan said, patting Feng Yuanhao's shoulder, fully confident in his son's abilities. Yes, father, I shall not disappoint you. Feng Yuanhao accepted this honorable task with enthusiasm. Cha Fong. Deal with those men and dispose of them in the mountains to feed the wolves. Once Feng Zuan had issued his orders, he carried Feng Tianxing away, ensuring she was shielded from the gruesome scene. 5 days later, a shocking incident became the talk of the capital. Early in the morning, witnesses reported that Zheng Rong, the eldest grandson of Duke Shang, had been stripped of his clothing and discarded in the street, with one of his legs broken. In a bustling tea house, patrons were abuzz with chatter. Did you hear? Zheng Rong got into a brawl over a courtesan and lost. His opponent broke his leg, stripped him naked, and then vanished. Wasn't he married with 2 concubines? Why would he fight over a courtesan? Another patron expressed disbelief. Are you not aware that the allure of a wildflower often surpasses that of a cultivated garden? These highborn youths live lives far more colorful than those of us common folk. Oh, how I envy their lives. I would gladly manage my desires for such a lifestyle. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at Duke Shang's estate. Chapter 72. This leg is beyond salvage. The steward in charge of purchasing for the Zheng family kitchen was the first to set out early in the morning. He overheard the townspeople at the morning market discussing a tumultuous incident that had occurred at the Aixiang courtyard the previous night, involving a fierce struggle over a courtesan. Upon further inquiry, he discovered that it involved the eldest son of the Zheng family. The outcome was predictable. There was no way to ascertain the comings and goings at every entrance of the manor. The steward instructed the second gate to notify the lady of the heir, and he promptly set out with a few young servants to find him. Before reaching the Aixiang courtyard, the steward learned from passers-by that there was a naked man lying unconscious in an alley approximately 3 streets away from the establishment. Curious onlookers had gathered to witness the spectacle. A sense of foreboding washed over the steward, but since their route to the Aixiang courtyard passed through that alley, he hurried in that direction with the young servants. Upon arrival, the crowd had formed layers of spectators, and with some effort, the steward managed to squeeze through. There, he found a man with a battered face lying at an odd angle on the ground, covered by a kind-hearted soul's coat. As the steward gazed upon the swollen visage, it began to look increasingly familiar. Stepping closer, he was taken aback to realize it was the eldest son. The steward was baffled. Had it not been reported that the eldest son had merely been involved in a dispute over a courtesan? The young servants recognized him as well, but dared not raise their voices. The steward ordered 2 young men to quickly strip off the outer garments from the eldest son and dress him before carrying him away. The crowd, eager to discover the identity of the fallen, was held back by the other young servants. However, such matters cannot be resolved merely by blocking access. Madam, the eldest son is still unconscious. We must prioritize his rescue, the steward urged. One perceptive young servant hurried off to summon the household physician. When Lady Qin beheld her son so grievously injured that she could hardly recognize him, she cried out, fainting several times. The physician arrived quickly, conducted a brief examination, and administered acupuncture to rouse him. The reason for his prolonged unconsciousness was due to having been fed a narcotic. Ah, the pain is unbearable. My leg, my leg. The excruciating agony stripped him of all dignity. The physician had initially focused solely on reviving him and had yet to thoroughly inspect every injury. Upon hearing the eldest son lament his leg, he immediately began to palpate the bone in his right leg for assessment. When he touched 5 inches above the knee, the eldest son cried out incessantly. The final verdict revealed that the femur was not merely fractured but shattered in multiple places, resulting in a comminuted fracture. Even the most skilled physician could not restore it to its former state. What is the diagnosis? Lady Qin anxiously inquired as she noticed the physician cease his examination. Madam, the femur is comminuted, the elderly physician regrettably disclosed. What did you say? Lady Qin's eyes rolled back, and she fainted once more. The eldest son, too, was rendered speechless. Overwhelmed by the grim news, no longer able to scream in despair. Once the physician revived Lady Qin, she broke into sobs, struggling for breath. The eldest son's wife was equally distraught. Their 2 children, still too young to comprehend the gravity of a broken leg, simply stared at their father lying in bed. Oh, my son, what shall we do? Whom have you offended? Lady Qin wept for a considerable time before she could regain her composure enough to inquire about the cause of this calamity. The physician reiterated his diagnosis. Zheng Zigong, upon hearing this, was equally shocked. Bring forth a messenger, he commanded. At your service, the attendant promptly responded. Bingfeng appeared at the opportune moment. Though the eldest son was of significant standing, he had an elder sister, Zheng He, making him the second child of Zheng Zigong. When questioned about this, the eldest son felt a wave of shame wash over him, knowing that confessing would likely earn him a reprimand from his parents. Speak, Zheng Zigong urged. perceiving his son's hesitation as an indication of wrongdoing. "Father, I heard a rumor about a breathtaking courtesan arriving at Yishan Courtyard, and out of curiosity, I went last night. There was an auction held by the madam, and a man kept raising the bids against me, leading to a confrontation. I had my servant strike him to deter him from continuing to bid. Afterward, I spent the night with the woman, and the next thing I knew, I awoke in my own bed," the eldest son recounted, gaining momentum as he narrated the events of the previous night. "What of your servants? Did they not guard your door?" Zhang Zigong continued to question. I allowed them to indulge as well," he confessed. "And your hidden guards?" "Indeed, they were subdued. What had happened to the hidden guards?" Upon noticing the expression on his son's face, Zhang Zigong realized the truth. This was undoubtedly a plot against Zheng Rong. "Steward Zhang, take my letter and summon Physician Hong," Zhang Zigong commanded, holding on to a glimmer of hope. For the household physician's skills paled in comparison to those of a court physician. Soon, Physician Hong arrived in haste, accompanied by a young apprentice. After a meticulous examination, his conclusions mirrored those of the household physician. "Lord Zhang, I am but an ordinary physician. The eldest son's leg is beyond salvation due to the severity of the fractures. I can only attempt to mend it, but he will endure considerable suffering." Physician Hong lamented. He was no miracle worker. Lady Qin wept anew, wishing to vent her frustration on her son. This ungrateful child, with a wife and concubines at home, still seeks pleasure elsewhere. In her heart, she speculated that Zhang Rong was not an uneducated wastrel but merely indulged occasionally, being the scion of a prominent family. The legitimate eldest son was meticulously nurtured by the family. Young men of his standing, seeking occasional visits to brothels, were not uncommon. Even Zhang Zigong himself was no exception. Sometimes dining and drinking with acquaintances from the officialdom, occasionally inviting company to partake in such pleasures. This was deemed normal. After 2 days of investigation, no leads emerged, and the young man who had bid against Zhang Rong remained untraceable. All these circumstances led Zhang Zigong to conclude that this was indeed retaliation from the marquis' residence. In a fit of anger, he smashed several teacups in his study. With his eldest son incapacitated and such a significant incident having occurred, he had no choice but to consult the elder patriarch on how to proceed. Chapter 73, The Efficacy of the Mrs. Medicine Father. What should we do about this? Zhang Zigong now deeply regrets sending his second son to rob Xuanmen. One misstep leads to another. He is even less astute than the second prince. It would be wise to refrain for now and wait until the second prince establishes his court. With Zheng Rong incapacitated, focus on nurturing Zheng Jia. When the second prince ascends the throne, revenge can be sought then. Father, however, the second prince also desires the 500-year-old ginseng. A message from the second prince indicated that Feng Tianxing has sent another route to the emperor. Where does the Feng family obtain such treasures? Ginseng is rare and elusive. That doctor named Xuanmen could merely be a fade set up by the Feng family, who may have acquired it from elsewhere. The Duke of Zheng sees the broader picture. The rise of the second prince is paramount among all that the Zheng family must accomplish. Zhang Zigong can only suppress his resentment. Yet, he must wear a facade of cordiality in court. The most infuriating aspect is that his third daughter has married into the Feng family. Nonetheless, there must be an outlet for his frustrations. Subsequently, the Yishan courtyard was dismantled by the Zheng family, leaving no room for them in the capital. The unseen master behind this felt aggrieved, as the conflicts between higher powers often leave the common folk to suffer. Naturally, Zhang Rong's incident attracted the attention of the Jingzhou Yuan, pressed by the Zheng family to unearth the true culprit, finds it difficult, as so many from their family failed to uncover anything. How can a single overseer of the entire capital succeed where they did not? When the second prince learned of the news, he berated Zheng Rong internally for being an utter failure. Xuanmen was summoned from afar by the Feng family, claiming he could cure Feng Yuanhao and Feng Yuanan. This alone indicates he is no ordinary individual. Employing coercive methods to obtain what one desires is foolish. The best approach would be to entice him, leading him to betray the Feng family. Truly, a fool deserving of his downfall. Were it not for the ties to Zheng's maternal family and the fact that he is the only one who can assist him presently, he would have considered abandoning this helper. Days passed without further upheaval. Feng Yuanhao and his sister were in the study, while Feng Tianxing practiced her calligraphy nearby. Gu Qi attended classes in the morning, spending the rest of the day in self-study. Learning relies primarily on oneself. Teachers merely guide and clarify doubts. Feng Tianxing, having not ventured outside for days, approached Feng Tianxing, seeking a hug. With a playful leap, she reached the same height as her father. Yuanhao, you managed that situation with the Zheng family quite well, Feng Zuan commended. Unaware of recent events, Feng Tianxing gazed eagerly at her father and brother. What did my big brother do? I want to hear all about it. Feng Tianxing began scribbling characters on her father's chest. Noticing his sister's writing, Feng Yuanhao shared the details of the Zheng family's recent misfortunes, igniting a spark of excitement in Feng Tianxing's eyes. She gave a thumbs up, exclaiming how satisfying it was to see the Zheng family in such a predicament. Feng Zuan was equally pleased, acknowledging that the credit belonged to Feng Qi and the others, who executed the plan based on Yuanhao's idea. Upon hearing the praise, Feng Qi descended from the rafters, stating, "The medicine provided by the young lady is truly effective." This prompted Feng Yuanhao to look at his sister with bright eyes. Initially, he had devised a plan, but for utmost security, he sought his sister's assistance with a sedative. The result was not only a drug but also a disguise pill that could change one's appearance completely. After consuming it, Feng Qi transformed into an extraordinarily handsome man. An astonishing feat given he was only 20 years old. The Zheng family would find it impossible to trace him. As Feng Qi strutted past Zheng Rong, he remained entirely unbothered. "My precious daughter, come, let father take you to dinner," Feng Zuan said, lifting Feng Tianxing onto his shoulder. Her delighted squeals echoed, the discordant sound becoming the sweetest melody in the Feng household. Soon, the day of Feng Ruoyue's wedding arrived. The Feng family invited all the nobility in the capital. Feng Ruoyue had long accepted her fate. Without marrying Dong Zhigan, no one would take her hand. The relationship between the second and first branches of the family was delicate. Both sides fully aware of the tensions, yet maintaining the facade of unity. Song Shuqing had begun preparations 2 days prior. Autumn vegetables were plentiful, while meats were sourced from their estate or purchased locally if needed. Inside the residence, Zheng Lian and Wan Ruoying managed the reception, while Song Shuqing oversaw both the inner and outer courtyards. Naturally, the men of the Feng family were responsible for the outer courtyard. Feng Zuan personally greeted guests at the entrance, although the Lu Wangfu was also celebrating a wedding that day. Feng Zuan's recent promotion to the commander of the Imperial Guards attracted many who sought to befriend him. Thus, every household that received an invitation sent representatives to the Feng residence, creating a lively atmosphere. The Jingzhaoyin, the Yuan family, also made an appearance at the Feng estate. Led by Li Meixiang and her daughter, Yuan Yinan had to juggle between the Lu Wangfu and the Dong residence. Song Shuqing was delighted to see the mother-daughter duo, warmly taking Yuan Xiaolan's hand and showering her with compliments while engaging in heartfelt conversation. Yuan Xiaolan left a favorable impression, a well-educated and sensible young lady. She arranged for her cousin to accompany Yuan Xiaolan in conversation, while Yuan's mother brought her own mother along. Li Meixiang felt at home and appreciated Song Shuqing's warmth. She had not anticipated that her husband's guidance could lead to such a friendly rapport with the Feng matriarch. Though Feng Ruoyue had accepted her reality, she found no joy in it. She displayed none of the bashfulness typical of a bride-to-be, instead becoming increasingly combative, irritating even Wan Ruoying. As the appointed time arrived, the groom's party came to fetch the bride. Feng Zuwu intended to carry his sister, but she insisted on being carried by her elder brother, the true master of the marquis. She remained blissfully unaware of the exchanges between the second and first branches of the family, simply adhering to her mother's preferences. After the bride was taken away, the marquis began the banquet. Feng Tianxing, a lover of spectacle, dispatched Xiaobai just before nightfall. Eager to learn how her aunt spent her wedding night, she instructed Xiaobai to run back and forth, gathering news from the Lu Wang side as well. Thus, that night, little Tianxing was particularly obedient, retiring early to bed, awaiting the divine connection with Xiaobai. The festivities at the Dong residence were even more boisterous. As the imperial tutor, Dong Taifu commanded respect, and no one dared dislike him. Throughout the capital, noble families divided their members into groups, each heading to different venues. By the hour of Qin, Xiaobai's voice finally resonated in Feng Tianxing's mind. Chapter 74. Night with Two Women. Master, the gossip has begun. Feng Tianxing's spirits soared. Your rotund uncle has already been assisted into the bridal chamber by the servants. Dongji certainly anticipated something from his newlywed wife. Due to his corpulence, he had never been favored by young ladies. Even those willing to marry him were merely attracted to his family background, and they hailed from families of little repute. The daughters of prominent families had no trouble finding husbands and would never deign to look at him. Thus, when Feng Ruoyue accidentally pushed him into the water that day, he immediately agreed to take responsibility without hesitation. He was also concerned about his reputation. Marrying a wife of too lowly a status would invite ridicule. A lady's social interactions often reflect her social circle. Dongji was not drunk. Approaching the bride, he prepared to lift her veil. However, before he could extend his hand, Feng Riyue, seeing his feet before her, yanked the veil off herself, glaring at the corpulent figure before her with disdain. This is not reasonable, the marriage officiant gasped, ready to replace the veil. No need, it's all the same, Dongji awkwardly replied. Next came the ritual of drinking from the same cup, yet Feng Riyue refused to cooperate. Tilting her head back and gulping down her drink before discarding the cup and turning her back on Dongji, heading straight for the washroom. After freshening up, she climbed into bed, tossing another blanket onto Dongji's side and burying herself under it to sleep. Observing such blatant disdain from his bride, Dongji felt no anger. He understood that Feng Riyue did not wish to marry him, but as long as he treated her well, he believed they could eventually lead a harmonious life together. And thus he chose not to harbor resentment. He was not foolish, merely fond of good food. To Feng Riyue, the sight of Dongji's bulk was utterly revolting. How could she bear to look at him? Dongji, clutching the blanket, leaned closer to the bridal bed. Just as he was about to climb in, Feng Riyue shouted, "Dongji, if you dare to come to bed, I will die before your eyes." "Madam, tonight is our wedding night," Dongji lamented. "Humph. Go find someone else for your wedding night. I refuse to serve you." Feng Riyue offered him not a shred of kindness. "We have already exchanged vows. You are my wife, and whether you accept it or not, you must," Dongji retorted, holding on to a semblance of dignity. After all, he was the grandson of the esteemed Dong Taifu and held a certain pride. Having wed, she was now his woman. In this patriarchal society, once he possessed her body, how could she not eventually live harmoniously with him? Dongji attempted to climb into bed. "Get away from me. Look at yourself. Do you think you can claim my body?" Feng Riyue cried, calling for her maid, Ziqin. Hearing her mistress's distress call, Ziqin rushed in, thinking something dreadful had occurred. "Miss." Ziqin timidly addressed Dongji, who loomed large before the bed. "Groom, I refuse to consummate the marriage with him. You are my chief maid. Go to bed with him instead." Feng Riyue pleaded, fear evident in her voice. "Miss, what nonsense are you speaking?" Ziqin's face flushed crimson. As an unmarried girl herself, she found it hard to remain composed. "I speak no nonsense. I will now elevate you to the status of a concubine, and you shall consummate the marriage with him," Feng Riyue exclaimed, grasping at Ziqin as if she were a lifeline. Ziqin's face turned even redder upon hearing this declaration. Yet her mind raced with thoughts of her own fate. Becoming a concubine of the Dong family would be a splendid opportunity, affording her a modicum of authority. With any children she bore considered legitimate heirs, she felt tempted. "Why are you not swiftly removing him from my sight?" Feng Riyue urged. Dongji, feeling disheartened, saw his pride trampled underfoot by Feng Riyue. Before Ziqin could take action, Dongji grasped her hand. "Have you thought this through? You mustn't regret it later," he said coldly. Go. Feng Riyue shooed them away like pesky flies. Seeing her unwavering resolve, Dongji's heart grew colder. He had been overly naive to believe that Feng Riyue would accept him once married. Holding Ziqin's hand, he exited the bridal chamber, spending his wedding night in the outer room. When Xiaohe relayed this to Feng Tianxing, she couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Her aunt was indeed on a path of self-destruction from which there would be no return. Xiaohe hurried off to the Luwang residence, eager to share the latest gossip with his master. The Luwang residence was much livelier. The martial-minded Lu Wang was surrounded by a host of martial arts friends and military subordinates, all eager to toast him. The festivities continued late into the night. By the time it was nearing the hour of the evening, around 9 o'clock, Xiaohe was nearly dozing off when he spotted Lu Wang, supported by guards, stumbling into the bridal chamber. Upon entering, Shui Yaru was so frightened that she trembled. Yet there was nowhere for her to hide. Lu Wang waved his hand, and all the servants in the room filed out. Yun Xinglu approached the bridal bed without so much as a word of preparation, yanking off the veil. Upon seeing the tear-streaked face of the bride, he paused. "Why are you crying? I want to harm you." His inquiry only caused Shui Yaru to weep more profusely. Demonstrating remarkable patience, Yun Xinglu waited before sitting at the edge of the bed. Shui Yaru instinctively recoiled to the headboard, only to be seized by Yun Xinglu. With a sharp cry, she protested. He swiftly pressed a finger to her mute point. "As long as you obey, your future will be bright. Do not believe the rumors circulating outside. They are all fabrications I intentionally spread. Though I possess great stamina, I will not drive you to exhaustion." At this, Shui Yaru gazed incredulously at the imposing figure beside her. "Enough idle chatter. You need only to comply," he stated. Meanwhile, Xiaohe, perched upon the roof, conveyed this to Feng Tianxing. So the Lu Wang was merely pretending? With little patience left, Yunxing Lu quickly washed up to rid himself of the stench of alcohol, then proceeded to consummate the wedding night with Shui Yaru. Yet, true to his reputation, he had extraordinary stamina. Halfway through, Shui Yaru fainted. Without pausing, he moved on to Fei Yuxuan, who had also entered the household that day. After another bout of exertion, he finally felt satisfied. Indeed, he reveled in the night with 2 women, yet pondered the meaning behind Yunxing Lu's words, unable to comprehend them fully. As December descended, the air turned frigid, necessitating thick cotton coats to venture outside. The capital of the Qiyin Kingdom, Huayang City, was in close proximity to the icy land to the north. The emperor guarded the nation's borders, a decision made by the founding emperor when establishing the capital. It was during an invasion by the Ice and Snow Kingdom that the Feng family's Marquis of Wuan earned his title. That afternoon, Feng Yuan took Feng Tianxing to the Yuan family to discuss scholarly matters with Yuan Yinan. Each visit to the Yuan household included Feng Tianxing, who enjoyed listening to Yuan Xiaolon read stories. Feng Yuan never arrived empty-handed. Today, he brought a large bag of salted fish, with the cold weather rendering fresh fish unavailable. Salted fish became a precious commodity, imported from the Water Dragon Kingdom, thanks to the medicinal herbs provided by Feng Tianxing. The Feng family had amassed substantial wealth in recent months, rendering such trivial expenses inconsequential. Today, as salted fish brought tears of joy to the 3 masters of the Yuan family. Chapter 75, A Great Joy for the Yuan family. Li Meixiang, as was her custom, accepted the items from Wang Jiang's hands. Upon noticing they were food again, she found it quite habitual. For over a month now, Feng Yuan had frequently brought various delicacies. These were only ordinary provisions, inexpensive yet exceedingly practical, which the Yuan family received without hesitation. Yuan brought salted fish today. Let us prepare it for lunch, Li Meixiang remarked. Seeing the fish, she instructed the only maid in the Yuan household to start cooking. The cold weather prompted Li Meixiang to carry Feng Tianxing directly into the inner hall, where a charcoal fire was already crackling. The charcoal had been brought by Feng Yuan during his last visit, unlike previous occasions when he would head straight to Yuan Yinan's study. Today he followed Li Meixiang into the main room, eager to engage more with Yuan Xiaolon and capture her attention. However, for several days now, the young lady had regarded him merely with the eyes reserved for her younger brother. Feng Yuan was a year younger than Yuan Xiaolon, and he found himself wondering when she might develop feelings for him. Every time he encountered her, he couldn't help but gaze a little longer, his cheeks warming slightly. As a 17-year-old youth, he was just beginning to experience the stirrings of affection, and naturally, he felt a bit shy. Yuan Xiaolon was a gentle and graceful young woman, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, especially since she was the candidate his sister had chosen for a sister-in-law. Yuan Xiaolon was seated by the brazier, embroidering a garment. Feng Tianxing, observing the diminutive size of the clothing, wondered why it appeared so small. Feng Yuan too, noticed but assumed it was a commission for sale. Having often seen the mother and daughter duo taking on embroidery work, once Yuan Xiaolon spotted Feng Tianxing being carried in by her mother, she promptly set her needlework aside. "Little sister, you must be cold. Come and warm yourself by the fire," she said, taking Feng Tianxing from Li Meixiang and placing her on the ground. Having accompanied her elder brother several times, Feng Tianxing had already come to regard this place as her own home. She smiled at Yuan Xiaolon and stretched her little hand towards the warmth of the brazier. Yuan Xiaolon resumed embroidering that festive-looking garment, which seemed perfect for the new year. However, after just a few more stitches, she gathered her thread, realizing she was nearing completion. "Little sister, come try on this cotton-padded jacket. Does it fit? Do you like it?" Yuan Xiaolon held the garment up to Feng Tianxing for comparison. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister Yuan made me clothes? Ah, Sister Yuan is the first to make me clothes. I am so happy," she exclaimed, casting a triumphant glance at Feng Yuan, clearly reveling in her privilege over him. Without hesitation, she extended her arms, eager for Yuan Xiaolon to help her change. Once Feng Tianxing donned the red cotton jacket, adorned with 2 adorable pink rabbits munching on grass, she was utterly delighted. Her laughter sparkled, her little eyes shining like bright stars. She twirled in front of Feng Yuan and then ran to Yuan Xiaolon, seeking a hug. Yuan Xiaolon obliged, receiving a generous kiss in return. The adults in the room couldn't help but smile at Feng Tianxing's charm. "Thank you, Miss Yuan. Look how happy our little Tianxing is. She's forgotten about her big brother." Feng Yuan expressed his gratitude, observing his sister's joy. "Who says I don't like my big brother? I like him the most. Feng Tianxing's expression shifted as she shot a glare at Feng Yuanhao, wondering what had caused such merriment. Just then, Yuan Yinan's voice resonated from the doorway. Uncle Yuan. Father. After meals, Yuan Yinan typically didn't rush to his duties, but would first assist Feng Yuanhao with his studies. Fish for dinner today? Brought by Yuanhao? He deduced upon seeing the dishes spread before him. Indeed, dear husband. Yuanhao brings offerings for you as a teacher every time, Li Meixiang chimed in. It is only right, Feng Yuanhao replied, casting a glance at Yuan Xiaolan. In that fleeting moment, their eyes met, and an inexplicable warmth surged through Feng Yuanhao. Reaching deep within his heart, Yuan Xiaolan quickly averted her gaze, but Feng Tianxing noticed a blush creeping up her neck. Have you finally found mutual affection? Feng Yuanhao, however, was distracted by Yuan Xiaolan's shifting posture. Over the past month, as he frequently brought food, she had gained a bit of weight, appearing less frail than before. Let us eat, he announced, positioning himself beside Feng Tianxing, with Li Meixiang on her other side. The table was an octagonal one, and Li Meixiang relished serving Feng Tianxing. Always sitting next to her. The Yuan family had not had children for many years, and given Yuan Xiaolan's frail health, they had long since abandoned hopes of grandchildren. The arrival of such a delightful child had filled their home with laughter, and even without words, Feng Tianxing's presence brought immense joy to Li Meixiang and her daughter. As Li Meixiang picked up a piece of fish, meticulously removing the bones for the young child, the unique aroma of the salted fish wafted into her nostrils. Suddenly, she sprang up and rushed outside, causing Yuan Yinan, who shared the bench with her, to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Ouch! Father! Yuan Xiaolan exclaimed, quickly rising to assist him, but Wang Jiang was quicker, helping him up first. Then they heard Li Meixiang retching uncontrollably in the courtyard. Alarmed, they rushed outside. Madam, what's wrong? Mother, what's the matter? Feng Yuanhao, supported by Wang Jiang, followed suit. He could not yet reveal that his leg was completely healed. A gradual unveiling was necessary. After all, many physicians had deemed his condition incurable, and if he recovered too swiftly, it would surely raise inquiries. Should Feng Tianxing's unique qualities be exposed, it would lead to complications. Li Meixiang was retching as if the world were spinning. Far worse than during her pregnancy with Yuan Xiaolan. Her stomach cramped violently, causing her to heave repeatedly. Wang Jiang quickly summoned Dr. Zhou. Take the carriage. Feng Yuanhao felt a surge of concern. Without the lady of the house, the future would be precarious, especially for Yuan Xiaolan. If she were to suffer deeply from this, it would compound their troubles. Feng Tianxing was bewildered. Didn't Aunt Li already take the medicine I gave her? She was perfectly fine. How could she fall so ill? The question echoed in Feng Yuanhao's mind as well. His sister's medicinal concoction was renowned for its miraculous effects, and he was a direct beneficiary. How could there be any issues? Dr. Zhou arrived promptly. By this time, Li Meixiang had ceased retching, having drunk some water, feeling slightly better, though the nausea lingered. Dr. Zhou proceeded methodically, checking her pulse and examining her tongue. He took his time, then smiled and asked, Madam Yuan, when was your last menstrual cycle? Everyone turned their eyes towards Dr. Zhou, their faces etched with confusion. What did this have to do with her illness? Master Yuan, Madam Yuan. You are in for a great surprise, Dr. Zhou announced with a smile. Chapter 76. Lady Yuan's joy. What great joy is this? Yuan Yinan was still somewhat bewildered. Lady Yuan, it appears you are with child. Although it is still early days, I can assert with certainty, Zhou Ankong has delivered the results. The Yuan family of three stood in collective shock. How could this be possible? It is indeed true, Zhou Ankong reaffirmed. Husband, Li Meixiang called out tenderly, tears streaming down her face like pearls that had slipped from their string. Yuan Yinan was not much better off. The couple embraced each other, overwhelmed with emotion. Yuan Xiaolan silently shed tears as well. Feng Yuanhao longed to step forward and envelop her in his arms, but he restrained himself. Now was not the time. Once the family's excitement subsided, Yuan Yinan approached Feng Yuanhao and his sister, bowing deeply, startling Feng Yuanhao. Teacher, quickly, assist him, Feng Yuanhao urged. Yuan Yinan rose with their support. It was the first time since taking office that he had acted this way. Daong is Lu Yuanyang's son, his young servant. Lu Yuanyang, too, was joyfully wiping away her tears. After Zhou Ankong departed, Yuan Xiaolan reheated the meal and continued to eat. Now, even simple fare seemed exceptionally delicious to Yuan Yinan. Yuanhao, thank you. I am aware that your aunt's ability to conceive is due to your medicine restoring her health. I, Yuan Yinan, shall remember this favor, In the future, should the marquis require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask, as long as it does not contravene propriety and law. Yuan Yinan, once the top scholar, was undoubtedly astute. For years, the lady had taken countless medicines without success. Yet with Feng Yuanhao's arrival and a mere token of his remedy, she was already showing signs of pregnancy within just over a month, without a single cough since. He understood well how miraculous that medicine was. Teacher, what you say is too much. Once a teacher, always a father. You are like another father to me. Feng Yuanhao replied sincerely, casting a glance at Yuan Xiaolon. In his heart, he thought, your father is my father. Very well, very well. Such great kindness leaves me at a loss for words. Come, let us drink to this joy, Yuan Yinan said. Instructing Yuan Xiaolon to fetch a treasured bottle of fine wine he had kept for many years, a gift from a subordinate during the new year. He had always refrained from drinking it, but for such a joyous occasion, he was not reluctant to indulge. Feng Tianxing watched the happy family with delight. She cherished such affectionate familial bonds. She never anticipated that a single vial of medicine could bring about such a transformation. In her previous life, the Yuan family had no prospect of welcoming another child, living instead with a daughter who never married until the end. That smile was truly sweet and gentle. Yuan Xiaolon wished fervently for her parents to have another healthy child, so that if she were to one day depart, her parents would still have someone to care for them. She felt exhausted from her own existence, fearing death, even as her family spent everything on her. She made no objections. For as long as she lived, the family remained whole. Li Meixiang, too, radiated happiness, occasionally caressing her belly. My lady, please do not embroider any longer. Focus on nurturing the child. We have enough silver to support you until the birth. When young, please keep an eye on my lady. Take on more tasks, and I shall increase your monthly stipend by 501, Yuan Yinan generously instructed. My lord, there is no need for an increase. Caring for my lady is my duty. Had you not rescued us back then, we would have long since perished, Lu Yuanyang insisted repeatedly. During a calamity, she had sought to sell herself into servitude with her son to survive, only to encounter a rogue wishing to drag her away to a dilapidated temple. And it was Yuan Yinan, on his way to the capital for examinations, who saved her. Years later, upon seeing Yuan Yinan walking down the street, she learned he had become an official and brought her son to serve Yuan Yinan and care for Lady Yuan and the young miss. Though her son did not sell himself, he willingly became Yuan Yinan's young servant. Feng Yuanhao accompanied Yuan Yinan to finish the bottle of wine. For the first time in many years, Yuan Yinan allowed himself to indulge. Then he became intoxicated. The next day, Song Shuqing arranged for a plethora of suitable foods for pregnant women to be sent to the Yuan residence, accompanied by a young maid. Chen Shiming personally delivered the news. My lady, this girl is called Xiaoyu. Our mistress has sent her to attend to you until your delivery. There is no need for a stipend. The marquis has already compensated her mother, Chen Shiming respectfully conveyed. The maid greeted, I have met Lady Yuan and Miss Yuan, bowing deeply. She was a 14-year-old girl. How can this be? Lady Feng is truly too gracious, Li Meixiang remarked, surprised by the marquis's generous care for the Yuan family. From that day onward, the Yuan household was filled with joy. A few days later, Zhou Kong was invited again to check on the pulse, confirming the pregnancy was stable, requiring no special attention. The pregnant lady merely needed to eat well. With this assurance, the family's hearts settled, especially given Li Meixiang's age. Yuan Yinan was no longer his usual serious self at work. He greeted his subordinates with smiles. Huada, I hear your wife is about to give birth. This is the third child, I assent it? Yuan Yinan spoke of his subordinate, Hua Boxian, the eldest in his household, who was not yet 30 but already had 3 children. He was Yuan Yinan's most capable assistant. It would be a lie to say Yuan Yinan did not envy him. Indeed, sir, Hua Boxian replied with a smile. Remember to invite me to the full moon banquet. Oh, of course, of course. One's superior would certainly be invited. No need to mention it explicitly, Hua Boxian noted, observing Yuan Yinan's unusually cheerful demeanor. Sir, have you encountered some joyful news? Do share, so we may celebrate together. Hua Boxian jested. Heh, indeed, there is joy at home, Yuan Yinan replied. Really? What is it? Is it that Miss Yuan has recovered? Hua Boxian, curious, noted that for years, aside from work, Yuan Yinan had focused on saving money for his daughter's medical care. Xiaolon remains the same, but your sister-in-law is with child. She has been pregnant for 2 months now. With the diagnosis of a stable pregnancy, Yuan Yinan could no longer contain his excitement. He wished to share this monumental news with everyone. Hua Boxian, upon hearing this, was incredulous. It was simply unbelievable. A long-dead tree blooms anew. How could Sister Yuan possibly conceive? What? Do you not believe it? Yuan Yinan asked, noticing his expression. No, I believe it. Hua Baxian quickly took a step back, clasped his hands, and congratulated Yuan Yinan. Yuan Yinan shared his joy and continued on his way. The day's work was about to begin. After this day, the news of Lady Yuan's pregnancy spread quickly. Officials of the Jingzhou prefecture were soon aware, and for Yuan Yinan, this was a source of great happiness. Many sent their wives to offer congratulations, bringing small gifts without overstaying their welcome. Before long, even the emperor learned of the news, requesting that the Imperial Medical Department send Dr. He from the pediatric department to frequently check on Lady Yuan's pulse. This reflected the trust the emperor had in Yuan Darren. While most did not find this particularly noteworthy, it drew the keen attention of one individual, who began a thorough investigation. Chapter 77. Intimacy. The fifth princess, Yunjiro, born of the Empress Dowager, had been married for 13 years without conceiving a child. Her husband was Gao Chiliang, the legitimate second son of the Jing'an marquis, who was previously seen in Zhou Ankang's shop, forcefully attempting to purchase ginseng. If she failed to bear a child before her husband's 35th birthday, he could take a concubine, and she, even as a princess, could not prevent it. After all, a lineage must be ensured. Her anxiety grew with each passing day, and upon hearing the news of Li Meixiang's pregnancy, she became increasingly agitated. Yunjiro was well aware of Li Meixiang's physical condition, having consulted the imperial physician multiple times, which rendered any possibility of pregnancy implausible. Yet, here she was, with child. However, with only a servant from the Yuan family to inquire with, she found it difficult to gather information. Despite engaging in extensive conversation with Li Meixiang, she failed to extract any answers. Li Meixiang was cognizant of the implications behind the fifth princess's words, yet given the substantial assistance the Feng family had rendered to the Yuan family, she could not divulge anything without the Feng family's consent. Though Yunjiro exhibited the temperament of a princess, she was not foolish. She ordered her guards and wet nurses to conduct thorough investigations, leaving no stone unturned, including gathering information from within the capital. After compiling and analyzing these details, she felt she had uncovered a crucial thread. The Feng family seemed to be the source. It was remarkable that Feng Zuan, with such severe injuries, could recover in a short time, while Feng Yuanhan, whose health was frail, had also improved significantly. The Feng family's paralyzed member was reportedly able to stand now, and it was said that a complete recovery was imminent, thanks to the distant physician Zhou Ankang. Yet, when she had consulted Dr. Zhou for her own ailment, he had failed to heal her cold symptoms, suggesting that he was not the true healer of the Feng father and son. What further fueled her suspicions was the miraculous survival of the Minister of War's daughter-in-law during childbirth, which was attributed to a medicine provided by Feng Madam, who had also gifted a rare 500-year-old ginseng to the Empress. Additionally, while no one could see the face of her four nephews, the Feng family's young daughter was able to. Collectively, these observations led Yunjiro to believe she had stumbled upon the truth. The mute daughter of the Feng family possessed extraordinary qualities, despite her tender age of just over 3. Having pieced together these insights, Yunjiro felt a glimmer of hope. She pondered how she might persuade the Feng family to assist her. Directly approaching them was out of the question. It had been over half a year without any news about their daughter, as they had seemingly concealed everything through Zhou Ankang. The Empress had used ginseng to save her mother, which could be seen as the Feng family's indirect aid. This created a bond of gratitude between them. Thus, it was essential to cultivate this relationship further. Previously, she and her mother had maintained a neutral stance. But following the incident where Consort Zheng had shielded the emperor from poisoned wine, Consort Jing's favor had risen, consequently elevating her second nephew in the emperor's eyes. In recent years, her second nephew had shown considerable acumen, frequently earning the emperor's praise, which gradually inclined her and her mother toward Consort Zheng. Even her maternal family had begun to draw closer to the Zheng family. After 2 days of contemplation, Yunjiro resolved to seek an audience with the Empress Dowager. When she presented her analysis to the Empress Dowager in the inner palace, the Dowager furrowed her brow deeply. After the Empress had saved her, she had instructed her brothers not to approach the Duke of Zheng any closer, maintaining neutrality. Even if the second prince ascended the throne, it would not severely affect her family, at worst relegating them to the sidelines. Observing Yunjiro's earnest gaze, the Empress Dowager sighed deeply. Ruler, your mother possesses only one identity. The implication was clear. She could offer limited assistance to her daughter. Mother, The Feng family now clearly aligns with the Empress. Although we are few in number, it is imperative that the Empress perceives our loyalty. After all, you are the Empress Dowager. You can support the Empress within the palace. The Emperor's children are legitimate, both firstborn and recognized, and he is the firstborn prince. He will not disdain us for this. If we can place more informants around Consort Zheng or the second prince, it would be of the utmost help. I am certain the Empress would appreciate it. Yunjiro reasoned. Indeed, your logic is sound. Therefore, you should endeavor to cultivate a closer relationship with the Feng family's main branch outside the palace. The Feng family has a younger sister of Consort Zheng. Be cautious. Rest assured, Mother, I have no dealings with Zheng Lian. I will not entangle myself with her. But I will befriend the main branch. As the new year approached, with the date being the 18th of the 12th month, news of Feng Yuanhao's near ability to walk was no longer a secret. Today, he was seen walking down the street with a cane, holding his sister's hand. The streets were bustling with people preparing for the festivities. Feng Tianxing spotted a vendor selling sweet cakes and was immediately tempted. Noticing his sister's gaze fixed on the cakes, Feng Yuanhao chuckled. Sir, how much for these cakes? A woman clad in a pristine white fox fur approached, accompanied by her maid. Madam, they are freshly made. 21 per pound. With the cold weather, they can be kept until the new year. You may wish to purchase more. Children at home will only need to heat them up, the vendor enthusiastically explained. Then I shall take 5 pounds, please, the woman replied. Feng Yuanhao stepped closer and, upon recognizing the lady buying sweet cakes, immediately bowed. I have the honor of meeting the 5th princess. You two are here for sweet cakes? Feng Yuanhao was astonished that a princess would personally buy sweet cakes. Ah, it is the son of Feng and Miss Feng. Are you also here for sweet cakes? Yunjiro greeted warmly. My sister wished for some, so I came to buy a few treats for her, Feng Yuanhao explained. Miss Feng, allow me to gift you some. You need not purchase, she said, personally wrapping a few pieces in oil paper and handing them to Feng Tianxing. Feng Tianxing beamed sweetly at Yunjiro. What a thoughtful child. If only I had a daughter like her, Yunjiro mused, affectionately ruffling Feng Tianxing's hair. Miss Feng, should the opportunity arise, I would love for your mother to bring you to my residence for a visit. I shall prepare even more delightful treats for you, Yunjiro said. Kneeling to meet Feng Tianxing's gaze, her smile warm and inviting. Feng Tianxing nodded enthusiastically. Unexpectedly, the 5th princess is so approachable. It is a pity she never bore children throughout her life. Eventually, her husband took a concubine, leading to a rift between them, and they drifted apart. Alas, women suffer greatly in a patriarchal society. Feng Tianxing lamented the nature of existence. In her past life, having lived for 200 years, she too had never sought companionship. Noticing his sister had acquired some treats, Feng Yuanhao decided against making a purchase. Bidding farewell to the 5th princess as he continued to stroll with his sister, he had come out to refresh himself after a taxing study session, hoping to demonstrate his recovery to the public. Their destination remained the bookstore. Upon arriving at the Mobajai, the siblings were surprised to find a familiar figure engrossed in reading. Chapter 78. Proactive Matchmaking. As soon as Feng Tianxing spotted her, she hurriedly ran over and embraced the arm of the individual. Sister Yuan. It was none other than the book-loving Yuan Xiaolan. With a little maid from the Feng residence added to her household, she found herself less occupied. Whenever she had the time and was feeling well, she would visit the bookstore to peruse the volumes. The proprietor had grown accustomed to her presence and harbored no objections, for she was the daughter of the esteemed Lord Yuan of Jingzhou. Lord Yuan's reputation was commendable, and it was well known that his family lacked the means to purchase books. Tianxing, what brings you out on such a cold day? Feng Yuanhao, standing at the doorway, approached and took a seat at the table, where a warm charcoal pot awaited beneath. Their eyes met, and Feng Yuanhao smiled gently, his gaze bright. Yuan Xiaolan averted her eyes after a few moments of shared glances. Lifting Feng Tianxing onto her lap, a faint blush crept onto her pallid face, a sight that did not escape the notice of Yunjiro, who entered just then. Having experienced similar situations herself, she recognized the subtle interaction between the two, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a new discovery. However, upon recalling the frail health of Miss Yuan, she shook her head. What a coincidence, Miss Yuan is here as well. Yunjiro took the initiative to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, she inquired, how is your mother faring lately? She is quite well. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, Yuan Xiaolan replied. Although she had not previously interacted with the 5th princess, she recalled a recent visit to her home, where her mother had engaged in conversation with the princess. At that time, she had been busy preparing food alongside Yunyang. Please, continue your conversation. I shall select a few books. Yunjiro chose not to intrude further and wandered off to browse. Soon, she returned, having selected several volumes, which she graciously offered to Yuan Xiaolan. Thank you, Your Highness. Yuan Xiaolan accepted the gifts with a bow of gratitude. It was essential to graciously accept gifts from a princess, as refusal would be considered impolite. Yunjiro then took a few more books before departing. Her maid, Lu Shu, brought forth tea and set it down. Your Highness, what prompted your actions today? As the princess's close attendant, Lu Shu was privy to many of her matters, yet today's behavior left her puzzled. There is no reason. Just mind your own business. Yunjiro replied, not wishing to divulge her thoughts. She fell into contemplation once more, observing the evident chemistry between Feng Yuanhao and Miss Yuan. She pondered whether he was aware that the Yuan family girl was not eligible for marriage. No, he must know, and yet feelings had developed nonetheless. Yunjiro's eyes lit up. The Feng family possessed the means to heal, thus his boldness was understandable. She wondered if his parents were aware of this. If so, she could play the role of a benefactor. A sudden laugh escaped her. 2 days later, Song Shuqing received an invitation from the fifth princess. Puzzled by the reason for the princess's visit to the Feng residence, she recognized the honor of such a personal invitation and could not refuse. Typically, a princess summoned individuals to her palace directly, yet the fifth princess had chosen to visit, which demonstrated her sincerity. Another day passed, and Yunjiro arrived at the residence of the Marquis of Wuan, accompanied by 2 maids. Song Shuqing personally greeted her at the entrance and escorted her to the main hall. After exchanging pleasantries, Yunjiro waved at Feng Tianxing. Feng Tianxing was drawn to those who treated her kindly, perfectly embodying the traits of a child. She waddled over to Yunjiro, who lifted her into her arms. Little Tianxing, your Annie adores you. With your round little face, you bring such joy. If you were my daughter, I would spoil you endlessly. Yunjiro radiated warmth and friendliness, devoid of any royal airs, speaking as if she were simply I. To be favored by a princess is indeed a blessing for a child. Song Shuqing remarked with a smile. Tianxing is naturally endearing. I doubt I am the only one who cherishes her, Yunjiro replied. Settling down with Feng Tianxing in her lap, the maid served tea and discreetly stepped aside. Madam, previously my mother was gravely ill, and it was the empress who provided ginseng to save her. However, I understand that the greatest gratitude is owed to your household. Without the ginseng from your family, my mother may not have survived. I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. As she spoke, Yunjiro blinked forcefully to suppress her tears. Your Highness is too gracious. Song Shuqing replied, maintaining a polite demeanor. Their relationship had not been particularly close, merely a matter of social niceties. They only met at obligatory gatherings, with most social outings being attended by Ruan Runing and Feng Riyue. I have heard that Feng Yuanhao's leg is nearly healed. That is indeed joyous news. Yes, over the past 6 months, with the treatment from Dr. Zhou and his diligent practice, he is now able to stand without his wheelchair. Madam, Feng Yuanhao is soon to be 18, correct? Has there been any progress regarding his betrothal? Yunjiro steered the conversation towards her purpose for visiting. Upon hearing this, Song Shuqing immediately comprehended the fifth princess's intentions. Not yet, she replied, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Since receiving the directive from her eldest daughter, she had longed to propose to the Yuan family, but her eldest son had insisted on first gaining Miss Yuan's approval. This gradual approach was akin to boiling a frog, with no clear end in sight. Madam, it is quite a coincidence. A few days ago, I happened upon the Feng siblings and Miss Yuan at a bookstore, selecting books. Please do not think me overly observant. Yunjiro paused, casting a glance at the servants in attendance. Understanding her cue, Song Shuqing waved her hand, and the 2 maids discreetly exited. I distinctly observed their interaction. Both were blushing. Given Miss Yuan's well-known frail health, I considered Dr. Zhou's ability to heal Feng Yuanhao's leg, suggesting that Miss Yuan's ailments may also be treated. Yet it is evident that the Yuan family is lacking in financial resources. Song Shuqing found herself at a loss for words. She had intended to enlist her eldest daughter, Feng Ruxue, to broach the subject, but now the fifth princess had brought it up first. If the Feng and Yuan families were to become in-laws, refusing the princess's proposal today would be an affront to her dignity. Chapter 79, A Proposal, Madam Ho. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to facilitate this matter. The union of lovers is a joyous occasion that we all eagerly anticipate, is it not? A marriage between 2 individuals devoid of affection will surely pale in comparison to one founded on love. Yunjiro continued to persuade. Song Shuqing pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then I must trouble the fifth princess. She couldn't help but wonder about the princess's eagerness. This fifth princess is indeed astute. It appears she is already privy to certain information and is attempting to curry favor with the Feng family. Song Shuqing glanced at her daughter, unable to comprehend the implication. The princess is trying to win over the Feng family? Why? Yet, this was not the moment for inquiries. Yunjiro, pleased with Song Shuqing's affirmative response, cheerfully turned to Feng Tianxing. Little Tianxing, do you fancy having Sister Yuan as your sister-in-law? She pivoted Feng Tianxing to face her, smilingly inquiring. Feng Tianxing, of course, nodded enthusiastically. That was precisely the sister-in-law she had chosen. She felt a pang of anxiety each time she saw Sister Yuan drinking that bitter herbal concoction. She was reluctant to wear the little cotton coat, fearing it would become soiled, necessitating Sister Yuan to create a new one, which would only burden her further. Yunjiro acted swiftly, visiting the Yuan family the very next day under the pretense of checking on Madame Yuan's health. To outsiders, it appeared that she envied Madame Yuan's frail condition, being 36 yet still able to conceive, seeking wisdom. Who in the capital did not know of the fifth princess's fervent desire for a child? Li Meixiang shared this sentiment, greeting the fifth princess with a beaming smile. The years of seeking a child had tempered her once lofty royal demeanor, rendering her much more approachable. Madame Yuan, how is the pregnancy? Are you suffering from severe morning sickness? Upon sitting down, Yunjiro inquired with genuine concern, her hand instinctively resting on the still flat belly. The aura of happiness indeed evoking feelings of envy within her. How she longed to cradle a life within her own womb. Madame Yuan, I have come today bearing good news. Yunjiro began, her smile transitioning to the matter at hand. What good news could there possibly be for the Yuan family at this juncture? Upon hearing this, Li Meixiang's expression suddenly fell, filled with sorrow. Your Highness, my Qiaolan has suffered due to my actions. She lamented. Had I not taken that tumble, she would be in good health, perhaps even a mother by now. Alas, it is all my fault. Tears streamed down her face as she expressed her lifelong regret. Madame Yuan, do not despair. Good deeds will yield good rewards. Miss Yuan will surely be well, Yunjiro reassured her. I pray daily for her recovery and for her to find a suitable match. As parents, we cannot accompany her for eternity. What will she do when we are gone? Thankfully, my own belly is cooperating. Soon, someone will be able to care for her. If I were to pass, I would find peace in that. Li Meixiang dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief, relieved that her daughter was not present. Lest she be scolded for the pregnant woman's taboo against weeping. There are families willing to marry Miss Yuan. You need not worry excessively. I speak of the young master Feng of the Marquis of Wu's household. What do you think? What? Yuan Hao? That simply cannot be. He is a good boy, and we cannot bring ruin to the Feng family. Young Master Feng's leg is nearly healed. He is to inherit the Feng family's title and cannot be without offspring. Absolutely not. Li Meixiang waved her hands in protest. Madame Yuan, why not? How has young Master Feng's leg improved? They have sought the expertise of a renowned physician. If Miss Yuan were to receive treatment, she too could recover. Should she marry sooner, the Feng family would surely spare no effort in her healing. Are you aware that your daughter is among the finest young ladies in the capital? Were it not for her health, suitors would be lining up at your door. It is fortunate that I am here today, Yunjiro articulated, presenting her case with clarity and logic in her attempt to persuade Li Meixiang. Li Meixiang fell silent, her mind racing with thoughts. Your Highness, what is the Feng family's stance on this matter? Of course, I visited the Feng family first and received their affirmative response before coming here, Yunjiro stated straightforwardly. Li Meixiang was taken aback. She had not anticipated such clarity from the Feng family. Could it be that they were repaying a debt of gratitude simply because her husband was young Master Feng's teacher? Madam, we cannot jeopardize the Feng household. Your ability to conceive is already a tremendous favor bestowed upon us. If Qiaolan's condition were to worsen, it would not be a union, but rather a grievance, she argued. Fear not, I shall discuss this matter with Yuan Hao. I suspect it was his initiative, otherwise. How would the Feng household agree? He is a grateful young man, Yuan Yinan remarked, feeling a surge of inspiration. He believed young Master Feng sought to marry his daughter out of consideration for his mentor. Should we inform Qiaolan? Li Meixiang had yet to disclose the fifth princess's proposal to Yuan Qiaolan. Let us not mention it for now. We wouldn't want the two children to feel awkward in future encounters. The following day, Feng Yuanhao arrived at the Yuan residence as usual, accompanied by his sister for lessons. He was well aware of the fifth princess's recent visit to discuss a proposal. This opportunity was akin to a timely stroke of fortune. He had initially intended for Yuan Xiaolon to develop feelings for him over time, but if he could marry her sooner, that would be even better, allowing her health to improve. He contemplated offering the Yuan family financial support directly, but quickly dismissed the idea, knowing his mentor would refuse. Thus, he consistently brought practical gifts of food and supplies. In just a few months, he would turn 18. If they were to become engaged now, they could wed the following year. Let us set aside our meal and address the matter at hand, Yuan Yinan stated as he and Li Meixiong entered the study. After greeting Yuan Xiaolon, he drew her into the inner chamber to continue their previous discussion. Upon hearing the door of the study close, she discreetly pulled Yuan Xiaolon along. Eager to eavesdrop on the adults' conversation, she placed a finger to her lips, shill, signaling for Yuan Xiaolon to remain silent. The little gesture nearly made Yuan Xiaolon burst into laughter, yet she nodded in agreement, promising to keep quiet. Though eavesdropping was rather impolite, her curiosity stifled her desire to leave. Inside the study, the three took their seats. Yuan Hao, are you aware of the fifth princess's proposal? Yuan Yinan inquired directly. The student had performed admirably thus far, demonstrating diligence in his studies and rapid progress, a commendable candidate for scholarship. Is this your own desire or that of your family? Chapter 80. A sincere confession outside the door. Yuan Xiaolon's heart raced upon overhearing a few words. Was the fifth princess here yesterday to propose to her? A faint blush suddenly colored her pale face. Feng Tianxing observed it keenly, indicating that Sister Yuan had already developed feelings for her elder brother. Yuan Xinan was puzzled. You know, yet you still sent someone to propose? Are you considering my Yuan family? There is no need for that. I, Yuan Xinan, can still provide for my daughter. No, I am truly earnest in seeking her hand. Sister Yuan is the finest woman in this world. To be honest, I fear I may not be worthy of her. As for her condition, once she enters our home, our Feng family will do everything in our power to heal her. She will surely be well again. Dr. Zhou possesses exceptional medical skills. My leg has completely healed. Just see for yourselves. Feng Yuan Hao earnestly expressed his intentions, rising to pace around the room. Elder brother, say something sweet about Sister Yuan. Otherwise, how will you demonstrate your sincerity? What you've said so far has nothing to do with love. Feng Tianxing, eavesdropping outside, felt a sense of urgency. What good is all that talk to her parents? You need to touch the girl's heart. Otherwise, where will the elopement come from? Oh, what a splendid opportunity. Sister Yuan is right at the door. If elder brother speaks now, she will hear him. How wonderful. Inside the study. Upon hearing his sister's earnest thoughts, Feng Yuan Hao paused, a glimmer of realization brightening his eyes. He continued, Teacher, I am genuinely infatuated with Sister Yuan. Please rest assured in entrusting her to me. I will treat her well and never betray her, nor will I take a concubine. That's the spirit. Just say it like that. Feng Tianxing felt an urge to applaud. Looking at Yuan Xiaolon's face, it had turned crimson, a rare and beautiful hue. Young man, are you certain that Dr. Zhou can cure Xiaolon? I demand the truth. Yuan Xinan was torn between revealing that Feng Yuan Hao and his daughter had a secret bond and the impossibility of doing so. Each time he came, he found himself at home. Thus, he changed the subject to something else. He had recently invited Dr. Zhou on Kong, yet he had not seen any improvement in his daughter's condition. Therefore, he suspected Feng Yuan Hao was speaking falsehoods. Feng Yuan Hao hesitated. Indeed, it was not Dr. Zhou who had cured her. He was merely a cover. But how could he articulate that? They would speak of it only once it was done. Yuan Xinan was still afraid that if it did not work out, it would bring trouble to the Feng family. Teacher, Feng Yuan Hao's voice rose in urgency. But how could he express the truth without exposing his sister's uniqueness? Feng Tianxing felt equally anxious. Uncle Yuan was proving to be quite formidable. However, it was also understandable. He did not want his daughter to delay elder brother, and his intentions were good, yet he aimed to separate the lovers. No, this matter must be settled today. Uncle Yuan's character, based on his years of living and working, was beyond reproach and would surely be trustworthy once they became family. Feng Tianxing boldly pushed the door open. The three in the room were startled to see a large and small figure at the entrance. Both parents reacted in surprise. Feng Yuan Hao had long known the two were outside and showed little reaction. Feng Tianxing took Yuan Xiaolon's hand and led her inside. Upon locking eyes with Yuan Xiaolon, Feng Yuan Hao's face flushed crimson. Facing the young lady directly was quite embarrassing, a stark contrast to speaking with the two adults. Yuan Xiaolon lowered her head, avoiding Feng Yuan Hao's gaze. Feng Tianxing dashed to Feng Yuan Hao's side, pulling his hand to right. The Yuan family is trustworthy. Speak the truth. Elder brother, do not worry. The Yuan family is reliable. Once Sister Yuan enters our home, we are family. Feng Yuanhao hesitated, realizing that without the truth, the Yuan family would find it difficult to accept this marriage proposal. Teacher, Mrs. Teacher, He glanced at his sister, receiving a significant encouragement. I must admit that a part of what I said earlier was indeed a falsehood. Dr. Zhou cannot cure Sister Yuan's ailment. It is someone else who can. However, this matter concerns the secrets of my Feng family, and I hope Teacher and Mrs. Teacher can keep it confidential. Feng Yuanhao bowed deeply to Yuan Qinan and Li Meixiang. The one truly capable of healing Sister Yuan is my sister Tianxing. Upon saying this, Feng Yuanhao took Feng Tianxing's hand, positioning her before the Yuan couple to face them directly. The three from the Yuan family looked incredulously at the 3-year-old child. How could this be possible? After a long moment, Yuan Qinan finally processed what he had heard. Li Meixiang gazed at the little one with wide eyes, while the child beamed back at her. Dr. Zhou was merely a decoy we employed. My sister is still too young to let the world know of her uniqueness. My father, Yuan Han, and I were cured by her. The 5th princess approached us willingly, wishing to facilitate the union between our families. We suspect she may have learned something, signaling her goodwill towards us, as she has struggled with infertility for years, whereas Mrs. Teacher conceived at the age of 36. This matter has long been analyzed by the Feng family. However, since the 5th princess did not explicitly mention it, we feigned ignorance. If we can assist her without revealing Tianxing's abilities, it is permissible. It all depends on her actions. The members of the Yuan family were left even more astonished by Feng Yuanhao's words. Is what you say true? Yuan Qinan asked, looking at little Tianxing. Indeed. The little girl affirmed, Sister Yuan's body is too weak for treatment at present. Only when she reaches the Feng family can we nurture her body gradually before proceeding with her treatment. Feng Yuanhao explained. Feng Tianxing nodded in agreement, affirming his words. Upon hearing this, Yuan Qinan began to trust Feng Yuanhao's claims. He stepped forward and lifted Feng Tianxing into his arms. It turned out the hidden gem had always been right before his eyes. He had thought Feng Yuanhao simply liked bringing his sister along to avoid feeling awkward visiting the Yuan family, as there were no young men of his age to receive him. It turned out she was their treasure, cherished and watched over by all. The two exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Each time Feng Tianxing accompanied Feng Yuanhao, she spent most of her time with Yuan Qiaolan, making this the first time Yuan Qinan had been so close to her. That is quite a statement, he mused, struggling to respond. Yuan Qinan now felt as though the world had become surreal. So, the medicine you initially gave me was from little Tianxing? Li Meixiang suddenly spoke up, finally regaining her composure. Yes, Mrs. Teacher, Feng Yuanhao replied respectfully. Husband, quickly put her down. I wish to hold her too. You are with child. Wait until later. Meanwhile, Yuan Qiaolan, standing to the side, inexplicably began to shed tears. Sister Yuan, what is the matter? Feng Yuanhao was the first to notice. Yuan Qiaolan sniffed, and both parents turned their attention to her. Chapter 81. The stir in the capital. I am filled with joy. Our family's encounter with you is our greatest fortune. It is through your arrival that my mother has regained her health and conceived, bringing hope to the Yuan family. All of this is a gift from the Feng family. Father, such immense kindness, I would marry and toil like a servant to repay it. As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. Sister Yuan, what are you saying? No one expects you to serve like a beast of burden. You are to become the young mistress of the Feng family, Feng Yuanhao urgently interjected, his gaze dropping in embarrassment. Upon hearing those words, Yuan Qiaolan felt a blush rise, her tears momentarily forgotten. The couple exchanged smiles. Very well, I, Yuan Inan, hereby consent to this union. From now on, we shall be one family. There is no doubt about Feng Yuanhao's character. Feng Tianxing clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, How wonderful! Sister Yuan is now part of our family. My wish has come true. Feng Yuanhao wore a foolish grin. Feng Tianxing, observing him, teased, Silly brother. Shouldn't you ask Sister Yuan if she truly cares for you? What a splendid opportunity. He squirmed to free himself from Yuan Inan's embrace, eager to pull Feng Yuanhao's hand in right. Sister Yuan, you know my feelings, yet in front of our teacher and his wife. I wish to know if you genuinely wish to marry me, not out of gratitude. Feng Yuanhao hesitated to voice the latter part of his inquiry, aware of the decorum required in front of her parents. Upon hearing Feng Yuanhao's question, Feng Tianxing ceased his squirming. You are quite astute, he remarked, understanding his intent. Yuan Qiaolan felt a rush of shyness, wishing for a place to hide. Indeed, I do wish for it. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. and then fled the study. Nearly 19, she was at an age deemed mature, yet she had long suppressed her desires, having refrained from harboring romantic thoughts since she was 13. However, Feng Yuanhao's arrival shattered her tranquil existence. Lying alone in bed that night, her thoughts frequently drifted to him. She buried these feelings deep within, too fearful to express them. With the news of her mother's pregnancy, the burden of restraint became even more challenging. Each time Feng Yuanhao visited, she stole glances at him. To her astonishment, her wish had come true today, and she learned that he harbored similar sentiments. In that moment, she felt overwhelming happiness mixed with anxiety. She had believed herself unworthy of the son of the Feng family. Yet now, it seemed, everything was no longer an obstacle. Meanwhile, the couple in the study rejoiced at the prospect of their daughter's marriage. This had been a concern weighing on their hearts for many years. Yuanhao, I entrust Xiaolan to you. Please treat her well. She has endured much illness over the years and has a kind heart. As parents, we owe her so much. Li Meixiang earnestly urged, suppressing her excitement. Rest assured, madam, this will also be my home. Consider me a part of your family, Feng Yuanhao replied sincerely. Is Big Brother selling himself so easily? Feng Tianxing quipped, his eyes darting about, taking in the scene. The Yuan family relayed their decision to the fifth princess, who had initiated this matter. Henceforth, she would assume the role of matchmaker, bearing the responsibility with pride. Upon receiving the Yuan family's response, Yunjiro was elated. Her suspicions confirmed. To ensure the marriage was executed splendidly, she sought an audience with the Empress Dowager, hoping for a royal decree to bless the union. However, the Empress Dowager suggested it would be even better to have the emperor bestow the marriage, as receiving such an honor was a matter of great prestige. Yunjiro found the idea agreeable and hurried to inform Yun Hongxiao, requesting him to issue the decree. Skeptical, he questioned, why would the Feng family be interested in the Yuan girl? She is a fine person, but her health is well known. Who would marry her? Of course, it was not an absolute barrier, as one could take concubines, yet the primary heir would be at risk, with the additional burden of costly medical care. Yun Hongxiao summoned Feng Zuin to inquire about the matter, wishing to avoid any missteps that could not be easily rectified once a decree was issued. Are you certain you want your eldest son to marry the Yuan girl? He asked, eyeing Feng Zuin with curiosity. To marry such a fine young lady would be a boon for my son, Feng Zuin replied, contemplating the merits of character over lineage in choosing a spouse. Yun Hongxiao was perplexed. I possess excellent medicine that can cure her. Will you not reveal the source of your medicine? Yun Hongxiao inquired, intrigued. Feng Zuin had previously offered ginseng, but remained tight-lipped. I shall disclose it when you no longer wish to be emperor and desire to explore the mountains with me. He teased, leaving Yun Hongxiao wide-eyed. When the imperial marriage decree reached both the Feng and Yuan families, the entire upper echelon of the capital was abuzz. No one had anticipated the Feng family's interest in a Yuan daughter. Many were perplexed. Didn't Tiwi hear that the Feng young master was recovering? How could he marry a woman whose fate is so uncertain? Conversations buzzed in the tea houses. Who knows? It seems a match made in heaven. A sickly fellow with another who is equally frail. Mind your words. Such talk is unwise. That is a noble family, and we common folk should tread carefully. The nobleman had swiftly recovered from his injuries, and the Feng young master's leg was healing as well. Even the second young master appeared to be in better health. The Ren family, a member of the Ministry of War, had also managed to survive a near-fatal incident. Thanks to the visit from the noble couple, even Yuan Madam, who was close to them, had experienced a miraculous turn of fortune. Strange, isn't it? One mused. Could that young lad truly be a harbinger of good fortune? The words were spoken thoughtlessly, yet they caught the ear of another table nearby. Zheng Cheng was seated with two friends, sipping tea. Recently, he had been under strict watch at home and had only managed to escape today for a brief respite. His wedding preparations with his cousin were underway, aiming to tie the knot before the new year. As he overheard the conversation at the adjacent table, thoughts began to swirl in his mind. What is Chengge contemplating? One of his companions asked, noticing his pensive demeanor. He sought not his father, but instead turned to his uncle, Zhang Zigong, who held sway over the Zheng family. At that moment, Zhang Zigong was at home for lunch. Yet his earlier disappointment about the wedding lingered. When the servant announced Zheng Qing's arrival, his reception was not warm. After a brief wait, he was finally allowed into the study. What brings you here? Zhang Zigang asked, somewhat impatiently after their formalities. Uncle, I overheard some idle chatter at the tea house today and found it quite intriguing, so I wish to share it with you. Oh, do tell. As Zheng Qing recounted what he had heard, Zhang Zigong waved his hand dismissively, signaling him to leave. Alone, he fell into contemplation, subsequently picking up a pen to write a letter, which he sent out. Chapter 82. Falling into the icy water that very night. The letter found its way into the hands of the second prince, Xuanmen. A lucky star? Huh, what nonsense. I have traversed through time for 7 or 8 years without ever enjoying such fortuitous luck to be deemed a lucky star. One would think that life in ancient times would be as easy as depicted in novels, but the reality is far more challenging than in the modern era. Damn it. There are too many rules and no freedom whatsoever. Even stepping out of the palace requires permission and reporting. Wait, a lucky star? Could it be that this person is also a time traveler? If that is the case, it could spell trouble. If the Feng family were under the leadership of the third uncle, it might be manageable, but now that Feng Zuan is in charge, the situation becomes precarious. Humph. I shall transform that lucky star into a dying star. Let us see if the Feng family continues to enjoy such good fortune. It is about time I made my presence known before the emperor. Xuanmen pondered deeply in his study. Over the years, he had been quietly establishing his influence within the palace, developing a network of spies across the various courts. Outside the palace, he relied solely on his maternal family. However, the emperor was astute, skilled in the art of balance. He dared not stand out too much, otherwise he might not know how he would perish. Upon his arrival, he had thought that traveling through time was his greatest advantage, but a slight deviation from the norm had already aroused the suspicions of Consort Zheng. Fortunately, he had cleverly navigated through that challenge. That night, after much contemplation, he took out a blank sheet of paper and began to sketch with a charcoal pencil. Upon closer inspection, it was a blueprint. With the imperial edict for marriage, the Feng and Yuan families commenced the 6 ceremonial rites, and the 5th princess was exceedingly enthusiastic, executing the tasks of a matchmaker with great diligence. She frequently visited the Feng household, showering Feng Tianxing with gifts, including many items favored by children. Naturally, Feng Tianxing was aware of her intentions, yet as long as her heart was pure, she did not mind lending her assistance. Thus, when Yunjiro requested that Zhou Onkong examine her condition again, Zhou Onkong informed her that he had devised a remedy for her cold ailment. He then proceeded to concoct a prescription with great flair. One evening, Feng Tianxing sent out Xiaohong with a medicinal pill, the fire pill, discreetly to the 5th princess's residence, administering it while she slept. As the medicine entered her system, it was not long before Yunjiro felt an unexpected warmth beneath her winter blankets. This disturbance awakened her husband, and what ensued was not suitable for the ears of children. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was New Year's Eve. The imperial palace hosted a grand banquet to celebrate the occasion, a decision that won much favor. It allowed both the sovereign and his ministers to revel in the festivities while enabling the officials to spend the evening with their families. The emperor arose early, conducting sacrifices alongside the princes before bestowing a banquet upon the ministers at Mingyi Hall at noon. The palace buzzed with activity that day. The Feng family was also permitted to enter the palace. Early in the morning, Feng Zuan began his duties overseeing the city's defenses. Although there were palace guards, the influx of visitors necessitated the mobilization of some imperial guards to assist. On this day, Feng Yuanji was also brought along. Upon reaching the palace gates, the empress had specifically dispatched Qingling to await their arrival, leading them directly to the empress's quarters. The second household also benefited from this arrangement. Once inside, the men and women were required to separate. Given that Song Shuqing had to care for 2 children simultaneously, it proved to be quite taxing. Zheng Lian offered to look after Feng Yuanji, and Song Shuqing had no choice but to acquiesce, as bringing maidservants into the palace was prohibited due to the potential for chaos. It was cold, and the Fengqi palace had already stoked its charcoal fire, making it quite warm inside. As soon as Song Shuqing entered, Feng Tianxing received special attention from the empress. The empress's quarters were filled with various noblewomen, esteemed lords, and elder princesses. After a round of formal greetings, Feng Tianxing found herself nestled in the empress's embrace. Dear sister-in-law, your fondness for little girls is evident. Why not have another? Yunjiro, having grown closer to Wu Miaozhen recently, now spoke with an ease that allowed for playful banter. Wu Miaozhen smiled at this, replying, 2 boys already occupy my thoughts. I care not for that matter. Let Tianxing visit often and keep me company, shall we? Feng Tianxing eagerly nodded, recognizing the merit of nurturing a good relationship with the empress. Meanwhile, Zhang Lian stood at the back with Feng Yuanji, feeling somewhat forlorn. There was no need to step forward to pay respects amidst the throngs. Her presence felt insignificant. After bidding farewell to the empress, consort Zhang led her out. taking Zheng Lian and Feng Yuanji to her own palace. Upon arriving at Jiaoyang Palace, Zheng He instructed a young palace maid to take Feng Yuanji away. Although Zheng Lian felt a twinge of reluctance, she eventually relented, knowing it was her sister's palace. The young maid, with bright eyes, engaged Feng Yuanji in conversation. "Do you like your little sister?" Feng Yuanji gazed at the maid with innocent eyes and nodded. "Mother loves her the most. If I do anything wrong to my sister, I will be scolded, so I must like her." The maid continued to chat with Feng Yuanji, who, despite his tender age, followed her lead as if he were a puppet on strings. Meanwhile, Zheng He and Zheng Lian were engrossed in their own conversation. About half an hour later, a palace maid entered Jiaoyang Palace. "Your Highness, the Ming Prince has taken the young ladies of the Feng family to the Imperial Garden to play in the snow." A light snowfall the previous night had left the ground still blanketed in white, making it an opportune time for play. "Sister, it's too cold. Perhaps we should reconsider," Zheng Lian suggested. "Nonsense. Children need to run and jump to stay warm. Did you not see the Ming Prince playing with a young lady from the Feng family, who is the same age as Yuanji?" Zheng He countered. "Very well." Although Zheng Lian was uncertain of her sister's intentions, she thought that they had conversed sufficiently, and it was indeed inappropriate for the children to be led away by a maid. Zheng Lian took Feng Yuanji's hand, guided by a palace maid, in search of Feng Tianxing. At that moment, Feng Tianxing and Yun Ranjing were thoroughly enjoying themselves. Two young eunuchs, one 10 and the other 12, were diligently assisting the two masters in gathering snowballs. To amuse Feng Tianxing, Yun Ranjing deliberately allowed her to hit him occasionally, which brought her great joy. Having such a playmate is truly delightful. Childhood is indeed wonderful. Feng Tianxing and Yun Ranjing shared an innocent camaraderie. Witnessing Yun Ranjing's radiant smile, Feng Tianxing felt free to embrace her youthful spirit, occasionally teasing him, which only served to heighten his delight. Just then, Zheng Lian arrived with Feng Yuanji. "You have the potential to be a little brother," she remarked. "Your Highness, Tianxing, why not invite Yuanji to join in your play?" Zheng Lian suggested as she gently nudged Feng Yuanji forward. "Sister, Yuanji can also play snowball fights." Feng Yuanji eagerly stepped up, noticing his unsteady gait. Feng Tianxing allowed him to join in. Being a boy, Feng Yuanji played with fervor, teaming up with Feng Tianxing to pester Yun Ranjing. The three children reveled in their merriment, while the two young eunuchs, though oblivious to everything else, made an effort to care for the little ones. Gradually, they gravitated closer to the central pond. Suddenly, Feng Yuanji lunged sideways, catching Feng Tianxing completely off guard. As a duo, they were unprepared for such a maneuver. Feng Yuanji, weighing at least twice as much as Feng Tianxing, caused her to lose her balance and, with a splash, she fell into the icy water. Chapter 83. The Conspiracy Against Tianxing's Sister Feng. Yun Ranjing let out a piercing scream. The two young eunuchs were equally paralyzed with shock. Zheng Lian had not anticipated that Feng Yuanji would suddenly direct his ire towards Tianxing, and she too gasped in horror. The palace maid accompanying her reacted swiftly, calling for help. The palace maids emerging from the empress's quarters also cried out. In the water, Feng Tianxing instinctively shut her eyes, a natural reaction. However, the cold was biting. She was barely over 3 years old and of mortal flesh, struggling to surface, yet it felt as if someone were pulling her deeper into the abyss. Without hesitation, Yun Ranjing dove into the water to save her, not even pausing to remove her clothing. The two young eunuchs followed suit. Strangely, after the palace maids called out several times, no one appeared in response. In this moment of crisis, Zheng Lian lost her composure and could only retreat with Feng Yuanji. Meanwhile, the little black creature that had merely dozed off on a tree branch was now furious, realizing its master had fallen into the water. But now was not the time for anger. With a swift plunge, it dove into the water, aiming for the spot where Feng Tianxing had fallen. To its surprise, it found her position was a good yard away. Feng Tianxing was already soaked, her hands weak. Fortunately, the unseen force that had been dragging her down had ceased. The little black creature saw its master's location, surfaced, and then dove again, grasping her hair in its mouth and pulling her toward the surface. At that moment, Yun Ranjing and the two young eunuchs finally spotted her and quickly swam over to rescue her, bringing her ashore. Only then did a eunuch hear the cries and rush over, hastily shedding his clothing to wrap the two children warmly. "Xiaoanzi, hurry and report to the empress." "We must get them to the empress's palace quickly," commanded a senior eunuch urgently. The messenger sprinted off, while the two eunuchs carrying the children ran faster than they had ever run in their lives. This was the legitimate imperial son, and given the emperor's recent favorable attitude towards him, having conferred a title upon him, Any incident could be catastrophic. When the Empress and Song Shuqing heard the breathless report from the eunuch, they nearly fainted. They hurriedly made their way out of the palace. Just as the two eunuchs arrived with the children, quickly, Mingonggong, prepare hot water. Wu Miaozhen urged, her words tumbling over one another in her haste. Upon seeing her daughter's face turn purple, Song Shuqing's heart ached, and tears immediately welled in her eyes. The two palace servants quickly took the children from the eunuchs and rushed them to the bathing room, where preparations were swiftly made. The two children were placed into a single tub of hot water, with another tub ready to be prepared for when they warmed up enough to change. Fourth Prince. Wu Miaozhen, unable to see Yun Ranqing's expression, was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Mother, I am fine, Yun Ranqing spoke, though her teeth chattered, revealing how cold she had become. Tianxing, are you feeling better? Song Shuqing asked with genuine concern. Feng Tianxing, seeing her mother's anxious face, nodded. Mother, do not worry. I'm warming up now. I was terrified just now. Someone tried to harm me. If I find out who it was, I shall flay their skin. Upon hearing this, Song Shuqing stiffened. Someone had attempted to harm her daughter? In the palace? The incident of the children falling into the water quickly spread throughout the palace. And Yun Hongxiao received the news. Just as he had completed his own affairs, he immediately took Feng Zuwen into the inner palace. This matter concerned Feng Zuwen's precious daughter, and he could not afford to be negligent. The two brothers from the Feng family, upon hearing the news, insisted on accompanying him. The sister had fallen into the water, which was indeed a grave matter. The emperor led the group to the empress's palace, where the two children had already changed into dry clothes and were warming themselves by the charcoal stove. Zhang Lian, realizing that Feng Yuanji had caused trouble, brought the child to the empress's palace to have him admit his wrongs. Fortunately, at this moment, the child was under the elder's name, otherwise, there would have been a scene. Upon arriving, the emperor ordered all the other ladies in the empress's palace to proceed to Mingyi Hall, leaving only the Feng family and the emperor and empress in Feng Qisheng Palace. At that moment, the head of the Imperial Medical Institution hurried over. After checking the pulses of the two children, he confirmed that they were not gravely harmed, but they had indeed suffered from the cold. He prescribed a warming decoction and instructed the preparation of the medicine. Only then did everyone begin to inquire about the circumstances. Yun Ranqing recounted the events in sequence. After hearing this, Feng Zuwen was consumed by fury, grabbing Feng Yuanji and striking him. The slaps rang out sharply, and the child wailed loudly. Why did you push your sister? Who taught you to do this? Speak. Feng Zuwen admonished his son, unable to restrain his anger. Feng Yuanji could only cry. Big brother. The child is still young and does not understand. Please do not hit him. Zhang Lian implored, her heart aching beyond measure. Sister-in-law, did you teach him to do this? Feng Zuwen now suspected Zhang Lian of instigating the act. Big brother, I did not teach him. I merely brought him to play with Tianxing. I did nothing wrong. If you do not believe me, ask the palace maid who accompanied us, Zhang Lian replied, her expression devoid of guilt. Feng Zuwen ceased his punishment and turned his gaze to the sobbing Feng Yuanji. Confess honestly, or I shall continue to strike. Father favors my sister and does not love me. Mother also loves my sister and does not love me, Feng Yuanji cried, eliciting both amusement and exasperation from the onlookers. This was merely a child's contest for affection, yet such a young child knew how to harm others. What a lawless state of affairs. Did you not receive food or clothing? Who told you we only love your sister and not you? A maid said so, Feng Yuanji replied candidly. Which maid? Feng Zuwen pressed. Feng Yuanji shook his head, having long been conditioned to respond in such a manner. At barely over 3 years old, he could hardly comprehend the complexities. Feng Zuwen lifted Feng Tianxing from Song Shuqing's arms and kissed her cheek. My daughter, are you feeling unwell? Feng Tianxing shook her head, and then took Feng Zuwen's hand to write. Someone tried to harm me. Yuanji was used. What? She continued writing. After falling into the water, someone was pulling me deeper. Father, when I fell into the water, I felt something continually pulling me toward the center of the pond, yet I could not see it. Feng Zuwen's face darkened, the expression becoming as cold as ice. All eyes turned to him. My lord, what is wrong? Yun Hongxiao inquired. Tianxing says that after falling into the water, someone was pulling her deeper. What? Everyone exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, when Sister Feng surfaced, she was already over a yard from the shore. Had it not been for the little black creature pulling her out, we might not have reached her in time. The water was icy. Perhaps we all would have perished in it, Yun Ranqing quickly added. Is this truly a conspiracy against Tianxing? Wu Miaozhen gasped, her eyes widening with shock. Who is this little black creature? Yun Hongxiao asked, puzzled. Chapter 84. The Tin-Bolt Crossbow. Little Black, a small black bird, is the cherished pet of Sister Feng, as Yun Ranking explained. It was the first time Yun Hongxiao and Wu Miaozhen learned that a bird could plunge into the water to rescue someone. Zheng Lian, who overheard the conversation, was equally astonished. Having seen the bird numerous times, she never imagined it possessed such remarkable abilities. At that moment, she was horrified, focusing solely on retreating with Feng Yuanji. Oblivious to the surface of the water, what could they possibly be planning at Feng Mansion that a mere bird might discover? It seemed implausible, after all. It was just a bird that could not speak. In the biting cold of winter, she broke into a cold sweat. Good bird, where are you? Let me see. The emperor mused, not wishing for curiosity about his daughter's pet to spark greed. Just then, a warming medicinal broth was served, and everyone felt relieved once the two children drank it. Feng Zuan led his two sons to the imperial garden to observe the scene. Earlier, in the empress's palace, the brothers had desperately wanted to confront Feng Yuanji, but with the emperor and empress present, along with their parents, they could only watch in silence. Their anger matching that of their father. They resolved to deal with that brat later, wondering how he could be so oblivious to the dangers around him. Upon reaching the edge of the pond in the imperial garden, several palace guards were already inspecting the area, yet they found nothing. Without hesitation, Feng Zuan shed his clothing and leapt into the icy water. Feng Tianxing fell into the deep end, where the water was at least 5 to 6 feet deep. The brothers also wished to dive in but were restrained, as it was clear to everyone that they were not as robust as the marquis. When Feng Zuan resurfaced and quickly donned his clothes, his lips turned a shade of blue, a testament to the water's frigid temperature. They could only imagine the distress and helplessness Feng Tianxing must have felt just moments before. Father, how is it? Feng Yuan immediately inquired. Nothing conclusive, Feng Zuan replied, regret evident in his tone. This was as he had anticipated. It was apparent their adversary was quite astute. When Yun Ranxing received word that Feng Tianxing was unharmed, he smashed an exquisite inkstone in frustration. What incredible luck! How could she emerge unscathed? Is it truly possible for a mere bird to understand the concept of rescue? When did this world become so fantastical? He could not fathom it. Having crossed over without even a personal space, let alone a system, he wondered what purpose heaven had for bringing him here. Was he destined to be a mere pawn? He felt a deep sense of resentment at the thought of living an inconspicuous life. If he had been granted the identity of a prince, he believed he should enjoy the privileges that came with it. Meanwhile, after drinking the warming medicine, Feng Tianxing felt considerably better. Adorned in a princess's attire from the palace, a snow-white gown with embroidered butterflies, complemented by a fox fur shawl, she then began to communicate with Little Black. Little Black, did you see anyone in the water at that moment? Little Black felt a twinge of shame. This time, your merits and faults balance out. Do not expect a reward. Unable to identify the true culprit, they could only vent their frustrations on Feng Yuanji. Lacking evidence, the incident would ultimately be attributed to a rivalry between the two children of the Feng family. As the time for the afternoon banquet approached, reassured that his little daughter was safe, Feng Zuan personally carried her, leading the family to the Mingyi Hall. The past half year of nourishing milk had not been in vain. Yun Ranking followed closely behind, resembling a petite guardian angel. To be on the safe side, Feng Tianxing took out 2 suitable medicinal pills, and they each swallowed one. Upon arriving at the Mingyi Hall, all the ministers and their families had already taken their seats. They were the last to arrive, and just as they settled in, Yun Hongxiao entered through a side door with his family. The opening remarks were familiar, emphasizing the joy shared between ruler and subjects, a universal celebration. Following this, performances of song and dance commenced, allowing for casual exchanges among the attendees. After several rounds of wine, young ladies from ministerial families seized the opportunity to showcase themselves. As the first and second princes were nearing the age for selecting brides, such occasions were ideal for making an impression on the royal brothers. As the festivities unfolded, the second prince stood up and walked to the center of the hall. Father, for the past 6 months, I have been researching an invention that I wish to present to you as a New Year's gift. Yun Ranxing knelt, gazing at Yun Hongxiao with admiration. Oh, what splendid item do you bring forth? Yun Hongxiao asked, genuinely intrigued by his son's endeavors. The second prince often surprised him with delightful revelations. While his academic performance was not entirely satisfactory, some of his poetry left him astounded. He held high hopes for this son, sensing that he had weathered many trials. Yet at times he seemed filled with boundless ambition, making him difficult to read. In contrast, The eldest prince fit his expectations perfectly. He was steady, academically superior to his younger brother, and exhibited a prudent, methodical approach. Yun Ranchen clapped his hands enthusiastically. His attendant, Qidong, entered from outside the palace, carrying a large tray. All eyes were drawn to the contents of the tray, which resembled bows and arrows, albeit unlike any they had seen before. Yun Ranchen stepped forward to examine it. Beginning to explain, "Father, I have recently developed a passion for weapon design. This is a weapon I have created, called the 10-bolt crossbow. It can fire 10 arrows in succession and has a range of over 100 paces, twice that of a standard arrow. If employed in the military, our Qian kingdom would have no fear of foreign invasion." Pride radiated from him as he concluded his presentation, having renamed the Zhuge crossbow to the 10-bolt crossbow. The martial generals present were stirred with excitement, though they remained silent, as they had yet to witness its efficacy. Oh, Yun Hongxiao's interest piqued. He suggested they take it outside for a demonstration. The emperor led the way, followed by all who wished to observe the spectacle. Outside the hall lay a spacious courtyard, where palace guards quickly set up a target 100 paces away. "May I, an old soldier, take a turn?" An aging but vigorous general volunteered. "Certainly, Lu Aiqing. You may go first." Initially, Yun Hongxiao intended to try it himself, but the elder had seized the opportunity. Yun Ranching stepped forward to instruct the general on its use. The seasoned warrior quickly grasped the mechanism, having fought in countless battles. With a swift whoosh, a sharp arrow shot forth from the bowstring. Chapter 85. Terrifying events. Then came a series of swift whooshes. 10 arrows were released, all striking the target 100 paces away. The fletchings still trembled, and each arrow found its mark, leaving everyone astonished. 100 paces. Such a feat was divine, a great fortune for the kingdom of flame. Suddenly, Yun Xinglu knelt and exclaimed in fervent praise. The others followed suit, kneeling and shouting, "Congratulations to His Majesty for acquiring this divine artifact. Long live our emperor. May the second prince thrive." The cheers reverberated through the sky. Yun Ranching was overcome with unprecedented joy. This was his contribution. He had intended to delay his plans, but with the empress already scheming, he had no choice but to expedite his own agenda. Yun Hongxiao, witnessing this, was filled with fervor. He took the initiative to test the weapon himself, marveling at its extraordinary power. "Minister of Works, heed my command," Yun Hongxiao called out. "I am here," responded Ma Yushan, who immediately stepped forward to kneel. Ma Yushan, the Minister of Works, was nearing 50. Having just witnessed the arrow's might, he was equally exhilarated. What loyal minister would not desire a robust military for their nation? With the new year upon them, the Ministry of Works was to commence mass production of this crossbow, distributing them to the military. "I accept your orders," Ma Yushan replied respectfully. "Ensure confidentiality," Yun Hongxiao added. "Such a treasure must not be divulged to foreign spies." "Understood." The second prince, Yun Ranching, stepped forward to receive the honor. Yun Hongxiao continued, "My second son, Yun Ranching, has designed the 10-shot crossbow, a remarkable achievement of our time. As a reward, I grant him a grand residence in the capital to serve as the second prince's estate, along with 100 acres of land outside the city. His mother, concubine Zheng, shall be elevated to Zheng Empress." "I thank you, Father," Yun Ranching said, somewhat disappointed, having hoped for a direct title of nobility. Nonetheless, his mother's elevation was commendable, raising her status within the palace. Should the empress meet an untimely fate, his mother would undoubtedly be the prime candidate to ascend, thus securing his position as the legitimate heir. Concubine Zheng also stepped forward to express her gratitude, her heart swelling with joy. Feng Tianxing observed all this with indifference. "The higher one climbs, the harder they fall. Time is still on our side. I fear you may grow impatient." Feng Zuan glanced at his daughter, his optimism contrasting sharply with hers. A prince with merit cannot be compared to one without. If support swells, even the empress's faction will be powerless. The emperor cannot make arbitrary decisions, as the opinions of court officials hold significant weight. Hence, the alliances among princes. This New Year's banquet had undoubtedly favored the faction of the second prince. Zheng Guogong's heir, Zheng Zigong, was grinning from ear to ear. Initially, when Yun Rancheng designed this crossbow, he had shared the blueprints with Zheng Zigong to have it crafted. Upon receiving it at court, Yun Rancheng assembled it himself, leaving Zheng Zigong astonished at its capabilities. He felt a tinge of disappointment. His nephew had kept him in the dark. Yet, considering the emperor's demand for secrecy, his discontent was somewhat alleviated. Feng Tianxing pursed her lips, thinking it was quite the opportune selection. She was convinced the second prince was behind her fall into the water, but lacked evidence. What scheme can I concoct to retaliate? She pondered, though nothing clever came to mind. After all, he was a prince. And any unfortunate incident would be thoroughly investigated, implicating the Feng estate as well. I'll bide my time. I shall not let this opportunity slip away, she reassured herself. Alas, her master forbade her from engaging in actions beyond the ordinary in the mortal realm, lest she incur the wrath of the heavens. The Feng estate was also set to enjoy a reunion dinner that evening. Ever since the second household had exchanged children, the two households had unknowingly grown estranged. This child had not been properly managed for too long, allowing others to exploit his vulnerabilities, leading to troubles for his daughter. Yet, the child was merely over 3 years old, unable to articulate his needs, only knowing how to wail. Feng Zuan and his wife attempted to intervene, but lacked justification. The child's actions today would have angered anyone. After a couple of attempts to intervene, Feng Zuan declared, I shall discipline my own child. Please do not interfere. My second brother. They could no longer persist in their attempts to intervene. Henceforth, the two brothers, Feng Yuanhao and Feng Yuanji, grew distant from him. While Feng Yuanji began to retreat further into himself, no longer daring to act against Feng Tianxing. Feng Zuan and his wife remained in Rinshou courtyard, keeping vigil with Wan Ruoying. Reflecting on Feng Yuanji's behavior that day, Feng Zuan felt something was amiss. It was improbable for a child of merely over 3 to act in such a manner. Feng Zuan fell into contemplation, sensing that this situation was far from simple. How could the second prince manipulate Yuanji? A child so young shouldn't be capable of executing such schemes against Feng Tianxing. One should not underestimate a mere tumble into the water. It could indeed be life-threatening. In such frigid temperatures, a child of just over 3 would not withstand a severe cold. Could it be that Feng Tianxing had obstructed his path? The prospect of the second prince plotting against a child barely over 3 was utterly terrifying. In that moment, Feng Zuan felt a chill of fear towards the second prince. Do you suppose it was that bird that rescued the child from the water? Feng Zuan contemplated. Indeed, my husband. I never anticipated that a bird could enter the water to save someone. Had it not been for that bird, how much longer would the fourth prince and the 2 eunuchs have taken to rescue him? Feng Zuan was equally astonished by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the first household was analyzing the incident of the fall into the water. Feng Tianxing too was perplexed, unable to grasp how Feng Yuanji had been manipulated. It seemed that she might have to endure the silent suffering of this situation. Feng Zuan held his daughter close, filled with paternal concern. Rest assured, my dear, I shall not perish. If no one comes to my aid, I can always retreat into my space. It is quite safe. Feng Tianxing wrapped her arms around her father's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek, comforting him in return. Father, aside from concubine Zhang and the second prince, no one else will be involved, Feng Yuanhao asserted. Indeed, the palace does not permit attendance, and the secret guards would not dare enter. It seems I must diligently teach the fourth prince martial arts so he can better protect his sister within the palace. Given that my daughter is favored by the empress, it is inevitable she will enter the palace. The only option is to rely on my inexpensive apprentice. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing realized it was indeed an excellent idea. After all, he was her free bodyguard. With a flick of her wrist, another book appeared in her hand. Father, give this to him. Let him practice diligently. Feng Tianxing placed the book in her father's hands and inscribed a few words in his palm. Feng Zuan glanced at it and read, Innate divine skill. My word, what a powerful and poetic name. However, Feng Zuan had no intention of keeping it for himself. He would let that young lad benefit. The next day, on the first day of the new year, no one was out and about, yet the ever-enthusiastic Gong Ming from the Empress's palace made another visit. Chapter 86. New Year at the Matriarch's home. Lord Marquis, Lady Marquis, may the new year bring you auspiciousness, said the smiling eunuch Ming with a deep bow. It is indeed a privilege to see you on the very first day of the new year, replied Feng Zuan jovially. Yesterday, Miss Feng was frightened. The Empress was concerned all night and sent us early this morning to check on her well-being. Feng Tianxing is quite well. She is yet to rise. So the Empress need not worry, he added. And how is His Highness the Prince? His Highness is also in good spirits, urging us to arrive swiftly as he is quite anxious. It is peculiar that both of the prince's attendants developed a high fever last night. Yet the prince and Miss Feng remain unscathed, eunuch Ming mused curiously. Both children soaked in hot water, changed their clothes, and consumed warming medicine, so naturally, they are fine. Feng Zuan thought, but did not divulge that his daughter had secretly taken additional potent medicine, which he personally handed to the prince. Eunuch Ming waited until Feng Tianxing was fully awake and appeared lively before taking his leave. The maternal family of Song Shuqing also resided in the capital, albeit in the eastern part, while the marquis residence was situated in the north. The imperial palace was located to the north, a place of reverence. The northern city housed nobility, the eastern city government officials, the western city affluent families, and the southern city the common folk. In recent months, her family had visited several times. Feng Zuan had been injured, prompting her mother to come twice, and her father brought Guqi along. Feng Ruyu's marriage would surely draw them as well. Upon arriving at the Song residence, they were greeted by the steward, Shang Sheng, who was in his 50s and rubbing his hands to keep warm. Greetings, esteemed lady and lord, and to all the young masters and misses. The old matriarch has been eagerly awaiting your arrival, he announced, having sent a maid to check on them once again. As they disembarked from the carriage, Shang Sheng was taken aback to see Feng Yuanhao walking unaided, rather than in a wheelchair. His eyes glistened with excitement. The young master's leg is healed? How splendid! May the heavens and all deities bless us. Feng Tianxing couldn't help but chuckle at Shang Sheng's exuberance. Indeed, it is I, this semi-divine being, who has bestowed such blessings. Feng Zuan wholeheartedly agreed with his daughter's playful remark as they proceeded into the main courtyard. To their astonishment, the entire Song family awaited them. Feng Tianxing leapt from her father's arms and dashed to her grandmother, kneeling before her to pay her respects for the new year. Feng Yuanji followed suit, as did the two brothers, Feng Yuanhao and his sibling, followed by the couple. The daughter honored her father and mother, while the grandchildren paid their respects to their grandparents. A harmonious chorus of greetings exchanged among the family. Good, good, good. Quickly rise, exclaimed Yuhanyan, who scooped Feng Tianxing into her embrace. My dear granddaughter, so enthusiastic. Bring forth the red envelopes I have prepared. Yuhanyan beamed at the little one in her arms. The old matriarch, a daughter from a distinguished family, had married into the Song clan. Women raised in scholarly households were adept at managing their homes, resulting in a harmonious atmosphere throughout the Song residence. The family exchanged pleasantries and well wishes for the new year. You had borne 3 children, the eldest, Song Shuqing, followed by 2 sons. There was also a half-brother, Song Shuping, whose family was present. In Yu's embrace, Feng Tianxing's eyes darted around, taking in her relatives. She spotted her cousin, Song Jinling, and her second cousin, Song Jinyu, aged 13 and 10, respectively, along with her other cousins from her second uncle and third uncle's families. There is a girl next to my eldest cousin who appears to be the same age. Who could she be? Feng Tianxing pondered. Oh, yes. She must be my aunt's sister's daughter. My aunt's sister tragically perished during childbirth, leaving the child to be raised poorly by a stepmother until my aunt took her in. What a pity she has turned into an ungrateful wretch. My aunt found her a worthy match, yet on the day of the wedding, she schemed to replace my cousin, marrying the man and claiming her dowry. This turned my cousin into a laughingstock in the capital, and as the die was cast, my uncle had no choice but to send her far away in marriage. Truly despicable. One must not judge by appearances. Feng Tianxing scrutinized the girl for a while, recalling her past misdeeds. Song Shuqing also observed the girl intently. Sister, why have you been staring at Su Yan for so long? Her aunt, Liang Qiuxiang, inquired, perplexed. Oh, sister-in-law, this must be the daughter of your second sister, Su Yan. She truly is quite lovely, Song Shuqing responded, feeling a bit awkward. Indeed, she could not remain in that household, so I brought her back with me, Liang Qiuxiang explained. Hearing her daughter's sentiments, Song Shuqing felt conflicted about how to advise her sister-in-law to disregard the child. Would her father not intervene? Sighing, she thought. With a stepmother comes a stepfather. She is also a pitiful creature. As her aunt, I ought to look after her more. It would be best if the family handled this matter. My parents are no longer here, and relying on my sister-in-law is futile. My brother, a man, would not concern himself with such domestic affairs. Song Shuqing found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps it is best to address this later. Now is not the time. The entire family turned their attention to Feng Tianxing, the jewel of the Feng clan, all of them well aware of her significance. After exchanging greetings and well wishes, they began to disperse. Feng Yuanhao and his brother were led to the study by Song Shuming for their academic assessment, while Feng Tianxing clung to her grandmother, reluctant to let go. At this moment, Song Shuqing produced a box and personally handed it to her father, Song Wenba. As he prepared to open it, she halted him with a glance at the attendants nearby. Understanding her intent, he waved them away. Once alone, he opened the box to reveal an enormous ginseng root. Shuqing, where did you acquire this? Song Wenba exclaimed, nearly losing his grip on the box in astonishment. Father, please keep it safe for when you need it. You and Mother are getting older. Your health is paramount. This is far too precious. We cannot accept it, he protested, feeling it burn in his hands. Father-in-law, please do keep it. The Feng family has more, Feng Zuan declared grandly. What? You have more? Zuan. Such treasures should not be given away lightly. It could attract unwanted attention, you advised earnestly. Fear not, mother-in-law. If you are concerned about thieves, best use it swiftly. Feng Zuan encouraged her instead. That day, the Feng family spent a delightful new year at the Song residence. In the Rinshou courtyard, Granny Zhao awaited their return. As Feng Zuan stepped into the main hall, he heard the sound of Feng Ruyu crying. On this festive occasion, how distressing. He stepped in a few paces. What has happened to you, Ruyu? Has Dongji bullied you? Chapter 87. Breaking news. Feng Ruyue exclaimed in indignation. The Dong family intends to marry Dongji. That gluttonous pig, a concubine. Why? With your beauty, can't you capture a man's heart? Feng Zuan, perplexed, pondered over her words. Feng Ruyue was not unattractive, after all. Dongji was merely indulgent in his appetites, lacking other redeeming qualities. Pursuing education, he believed, depended on talent. And there were many idle scions in the capital who struggled academically. I refuse to let such an unappealing person touch me, Feng Ruyue declared defiantly. What do you mean? Has it been over 2 months without him laying a finger on you? Feng Zuan stared incredulously at his sister, whose tear-streaked face revealed her distress. Upon hearing this question, Feng Ruyue's expression stiffened, and she buried her face in Ruan Ruiying's embrace, continuing to weep. What is wrong with Dongji? Is it merely his weight? Can you expect to remain youthful forever? When you grow old, you may not even look as good as him, Feng Zuan mused, struggling to comprehend. He saw no issues with marrying into the Dong family, especially given that Dongji's character was sound. However, he failed to understand the universal desire for beauty. Particularly in such a stark contrast, it was no wonder Feng Ruyue found it intolerable. Brother, what if sister-in-law has aged and resembles an 80-year-old relic? What then? Feng Ruyue suddenly retorted. She would still be my wife, the one to bear my children. Hearing this, Feng Ruyue was incensed and began to cry even harder. Eldest brother. This is Ruyue's fault, but she truly does not wish for it. What can be done? That night, Ruyue gave the girl Ziqin to Dongji. And now she carries his child. Yet, the Dong family desires a legitimate heir, not a child born of Ziqin. Madame Dong constantly troubles Ruyue. Life is unbearable. Ruan Ruiying sighed, feeling a headache coming on. What do you think, second brother? Feng Zuan inquired of the silent Feng Zuo. Eldest brother, Ruyue is indeed at fault. I shall try to persuade her. Marrying into the Dong family is a blessing. Dongji is merely gluttonous and does not indulge in vice. That is commendable. Second brother. Are you truly my brother? Do you comprehend his weight? He weighs over 200 pounds. He could crush a person. How am I to live with him? Feng Ruyue retorted, her anger flaring further. How did Ziqin not perish under his weight? Feng Zuo, hoping for the Dong Grand Tutor's favor towards the young empress, was frustrated by his sister's superficiality. You, Feng Ruyue, have no retort. Such intimate matters should not be aired publicly. Thankfully, it was in the family home. This sister was a profound disappointment to him, and he chose not to intervene. He resolved to wait 6 months. If she still wished to leave the Dong family, then he would assist her in seeking a divorce. However, a divorce merely 2 months after marriage would not be accepted by the Dong family. Feng Tianxing kept her informed about matters in Rinshou courtyard, while she often chuckled at the absurdity of her little sister's unrealistic fantasies. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, a grand assembly took place. Uncle Lu Qingji, along with his married eldest daughter and her family, arrived. Cousin Lu Hongyu, 18, was preparing for marriage but had yet to take on any serious endeavors, contemplating joining Feng Zuan's military ranks. Cousin Lu Hongqiang, 15, was studying at the Imperial Academy. After paying their respects to Ruan Ruiying, the family proceeded to the main residence. When Ruan Ruiying entered, Feng Ruyue was already 15, wary of her stepmother as if she were a thief, fearing she would harm Feng Zuan. However, as Ruan Ruiying's performance proved satisfactory, they gradually grew more at ease. And she married at 18. Men occupied the outer courtyard while women remained within. Feng Tianxing felt a close affinity for Feng Ruyue, as in her previous life. Her elder brother had been expelled from the residence, and Aunt Lu had always cared for him, frequently visiting the temple to see their mother. Elder sister. How are preparations for Hong Yu's marriage coming along? Song Shuqing engaged the female guests in casual conversation in the inner courtyard. It's nearly complete. You must assist me when the time comes. I will certainly be there. Aunt, thank you. If it weren't for you last time, my niece would have met her end. Lu Hanyao had come with her mother to express gratitude for Song Shuqing's life-saving intervention. Such words are unnecessary. You are my dear niece. Quickly, bring the child to me. Song Shuqing said warmly. Lu Hanyao took the baby from the maid and gently placed the child in Song Shuqing's arms. Feng Tianxing, nestled in Feng Ruyue's embrace, leaned forward to gaze at the infant. Oh, only 14 days old. Is it true? Will this child indeed grow up? How can it still have only 14 days of life? Could it be that my arrival has altered many fates? Song Shuqing gasped, nearly dropping the child. But Lu Hanyao caught the baby just in time. Aunt? Lu Hanyao inquired, puzzled. Nothing. I merely slipped. Song Shuqing quickly masked her momentary lapse. She glanced at Feng Tianxing, who remained fixated on the infant, his brow furrowed tightly. After a brief moment, Song Shuqing returned the child to Lu Hanyao, excusing herself to arrange the meal and leaving Zheng Lian to keep her company. She proceeded to the front courtyard, summoned Feng Zuan, and whispered a few words to him. Upon hearing her, he was taken aback. My lady, we shall remain vigilant regarding this matter. When they depart, let us provide Hanyao with a ginseng to aid her child. Also give one to the eldest sister. Do not let the second brother and others know. Please give her a discreet reminder. The Lu family stayed at the Feng residence until dusk, with the men practicing martial arts in the courtyard all afternoon. As the Lunar New Year days slowly passed, the emperor began issuing decrees, and Feng Zuan resumed his duties. His Royal Highness the Ming Prince started making his regular visits to the marquis' residence every other day. His martial arts foundation was weak, and Feng Zuan had yet to provide him with the instructional book, stating he would wait until the prince solidified his basics before allowing him to practice. Soon, the 10th day of the Lunar New Year arrived, and on that day, a momentous piece of news spread throughout the capital. The fifth princess, Yunjiro, who had long sought to conceive, was pregnant. Everyone inquired after her, for over the years she had endured countless bitter remedies, berating the royal physicians as quacks. The sudden announcement of her pregnancy left many in disbelief. 2 days later, the news was confirmed. She was not only pregnant but expecting twins. This revelation was nothing short of astonishing. The Empress Dowager and the Empress sent congratulatory gifts and instructed the fifth princess to remain indoors, nurturing her pregnancy. However, the fifth princess was restless. She was determined to visit the Feng residence, believing that they had cured her ailment. Though it appeared that Dr. Zhou was administering the medicine, she was not foolish. She had discreetly compared the remedies to those previously prescribed by the royal physicians, realizing they were merely symptomatic treatments. Yet, unsure of when the Feng residence had healed her, she could only suspect that it was the medicinal tea she had consumed there that had worked wonders. My dear princess, you have finally achieved pregnancy. Do not engage in reckless actions. Just then, the prince entered. Chapter 88. Persistent fever. Prince consort Gao Chuliang, the second son of the Duke of Jing'an, was unable to inherit his title, so he married a princess in hopes of solidifying his family's status. Their relationship was harmonious. However, 13 years had passed since their marriage, and the princess remained childless. The Duchess of Jing'an had grown increasingly impatient, fearing that if her son did not conceive, she might be forced to act against her principles and introduce a concubine into his chambers to ensure the continuation of their lineage. Upon the arrival of the prince consort, Wu Mama felt a glimmer of hope. Prince consort, please stop the princess. She insists on leaving the estate. No amount of persuasion from me has worked, she lamented. Gao Qiliang waved his hand, dismissing the attendants. My dear wife, I understand you are not an impulsive person. Please, explain your reasons for wanting to leave the residence. If your rationale is sound, I shall accompany you. After years of marriage, Gao Qiliang had a keen understanding of Yunjiro's temperament. She would not seek to venture out without a compelling motive. My husband, Yunjiro hesitated. What troubles you? Is there something between us that must remain a secret? Gao Qiliang inquired, his curiosity piqued. I must insist on your discretion. Can you promise me that? Yunjiro was cautious, knowing that she could not afford to alienate the Feng family. Yet she felt a sense of trust in her husband, as their bond had always been strong. Gao Qiliang nodded solemnly. Do you know why I am able to conceive? Yunjiro asked mysteriously. Of course, it is due to my diligent efforts. Gao Qiliang replied as he stepped closer and enveloped her in his embrace. Upon hearing this, Yunjiro smiled shyly. My husband, I am speaking seriously, and I am listening intently, Gao Qiliang said, gazing at his wife with a smile. The prospect of her conceiving filled him with joy that kept him awake for nights on end. I have told you to keep this a secret. Remember that, she reiterated. I am aware that my ability to conceive is due to the treatment I received from the Feng family's Dr. Zhou, who cured my cold condition. Are you referring to that Dr. Zhou? He is indeed associated with the Feng family, Gao Qiliang confirmed, as this information was common knowledge throughout the capital. Now, everyone in the city was aware that many in the Feng family had been treated by the renowned Dr. Zhou on Kong, which had led to a surge of patients seeking his expertise. Consequently, he had to impose limits on the number of patients he could attend to each day, with guards from the Feng estate maintaining order at his practice. No, I am not referring to that, Zhou, Yunjiro clarified, leaving Gao Qiliang even more intrigued. How could that be? He pondered, unable to fathom the situation. Yunjiro then recounted how she had grown close to the Feng family over the past few months, assisting them in arranging marriages and endearing herself to their young child. Gao Qiliang could not help but believe her. The Gao family, in their desire for self-preservation, had always been cautious and reluctant to take sides unless absolutely necessary. As a result, they neither enjoyed imperial favor nor faced significant oppression. Recently, however, Feng Ziwen had become quite close to the empress, and the second son of the Feng family had married the younger sister of the esteemed consort Zheng. Given the gravity of the situation, Gao Qiliang asked, "My lady, what are your thoughts on this matter?" He understood that he could not make decisions unilaterally, as the Duke of Jing'an's household encompassed many members. "My husband, let our branch of the family maintain a close relationship with the Feng family, while the rest remain unchanged. We shall observe the attitude of the emperor. If the Feng family's main branch encounters difficulties, we will offer assistance to the best of our ability." Yunjiro had already formulated her plan. "Very well, I will heed your counsel. However, we must refrain from visiting the Feng estate during this delicate time. If you go there now, it would only expose their situation. Everyone is aware of your struggles with conception. Rushing to the Feng estate upon becoming pregnant would raise suspicions," Gao Qiliang advised. Upon hearing this, Yunjiro was taken aback. "Indeed, how did I overlook that? I was so caught up in my excitement to express my gratitude. Focus on nurturing our child at home for now. After 3 months, you may venture out again, and you can continue to play the role of matchmaker. The Feng family will surely understand your intentions," Gao Qiliang suggested, both analyzing and persuading her. Seeing Yunjiro successfully dissuaded, Mama felt immense relief. Meanwhile, within the Feng family, Yunjiro would find no opportunity to meet Feng Tianxing. Song Shuqing, having heard her daughter's heartfelt concerns regarding her nephew's precarious health, was alarmed that only 14 days remained for the child. 9 days had passed without any news. This morning, she sent someone to inquire again. When the messenger returned, Song Shuqing was startled and immediately took Feng Tianxing to the Ren estate. Madame Ren was puzzled by the sudden visit, but promptly emerged from the inner courtyard to greet them. She had been in the inner courtyard watching her eldest grandson, tears streaming down her face in anguish. "Madame Feng, Qingguo is unwell. Hanya is attending to him," Madame Ren said, her expression clouded with worry at the sight of Song Shuqing. "Madame Ren, I have come to see Qingguo," Song Shuqing replied, striding into the house, leaving Madame Ren trailing behind, revealing her urgency. She hurried into the courtyard where Lu Hanyao and her husband resided. A maid was carrying water inside. Feng Tianxing remained cradled in Song Shuqing's arms until they reached the inner room, where he finally descended from his mother's embrace. "Dear aunt," Lu Hanyao exclaimed upon seeing Song Shuqing, tears spilling from her eyes. This child was one she had nearly sacrificed her life to bring into the world. And as a mother, her heart was ablaze with anguish. Song Shuqing comforted her, embracing her niece gently. "He will be all right." The infant lay in a small cradle, his complexion flushed. He had prescribed medicine, but the infant was difficult to feed, requiring careful administration with chopsticks, drop by drop. "Doctor what is wrong with Qingguo?" Song Shuqing inquired. He questioned Madame Ren about her caregiving methods, yet found no faults. Feng Tianxing approached the cradle, reaching out to touch the child's forehead, which was indeed burning hot. If this fever continued, there was a genuine risk of dire consequences. She had already noted the character on the child's forehead, indicating that he could only endure for 5 more days. This should not have happened. Her elder cousin could not have let the child become so ill. Something must have transpired that they were unaware of. "Little He, soar through the Ren estate and see if you can uncover anything." Feng Tianxing mentally assigned a task to Little He, knowing that relying on him would yield reliable results. At this moment, Feng Tianxing was reluctant to resort to medication. If it was indeed a case of foul play, the Ren family members needed to come to a decisive conclusion. The child would have to endure some suffering. After all, they still had 5 days remaining. After observing the child for a while, Song Shuqing led Feng Tianxing outside. Doctor he followed suit, as his presence there was futile. He had already provided the prescription and could do nothing more but leave the outcome to fate. Given the child's frailty, he could not administer potent medicine. Even if it saved the child, it might leave him impaired, which he would not dare to do. Once outside, Song Shuqing squatted down in a corner, looking into Feng Tianxing's eyes and pleading softly. Feng Tianxing understood her mother's unspoken words. She took Song Shuqing's hand and wrote a few characters. Wait a little longer. I suspect foul play. What? Song Shuqing gasped in surprise. Chapter 89. The Schemes of the Concubine Mother. My elder cousin must be taking special care of the child she struggled so hard to have, yet the child is gravely ill. It is evident that someone is plotting against that innocent life, Feng Tianxing asserted, nodding emphatically, reinforcing her suspicion. Song Shuqing rose, letting out a long sigh. The mother and daughter remained at the Ren residence until the afternoon. During this time, the child's temperature fluctuated alarmingly, causing anxiety to ripple through the adults. However, Xiaohe could uncover nothing. Feng Tianxing decided to leave it at the Ren residence for the night, hoping it might observe any potential actions or utterances of useful information in the quieter hours. Indeed, after dinner, as Feng Tianxing prepared for sleep, Xiaohe's voice resonated in her mind. Master, you were right. It was your cousin's husband's concubine who is behind this. At that moment, Xiaohe perched on a tree outside the concubine's quarters, eavesdropping on the conversation within. Madam, the young master has burned up again. He has had 4 or 5 episodes today. Do you think he will survive the night? If he were to die, how heartbroken would the young mistress be? Fretted the concerned maid. The child was indeed a hard-won blessing for the young mistress, and calamity could not befall him. The maid, though anxious, was well-meaning. Who knows? I shall sleep now. You may leave. The concubine instructed her servant, who was occasionally sent to inquire about the child's condition. Upon hearing of the child's fever, a smile involuntarily crept upon her lips. Xiaohe, recognizing her expression, sensed something amiss, and thus chose to fixate on this concubine, murmuring to itself, Die soon, die soon. May you accompany my child to the grave. The elder one is beyond my reach, but dealing with you shall be effortless. The concubine prayed for quite a while before finally succumbing to sleep. Feng Tianxing's suspicions were confirmed. The following morning, Feng Tianxing meticulously documented Xiaohe's findings in her mother's palm. Enraged, Song Shuqing, usually composed, uttered a few expletives. Damn it. She then took Feng Tianxing back to the Ren residence. After a night of turmoil, the members of the Ren family appeared utterly exhausted, particularly Lu Hanyao, who had hardly slept. Upon seeing Song Shuqing return, the matriarch of the Ren family felt a surge of gratitude. At that moment, Feng Ruxue also arrived, her anxiety palpable as this child was her first grandchild. Lu Hanyao repeatedly sponged the child with warm water, but the fever would soon resurge. Countless tears had been shed over the child's plight. Today, both Ren Junxi and Ren Yuqing had foregone their duties, preoccupied with fears for the child's well-being. After all, he was the first grandchild of the Ren family. Song Shuqing, observing the distressed individuals and the ailing child, felt a pang of compassion. She led Feng Ruxue and the matriarch of the Ren family aside. Madam Ren, may we have a word? Song Shuqing proposed, recognizing the seriousness of the conversation. Madam Ren ushered the three into her private courtyard, ensuring the attending maids were kept at a distance. Madam, do you have something to discuss? She inquired eagerly. In recent months, has anything unusual occurred within the inner chambers of the Ren residence? I refer specifically to after Hanyao gave birth, Song Shuqing asked directly. Emphasizing the inner chambers caused Madam Ren's heart to sink. Could it be that someone had harmed Qing Gur? After a moment's contemplation, she replied, after Qing Gur was born, we discontinued the contraceptive concoction given to Zhang Yinyang in Yu Cheng's quarters. 2 months later, she became pregnant. However, it was a troublesome pregnancy, in early winter. She insisted on strolling in the gardens and, regrettably, fell, resulting in a miscarriage. Madame Ren lamented, for that child could have been her grandchild. I suspect that Qing Guo's severe illness is not coincidental. Perhaps it is related to Zhang Yinyang. You might wish to inquire further. Of course, Song Shuqing could not directly accuse the concubine. As an outsider, how could she possess such knowledge? She could only guide the conversation. Mother is truly astute. When that concubine arrives, if she fails to confess, I shall administer a truth pill to her. I am not afraid she will withhold the truth. With that thought, Feng Tianxing deftly conjured a small pill in her palm, drawing a curious glance from Song Shuqing, who suppressed her intrigue. Such a remedy exists? What do you mean? Madame Ren asked, skepticism lacing her tone. Yet, recalling her own experiences, she quickly grasped Song Shuqing's implication. In her youth, she too had been ensnared by a concubine's treachery. Madame Ren promptly stood and issued instructions. Approximately 15 minutes later, the concubine entered cautiously. I greet you, madam, and esteemed guests, she said, performing a proper bow. Tell me, did you orchestrate Qin Guer's illness? Madame Ren inquired bluntly. Such a direct accusation took the concubine aback. Madam, what an outrageous question. How could I be responsible for Qin Guer's illness? Hanyao has cared for him with utmost diligence. How could he fall ill from your cold? Madame Ren scrutinized the concubine's eyes, searching for any hint of guilt or evasion. I truly do not know. Perhaps it was due to not covering him well at night, leading to his exposure. I had no motive to harm the child. The concubine defended herself, her gaze unwavering, suggesting she had prepared for this moment. Your child suffered a miscarriage, unable to bear seeing Hanyao with a child, and that is your motive. Madam, you cannot wrongfully accuse me. My child was lost due to my own negligence. How could I possibly harm the young mistress's child? The concubine appeared genuinely wounded, on the brink of tears. Do you dare swear to the heavens? Madame Ren pressed on. I do. I would swear on matters I have not committed, the concubine retorted defiantly. Very well, swear. And I shall believe you, Madame Ren conceded, for the times demanded such oaths, albeit their actual significance was negligible. Feng Tianxing, seeing that this line of questioning bore no fruit, quietly transferred the pill to Song Shuqing's hand and scribbled a few words on her palm. Song Shuqing harbored a deep disdain for those who were so ungrateful. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact. She firmly clasped the concubine's mouth until she swallowed it. Madam, what are you doing? Madame Ren exclaimed in shock. I require her to speak the truth. Dear sister, what have you given her? Feng Ruxue inquired, equally perplexed. Dr. Zhou has recently formulated a new medicine called the truth pill. Should she utter falsehoods, she will suffer unbearable pain in her abdomen. Thus, we shall see. Song Shuqing replied nonchalantly, her gaze icy as it bore down on the concubine, who appeared ready to vomit. After a brief interval, the concubine exclaimed, What I just said was all true. You cannot treat me this way. I have served the eldest son for many years, with no credit but much hardship. Fearful. The concubine cried out, disregarding all decorum. Very well, Madame Ren, you may now proceed with your inquiries, Song Shuqing stated calmly. Chapter 90. The fever finally breaks. Is it you who harmed Qin Guer? Although Madame Ren was curious about the medicine, now was not the time to delve into that matter. She began to inquire. No, it wasn't me. A sharp cry escaped the lips of Zhang, the concubine, as she writhed on the ground, clutching her chest, startling those present. At that moment, Ren Junxi and his son arrived, only to hear the anguished scream upon reaching the door. I will ask you once more, was it you who harmed Qin Guer? Madame Ren repeated her question after Zhang had calmed down slightly. Zhang, still struggling against the effects of the drug, realized it was a potent elixir. The pain she had just endured had nearly driven her to despair. It was unbearable. How could a frail woman resist? Yes, it was I who harmed him, she gasped. Upon hearing this, the others stared in disbelief. Zhang was Ren Yuqing's personal maid, a favored servant who had been by his side since before Lu Hanyao entered the household, eagerly awaiting the day she would be elevated to the status of a concubine. This was the case for many young masters from prominent families, and the Ren family was no exception. Ren Yuqing, upon hearing her confession, stepped forward and struck Zhang across the face. Why? Why would you harm Qin Guo? That was his first child. After 4 years of marriage, it was a hard-won blessing, and the child's mother nearly lost her life in the process. He raised his hand to strike again, but was halted by Madame Ren. Yuqing, let us clarify the matter before acting rashly. Why? I have been with you since I was 15, enduring 7 years of contraceptive medicine. Finally, after the young mistress entered the household, I thought I could bear you a child, but you insisted on the legitimate heir being born first, and I was left to wait. After more than 3 years, when the young mistress finally became pregnant, I saw a glimmer of hope. But the young mistress could not bear to see me with child. Just 2 months into my pregnancy, she caused it to be lost. She wandered the garden without incident. Yet I was the one who fell. Was it mere coincidence that I slipped on the ice? On a stone path? How could water freeze? It must have been deliberate. Who else could it be but her? Zhang poured out her grievances, disregarding the hierarchy that dictated her place. Yet, no one offered her sympathy. A concubine was but a servant. If the master was pleased, she would be favored, but if he was displeased, she could easily be discarded. If she made a mistake, death would not be an excessive punishment. Such was the nature of their social structure. How did you harm Qinggur? At that moment, Feng Rushua stepped forward to inquire. Days ago, I went to the young mistress's quarters to see the child, cradling him while playing in the corridor. When no one was watching, I slipped a cold, damp cloth onto his chest. In winter, with so many layers, no one could detect it. I did this 3 times in succession, just as I hoped. The child indeed fell ill, and the fever progressed severely. He was on the brink of death. Aha! Zhang reveled in her success. Her heart filled with a wicked delight. Ren Yuqing, driven mad with rage, advanced to strike and kick her. Seeing he had vented enough, Ren Junqi intervened. Bring me someone, he shouted. 2 matrons entered. Take this treacherous servant and execute her, and leave her for the wild dogs at the burial ground, Ren Junqi coldly commanded. His eldest grandson had suffered greatly due to the internal strife of the household, and he was furious. He could no longer concern himself with the status of the concubine. He would deal with her as he saw fit. While the matter was clear, no one felt any relief. The child remained gravely ill, and whether he would survive was still uncertain. They gathered once more around the child's cradle, which was now burning with fever. His little face flushed. Darling. Upon seeing Ren Yuqing, Lu Hanyao cried out in anguish, wishing fervently that her husband were a deity capable of saving their child. Feng Tianxing and Song Shuqing followed behind. Feng Tianxing, seeing the situation unfold as she had anticipated, discreetly handed over the prepared medicinal liquid to Song Shuqing. Without uttering a word, Song Shuqing approached, opened the bottle, and a faint, refreshing aroma wafted into the air. She dipped a chopstick into the porcelain vial and placed it in the child's mouth, repeating the process several times until half of the liquid was gone. Everyone watched her actions intently, offering no objections, their absolute trust in her evident. They waited in the room as time slowly passed. About 15 minutes later, Ren Yuqing approached and touched the child's forehead. He paused. Father, mother. The fever seems to have subsided. Excitement filled Ren Yuqing's voice as he spoke. The others rushed to feel the child as well. Indeed, the fever had broken. My son. Lu Hanyao wept tears of joy. Another quarter of an hour passed, and upon checking again, the child's temperature was now normal. Ren Yuqing knelt before Song Shuqing. Thank you, Aunt, for saving their lives. You have rescued both mother and child. I, Ren Yuqing, can never repay this kindness, and from now on, you shall be like a second mother to me. Ren Yuqing bowed deeply in gratitude. Ah, Madam Run, I have just gained such a fine son, Song Shuqing said, helping him to his feet. Now, we are all relatives. Hanyao is my dear niece, and this child shall also call me aunt. We are family, and we shall not speak of such distinctions. This is the medicinal liquid that Dr. Zhou prepared overnight. There is half remaining. Feed it to the child later. And all should be well, Song Shuqing continued with a smile. Seeing the numbers on the child's forehead disappear, Feng Tianxing knew all would be well. The incident had dealt a significant blow to the Ren family, and thereafter, they dared not let their son associate with other women. As Song Shuqing and her daughter exited the Ren household, they encountered Feng Zuan arriving on horseback. He leapt down and embraced Feng Tianxing. How's the child? He asked, turning to his wife. He's fine now, she replied, and Feng Zuan immediately understood that his daughter had brought forth a remedy. Ren Junqi approached to pay his respects. Brother Ren, please keep today's events to yourself, Feng Zuan whispered. Ren Junqi understood the implication immediately. He had already planned to do so and nodded in agreement. Previously, the Feng household had managed to keep matters discreet, ensuring that Dr. Zhou was not thrust into the spotlight. Darling, let us ride the big horse, Feng Zuan exclaimed, lifting his daughter onto the horse with grace, his posture striking. Song Shuqing gazed at him with admiration. Madam, would you like to ride as well? Feng Zuan asked, noticing the look of delight on his wife's face. Mother, come up. Feng Tianxing extended her little arms, urging Song Shuqing to join them. The couple, one tall and the other petite, exchanged glances, and Song Shuqing reached out her hand. With a gentle bend, Feng Zuan lifted her onto the horse. In front was their daughter, and behind, his wife. Together, they formed a warm family unit, galloping down the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. Wow, who would have thought the marquis dotes on his wife and daughter so much? Look how young the Marchioness appears. As Feng Zuan handed the reins to a servant, a man named Yu Changfang approached. My lord, I have something to report. Chapter 91. Lantern viewing Changfang. How did the matter proceed? Feng Zuan sent the mother and daughter to the inner courtyard and proceeded directly to the study. Well, what do you say? When the old marquis married his second wife, He did not significantly assist her family, allowing them to drift as they pleased. He secured a position as a magistrate in the Xiang prefectural office, which was granted by the Xiang governor out of respect for the marquis. My father handled this aspect admirably. Otherwise, it would have been akin to raising a tiger to one's own detriment, Feng Zuan remarked. His sentiments aligned with the old emperor's, as evidenced by the current situation of the Empress Dowager's maternal family. The old marquis indeed managed things very well. My lord, Feng 12 has uncovered a matter that we can leverage to our advantage. I believe it would yield greater benefits than utilizing the old lady's elder brother, suggested Yu Changfang. Oh, pray, elaborate. Feng Zuan leaned forward, his interest piqued. As Yu Changfang articulated his thoughts, Feng Zuan nodded in appreciation. I did not expect you to be so astute. Changfang, surely the old lady has not offended you? Feng Zuan jested in conclusion. My lord, the old lady has not wronged me. It is you she has offended. Should it not be my duty to alleviate your burdens as her master? She even refers to me as uncle. Shouldn't I seek some justice on her behalf? Yu Changfang seemed transformed, suddenly articulate and loquacious. Feng Zuan laughed heartily at this. The Lantern Festival swiftly approached. Each year at this time, the capital hosted a grand lantern display. On the eve of the festival, Feng Yuanhao promised to take his sister to view the lanterns. Feng Tianxing was elated, having anticipated this since the day prior. However, just as the three siblings prepared to depart, the crown prince arrived uninvited. Little sister, I have come to escort you to the lanterns. I am quite skilled at riddles and can win you some lanterns, he declared. Feng Tianxing rolled her eyes. I have 2 brothers to solve riddles for me. I hardly need you. Unexpectedly, they were intercepted midway. As the carriage curtain was drawn aside, they beheld the eldest prince. Your Highness, Feng Yuanhao greeted, stepping forward. What brings you here, elder brother? Yun Ranqing inquired, puzzled. Mother feared you might lose your way alone and specifically instructed me to accompany you. Everyone recognized this as a mere pretext. He evidently wished to attend the lantern display as well. Let us go together, he urged, pulling Feng Yuanhao along. Feng Yuanhao leaned out to sea. Yuan Xiaolon. Stop the carriage, he commanded immediately. He jumped out and rushed over. Xiaolon, how are you here? Since becoming betrothed to Yuan Xiaolon, he no longer referred to her as Sister Yuan, but by her given name. Young master, it was Madam who instructed us to await your arrival here. The young lady has been in good health these past few days, and on this lantern festival, she simply wished to enjoy some fresh air. Xiaoyu answered with a cheerful smile. Feng Yuanhao understood her meaning instantly. He often visited the Yuan household, but rarely had the opportunity for private conversation with Yuan Xiaolon. This was a chance orchestrated by his future mother-in-law. The group swelled in size, accompanied by their respective guards. Feng Tianxing gleefully pulled Yuan Xiaolon into her own carriage. Thus, the siblings, along with Yuan Xiaolon, occupied one carriage, while the maids sat at the front, perfectly arranged. Yun Ranqing, feeling somewhat forlorn, climbed aboard Yun Ranqing's carriage. Upon reaching Huarong Street, where the lantern fair was held, the throngs of people were noticeably larger than elsewhere, predominantly young individuals and young couples with children. Consequently, Feng Zuan proactively brought people to assist, fulfilling his responsibilities. This was a bustling commercial street where merchants hung numerous lanterns to promote their goods, primarily through riddles, along with various activities to attract customers. Feng Tianxing alighted from the carriage, refusing to let Feng Yuanhao carry her, and instead ran to seek the crown prince's arms. With his sister occupied, Feng Yuanhao naturally devoted his attention to caring for Yuan Xiaolon. As Feng Tianxing darted this way and that, Feng Yuanhao followed closely behind. It thus became Yun Ranzhong cradling Feng Tianxing in the middle, with Feng Yuanhan and Yun Ranqing flanking them like bodyguards, while Feng Yuanhao and Yuan Xiaolon trailed behind. Feng Tianxing, satisfied with their formation, turned to her elder brother. Elder brother, hold Sister Yuan's hand. Otherwise, what if we lose her? She exclaimed, gesturing animatedly with her small hands. Feng Yuanhao's face flushed at this, and he ignored his sister's remark. How could she be so audacious? Soon, Feng Tianxing was captivated by the lively scene around her, surrounded by shouts and dazzling sights. Whenever she spotted a lantern that piqued her interest, her brothers were more than willing to solve the riddles for her, treating her like a treasured jewel. Not far into the festivities, nearly everyone was holding a lantern for her, each boasting various designs. The competition at Hongjun Square is about to commence. Let us hurry there. This year, the officials' lanterns rely not on riddles, but on martial prowess, which should be far more entertaining, a passerby remarked urgently to a companion. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing's mind sparked with realization. It was during this year's Lantern Festival that the second prince became betrothed to the fourth young lady of General Chen's family, who later entered the second prince's residence as a concubine. Such a pity for such a fine young woman. That lady, born into a martial family, ultimately could not tolerate the second prince's ruthless nature and admonished him multiple times to no avail, eventually incurring the emperor's wrath, resulting in her family's execution. I must intervene. That lady would be far better suited as the first prince's wife. Feng Yuanhan, listening nearby, was taken aback. General Chen was a close friend of their father. This situation must be averted. Eldest son, fourth son, let us also join the festivities at Hongjun Square. After practicing for so long, I wish to test my skills and see if I can seize that glass lantern, he expressed. In public, Feng Yuanhan could not address the crown prince directly and instead referred to him as young master, which was fitting. However, anyone who glanced at Yanranqing's face would unmistakably recognize his identity. Second brother, you truly understand my heart, Feng Tianxing exclaimed, pointing excitedly ahead. Do you wish to go too, Tianxing? Yanranqing inquired with a smile. Feng Tianxing nodded vigorously. Very well, then we shall go. Feng Tianxing felt elated, then turned to locate her elder brother who had been trailing behind. Where did he go? She looked around, her eyes darting in search. Chapter 92. The contest for the lantern they found it. The group was engaged in guessing lantern riddles at a nearby shop. Oh, look. The elder brother is holding Sister Yuan's hand. Haha, splendid. They will surely be affectionate with each other in the future. Feng Yuanhan initially intended to call for Feng Yuanhao, but upon observing their interaction, he abandoned the thought. Instead, he had a guard convey a message to Feng Yuanhao, suggesting he accompany his future sister-in-law for a while longer. The group left Feng Yuanhao and Yuan Shaolong behind, swiftly moving with the crowd towards Hongjun Square. Upon arrival, they were greeted by the sound of a gong, which gradually silenced the bustling crowd. An elderly man stood atop a platform, wielding a large gong. With another resounding strike, he declared, this year, under the auspices of several major merchant houses, our government has organized a unique game for the lantern. As you can see, a glass lantern worth over 10,000 taels of silver hangs from the bamboo tower at the center of the square. We will conduct this contest in a competitive format. Anyone may sign up. The first to scale the tower and seize the lantern shall be declared the winner. Force may be employed, but no harm must come to anyone. Registration commences now, limited to 100 participants. Latecomers will not be accommodated. The elder struck the gong once more with vigor. Feng Tianxing grew anxious. Quickly descending from the arms of the crown prince, she seized Feng Yuanhan's hand and rapidly wrote, help Chen Huizhu seize the lantern. Be sure not to fall. Second brother, you must register and remember to assist the fourth miss of the Chun general's household in obtaining the lantern. If she falls, the second prince will catch her, and they will become a pair of ill-fated lovers. Feng Yuanhan's martial prowess was well known to Feng Tianxing, and she understood that it posed little challenge for him. Without hesitation, he pushed his way through to register. All the participants were skilled martial artists. Otherwise, should they fall during the scramble, any injuries would be their own responsibility. They were required to sign an agreement beforehand, as the ground was merely padded with straw, offering limited protection. This deterred many from stepping forward. Soon, the 100 participants gathered. The capital was rich in talent. Feng Tianxing spotted a flash of red amidst the crowd. Each day, she behaved like a boy, adept at horseback riding, archery, and swordplay. She was a spirited young lady. This was what Feng Tianxing recalled from her previous life, whereupon entering the palace, she tempered her straightforwardness but could not alter her clear sense of love and hatred. Feng Tianxing was then lifted by Yanranqing to watch the lantern contest. The competition commenced. 100 individuals clamored to ascend the bamboo tower. During their climb, they had to fend off competitors from all sides, sending one down at a time. Falling meant losing eligibility. Fortunately, the bamboo tower was robustly constructed, with strong men positioned below each pillar to ensure its stability. Contestants climbed desperately, while the surrounding audience cheered incessantly. Feng Tianxing watched anxiously as Feng Yuanhan surged up the tower, engaging in fierce combat, kicking several individuals off the structure. Feng Tianxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Second brother is magnificent. In mere moments, Feng Yuanhan had sent 6 opponents tumbling down, and those watching dared not approach him. However, while others kept their distance, he boldly moved towards them. Not only did he ascend, but he also shifted laterally, causing even more to be pulled down. Initially, he was at a considerable distance from Chen Huizhu, but gradually he drew closer. Chen Huizhu, also formidable, scaled the tower rapidly, occasionally using her limbs to dispatch opponents. Feng Tianxing observed her move like a spider, kicking and striking, sending one competitor after another down. As Feng Yuanhan approached, he found Qin Huizhu engaged with a formidable opponent. Assuming Feng Yuanhan intended to confront her, she was surprised to see him maneuver around her adversary's right side, and together they managed to send him tumbling down. Just as Qin Huizhu prepared to engage Feng Yuanhan, he called out, "Quickly, ascend." Simultaneously, Feng Tianxing sensed another presence nearby. Turning her head, she saw Yun Ranxing approaching. "Elder brother, fourth brother, how clever." Yun Ranxing greeted. "Oh, second brother has come to enjoy the lanterns too?" Yun Ranxing inquired, hearing the voice of his brother. "Yes. I heard tonight's lantern festival promised to be particularly delightful, so I came to see." Yun Ranxing's gaze was fixed on the competition atop the bamboo tower. Spotting a flash of red, his eyes narrowed in surprise at the skill of such a martial artist. Suddenly, his expression brightened. "Elder brother, this vantage point is too far. I shall move closer to the tower." After exchanging a few words with the organizers, he was granted passage. Feng Tianxing observed him position himself directly beneath Qin Huizhu. Humph! How eager he is! Meanwhile, the competition atop the bamboo tower intensified. Witnessing Feng Yuanhan's boldness, several competitors banded together to attempt to unseat him. Surrounding him were 6 individuals engaged in a fierce assault. Recognizing the support she had received earlier, Qin Huizhu, being a woman of honor, gradually moved closer to assist him. With her aid, Feng Yuanhan felt a reduction in pressure, making it considerably easier to contend with the remaining 4 opponents. In no time, he sent 2 more down, leaving a 4-2 advantage, significantly easing their burden. The duo swiftly coordinated their efforts, and soon, the remaining 4 were dispatched. Having tasted the fruits of their collaboration, they resolved to remain inseparable, guarding each other's backs as they ascended. They quickly overtook several competitors. Time was of the essence. Qin Huizhu encountered a particularly formidable adversary, momentarily stalling their progress. "Thank you," she exclaimed, having exchanged only 4 words throughout their collaboration. The number of participants atop the bamboo tower dwindled as they neared the summit, facing increasingly powerful opponents. Soon, only 3 remained. "Miss Chun, who could have imagined you would make it this far?" one adversary remarked. "Enough chatter. Prepare yourself," Qin Huizhu retorted. Unyielding in her resolve, Feng Yuanhan joined her without hesitation, and the trio engaged in combat at the pinnacle of the tower, while the others, fearing for their own safety, opted to remain spectators, fully aware they were no match for the trio. Seeing that Feng Yuanhan and Qin Huizhu continually teamed up against him, the lone adversary grew enraged and unleashed his full strength. What had begun as a game now escalated, as none wished to offend the others. Feng Yuanhan, adhering to his father's teachings of maintaining a low profile while showcasing just enough prowess to surpass opponents, found himself compelled to respond in kind when faced with the opponent's ferocity. With a series of agile maneuvers, he climbed higher, directly seizing the lantern. The adversary, now desperate, pursued him in an attempt to snatch it away. Feng Yuanhan grasped the lantern and swiftly passed it to Qin Huizhu, who, momentarily stunned, accepted it without hesitation. As Feng Yuanhan firmly held onto the bamboo, he executed a sweeping kick, sending the adversary plummeting down. Yet, in that fleeting moment of his departure from the tower, he managed to grasp Qin Huizhu's foot, causing her to fall alongside him. Chapter 93. A visitor arrives. Feng Yuanhan, without a moment's hesitation, loosened his grip and pushed off forcefully, accelerating his descent. Just as Qin Huizhu was about to hit the ground, he caught her, and with a swift maneuver, they both tumbled to the earth, Feng Yuanhan landing beneath her. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, clearly in pain. Qin Huizhu quickly turned over, her expression filled with concern. "Are you all right? Is anything hurt?" Feng Yuanhan grimaced, taking a moment to regain his composure. When he finally opened his eyes, he did not see the anxious face of Qin Huizhu, but rather that of the second prince, Yun Ranxing, who stood before them. "Master Feng, a true hero rescuing a damsel in distress," Yun Ranxing remarked, a hint of irritation in his voice. Initially, he had thought that a woman could never outpace a man. He had been waiting below to catch Qin Huizhu as she fell, only to have Feng Yuanhan disrupt his plans. "Second prince, my father and Qin's are close friends," Yun Ranxing continued, implying that it was only natural for him to rescue the young lady from the Qin family. Qin Huizhu helped him to his feet, her gaze filled with genuine concern. Outside, Feng Tianxing, witnessing her brother's fall and realizing he had acted as a cushion, grew frantic. She leaped into Yun Ranxing's arms, insisting to be led inside. Reluctantly, he complied. "Master Feng, how are you?" Yun Ranxing inquired, noticing the sweat beading on Feng Yuanhan's forehead. Chen Huizhu, holding a delicate glass lantern, stood nearby, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she watched her savior. I'm fine, just a bit squashed, Feng Yuanhan replied, though his teeth were clenched in discomfort. Ignoring all else, Feng Tianxing tugged at his sleeve, urging him to bend down. She then placed her small hand over his mouth, discreetly sliding a healing pill into his mouth. Once he swallowed, he straightened up, and no one noticed their brief exchange. Thank you so much, Master Feng, Chen Huizhu expressed sincerely. Luckily, I was hurt. Upon hearing this, Chen Huizhu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The petite Feng Tianxing, standing at the bottom, looked up with a gleeful grin. Oh, has Sister Chen turned red? Could it be that her fall on top of Brother Feng has stirred something deeper? How intriguing. The lantern competition concluded, and no one anticipated that victory would fall to the sole participating lady, yet all had enjoyed themselves immensely. The climax of the Lantern Festival proved to be quite satisfying for the gathered crowd. The following day marked the end of the festivities. Song Shuqing was in the midst of preparing a betrothal gift for the Yuan family, which had long been overdue. However, she wished to be thorough. Thus, she chose to schedule the engagement after the new year. In the afternoon, Yun Ranking returned to the estate to practice martial arts, carrying a beautiful glass lantern. When lit, the central candle produced a particularly enchanting glow at night. Upon learning that Tianxing adored glass lanterns, the Empress promptly instructed Eunuch Ming to fetch a more exquisite one from the storeroom. Feng Tianxing was delighted, treating it as a toy. Just then, someone arrived at the door without a formal announcement, indicating an old acquaintance. Chen Shiming personally escorted the guests to the second gate. A young maid had already informed Song Shuqing of their arrival. Oh, Sister Su, what a pleasant surprise. Song Shuqing greeted warmly upon seeing the visitors. The guests were none other than Su Xinyu, the wife of General Chen Zhizhong, and her daughter, Chen Huizhu. The two families shared a close relationship, as both Chen Zhizhong and Feng Zuan were martial generals, often engaging in friendly sparring matches. Although Chen Zhizhong was 6 or 7 years older than Feng Zuan, their camaraderie had blossomed through their shared experiences. After Chen Zhizhong was assigned to guard the borders, their interactions became less frequent. As the children grew, Su Xinyu often remained in the capital to strategize for her offspring. Aunt Song, Chen Huizhu shyly approached to offer her greetings. Previously, she had shown no such timidity, but today she seemed to embody a demure charm that puzzled Song Shuqing. Huizhu is here too. Yuan Han mentioned the events at the Lantern Festival last night. You, my dear child, displayed remarkable courage. Such reckless behavior can be quite dangerous. You must refrain from engaging in such perilous games in the future. Yes, the young girl obediently responded. After greeting Wan Ruoying in the Rinshou courtyard, Song Shuqing led her guests to the Luoxia courtyard for a casual chat. Feng Tianxing was busy playing with her newly acquired glass lantern, which had been lit to display its 2 tiers of vibrant colors that spun gracefully, a marvel of design. As she twirled the lantern, it spun beautifully, captivating her attention. Tianxing, someone called, and upon recognizing the voice, she beamed with joy. It was an aunt she had met at a palace banquet. She rushed over and was swept into a warm embrace. You've grown quite a bit since I last saw you. Feng Tianxing glanced back at Chen Huizhu, pondering, is this a visit to express gratitude? Song Shuqing's heart skipped a beat at the implication of future sister-in-law. Had it not been for Yuan Han's swift actions last night, her little girl could have faced a grievous fall. Gratitude? What is there to thank for? Our friendship suffices, Su Xinyu replied. Ah Qing, you may not know, but the second prince was right below. Had Yuan Han not reacted swiftly, Huizhu might have been caught by the second prince, and I need not elaborate on the potential consequences. Song Shuqing understood the gravity of the situation but was hesitant to respond. She waved her hand, signaling her 2 maids to discreetly exit the room. Tianxing, why don't you take Sister Chen to play in the courtyard for a bit while I chat with Aunt Su? Obediently, Feng Tianxing took Chen Huizhu's hand, leading her outside as the 2 girls engaged in heartfelt conversation. Ah Qing, now that we are amongst friends, I wish to speak candidly. The princes are maturing. The eldest is approaching 17, and the second nearly 16, an age when they will begin selecting brides. As women from martial families, we are often under scrutiny. However, you understand that being a royal consort is fraught with challenges. A single misstep could jeopardize the entire family. Our Chen family wishes to steer clear of such turbulence and simply fulfill our roles. Su Xinyu spoke from the heart. Song Shuqing shared her sentiments, relieved that she had no daughters of marriageable age. Yet, the thought of the elusive Ming Wang caused her inner turmoil. Let it be, The children are still young. We shall cross that bridge when we come to it. Your third daughter is nearing marriage, isn't she? Song Shuqing inquired about another of the Qin family's esteemed daughters. Su Xinyu had 4 children. The first 2 were sons, her eldest following in his father's military footsteps, while the second managed the household affairs. The youngest daughters, the third, Chen Huijin, was approaching 16, while the youngest, Chen Huizhu, had just turned 14, mere months apart from Feng Yuanhan. Indeed, the wedding is set for this May. My daughter's betrothed is stationed at the borders and has recently been promoted to a position of authority. I am quite satisfied with my choice for a son-in-law. Though his family background is modest, in the military, merit is paramount, and with sufficient capability, advancement is assured. The 2 women continued to converse about family matters and their children. Suddenly, Su Aping rushed in with urgent news. Madam, Miss Chen Huizhu and the second master are in a scuffle. What? The 2 women were taken aback. Chapter 94. Military intelligence like Fire Song Shuqing and Su Xinyu hurriedly arrived at the front courtyard, where 2 children were engaged in a fierce sparring match. I shall unleash my full strength, Chen Huizhu exclaimed, executing the crouching dragon seeks the moon move, aiming towards Feng Yuanhan. However, he effortlessly caught her strike midair. Meanwhile, Feng Zuwen, cradling Feng Tianxing, and Yun Ranqing stood on the stone steps, observing the lively exchange between the 2. At that moment, Feng Yuanhao emerged from the study. Su Xinyu was well aware of the situation. It was her daughter who had specifically sought out a match. Feng Tianxing led Chen Huizhu to the front courtyard to watch Yun Ranqing practice martial arts. Upon witnessing Yun Ranqing's impressive skills, Chen Huizhu felt compelled to challenge him. Grabbing a sword from a nearby rack, she declared, "Let us compete," and launched an attack. Yun Ranqing, eager for a real sparring experience after much practice, welcomed the challenge. Thus, they began their exchange, trading blows back and forth. "You are picking on a child," Feng Yuanhan remarked as he saw Yun Ranqing tumble to the ground. Rushing forward to help him up. "We're the same age, why don't we have a match?" Chen Huizhu expressed her desire to compete. They had only collaborated in combat the previous night. They had yet to face each other directly. "Let us do it then. No crying if you lose." Feng Yuanhan was equally curious to test her skills. Despite their families being old friends, they rarely met, as Chen Huizhu primarily resided at the border. Feng Yuanhan set aside his book and took up a sword. With a graceful display, he began the duel. Their battle was intense, though Feng Yuanhan held back. Wishing to draw out Chen Huizhu's true abilities, Cui Ping, observing the match, could discern who was skilled and who was not. After a while, Song Shuqing and Su Xinyu recognized that Feng Yuanhan was merely toying with Chen Huizhu. The excitement of the duel captivated their attention. After several exchanges, Chen Huizhu was defeated. "When did you become so proficient, you sickly child?" she gasped, panting. "I recovered long ago. Now I am far better than you," Feng Yuanhan replied, lifting his chin with pride. "Just how much better?" Chen Huizhu inquired, her eyes sparkling with envy, making Feng Yuanhan feel uncomfortable, as if he wished to flee. "I'm definitely better than you," he retorted, grabbing his book and dashing away. Feng Tianxing's distinctive laughter echoed, bringing smiles to the adults present. At that moment, the doorman ushered in a young servant. As soon as the servant spotted Su Xinyu, he rushed forward. "What is it?" Su Xinyu inquired. "Aching, there may be matters at home. I must take my leave now. I shall return in a few days to chat." Su Xinyu announced her departure. "Very well. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform us at the Ho residence," she replied. The general's residence was also in the northern city, but due to years of guarding the borders, the male head of the family was seldom at home, only returning during the new year. This year, Chen Zhizhong, aged 44, was in his middle age. Yet, his physique remained robust due to years of martial training. His square face bore the marks of hardship, tanned and glistening. His thick eyebrows gave him a somewhat fierce appearance. He had long been stationed at the borders between the Qian kingdom and the Lulan kingdom. After his wife departed, he was discussing family matters with his second son. The latter, lacking martial prowess compared to his elder brother, managed the family business after marrying. The operation of a household is crucial. Without connections and financial backing, sustaining life becomes challenging. Thus, a family must have someone adept at management. We shall see. Although the Lulan kingdom has been calm for several years, reports indicate they may be increasing their troops at the border. The absence of correspondence suggests nothing urgent is occurring. Chen Jitong opined. As the father and son discussed border affairs, a swift horse galloped into the general's residence. The attire revealed the rider was a soldier. The doorkeeper dared not stop him, allowing him entry. The The soldier hurried to Chen Zhizhong's study and called out, "Report." "Enter," Chen Zhizhong replied, reporting to the general. "The second general has sent a letter instructing that no delays occur and to change horses for immediate delivery." The soldier knelt on one knee, raising a letter sealed with wax high above. Chen Zhitong stepped forward to accept the letter and handed it to his father. Chen Zhizhong quickly read the correspondence from his eldest son and then passed it to his second son. "Bring him in," Chen Zhizhong commanded. A servant waiting outside responded and went to the Feng residence. As Su Xinyu entered the residence, she headed straight to the study, only to find it empty. Inquiring where her husband was, she soon spotted Chen Zhizhong standing in the corridor. "Husband, what has happened?" Su Xinyu asked anxiously. "So urgent? Military matters are pressing. Delays cannot be tolerated." His 2-month leave had not yet concluded, and he was reluctant to depart, but as the commander, it was his duty. "Father, I want to accompany you," Chen Huizhu interjected suddenly, having listened attentively. "Where do you think you're going?" "You're 14. You should remain in the capital and let your mother find you a suitable match," Chen Zhizhong replied sternly, a chill in his voice. "But I have no friends in the capital. It's utterly boring," Chen Huizhu protested, stamping her foot in frustration. "Your third sister is also about to marry. You should spend time with her at home," Su Xinyu advised. "But the ones she likes are not to my taste," Chen Huizhu retorted, disinterested in spending time with her third sister. The Chen family's 2 daughters were polar opposites. One loved literature while the other was passionate about martial arts. Many felt it a pity that such a girl would be paired with a soldier, yet it was a decision made by their parents, beyond anyone's control. "Fourth sister, you will marry one day. You cannot wield your sword endlessly," Chen Huijin's voice chimed from behind. "Third sister, I won't marry anyone. If I do, it will be to my cloud-edged sword." With a chuckle, Chen Huijin, a rare beauty with a delicate oval face and a rosy complexion, glided gracefully as she approached. "What nonsense are you spouting? You should learn from your sister," Su Xinyu playfully tapped Chen Huizhu on the head. "Madam, I'll leave the household in your capable hands." "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately," Su Xinyu replied, accustomed to the responsibilities. Chapter 95. The mysterious letter. The first month swiftly passed, and the weather began to warm. On the first day of February, the Feng family visited the Yuan family to propose marriage. Unfortunately, the surrounding area of Huayang City was still in winter, with no geese in sight, so they had to travel farther. Delivering the betrothal gifts was a matter of great significance. The 5th princess insisted on attending, as she was the matchmaker, the envoy of the betrothal gifts. Thus, accompanied by Lu Shu and Granny Wu, she arrived at the Feng residence. "My dear 5th princess, your efforts are truly appreciated," Song Shuqing expressed with heartfelt gratitude. She had initially arranged for her sister-in-law to stand in for the 5th princess, but the princess insisted on going herself. This marriage was her responsibility as the matchmaker, and she wished to see it through to perfection. "It is my honor to present the betrothal gifts for young Master Feng. My child and I can share in this joy. What a wonderful occasion. Moreover, I feel no discomfort at all. It is as if everything is normal." Yunjiro, filled with joy, spoke with a sparkle in her eyes. "That's splendid, but do remain vigilant. Lu Shu, you must take good care of your mistress," she added playfully, causing laughter to ripple through the air. Yunjiro took the betrothal gift list and examined it, her astonishment growing with each glance. The gifts from the Feng residence were indeed lavish, a testament to their admiration for Miss Yuan. Upon seeing the pair of live geese, now a rarity in the capital, her eyes widened even further. However, she said nothing, instructing the servants to load the gifts and set off. The timing of the proposal was also considered auspicious. As the laden gifts exited, the passers-by marveled at the spectacle. This, in turn, infuriated Wan Ruing, who struck her chest in exasperation. Her daughter was getting married, yet she was reluctant to provide a dowry, while Feng Yuanhao was offering such generous betrothal gifts. Although she had not seen the list, the sight of the burdens was enough to reveal their richness. However, she knew that the household was currently under Song Shuqing's management, and she was well aware of the Feng family's resources. It was evident that Song Shuqing was utilizing her own dowry for this. "Humph, she has 4 children under her care. Let's see how she manages to balance everything." Wan Ruoying scoffed, slamming a teacup onto the table. "Indeed, the old lady spoke wisely. When you were in charge, you certainly concealed quite a bit," Zhao Momo concurred. At that moment, Wan Ruoying's eldest maid, Lu Yi, entered. "Madam, it is curious who would send you a letter through the back door," Wan Ruoying mused, opening it in front of her servants. However, upon reading the salutation cousin, she hesitated. "You all may leave." I feel a bit dizzy and shall rest in the inner room. Zhao Momo, call for me when lunch is served, she commanded, rising to retreat into the inner chamber. Zhao Momo, perceiving her mistress's demeanor, understood that the contents of the letter were best kept from her. Indeed, it was that familiar handwriting. And she slowly finished reading the letter. It had been many years, 26 years, to be precise. Years ago, her father, Yuan Xuxing, had managed to pass the imperial examination after much hardship, yet without connections in the capital, their family had spent heavily to secure him a position. After years of diligent work, he had barely risen to the 6th rank, lacking even the qualifications to attend court. Eventually, he had fortuitously befriended the then Marquis of Wuan, which led to the Marquis seeking a match with the Yuan family. At that time, she was the most suitable daughter in the household. However, the family had already arranged a match with her mother's cousin, Lu Taizha. To ensure her cousin had a bright future, her mother had invited him to the capital, where he stayed with the Yuan family to facilitate his studies. The two had grown up together, nurturing feelings for one another. Their families had agreed to the engagement, and both were elated. Yet, just then, the Marquis of Wuan had come to propose. After her marriage, they had not met again, and now, over 2 decades had passed. Yuan Ruoying took out the letter once more, reading through it thoroughly. Lu Taizha had not said much, only sharing some mundane updates from his life. His 2 sons were now married, and his wife had passed away 2 years ago due to illness. Their family had engaged in small business and had now expanded to the capital. He wished to visit the Marquis's residence, to be near her, and seek her assistance. Yuan Ruoying stared at the letter, lost in thought, the address still lingering on the page, a possibility for reunion. Her heart was tumultuous. Recalling the excitement she had felt when the Marquis proposed, it was the Marquis's household, a true noble family. Many women would vie for the chance to marry into such a prestigious family, even as a secondary wife. Hence, she had offered no resistance and readily consented. She had never inquired about her cousin's feelings, as the family had swiftly dispatched him after the decision was made. Now, the debt of affection from years past had resurfaced unexpectedly. A mix of anxiety and anticipation filled her as she thought of meeting her cousin once again. She was aware that there was a significant age difference between her and the late Marquis of Wuan, while her cousin was of a similar age to her. What girl does not dream of marrying a young man who is her equal in age? Thus, both the Yuan family and she had set their sights on the Marquis's household, rather than the Marquis himself. After a hasty lunch, Yuan Ruoying declared, "Yes, old lady. I shall have stewardship arrange for a carriage." "No need for a carriage, we shall walk. It is not far, just nearby." Changing into ordinary attire, the two exited through the main entrance with confidence. Yuan Ruoying now largely disregarded the affairs of her mother-in-law. In the second branch, she focused solely on her own responsibilities. Leaving the compound, Yuan Ruoying took only Zhao Momo with her, leaving behind any maids. This puzzled Zhao Momo, but she refrained from questioning it. After walking a certain distance from the gates, Yuan Ruoying halted. "Zhao Momo, go hire a carriage. We shall ride." Zhao Momo, unsure of her mistress's intentions, complied nonetheless. Soon, they boarded a rented carriage. "Coachman, take us to Guanghua Street in the southern city," Yuan Ruoying instructed personally. Chapter 96, A Reunion Between Cousins. Yunjiro, bearing a lavish betrothal gift, attracted a throng of onlookers along her journey, with a total of 48 sumptuous gifts. Many noble families do not bestow such an abundance of dowry upon their daughters, yet the Feng residents offered this remarkable display solely as a betrothal gift. Curiosity swelled among the crowd, leading them to inquire further. It soon became clear that the gifts were destined for the Yuan family of Jingshuan. In their commitment to their daughter, the Yuan family had devoted their wealth to the apothecary. Should the betrothal gifts from the groom's family fall short, and the bride's family lack the means to prepare a dowry, it would indeed be a most unfortunate situation. However, these thoughts linger only in the minds of the people, as they dare not voice them aloud. Lord Yuan enjoys a stellar reputation, beloved by the populace, and thus the sentiments are solely with Miss Yuan. Some believe that the Feng family ought to offer a more substantial betrothal gift. The Yuan family had long received notice and stood ready at their open door. Today, Yuan Yinan took an extended leave to await the arrival. At the initial hour of the siesta, Yunjiro arrived at the gates of the Yuan residence. Seated in a soft sit-in chair, Yuan Yinan and his wife promptly emerged to greet her. The two expectant mothers exchanged smiles, each enveloped in the glow of impending motherhood. "Your Highness, the 5th princess, I pay my respects." "Lord Yuan, Lady Yuan, what joyous occasion. Quickly, let us usher her inside." Yunjiro, bearing an ample array of betrothal gifts, was a source of pride. The young servants entered one by one, as the courtyard was modest. They placed the items within and swiftly returned to wait outside. This was customary, regardless of the quantity. Once seated, Yunjiro presented the list of gifts for the Yuan family to verify. The two pregnant women found themselves with an endless array of topics to discuss, placing the burden upon Yuan Inan, who welcomed the task. At such times, it was essential not to tire the lady. Her sole duty was to nurture her child. Yunjiro summoned her maidservants and the ever-dependable Granny Wu for assistance. Granny Wu meticulously examined each box, reading aloud for Yuan Inan to cross-reference. However, upon discovering a box filled entirely with garments for infants and children, she paused. This was a clear indication that the Yuan family was meant to keep these items. The mother-in-law had truly been thoughtful. Yuan Inan grasped immediately that these were intended for his yet-to-be-born child. Granny Wu perused the clothing, revealing an astonishing variety, suitable for ages ranging from newborn to 3 years. Then, to her surprise, Granny Wu unearthed an envelope from the very bottom. "Lord Yuan, please take a look," she exclaimed. Astonished, Yuan Inan, intrigued, leaned in to examine the envelope. Curiously, why would the Feng family choose to conceal a letter within the betrothal gifts? Without further contemplation, he bent down to retrieve it. The texture confirmed it was indeed paper. He opened it on the spot, yet upon reading its contents, his composure faltered. Comparing it with the list of gifts, he found no mention of such a thing. Yuan Inan handed the list to Granny Wu, urging her to continue. Before striding into the inner hall, "Madam, look," he said, presenting the envelope to Li Meixiang. Noticing her husband's hesitant demeanor, Li Meixiang accepted the envelope with curiosity. Drawing out the paper within, "A silver note?" Li Meixiang exclaimed in surprise. In this era, offering silver as a betrothal gift is quite unfashionable. It is seen as a sign of disrespect towards the bride's family, akin to an open insult suggesting they are impoverished. Only a dowry is considered appropriate for a substantial gift. However, the Feng family has indeed provided a generous sum. Yet, few would assume that the Feng family intended to demean anyone. Upon further calculation, it amounted to 20,000 taels, which is exceedingly lavish. "Master Yuan, the Feng family has provided this. You may accept it without hesitation." Yunjiro was equally astonished by the Feng family's adeptness in social graces. This gesture serves as a means to assist the Yuan family. The Feng family also hopes that their future in-laws will enjoy an improved standard of living, especially as they anticipate a new addition to their family in a few months. Direct financial aid to the Yuan family would surely be declined. But concealed within the betrothal gifts, the Yuan family has no choice but to accept it. Consequently, they now have funds to prepare their daughter's dowry. And this generosity was displayed before her, a princess, thereby ensuring that the Yuan family's contributions will appear more substantial in comparison, with witnesses to affirm their sincerity. Although it may still feel somewhat undignified, it undeniably reflects the Feng family's regard for the Yuan family's daughter. Yuan Inan sighed deeply, resigned to accepting the gifts, including a chest of children's necessities. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wan Ruiying led Grandma Zhao down Guanghua Street, navigating through narrow alleys one by one. This street, though not particularly large, is a quaint thoroughfare in the southern part of the city, with small alleys branching off at regular intervals from the main road. "Madam, where are we headed?" Madame Zhao, having restrained herself for an extended period, could no longer contain her curiosity and finally inquired. "You may accompany me today, but refrain from asking any further questions. Remember to speak less." Wan Ruiying cast a cold glance in her direction. Madame Zhao had been a long-standing presence in her household, having accompanied her since her marriage into the Feng family. The well-being of Madame Zhao's entire family rested in Wan Ruiying's hands, making her an indispensable and loyal servant. Over the years, Wan Ruiying had treated her family with considerable kindness. Both of her children were employed as managers in Wan Ruiying's dowry shop, and her grandson was being nurtured for greater prospects. The two women proceeded into the 6th alley and arrived before a modest residence. Wan Ruiying gestured for Madame Zhao to approach and knock on the door. A young girl, approximately 15 years of age, answered the door. "May I ask whom you are seeking?" The young girl inquired. "You must be Lu Shier, correct?" Wan Ruiying stepped forward and asked, "Indeed. May I ask who you are?" The young girl displayed a look of bewilderment, questioning how anyone could possibly know her name. "I shall seek your father," Ruanyuang declared as she led Granny Zhao inside. They entered a modest courtyard, which comprised a single entrance, a central courtyard, and 3 main rooms. On either side were a kitchen and a firewood storage room, all impeccably tidy. "Is this your family's residence?" Wan Ruoying surveyed her surroundings and inquired, "Indeed, madam, we just arrived in the capital, and my father purchased this modest courtyard. He mentioned that once he earns more, he plans to acquire a larger one." Lucier spoke warmly about her father's aspirations. "What prompted your family to come to the capital?" Wan Ruoying had always found it perplexing and casually inquired. The capital is indeed home to many affluent individuals. Yet without a solid foundation, conducting business proves to be quite challenging. This was something Sierra was unaware of. She had heard from her father that there were acquaintances in the capital. Upon mentioning these acquaintances, Lucier displayed an expression of disbelief. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Wan Ruoying turned to glance towards the entrance. A middle-aged man stepped inside. Dressed in the attire of a gentleman, though not overly extravagant, it was of fine quality. He had a medium build, slightly plump yet just right, and his hair was meticulously styled. His square face bore the marks of time, showcasing a few traces of wear. He had not cultivated a mustache, and his visage remained largely unchanged, albeit aged, with the emergence of subtle wrinkles. Upon noticing the two women standing in the courtyard, the man scrutinized them closely. "Cousin? After many years apart, my cousin has matured significantly. Although her makeup is exquisite, traces of age are discernible. She is no longer the young girl of her teenage years." "Cousin." Wan Ruoying immediately recognized the visitor. It was indeed Lu Taija, without a doubt. He was, after all, the cousin she almost married years ago. Chapter 97. The examination in progress. "Why are you standing in the yard? Hurry inside and take a seat." Lu Taija greeted with a beaming smile. "Xia, please bring the tea." The two entered the main hall and settled down. Initially, silence enveloped them. After years apart, familiarity mingled with a sense of estrangement. "Cousin, have you been well these past years?" Lucier served the tea, and Lu Taija broke the silence after taking a sip. "I'm doing well." Wan Ruoying's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. "It brings me joy to hear that. When you married the marquis, I was heartbroken and left without saying goodbye. Cousin, that was our parents' decision. We had no choice." Thus, the conversation unfolded. They reminisced about the past and shared their recent experiences. Their gazes intertwined numerous times, each encounter filled with warmth from Lu Taija's eyes. He had always been handsome. Otherwise, Wan Ruoying would not have been so captivated by him in their youth. Now, she held the esteemed position of the highest-ranking matron in the marquis' household. The old marquis had passed away over 3 years ago, and she had not yet reached 40 when he departed, having married him when she was much younger. Seeing her former lover after so many years evoked a profound sense of vitality within her. The old marquis was merely her husband, not her beloved. The youthful dreams of love lingered. Thus, in this small courtyard, Wan Ruoying found herself reluctant to leave Lu Taija's company. After all, no one in the Feng household could dictate her actions now. Consequently, once reconnected, Wan Ruoying frequently found legitimate reasons to venture out and visit. Before long, she brought Lucier into the Feng household, stating that this was her cousin's request to care for her and find her a suitable match. Song Shuqing was indifferent. As long as the girl had a place to stay, it was acceptable. When Feng Zuan learned of this outcome, he chuckled knowingly. Coming from humble beginnings, she was evidently unrefined and unable to endure. "Ah, my father truly made a poor choice back then," Feng Zuan lamented. "Master, our plan seems to be progressing well." "Does it not?" "Indeed, it is satisfactory. We shall await the results." Feng Zuan was resolute, showing no remorse for potentially tarnishing his deceased father's legacy. As February rolled in, an event of great significance for Feng Yuanhao emerged on the horizon, the Tongsheng examination. Following this would be the Xiuzai examination, and next year, the provincial examination for Jinshi. Of course, the prerequisite was to pass each stage to advance to the next. He could not afford to be complacent, even for the Tongsheng examination. He gave it his all, solely to see his sister become a top scholar. This year also featured a martial examination, aimed at selecting military talents for the nation. The requirements were not as stringent, as the cultural examination was straightforward, primarily focused on martial prowess, which involved real combat. However, that was still some time away, as the martial competition was scheduled for August, coinciding with the provincial examination. On the 5th of February, Feng Yuanhao officially commenced his examinations. His leg had healed completely, and he walked in with the necessary items. His family was unconcerned. If he could not pass such a basic examination, it would be a great embarrassment. The 3-day examination concluded swiftly. It was divided into several regions in the capital, and Feng Yuanhao participated in the northern city, where most competitors hailed from noble families. Even alongside younger children, Feng Yuanhao felt no shame. When the results were announced, it was without a doubt that he had passed, and he had achieved first place. Just over half a month later, he participated in the Xiuzai examination. This examination was also divided by regions and took place in the northern city at an old academy named Wang Academy. However, the participants had changed. Those who had previously taken the Tianxing examination and felt capable of continuing were now signing up. The examination spanned 3 days, testing classics, historical analysis, and poetry. It was only during the provincial and imperial examinations that the format expanded to 3 sessions over 9 days, significantly increasing the difficulty. The pass rate was a mere 3% at most. On the morning of the examination, Feng Tianxing awoke early. She was determined to accompany her elder brother to the examination hall. They had arranged this the night before. The entire family rose with the dawn. Feng Zuan naturally went to court, while Feng Yuanhan personally drove the carriage, with Song Shuqing holding Feng Tianxing as they boarded, followed by Feng Yuanhao. Are you confident? Song Shuqing had never inquired about Feng Yuanhao's studies. In truth, no one in the family was particularly concerned about his ability to pass the Xiuzai examination. Except for Gu Qi and Yuan Yinan, as Feng Yuanhao, being the heir of the marquis' estate, would always have a role to fulfill, provided he did not perform exceedingly poorly. Moreover, his martial skills were commendable. It was Feng Yuanhan who should be taking the examination. While his sister aspired to be a top scholar, he had not contemplated taking the examinations himself. However, having made a resolution, he had diligently studied throughout the past year. Feng Yuanhao opened his arms, and upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing leaped into his embrace, planting a kiss on his cheek as encouragement. Big brother is the best. You will surely be first. Feng Yuanhao was elated by her support. Upon arriving at the examination hall, he noticed that the competitors were not as youthful, many being of similar age to him, with several even older. Having studied at home, he spent the most time with Feng Tianxing, often bringing her along to the Yuan residence. In contrast, Feng Yuanhan was attending the clan school, leaving home each day. As Feng Yuanhao prepared to turn and join the queue, his keen eyes caught sight of someone gazing at him with glistening eyes. Xiaolon, what brings you here? Feng Yuanhao approached with excitement, yearning to take her hand, but felt shy in the presence of so many people. She appeared much improved since their last encounter. Yet the underlying health issues remained. Her congenital heart condition was still a concern. With a shy smile, Yuan Xiaolon replied, "Father said I should accompany you to the examination." Hearing this, Feng Yuanhao felt a wave of sweetness in his heart. Everyone knew this was merely an excuse. She had come of her own volition. Quickly go. Father is waiting to celebrate with you once you pass the Xiuzai examination. Yuan Xiaolon smiled warmly. Wait for me. I will surely succeed. Feng Yuanhao exclaimed before dashing away, his heart racing with excitement. Sister Qiao, Feng Yuanhan called out as he approached. Aunt, Yuan Xiaolon greeted respectfully. Why aren't you dressed warmly? It's only February. Song Shuqing expressed her concern. In reality, Yuan Xiaolon was dressed sufficiently. It was merely that a mother's worry for her child was innate. I'm not cold, Aunt. Yuan Xiaolon replied, feeling a bit bashful in front of Song Shuqing, who would soon be her mother-in-law. Feng Tianxing held onto her hand tightly, as they shared a close bond. She had heard many stories from her future sister-in-law. Time swiftly passed, and the 3-day examination concluded in the blink of an eye. Each day, Feng Tianxing rode in Feng Yuanhan's carriage to fetch Feng Yuanhao, eliciting envy from other students who had no family to support them. Having such care from family was truly a blessing. On the final day, Feng Yuanhao appeared mentally unchanged from the morning, indicating that the questions posed were not challenging for him. Chapter 98. Urgent news from the border passerby B. I too have heard the news. Last month, there were whispers of unusual movements in the kingdom of Lulan, though the reasons remain unclear. Passerby, do you think they might be preparing for war? Passerby B, it is quite possible. Let us head to the tea house for a while. News will surely arrive soon. Meanwhile, in the royal palace, it was evident how fatigued he had become. Upon witnessing this, Eunuch Yuan hastily summoned someone to escort him to the imperial study without a formal announcement. What? Yun Hongxiao exclaimed in shock, rising abruptly. Over a month ago, General Qin Zhizhong had submitted a memorial indicating that there were disturbances at the borders of Lulan, followed by another report stating he was prepared for action. He had not anticipated that the opposing force would be led by a prince. Qin had not mentioned this development previously. A soldier presented the military report authored by Chen Jiming, only to faint immediately thereafter. Take him away and ensure he is well cared for, Yun Hongxiao commanded, before perusing the military report. Upon finishing, his mind was already racing with thoughts. It seemed that Lulan had reached a critical juncture in its succession struggle. The second prince, seeking to gain military merit on the battlefield, had chosen to target their territory. Such audacity was intolerable. Eunuch Yuan summoned the civil and military officials to the palace at once for a discussion. It was now the late afternoon. The urgent summons echoed through the palace, startling officials who were just concluding their duties. Upon hearing the bell, they exchanged astonished glances in the direction of the palace. Those eligible to attend promptly mounted their horses or took carriages, hastening towards the royal residence. Soon, they arrived at Yonghe Hall, the daily assembly place. Yun Hashao had been waiting there for some time. As the officials gathered, he instructed Eunuch Yuan to read the military report aloud. The essence of the report conveyed that 10 days prior, the second prince of Lulan had personally led an army of 10,000 to assault Wuyang City. General Chun had bravely confronted them, but was struck in the chest by an enemy archer. General Qin Jiming had immediately ordered a retreat to consolidate their defenses. However, with only 50,000 troops remaining, it remained uncertain whether the city had fallen after these 10 days. The court erupted in uproar. It had been a decade since Lulan and their kingdom had engaged in such a large-scale conflict. Was this an affront, taking advantage of their unpreparedness? Your Majesty, I have heard that the second prince of Lulan is the offspring of a military general's concubine and possesses remarkable martial skills. I fear that General Chun may not be his match, expressed Prime Minister Wu Manjiang with concern. Your Majesty, I have some acquaintance with General Chun. He is now in dire straits. I wish to assist him. Perhaps there is still hope, said Feng Zuan, disregarding other considerations for the moment. Very well, Yun Hashao acknowledged, understanding Feng Zuan's connection to Qin Zhizhong. Even if he were to send reinforcements to Wuyang City, he would not assign Feng Zuan, the commander of the Imperial Guard, to the task, making his absence inconsequential. With Yun Hongxiao's consent, Feng Zuan promptly exited the Grand Hall. He hurried to the training grounds of the Imperial Guard, briefly instructed Ren Yuqing to remain vigilant and keep an eye on the capital, ensuring that any updates could be communicated without delay. After assembling 100 men, Feng Zuan swiftly set out. Meanwhile, Qin Jitong, the second son of the Qin family, having received the news, also rushed forward with 2 attendants to join Feng Zuan. In the court, the discussions continued. Noble ministers, who among you is willing to relieve the troubles in the northwest? I can mobilize 5,000 troops for support. Yun Hashao declared, decisively opting for military assistance without hesitation. Conflicts at the borders were not uncommon, yet large-scale wars had been absent in recent years. There had been a significant conflict with the Ice and Snow Kingdom a few years prior, but that had been swiftly contained. Your Majesty, I am willing to go. Though I am now 62, I still possess the strength to command several soldiers. General Liu stepped forward to request permission. Noble Liu, let the younger generation take the lead. Focus on recuperating at home instead. The injury you sustained has yet to heal, Yun Hongxiao replied. Allowing an elder to venture forth would invite ridicule upon their kingdom. Father, I wish to go, Yin Xinglu interjected, kneeling and speaking earnestly. Very well, my son shows commendable resolve. I appoint you as the general for the Western expedition. Tomorrow, you shall be granted 5,000 troops and the necessary seals, select your commanders and set forth lightly. The Ministry of Revenue shall prepare provisions, ensuring they arrive before the main army. The Ministry of Works shall provide 10 sets of crossbows, all of which must be taken by Prince Liu. Yun Hashao was pleased with Yun Xinglu's readiness. If Feng Zuan had been present, he would surely have objected, but alas, he had already departed. The following day, another messenger arrived in haste, confirming that Lulan's offensive was indeed overwhelming, and General Qian had been unable to withstand the onslaught, losing Wuyang City and retreating to Qiyang City. Yun Xinglu swiftly mobilized his troops, initially leading his 5,000 soldiers on horseback, while assigning a deputy to hasten the remaining forces. The urgency of the military situation necessitated prompt action to thwart the enemy's advance, thereby minimizing disruption to the populace. He journeyed northwest, traveling for 3 days before making contact. Upon seeing Qin Zhozhong's pale visage, he nearly succumbed to tears, unabashedly expressing his distress. Yet he was only 22 years old. Feng Zuan immediately inquired of the escorting leader. How long has it been since we set out? It has been 10 days. We dared not hasten too much for fear that the general could not endure. The leader replied, leaving unspoken the unthinkable implications. Feng Zuan examined Qin Zhizhong closely. The arrow wound was directly in his chest, the depth unknown. But the arrow had already been removed. Most critically, the poison had severely affected him. The wound was festering. Without immediate medical attention, his life was truly at stake, and he was in a state of high fever. It was uncertain how much longer he could hold on. Brother Chun, you must endure until we reach the capital. Once there, I, Feng Zuan, pledge to save you. Can you hear me? If so, move your finger, Feng Zuan called out loudly, leaning close to Chen Zhizhong's ear. Whether it was coincidence or a trick of the light, Feng Zuan believed he saw Chen's finger twitch. They immediately set off at full speed, not daring to waste another moment. Along the way, they encountered Yun Xinglu, who was also hastening towards the capital. It was then that Feng Zuan realized it was Yun Xinglu who had gone to provide assistance, causing a pang of anxiety in his heart. Had he volunteered? Or had the emperor assigned him? Regardless, it was too late to change anything. Feng Zuan's party pressed on, managing to reach the capital after 3 more days of relentless travel. Chapter 100, Gratitude and Retribution. Upon arriving at the front courtyard, Feng Zuo beheld Wan Ruoying engaged in a struggle with 2 guards. Step aside. I am the matriarch of this household. Do you dare to obstruct me? Wan Ruoying exclaimed, her anger palpable as she attempted to push through. Has anyone in this household deemed her unworthy of respect? Madam, the marquis has instructed that no unrelated individuals may disturb General Chun during his recuperation. Yu Changfang interjected, personally blocking her path. Am I not related? I am the matriarch of this marquis, the mother of the marquis. With her declaration, Yu Changfang's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed she had lost sight of her standing. Upon learning of her actions, his attitude towards Wan Ruoying had markedly changed. He was about to retort when Mother Feng Zuo rushed in. Witnessing his mother grappling with a servant, a sight unbecoming of the former lady of the marquis. At times, he found himself at a loss for words regarding his mother, who had emerged from humble beginnings and lacked the decorum displayed by Zhang Lian. Second brother, you've arrived just in time. Pull her away. I must speak with eldest brother. How can we allow a dying man to linger in our home? This is inviting misfortune. With a mix of dragging and pulling, Feng Zuo managed to extricate her. Meanwhile, Feng Zuan, hidden in the shadows, chose not to intervene, allowing the minor altercation to pass swiftly. The outer courtyard soon fell into a hush, with the Chen family vigilantly watching over General Chen's bedside, each face reflecting sorrow. Uncle Feng? The children gazed at the entering Feng Zuan, who had become their family's sole pillar of hope. Meanwhile, Su Xinyu had cried until she could shed no more tears. At that moment, Feng Zuan carried Feng Tianxing out from the room and into the adjacent chamber. Child, will you help your Uncle Chen? Feng Zuan crouched down, looking earnestly at Feng Tianxing. A grown man beseeching his daughter with such a pitiful expression elicited a glimmer of amusement in Feng Tianxing's eyes. Father is indeed a man of deep feelings. How delightful. With a bright smile, Feng Tianxing took his hand and inscribed, help is conditional. 4th Miss, second sister-in-law. Understanding her words, Feng Zuan inquired, you wish for Miss Chen to become your second sister-in-law? Feng Tianxing nodded. However, a peculiar sensation washed over him. Was this not an act of leveraging gratitude for personal gain? Feng Tianxing continued to write, the second prince has set his sights on her. With the second prince involved, he resolved to intervene. Even if Qindage harbored intentions, it mattered little, as they were not in a den of wolves. Feng Tianxing's laughter rang out, and with a flick of her wrist, a porcelain vial appeared in her hand. Feng Zuan accepted it, while she inscribed 2 more words in his palm, detoxification. Then, with another flourish, a pill manifested, accompanied by the words, healing. Feng Zuan comprehended, one for detoxification, the other for healing. He accepted both and cradled the child as he returned to the adjoining room. Song Shuqing stepped forward to take the child from his arms. Instead of immediately administering the medicine to Chen Zhizhong, Feng Zuan settled into a chair. Sister Chen, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Though he felt somewhat awkward, he broached the subject. All eyes turned to him, watching attentively. Marquis, what is it? Speak freely. Su Xinyu's tone was weary, her spirit at a low ebb. Our Feng household possesses a remedy that could restore Qindage, but it cannot be revealed prematurely, lest it arouse unnecessary speculation. However, I have a modest request, may I voice it? His words were somewhat superfluous, as the family would undoubtedly encourage him to proceed. What request? Speak, and I shall comply. Provided it saves old Qin. Su Xinyu agreed without a second thought, eager for any solution. To his surprise, they agreed so readily, displaying an urgency that took him aback. Feng Zuan glanced at Chen Huizhu and Feng Yuan on before stating plainly, I propose that your Huizhu becomes our daughter-in-law. What say you? The Chen family was rendered speechless by his request. The two directly implicated, especially Feng Yuanhan, were caught off guard. His elder brother was already betrothed to Yuan Jie, making this proposal directly aimed at his fiancée. Father, what do you mean by this? Is this not leveraging gratitude for personal benefit? I do not consent. Feng Yuanhan objected, regaining his composure. You have no standing to voice your dissent. Matters of marriage are determined by the parents, Feng Zuan asserted with conviction. Meanwhile, Chen Huizhu's face flushed crimson upon hearing such a proposal. She cast a furtive glance at Feng Yuanhan, who, in his innocence, remained oblivious to her gaze. At 14, he was still untouched by the stirrings of romance, while Chen Huizhu, having initiated contact with him, was already aware of her feelings. Why am I not qualified? This concerns my lifelong commitment, and you do not even consult my opinion. Feng Yuanhan persisted in his protest. Your sister is fond of him, Feng Zuan stated succinctly, confident that his words would silence the younger brother. Sure enough, upon hearing that his sister harbored affection for the boy, Feng Yuanhan fell silent, his lips moving but no words escaping. Is the marquis serious? Indeed. It merely depends on whether you are willing to let your daughter fall into the clutches of my troublesome son. Feng Zuan downplayed his own child. Su Xinyu glanced at her youngest child, who was presently bowed in contemplation, her thoughts unknown. Huizhu? Su Xinyu called. Chen Huizhu, still blushing from embarrassment, responded shyly, Mother. You heard what Uncle Feng proposed. What are your thoughts? If it can save father, I am willing to do anything. She quickly glanced at Feng Yuanhan before lowering her head again. In that fleeting moment, everyone noticed her flushed cheeks, while Feng Yuanhan remained oblivious to the significance. But why was I not consulted? He muttered under his breath. You will agree whether you want to or not. If you dare object, I shall knock your teeth out. Chen Huizhu suddenly retorted, startling Feng Yuanhan, who instinctively recoiled. Mother Tiger, so frightening. The adults present exchanged glances, recognizing the budding dynamic between the two as that of playful adversaries. Thus, the matter was settled. Feng Zuan retrieved the vial of detoxifying liquid, administering it personally to Chen Zhizhong. All eyes were riveted on this moment. As time elapsed, Chen Zhizhong's complexion gradually transformed. The pallor that had enveloped him began to dissipate, revealing his natural hue. After a brief interval, Chen Zhizhong's eyes suddenly widened. Father, the children exclaimed in unison. Husband. Chen Zhizhong paid no heed to them, sitting upright and surveying the unfamiliar room. Quickly, tell me, where is the toilet? Chapter 101. A missing arm. Upon hearing this phrase, Feng Tianxing was the first to chuckle. A light, tinkling sound. Feng Yuanhan, fully understanding the situation, reacted swiftly. Uncle Chen, this way. Without uttering a word, Chen Zhizhong abandoned his astonished family and hurried after Feng Yuanhan to relieve himself. Feng Yuanhan, of course, led him there and quickly exited. The Chen family waited in bewilderment, while Chen Jitong, unwilling to wait, decided to take a peek since his father was in the lavatory. After all, he was male. However, upon reaching the door, he hesitated to enter. The odor was simply too pungent. Soon, the scent began to waft through the crack of the door, with only a single door separating them. Without hesitation, Feng Zuan took a few steps to open the window wide. Feng Yuanhao proceeded to open the back window, just as everyone waited anxiously. Chen Zhizhong emerged from the restroom, looking quite relieved. My husband. Father. Seizing the moment of relief, Chen Zhizhong recalled everything. The wounds from the arrows would not heal quickly, and the necrotic flesh had been excised, leaving the injury looking quite ghastly. He had not been given medicine for the wounds, only an antidote. Once the poison was neutralized, the injuries could heal slowly. They must not heal too swiftly, lest it create complications with the emperor. Moreover, the family's secrets would be difficult to safeguard. Elder brother Chen, how do you feel now? Feng Zuan inquired with concern. I'm all right now. What is the current situation at Wuyang City? Chen Zhizhong first inquired about the border. Feng Zuan explained the circumstances. My husband. The overlooked Su Xinyu, realizing that the crucial conversation had concluded, called out once more. Madam, I apologize for causing you worry. I am fine now, he replied, momentarily ignoring the pain in his chest. For a general, injury was commonplace, as long as he could move. It was not a serious matter. The children, upon hearing Chen Zhizhong's reassurances, felt relieved and approached to show their concern. They recounted the day's events in detail. It was then that Chen Zhizhong discovered that his survival was due to the excellent medicine provided by the Feng family. Even the imperial physician could not neutralize the poison. Yet they had succeeded. This act of kindness was no small matter. However, Su Xinyu did not mention the conditions proposed by the Feng family. Meanwhile, Feng Zuan reported to the emperor that it was Dr. Zhou who had concocted the antidote, and all that remained was for Chen Zhizhong to recuperate. Yin Hongxiao, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief. One of his capable generals had been saved. Chen Zhizhong found it hard to comprehend. The Feng family clearly did not seek to leverage their kindness for personal gain. He knew Feng Zuan's character all too well. They merely sought a reason to present the medicine. Unable to fathom it, he chose not to dwell on it. Establishing a familial bond with the Feng family was already a significant achievement. He felt his family had climbed a social ladder. Although his two sons would not inherit titles, they were still of noble lineage. The Qin family relied on military merit, and if any generation failed to produce capable figures in the military, they would surely decline. His eldest son was the next heir. However, before the Qin family could feel secure for even a couple of days, news from the battlefield arrived. Yun Hongxiao realized how dire the situation had become with the Luolan kingdom's formidable advance. Aware of his brother's grave injuries, Qin Jitong, following Feng Zuan's example, promptly gathered the family's guards to provide support. When the Qin family beheld Qin Jiming's condition, several women wept inconsolably. The numerous wounds were evident. But what was most unbearable was the complete loss of his right forearm, severed by a blade. Qin Jiming's wife, Madame Zhong, had already cried until her eyes ran dry. Eldest sister-in-law, please tell us what happened, Qin Zhizhong urged, quickly coming to terms with the reality of the situation. As a soldier, he was well prepared for the possibility of sacrifice upon entering the battlefield. Losing an arm was unfortunate, but remaining alive was a stroke of luck. Father, after you left, my husband took over the command banner, but the second prince of Luolan led his troops with remarkable ferocity, giving our forces no respite. They organized an assault on the city at midnight, disregarding my husband's declaration of a ceasefire. Consequently, Weiyang City fell. My husband had no choice but to retreat to Qiyang City. However, the second prince relentlessly pursued. Upon arriving at Qiyang City, and just as they were organizing themselves, Luolan's soldiers reached the city gates. My husband promptly closed the gates, but fortunately, the Luolan army also needed rest and did not attack immediately. Yet, our forces numbered only over 40,000 and could not hold out. When the second prince attacked again, the gates fell swiftly, forcing my husband to retreat once more. During the withdrawal, they were relentlessly pursued by Luolan. Reaching the next city was still a considerable distance away, and time was insufficient. My husband fought valiantly, but the Luolan's second prince personally engaged him in battle. The second prince's martial prowess was formidable, and my husband was unable to prevail, resulting in his current condition. Madame Zhang recounted the events of the past days in detail. Does this mean the border is now entirely under the command of Lord Lu? Qin Zhizhong asked with concern. Yes, father. Lord Lu has brought with him a new type of weapon that proved highly effective. The Luolan forces, sensing defeat, retreated to Qiyang City. This was the situation when we departed. In battle, victory and defeat are common occurrences. However, since they failed to defend the city, my husband, as the general, has failed in his duty and must submit a letter of apology. The Chen family promptly summoned the imperial physician, but the injuries were severe, with multiple wounds already inflamed. And despite the passing days, the fever showed no signs of abating. The physician's prognosis was grim. They could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. Whether he could survive now depended on heaven's will. The Qin family once again found themselves engulfed in anxiety. Qin Zhizhong submitted the letter of apology. Yet Yun Hongxiao did not place blame on him. From the military reports received, he understood the ferocity of the Luolan forces. With only 50,000 soldiers at the border, it was impossible to withstand the advance of 100,000 elite Luolan troops, especially with a prince leading them. Yun Hongxiao dispatched the eldest prince, accompanied by valuable medicinal supplies, to personally visit the Qin residence to offer condolences. Yun Ran was en route to the Queen's palace. Maozhen instructed Ming Gonggong to present the ginseng given by Feng Zuan, slicing off 1/3 to accompany him. This act quickly spread throughout the palace. Upon receiving the news, Imperial concubine Zheng was incensed, smashing several exquisite porcelain pieces. Meanwhile, the emperor praised the queen's noble spirit, recognizing her exemplary demeanor as the mother of the nation. His esteem for her position grew by twofold. Upon arriving at the Qin residence, Yun Ran was heavy-hearted upon witnessing the injuries sustained by both father and son. Chapter 102. Resignation to fate. General Qin, your family has endured great hardships. For the sake of the Flame Nation, the soldiers have all toiled immensely. Yun Ran spoke these words of courtesy, but found himself at a loss for further comments. The brutality of war was overwhelming. Both my father and mother have entrusted me with some medicinal herbs, hoping they may be of assistance. Yun Ran instructed the accompanying palace attendants to deliver the items one by one. Ultimately, he took the third of a ginseng root and personally handed it to Su Xinyu. Madam Chun, this is a gift from my mother. Previously, the Feng family presented a ginseng to her, of which she has cut a portion for me to bring. Should it prove insufficient, do not hesitate to send a message to her for more. The sincerity of the empress was evident in his words. The Qin family was deeply moved. Among the civil and military officials who could be unaware of the preciousness of that ginseng, no one expected the empress to be so generous. Gratitude to Her Majesty, the Empress, for the medicinal gift. Su Xinyu respectfully accepted it and immediately instructed the household physician to slice 2 pieces to brew a concoction for their eldest son. Observing Qin Jiming on the bed, Yun Ran could only offer comforting words. The military strength of the Flame Nation remained inadequate. Yet, mass conscription was unfeasible, as the common folk could not bear it. The focus must be on enhancing the combat abilities of soldiers and advancing weaponry technology. At this moment, he felt an immense relief that his second royal brother had designed the 10-shot repeating crossbow. Otherwise, even his elder brother, the emperor, might not have been able to withstand the onslaught. Lulan, situated to the northwest, was mountainous and plagued by sandstorms, rendering its living conditions poorer than those of the Flame Nation, where resources were abundant. Previously, Lulan exchanged their goods with the Flame Nation on equal terms. However, this time, the war was instigated by the ambition of the second royal prince. This incident had a profound impact on him, solidifying his resolve to master martial arts. It seemed prudent for him to seek instruction from Lord Feng in the art of combat. This afternoon, he was relieved from duty as Ming Wang would be conducting a lesson. Yun Ranqing was a promising student of martial arts. In just a few months, his foundation had become remarkably solid. Feng Zuan decided to present him with the martial arts manual given by Feng Tianxing. Come to the study, he said. Disciple, today I bestow upon you a martial arts manual. Practice diligently and do not squander my heartfelt intentions. Feng Zuan solemnly conveyed. Yes, master, I shall strive earnestly. Yun Ranqing replied with respect as he accepted the book. Upon seeing the title, he felt a strange familiarity. Innate divine skill. It seemed as though he had practiced it before, yet he could not recall when. But he was merely 9 years old. How could he have done so? Do not ponder too much. Remember to practice diligently. In the future, while in the palace, protect Tianxing well, so as not to waste your master's efforts in nurturing you. Cautioned Feng Zuan, who was most concerned about his daughter being bullied upon entering the palace. The last incident of her falling into the water had terrified him. At least this boy, who had been taught well, had immediately jumped into the water to save her. Following the old custom, Feng Zuan had Yun Ranqing prick his finger, letting 3 drops of blood fall onto the book's cover. A surge of brilliant light flashed and entered his brow. Yun Ranqing was momentarily taken aback but quickly steadied his mind. The contents of the book etched themselves into his consciousness. A figure, strikingly similar to him, began to practice the innate divine skill. Do not ask why, he simply felt it. The figure appeared to be in his 30s, yet somehow younger, with gray hair. Each movement was magnificent, causing the air to flow like water. Gradually, the figure ascended into the sky, surveying the mountains below. Suddenly, a pair of Qilins flew in and practiced alongside him in perfect harmony. The mountains below swayed in accordance with his movements. Yun Ranqing watched intently, absorbing each action and the accompanying explanations. It was as if he had suddenly grasped the essence of martial arts. After about half an hour, he emerged from his trance, his eyes shining with brilliance. Master, what is this divine skill? It is extraordinary, Yun Ranqing exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Remember to keep it a secret. This is a gift specifically for you. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal the techniques from the book in public, cautioned Feng Zuan. Yes, master. Very well. This technique is quite overwhelming. There is no need to practice it within the estate, lest you level my residence to the ground. Henceforth, seek an open area on the outskirts of the city to practice. Martial arts, the role of the master is merely to guide you. The rest is up to your own diligence. Thank you for your guidance, master. I shall practice earnestly. At that moment, Yu Chafang called from outside. My lord, I have matters to report. Come in. All right, you may go practice now. Feng Zuan waved to Yun Ranqing. As he exited, Yun Ranqing felt immense gratitude towards Feng Zuan for bestowing upon him such a remarkable martial technique. Such selflessness was unparalleled. However, the injuries sustained were grievous, with several critical wounds and the loss of a hand, which could not be healed easily. Yu Changfang spoke gravely. Feng Zuan closed his eyes and sighed deeply, lamenting the plight of military generals. Prepare the carriage. I shall take my daughter to visit. Feng Zuan instructed before heading to the inner courtyard. However, he found his daughter was not there. She had been summoned by Guqi Feng Zuan, then ventured to the place where Feng Yuanhao was teaching, and to his surprise, he found Guqi instructing his daughter in painting, and she was doing remarkably well. This was something Feng Zuan could not teach. Upon closer inspection, his daughter was drawing a horse, though it resembled more of a donkey. Your donkey drawing is quite impressive, Feng Zuan complimented, albeit reluctantly. Upon hearing this, Feng Tianxing looked up at her father and tossed aside her brush. Father, you are teasing me. I am clearly drawing a horse. How could it possibly look like a donkey? She pouted defiantly. Feng Zuan slapped his forehead, realizing he should have complimented based on first impressions. How could it look even more like a horse? Continue to practice, and you shall draw a true steed, he quickly amended. Feng Tianxing beamed with joy. Mr. Gu, I have a matter to attend to. I will take my daughter to General Chen's residence. Feng Zuan explained his intent. Feng Tianxing's eyes lit up. To second sister-in-law's house. What a pity that second brother is not out of school yet. Otherwise, it would be splendid to go together. Just as they were about to leave, Yin Ranqing arrived. Sister Feng, I haven't seen you for 2 days. I will accompany you. Now, Feng Tianxing was indifferent to this little companion, allowing him to tag along. Feng Zuan escorted Feng Tianxing to the Chen residence. The old steward led them inside, and from his expression, it was clear that the Chen family was enveloped in sorrow. Upon arriving at the courtyard where Chen Jiming resided, they noticed the servants moving quietly, afraid to create noise. One could only imagine that their young master was truly facing life and death. Feng Zuan carried Feng Tianxing into the inner room and saw Chen Jiming lying on the bed, his right arm heavily bandaged, with blood seeping through. His complexion was alarmingly pale, devoid of life. Zuan, Chen Zhuzhong called weakly upon seeing Feng Zuan enter, but his voice was laden with sorrow. What did the imperial physician say? Feng Zuan inquired, already sensing from Feng Tianxing's thoughts that the prognosis was grim. Resignation to fate. Chen Zhizhong said with a pained shake of his head.